Chapter 1. Victor's New Assistant. In a Cyberpunk World. November 2073. Watson District's Little Chinatown. In the basement behind Misty's psychic parlor. Ouch. This was the only thought racing through Rocky's mind. As he opened his heavy eyelids, he was met with blinding light. You finally awakened. It took considerable effort to pull you back from the brink of death, said a voice. And you are? My name is Victor, a cyborg physician. I found you injured and lying in an alley while I was out today, so I brought you back. Fortunately, while your injuries are severe, they are not entirely fatal. Your left arm has been completely crushed, your left leg is fractured, and 3 of your left ribs are broken. Your left arm cannot be salvaged, so I've replaced it with a prosthetic. As for the other injuries, if you opt not to install prosthetics, you should fully recover within 3 months. Of course, if you wish, I can fit you with more prosthetics, but I advise against having too many installed at once, as it may burden your body. I'm quite curious about your origins. You are a complete native, yet your skin is delicate and unblemished. You neither resemble a destitute vagabond nor a hulking brute who reveres primal strength. Perhaps you are a pampered heir from a prominent corporate family? How peculiar. As Victor spoke, Rocky's foggy mind suddenly cleared. He glanced at the mature man sitting beside him, wearing sunglasses, and surveyed his surroundings. The spacious yet dimly lit basement was filled with various medical supplies, and the electronic screens exuded a sense of advanced technology. Everything around him perfectly overlapped with the scenes in his mind. Now, Rocky was acutely aware of where he had arrived without a doubt. He had traversed into the cyberpunk realm. I've somehow landed in cyberpunk. This is quite the shock. I merely brushed against it, and here I am, left with a useless left hand. Luckily, in a cyberpunk world, I can replace it with a prosthetic. Otherwise, I'd be facing a life of disability. As he pondered this, Rocky attempted to move his left hand, finding it indistinguishable from his original. Truly, this was the marvel of the cyber world. Thank you, Victor. If it weren't for you, I might have already perished. As for my origins, I apologize, it's rather complicated, and I cannot explain it clearly. I am now utterly destitute, and without a means to pay for your medical and prosthetic installation fees. However, I'll find a way to repay you. I hope you can grant me a little time. Rocky quickly regained his composure, though he was troubled by his lack of funds and the pressing need to find a way to earn some money, lest he be unable to afford the prosthetics. Fortuitously, it was Victor, one of the few compassionate cyborg doctors in Night City, who had found him, rather than some unscrupulous physician or organ harvester. The former could have sold him to a dealer for dissection when he couldn't pay his medical bills, while the latter would have left him with no chance of survival, simply reducing him to parts. Grateful for Victor's mercy, Rocky felt a wave of appreciation. No worries, nearly everyone who arrives in Night City harbors an unspoken past. You can repay me when you have the means. By the way, I still don't know your name. Apologies for not introducing myself. You can call me L. If you don't mind, could I possibly become your assistant or take on some other work? I only need a place to stay and food to eat. Given my current state, it's exceedingly difficult to survive out there. Although I lack any skills at the moment, I am eager to learn and hope you can offer me a chance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rocky resolved to cling to this opportunity. It was rare to encounter a conscientious individual in Night City. As he was still healing, he didn't believe he could contribute much outside. The best course of action was to remain with Victor, recover, and see if he could work off his debt while earning a bit of money on the side. Furthermore, Rocky had yet to discover any hidden talents without special abilities. His slight frame might very well lead him to a life of mediocrity as a commoner in this brutal cyberpunk world. Upon hearing Rocky's words, Victor rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his arms crossed over his knees. Perhaps Victor's establishment did not genuinely require an assistant. With few customers, one person sufficed. Moreover, he sought a simple life, and an additional person might complicate matters. Also, Rocky's appearance suggested he was not a typical destitute vagabond, with his fair complexion and lean build that did not align with the ideals of primal strength. He might be the scion of a prominent family fallen on hard times, possibly entangling Victor in corporate conflicts. After a moment of silence, Rocky observed Victor's contemplative demeanor, feeling quite uncertain. After all, Victor had already assisted him greatly. Whether he would take him in was uncertain. If only Rocky knew of Victor's concerns, he would certainly be astonished, for he was entirely innocent. Of course, if pressed, his origins were indeed complex, given that he was a time traveler. Very well, you may stay here as my assistant. Your accommodation and meals will be provided, and I will compensate you for your work. As for your future, once you recover, you can decide whether to stay or leave. However, you must first settle your medical bills. After a moment's deliberation, Victor finally spoke. Uncertain of the reason behind his decision, perhaps a desire to help, or simply recognizing Rocky's naivety, Victor allowed Rocky to remain in his establishment, thus becoming an assistant to a cyborg physician. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. November 2075. Before I know it, 2076 is upon us. The edge runners will soon start. I wonder what I can do. As Rocky pondered this, he inserted a prosthetic eyeball into the eye socket of a customer before him. In the past 2 years, Rocky had integrated into and adapted to life in the cyberpunk world. He had spent these years in Victor's shop, learning about prosthetic surgery and medical techniques. His free time after work was devoted to learning boxing and hacking skills under Victor's tutelage. To Victor's astonishment, this enigmatic young man had an exceptional aptitude for learning. With Victor's patient guidance, Rocky had mastered the necessary skills and earned Victor's approval as an assistant. It could be said that Rocky had become a fully qualified cyborg physician, with his expertise second only to Victor's in the entire Watson district. Thus, surgeries were now routinely conducted by either Rocky or Victor, though Victor often entrusted the procedures to Rocky to provide him with more opportunities to practice and earn. Chapter 2. Boxing Training. As a cyborg physician, Rocky technically lacked a formal medical license, but in Night City, no one cared for such trivialities, especially with Victor's presence ensuring that accidents were mitigated. Having expertly fitted a customer with a prosthetic eye, he proceeded to amputate the customer's arm and replace it with a new prosthetic limb. After a significant period of labor, once the anesthesia wore off, he administered a dose of a flexible stimulant to the satisfied customer, declaring the surgery a resounding success. Having completed all tasks, Rocky stretched his body and took a deep breath. Phew, why do I feel so strange today? It feels as though something is about to happen. Perhaps I watched too much Super Dream last night. Rocky had an odd premonition that day, but he soon calmed his mind. Maybe it was simply a lack of rest that caused his unease. Victor, it's done. Are there any more customers today? No appointments left, and it's getting late. Time to clean up, Victor replied without turning around, evidently confident in Rocky's skills as he received the customer's payment. Before long, Rocky had tidied up the shop. Approaching the punching bag, Rocky removed his shirt, revealing his muscular physique brimming with explosive strength. His left prosthetic arm lacked synthetic skin, exposing a cybernetic arm that embodied mechanical beauty, blending flesh and metal in a way that conveyed an extraordinary sense of power. With practiced ease, he donned his training gear and strapped on his gloves, commencing his boxing practice for the day. Victor had once been a legendary boxer in Night City, but had retired to become a cyborg physician, disillusioned by the complexities of the boxing scene. However, he retained the habits of watching boxing matches and training, and his shop featured a corner dedicated to his past glories and boxing equipment. Thus, after work, Rocky often sought Victor's guidance in boxing. After all, having a legendary fighter at his disposal was too valuable to waste. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of Rocky's fists striking the punching bag resonated throughout the shop. Upon hearing the noise, Victor turned his head to glance at Rocky, smiling and shaking his head. This guy truly never takes a break. Since Rocky arrived at the shop, he has been incessantly learning. During the day, he studies surgical machinery and other cybernetic knowledge under guidance. And after hours, he insists on training in boxing with his mentor. As far as he knows, Rocky continues his studies in hacking upon returning home at night. In Old Weiss' eyes, Rocky's diligent efforts since his arrival in Night City must stem from a significant ambition, perhaps a quest for vengeance, a desire for fame, or merely a yearning to survive. Regardless, Old Weiss' initial reluctance towards this unexpected young man has transformed into admiration. In Rocky, he sees a reflection of his younger self. Thus, despite the considerable effort required to teach Rocky, Old Weiss is willing to lend a helping hand. Fortunately, Old Weiss also has a passion for boxing, and having someone to train with enriches his experience. Old Weiss rises and approaches Rocky, donning his boxing gloves, prompting Rocky to halt his training. Tonight marks their weekly sparring session. I hope you can finally take me down this time. Don't worry, I will. When I knock you down, can I have half of those trophies on your wall for my new clinic? Rocky jokes, gesturing towards the various accolades lining the wall, remnants of Old Weiss' past glories. Those are relics of the past. If you truly manage to defeat me, you're welcome to them. Old Weiss smiles in agreement at Rocky's request. After 2 years of training, Rocky's strength has nearly matched Old Weiss. In their last bout, Old Weiss barely secured victory, and perhaps this time Rocky will emerge triumphant. However, should Rocky win, Old Weiss would not lament the loss of his trophies. Rather, he would rejoice in Rocky's achievement. Before long, the two complete their warm-up and commence their match in the spacious area of the shop. With punches thrown and blocks executed, they engage in a fierce exchange, each strike echoing with explosive force as it slices through the air, producing sharp whistles. Both men are well acquainted with each other's capabilities, and thus, Breaking through the other's defenses requires sharp reflexes and perfect timing. The stalemate persists, with neither side achieving a substantial breakthrough. It becomes a battle of resilience and endurance. The question of whether the seasoned veteran or the young contender, honed by 2 years of rigorous training, possesses the upper hand remains tantalizingly ambiguous. At present, however, Rocky appears to hold the advantage. Yet just then, the equilibrium is disrupted. Rocky, who had been maintaining a steady defense, suddenly feels a tremor within, an inexplicable sensation surging through him, as if his very soul were warning him of an impending event of great significance. Though he quickly regains his composure, this fleeting distraction causes him to react a fraction too late, leaving him vulnerable to Old Weiss hook. The punch lands squarely on Rocky's face. Old Wei, showing no mercy, seizes the opportunity and unleashes a barrage of powerful punches upon Rocky. The delicate balance they had maintained falters as Rocky reveals a weakness, and Old Wei capitalizes on it. The outcome is all but inevitable. In a swift turn of events, Rocky finds himself on the ground. What's distracted you? Were you pondering your new cybernetic clinic? Grasping Rocky's outstretched hand, Old Wei effortlessly pulls him up from the floor, not scolding him but teasingly questioning. It's not that I just felt this strange sensation. I can't quite explain it. Maybe I didn't rest well, Rocky replies, shaking his head. Very well, let's call it a night. You should return home and rest. You, young man, have learned so much, yet you must have the vitality to apply it. One might think you're a corporate lackey burdened with debt, tirelessly toiling without respite. Indeed, just as Rocky prepares to tidy up and head home, a knock reverberates at the clinic's door, accompanied by a message from Misty on the computer. The delivery has arrived. I've let them in. They'll handle it. As the shop's assistant, Rocky grants access to the visitors, and the clinic's door swings open. 3 men in suits enter, 2 of whom are carrying a sizable storage container. These are the latest cybernetics delivered by Old Weiss supplier. Upon noticing the imposing figures of the muscular men, the delivery personnel can't help but feel relieved that they are not here to cause trouble. After all, the last group seeking conflict was dealt with so thoroughly by Rocky that they were left contemplating cybernetic dental implants. Good day, Mr. Victor. Here are the cybernetics and cybernetic plugins you ordered. Please verify the inventory list, says the lead suit, handing Old Wei a chip containing detailed information and data regarding this batch of cybernetics. It is evident that this is not the first time he has delivered to Old Wei. He seems quite familiar with the shop's operations. Very well. Old Wei accepts the chip and inserts it into the clinic's computer system. Although Old Weiss Clinic qualifies as an underground establishment, it differs from other such clinics in that he sources his cybernetics from legitimate suppliers. While some are secondhand, they are all obtained through proper channels, as opposed to the dubious scavenged remnants procured from the bodies of the deceased. The cybernetics supplied by these vendors are reliable, with traceable information regarding production models, batches, and distribution channels. Old Wei is merely conducting a routine verification before accepting the delivery. You should take a look as well. Most of these cybernetics were ordered for you. It will be prudent for you to verify them too. Old Wei beckons to Rocky to assist with the inspection. Indeed, as Old Wei mentioned, a significant portion of these cybernetics were ordered for Rocky. Over the past 2 years, he has matured into a competent cybernetic doctor. While Old Weiss Clinic maintains a steady clientele, it is evident that 2 cybernetic doctors are unnecessary. Recently, with Old Weiss assistance and the savings accumulated over the years, Rocky has rented out a shop, preparing to establish his own cybernetic clinic. Currently, the clinic is undergoing renovations, and these cybernetics are intended for initial use in Rocky's practice, with Old Wei covering the expenses for now. Oh, okay, Rocky replies, snapping back to attention as he realizes the weight of the moment. Upon the arrival of the delivery, the sensation he felt earlier has intensified. As the suited man retrieves the cybernetic inventory list chip, the feeling reaches its peak. He is now certain that this chip contains something of great importance to him. Once the chip is inserted, the information is swiftly read. Rocky, having settled his mind, focuses intently on the computer screen. Optic nerve cybernetics, Stevenson network access module, Gorilla arms. Old Wei reads through the list while inspecting the contents of the storage container. As Old Wei meticulously verified all the cybernetic enhancements, Rocky furrowed his brow, failing to detect any suspicious elements. After confirming the integrity of the implants, Old Wei transferred the remaining payment into the supplier's account. Thank you for your support of our company. We look forward to serving you again in the future, the well-dressed man said, completing the transaction before departing with his companions. Once the delivery team had exited, Rocky pointed to the chip on the table and inquired, Old Wei, may I keep this chip? I wish to study it. Of course, Old Wei replied, handing the chip over without hesitation. This chip was originally intended for the buyer, and the supplier had no need to reclaim it. Only a small portion of this shipment was for replenishing Old Way's inventory. The majority was destined for Rocky's clinic, making it perfectly reasonable for him to retain it. Well then, I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow, Old Way. See you tomorrow. Securing the vital chip, Rocky donned his attire, tidied up, and bid farewell to Old Way. Exiting Old Way's clinic, Rocky encountered a handful of Night City residents, either seated or standing in the narrow alley. They congregated in small clusters, discussing various news about Night City, gang wars, and cyberpsychos, while others vociferously condemned corporate oppression and social injustices. To Rocky, such scenes were all too familiar. Upon reaching the main thoroughfare, he observed a greater throng of hurried pedestrians. The small Chinatown, unlike the adjacent Kabukicho or Japanese district, lacked opulence and was not a hub of entertainment. Most of these individuals were ordinary workers, eager to return home and savor the scant time left after being exploited by their employers. As he turned down a street, he noticed several NC&D officers engaged in a confrontation with a cyberpsycho. Although the occurrence of cyberpsychos in Chinatown was relatively rare, it was far from unheard of. Civilians at the scene scattered in panic, yet tragically, many innocent lives were lost. Witnessing the dismembered body of a middle-aged woman, propelled several meters away by the cyberpsycho's explosive device, Rocky instinctively stepped back to avoid the splatter of blood. The woman's face, barely recognizable, bore the remnants of a life cut short. He could see the work badge she wore, a testament to her identity as an ordinary laborer. Casting one last glance at the lifeless half-body before him, Rocky chose not to linger. With practiced ease, he turned down another path to circumvent the chaos on his way home. Perhaps it was absurd, but this was Night City. This was Cyberpunk, the grotesque society and the most frenzied city. Corporations loomed above, ruling the city and squeezing the wallets of ordinary citizens. Below, the urban landscape was interwoven with gangs, the ceaseless gang wars permeating Night City. Furthermore, cyberpsychos, armed with terrifying cybernetic weaponry, roamed unpredictably, ready to claim lives without remorse. Oppression and despair served as the underlying themes concealed beneath the city's glamorous facade, while the harsh reality of survival depicted the true essence of the populace in Night City. This was precisely why Rocky sought to learn so much from Old Way. Navigating this damned city and striving to live well was no simple feat. The ability to earn a living and the strength to confront danger were equally indispensable. Rocky's residence was merely a stone's throw away from Old Way's clinic, separated by just 2 streets. Before long, he found himself back in his apartment located in the towering H10 skyscraper. Allow me to examine the situation. After indulging in a refreshing shower to soothe his weary and aching body, Rocky recalibrated his mindset and inserted the chip into his personal system slot. The chip was swiftly read, revealing not only the list of prosthetics he had encountered at the clinic, but also an enigmatic program of unknown origin. Rocky discerned that the answer lay within this program. Driven by an intense curiosity, he executed the application. The probe numbered 11451495270007 from the Dimensional Module Library was now operational. Attempting to connect to the main repository. Connection successful. Commencing system adaptive installation. A series of pop-up windows emerged within Rocky's personal system. And as he gazed at this unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar phenomenon, his mind began to buzz. Is this a system? Dismissing the possibility that someone might be playing a prank on him, Rocky harbored serious doubts that this could be the arrival of his coveted golden finger, albeit somewhat belatedly and in an odd manner. Installation successful. Soon, the system indicated that the installation had been completed, and a new subsystem labeled Module Library appeared within his personal system. Chapter 4. The Stimulant Module. Upon opening the subsystem, the interface was strikingly simple, presenting only 2 distinct modules, the Module Library and the installed modules. After a brief exploration, Rocky gained a rudimentary understanding of the system's capabilities. In essence, it functions as a module store, allowing users to download and install various modules from a repository, thereby acquiring items, abilities, or technologies contained within. The process of downloading modules incurs a certain cost, which varies based on their value. Notably, the system's currency aligns with that of the Cyberpunk universe, both represented in euros. The account balance displayed in the upper right corner of the interface corresponds with his personal account balance. Upon accessing the module store page, he found a list of diverse modules, complete with filtering and search functionalities. Rocky opened the most prominent mod, the Basic Production Mod Integration Pack. This pack encompasses 5 fundamental production modules: the workbench, anvil, furnace, alchemy table, and enchantment table. It serves as a prerequisite for various recipe expansion mods and includes an additional scanning feature for the workbench, making it the ideal choice for newcomers. Price: 10,000 euros. Adjusted, price adjustment: 10, world adjustment 30, package discount -30, basic pack discount -90, originally priced at 100,000 euros. This mod has undergone a series of price adjustments, resulting in the current price of 10,000 euros. The world adjustment reflects the mod's compatibility with the game world. The more compatible it is, the lower the price, and vice versa. For instance, installing a magic mod would result in a high world adjustment, while a mod aligned with realistic technology would be comparatively less expensive. The package discount indicates a price reduction for the integration pack, typically. Downloading the integration pack is more economical than downloading each mod separately. The basic pack discount is unique to this integration pack. Rocky noted that other integration packs do not offer such a benefit, indicating it may be akin to a novice's welfare discount. Rocky did not rush to download the mod. Glancing at his balance, he noticed he had 30,000 euros remaining, which was not in abundance, and the available mods were limited. Rocky earned a modest income at Old Way's establishment, which operated on principles of integrity, resulting in lower profits compared to other illicit clinics. Furthermore, as merely an assistant, even with Old Way offering a relatively generous commission, the pressures of substantial rent and the exorbitant cost of nutritional supplements for training meant that it took Rocky 2 years to accumulate enough capital to open his own clinic. Now, the 30,000 euros he possesses constitute his last savings, and he also owes Old Way for the purchase of prosthetics, compelling him to leverage modules for rapid returns. The Source Project Prosthetic Integration Package. This one looks promising. 5 million. Excuse me, could I purchase them separately? 200,000 each. Get lost. Rocky continuously sifted through various modules, yet most were exorbitantly priced, while the cheaper options proved to be of little utility. Nevertheless, diligence bore fruit, and soon Rocky stumbled upon a module that piqued his interest, the Titanfall Stimulant module. This stimulant from Titanfall significantly enhances the user's speed and recovery within a short span, though it poses a risk of harm to those with lower physical resilience. Price adjustments: world adjustment -10 item module, 900 euros for 2 doses alchemy table recipe expansion, 9,000 euros, requires alchemy table module, technical expansion, 13,500 euros. This module, which Rocky deemed reasonably priced and appropriate, aligned well with contemporary technology and exhibited market demand. If he could implement the recipe expansion for mass production and sale, it promised a lucrative return. Downloading the basic production package along with the stimulant recipe expansion will leave me with nearly 10,000 euros, which should sufficiently cover the production costs of the stimulant. The Rocky plan involves downloading an expansion module for the alchemy station, which allows for the creation of specific items. As for the more costly technological expansion, it entails the comprehensive installation of all relevant technologies, enabling a complete mastery over the production techniques of said items without reliance on the alchemy station, thus facilitating large-scale mass production. However, Rocky currently lacks the factories and resources necessary for such extensive manufacturing. The existing recipe expansion is entirely sufficient for the present, albeit with lower output, it remains relatively safe. Engaging in small-scale sales minimizes the risk of drawing the attention of larger corporations. Until he possesses absolute strength, Rocky prefers to remain under the radar of major companies. Rocky initially spent 900 euros to acquire 2 doses of a stimulant module, experiencing the tangible sensation in his hands and the vibrant green substance before him. He ultimately confirmed the authenticity of the system. Pressing the mechanism on the stimulant vial, Rocky swiftly inserted the ejected syringe into his shoulder. In an instant, the stimulant coursed entirely into his body, flooding through him. A buoyant sensation enveloped Rocky as he attempted to run and leap. He discovered an overall speed enhancement of nearly 50%. Simultaneously, under the stimulant's influence, vitality surged within him, and the injuries inflicted by Old Way's powerful strike were healing rapidly. The effects of the stimulant lasted for half a minute, and as Rocky sensed the conclusion of its effects, he noted no discomfort, and his wounds had fully healed. Incredible! Rocky was deeply shaken, although the duration was brief. The extent of the enhancement was undeniably formidable. Just as he was still immersed in the shock brought on by the stimulant, a sudden phone call interrupted his thoughts. Jack, what's the matter? After regaining his composure, Rocky answered the call. The caller was none other than Jack, the renowned confidant of Victor, a true figure of authority in Night City. Jack was an old friend of Victor's, having sought his expertise for his cybernetic enhancements and medical needs, frequently visiting the shop. Over the past 2 years, Rocky had interacted with him on numerous occasions, naturally developing a friendship. Hey, Elle, are you free right now? How about joining me for a couple of drinks at Wild Wolf? We can discuss business, Jack suggested from the other end of the line. What business? I'm a bit occupied at the moment. Your favorite topic, dealing with those kidney harvesters. All right, I'll be there shortly. By day, Rocky serves as an assistant at Old Way's shop, while at night, he occasionally moonlights as a freelance mercenary in Night City, taking on jobs alongside Jack to earn some extra cash. Initially, Rocky intended to decline this particular assignment, as he was engrossed in studying the module system. However, upon learning that the task involved dealing with the scavengers, he found it impossible to refuse. They were the very scourge he detested most, and it presented a perfect opportunity to test the practical effects of the stimulant. After calming his emotions, Rocky shut down the system, mounted his motorcycle, and set off towards the Wild Wolf bar. Chapter 5. Eliminating the Scavengers, Haywood. Rocky arrived at the Wild Wolf bar, situated in the valley. This establishment is owned and operated by Mrs. Wells, Jack's mother, and Jack has essentially grown up here, making it his second home. Upon entering the bar, the lively atmosphere of the Wild Wolf at night was palpable. Some patrons sought solace in alcohol, while others congregated in small groups, engaging in animated conversation. Of course, the ever-present intermediaries and mercenaries were also conducting their business. Navigating through the bustling hall, Rocky approached the bar counter, where he was greeted by Pepe, the mustachioed bartender. Hey, Elle, long time no see. What can I get for you? Same as usual. I'm here to see Jack. In that case, go on up. I'll send your drink up shortly. Thanks. Rocky skillfully ascended to the second floor and entered the private room where he had arranged to meet Jack. As he pushed open the door, he beheld Jack reclining with his legs propped on the table, indulging in a drink. His robust physique was clad in a black leather jacket, and atop his head, a small tuft of short, dark hair was gathered. Adorning his neck were several gleaming gold chains, complemented by golden earrings that left little doubt regarding his affiliations with the Valentino gang. Jack, Elle, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Jack gestured for Rocky to sit, before handing him a chip. This contains the information regarding the commission. Please review it at your leisure. Rocky took the chip and inserted it into the slot of his personal system, revealing the contents within. Scenic area, a small scavenger hideout? Indeed. The Valentino gang recently clashed with the 6th Street gang, resulting in the demise of numerous gang members. Among them, the body of a member bearing a high-value cybernetic implant was stolen by this group of scavengers. Our mission is to recover the lost cybernetic implant of the Valentino gang. Rocky nodded, as the information on the chip indicated that the scavenger group was relatively small, comprising no more than 4 or 5 individuals, thus posing minimal danger. Just the 2 of us? No, the priest introduced us to a hacker, a temporary one named Halos. It is said he is a novice, however. It must be acknowledged that sometimes having a hacker is quite advantageous. When shall we commence our operation? We shall depart once we finish this drink. At the opportune moment, the waiter delivered the drinks, and Rocky accepted his, clinking glasses with Jack. After finishing their drinks, they exited the bar and rode their motorcycles to the scenic area, arriving at the foot of an apartment building. As Rocky and his companion parked their vehicle, the remote hacker successfully infiltrated their network. Their stronghold was located in room 607 on the 6th floor, a precise location I have marked on your map. A somewhat inexperienced voice emerged from the communication channel. Received. Observing the marked position on the map, Rocky withdrew a handgun from his waistband, transitioning into a state of readiness. The two ascended in the elevator to the floor housing the scavenger's lair, arriving at the threshold of their stronghold. Hold on, I am attempting to breach their network. Through the subnet extension utilized by Rocky and Jack, the hacker was able to provide remote assistance. There were no cameras inside, rendering the interior invisible. However, I managed to connect to their network through their devices. There were only 4 scavengers in total. Be aware that upon entry, you will confront an operating surgery room, where 3 scavengers are present. The remaining scavenger is situated in a deeper room, with their exact locations marked on your map. Prepare for the breach. After a considerable wait, the hacker finally provided feedback. Gazing at the structural map analysis and the highlighted positions of the enemies, Jack couldn't help but praise, "Well done, brother, your skills are impressive. This operation is considerably easier with your assistance." On the other end of the communication, Hylas, feeling somewhat bashful from Jack's praise, replied, "It's all basic, really. I'm still a bit inexperienced." "Clearly," Rocky remarked lightly. You must be a little more forgiving towards the newcomers." "It's all right, Hylas, we all start somewhere. Have confidence in yourself. You play a significant role in this mission. We will look after you, won't we, El?" Jack said, lightly nudging Rocky, urging him to respond. Jack tended to be particularly amiable towards newcomers, especially since Hylas was introduced by the priest, a native of Haywood, naturally receiving a bit more care. However, Rocky exhibited far less patience. He was indifferent towards strangers and merely wished to expedite the completion of the task, indicating for Jack to prepare. Rocky positioned himself on one side of the door while Jack took the other. "Let us go." Moments later, as Hylas uploaded the decryption program into the apartment system, the door swung open. The two swiftly raised their weapons and charged in, only to find two scavengers dismembering a corpse at the operating table, while another scavenger lay asleep on the nearby sofa. The instant the door opened, the two scavengers reacted, halting their task to draw their weapons. However, their firearms were clearly positioned a meter away, while the vigilant scavenger remained lost in slumber. Indeed, such amateur scavengers in a small hideout were unprofessional. From the moment the encounter began, the outcome was already sealed. Rocky and Jack, each positioned on opposite sides, unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the heads of two scavengers. The powerful impact of the bullets instantaneously penetrated the skulls of the scavengers. In the very moment the gunfire erupted, one of the sleeping scavengers was jolted awake, only to be met by the iron fist of Rocky. The cold knuckles loomed larger in his vision, and before his drowsy mind could fully comprehend the situation, he was knocked unconscious by a single blow. Having incapacitated the scavenger, Rocky was poised to eliminate him with a follow-up shot when, out of the blue, the door to the room swung open from within. A burly man emerged, brandishing a heavy machine gun, and unleashed a hail of bullets toward the two. The abrupt turn of events left Rocky and Jack scrambling for cover as bullets rained down upon them. Fortunately, Rocky's vigilance allowed him to retreat to safety just in time to evade the majority of the gunfire, though a bullet grazed his right shoulder, causing a sharp pain that ignited his frustration. "Damn those scavengers for wielding such formidable weaponry. Are you all right?" Jack shouted from behind cover. The onslaught from the scavenger continued, pinning Jack and Rocky down, rendering them unable to act. "I'm fine. Hylos, think of a way to distract him," Jack commanded. "I'm uploading the quick hack program for the cybernetic eye now. Just a moment," Hylos replied, hastily initiating a network intrusion against the scavenger. Just seconds after Hylos began his operation, the hacking program successfully uploaded, plunging the scavenger's vision into darkness. Deprived of sight, the scavenger could no longer maintain accurate fire and resorted to blindly spraying bullets in the general direction of his last sighted targets. As Jack prepared to take advantage of this window of opportunity and pop out to shoot, he noticed that Rocky had already darted out, stuck behind a small freezer. Rocky was simmering with pin-up rage as he faced the incoming gunfire. Now that the scavenger's cybernetic eye was rebooted and his aim was erratic, Rocky seized the moment. He swiftly withdrew a syringe filled with a green stimulant from his belt and injected it into his body. A surge of vitality coursed through him, and he holstered his handgun. Enhanced by the stimulant, his reflexes sharpened, allowing him to exploit the openings in the scavenger's line of fire. With agility, he maneuvered around the wall, closing in on the scavenger at a breathtaking speed. The blinded scavenger was utterly unprepared for Rocky's approach as he struck with a powerful shoulder thrust, sending the heavy machine gun flying. Before the scavenger could react, Rocky's fist connected with his abdomen. The subdermal armor he wore was no match for the force of the blow, and the chilling metallic contact left him doubled over. Nearly retching, not one to relent, Rocky followed up with a solid right hook to the scavenger's face, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bone and flying teeth. With his gorilla-like arms operating at full power, Rocky delivered an uppercut that landed squarely on the scavenger's jaw. The impact cracked the jawbone, and the sheer force sent the scavenger's body airborne. At that moment, the scavenger's cybernetic eye finally rebooted, restoring his vision. However, after enduring a flurry of attacks, he found himself incapable of mounting any defense. He could only gaze down at Rocky, witnessing the final moments of his life. Rocky, with his body coiled like a tiger ready to pounce, wound up his right fist behind him, muscles taut with anticipation. As the scavenger's feet touched the ground, Rocky unleashed a powerful punch. Feel my concentrated strike. A professional boxer's calculated blow connected with the already battered head of the scavenger, shattering his skull and sending a gruesome spray of red and white matter in all directions. Under the onslaught of Rocky's combination of punches, the scavenger's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Ah, what a rush! Rocky panted, catching his breath as he surveyed the fallen scavenger. Meanwhile, Jack remained behind cover, his weapon trained on the direction of the scavenger, astonished by Rocky's audacity and rushing in to engage in hand-to-hand combat instead of firing from a distance. What the hell, Rocky? That was incredibly reckless, Jack exclaimed, exasperated. Rocky, fist clenched and feeling invigorated, reveled in the stimulant's effects, which rendered his movement swift and agile. The enhancement was comprehensive. While it did not significantly alter his firearm efficiency, it dramatically improved his punching speed and power, as if tailor-made for him. With the scavenger dealt with and no other enemies detected online, Halos's voice crackled through the communication device. Let us clean up the battlefield. Rocky and Jack commenced their search for the bodies within the house. Hey, this must be the fellow we are looking for, remarked Jack. The scanner integrated into Rocky's right eye scanned the lifeless body hanging against the wall of the operating room. The bloodied figure appeared somewhat abstract, yet it was meticulously analyzed. The cybernetic limbs had yet to be removed. Jack, gazing at the gruesome sight, felt a twinge of headache as he contemplated how to drag it back for reporting. No worries, I'll handle it, Rocky declared, swiftly pushing the corpse off the operating table and hoisting the target onto it. With practiced ease, he grasped the surgical instruments and commenced the disassembly of the cybernetic parts. Apologies, I nearly forgot there was a cybernetic surgeon present. It seems I won't have to worry about the body staining my motorcycle this time, Jack remarked, giving Rocky a thumbs up in affirmation. With deft precision, Rocky skillfully maneuvered his instruments, swiftly completing the disassembly of the entire body, which had 6 exquisite cybernetic enhancements. It was evident that this individual was a significant member of Valentino's crew. Handing over the disassembled enhancements to Jack, Rocky proceeded to meticulously dismantle the remaining corpses in the room, including the scavengers. Seizing the cybernetics was a fortuitous windfall, as these items were indeed a serendipitous gain from the commission. Moreover, they would prove useful for his shop, with some modifications and repairs. He could potentially sell them for a handsome profit to the various factions. Dismantling these scavengers was merely a case of retribution, and Rocky felt no moral qualms about his actions. Regrettably, the cybernetics on these scavengers were woefully inadequate and comprised mostly of worthless components. The cold scalpel relentlessly sliced through the scavenger's flesh, and the one who had previously been rendered unconscious by Rocky's blows suddenly jolted awake in response to the excruciating pain. What are you doing? Damn it! The scavenger screamed, his nerves ablaze with agony as he beheld the man before him methodically carving into his flesh. Desperate to escape, he found himself hopelessly restrained, his limbs bound by Rocky. Ah, you're awake. Not much to worry about. I'm just engaging in a bit of what you usually do, extracting some cybernetics. Rock glanced at the cleaner, his expression unwavering. As Rock continued his actions, the scant cybernetics on the cleaner were swiftly extracted. Under the torment of pain and the loss of blood, the cleaner had become delirious. Gazing at the man before him, he felt a profound sense of fear for the first time, uncertain if he would ever regret his past deeds. Soon, the cleaner succumbed to Roche's merciless cruelty, closing his eyes forever. The last image he beheld was Rock extracting a heart from his own body, smiling at him. Enough of this. The gunfire may have drawn attention, and someone might report us to NCND, Jack urged, observing Roche's sadistic torment of the cleaner with a sense of helplessness. Very well. Discarding the heart casually, Rock retrieved the cleaner's installed cybernetic eye. To ensure the cleaner could witness his own dismemberment, Rock thoughtfully left the removal of the eye for last. Having completed the grim task, the duo departed from the cleaner's apartment, bearing the cybernetics destined for their intermediary, the father. Chapter 7. Roche's Clinic. The father, originally named Sebastian Ibarra, was one of the most renowned intermediaries in Night City's Haywood district, with ties to the Valentino gang and a strong rapport with Jack. Many of Jack's commissions originated from the father, and this occasion was no exception. Hey, Jack, I didn't expect you to be so swift. Truly, a dependable mercenary. The father greeted warmly upon their arrival. And you? Long time no see. How have you been? Not bad. I've been preparing to open a cybernetic clinic. The preparations are nearly complete, Jack replied. Congratulations. Establishing your own venture is quite an achievement. Where will the clinic be located? The father inquired. In Japantown. What a pity. If only you were in Haywood, I would certainly recommend those young fellows to patronize your business. Business is abundant everywhere, Jack responded, nodding in agreement. Rocky exchanged pleasantries with the priest. Over the past 2 years, he had accompanied Jack on numerous assignments, fostering a certain familiarity between him and the priest. The priest held a considerable admiration for the young man, Rocky. After a brief conversation, they handed over the retrieved prosthetic to the priest, and both received their due remuneration for the assignment. Rocky received 2,000 euros, primarily due to the fact that he took away the other prosthetics. With the bulk of the reward resting with Jack, Rocky mounted his motorcycle and traversed the nocturnal streets of Night City, intending to return home for a well-deserved rest. At that moment, an email arrived in his system. Dear Mr. L, the renovations for your establishment on Japan Street have been completed as per your request. Please proceed with the inspection at your earliest convenience. We welcome your continued patronage of the Night Group's renovation team. Oh, it's already been completed so swiftly. Perfect timing to install the necessary modules and further explore the production of stimulants. Upon receiving the news that his clinic had been refurbished, Rocky, still at the municipal center, swiftly turned his bike and accelerated towards Japan Street. The streets of Night City were relatively sparse at this late hour, and with the throttle fully engaged, Rocky soon arrived at his clinic. Rocky's new clinic is situated opposite the Turb Zero restaurant, located on the ground floor of the super skyscraper H8 on Japan Street. This very restaurant serves as a favored locale for the main squad from Edge runners, who frequently visit to celebrate after completing their missions. Lucy's residence is conveniently adjacent to it. The clinic boasts a spacious entrance, offering a splendid view of the nightscape, which brings great satisfaction to Rocky. He is finally free from the sight of the untidy alleys he had to endure daily after work. The decision to establish his clinic on Japan Street was not made lightly. Primarily, it was to distance himself from Old Way. He certainly did not wish to replicate Old Way's clinic in Little Chinatown. The proximity of Japan Street to the Kabukicho district and his apartment in Watson is relatively close. Yet Japan Street is decidedly more vibrant. This area not only thrives with gang activity, but also attracts many freelance mercenaries from Night City due to its advanced entertainment industry. Rocky aims to cater to these individuals. While Haywood has the familiar Valentino gang, Japan Street possesses an allure that is uniquely its own. Who wouldn't want to stroll a short distance after work to explore the vibrant streets or relax in the high-rise rooftop lounge? Thus, Rocky ultimately chose Japan Street for his clinic. Upon arriving at the clinic's entrance, he authenticated his access and opened the door. The pristine decor inside, complete with surgical tables, storage cabinets, freezers, workstations, and a specially prepared boxing training area, made his heart race with excitement. Ah, my own clinic. What a delightful sensation. Owning a clinic has been Rocky's foremost ambition over the past 2 years, although his objectives have had to shift with the arrival of the system. Witnessing the fruits of his labor fills him with joy. After conducting a simple inspection of the premises and finding everything in order, Rocky began to calibrate and familiarize himself with the equipment. He organized the cybernetic parts he had salvaged from the scavengers and then accessed the modular shop. He downloaded the basic production module integration package for a cost of 10,000 euro. Upon successful installation, 5 distinct cyberpunk-style workbenches materialized in a small room he had designated for private use, influenced by the world adaptive adjustments. These devices bore no resemblance to those in his original world, yet their core functionalities remained intact. Arranging the equipment, Rocky commenced his exploration of the synthesis workstation. He activated the built-in system terminal, which revealed an empty list of available recipes. It seemed there was a rationale behind the low cost. This workstation adhered to a singular synthesis rule, with all original recipes having been removed. However, this might not be entirely negative. As the previous recipes may not have served Rocky well, the ability to use it as a foundation for recipe expansion was already a considerable advantage. Next, Rocky activated the analysis function, a feature included in the integration package. Placing a cybernetic limb on the workstation, the scanner began its analysis. Synthetic lung lobe model. Biotech Type 1 durability. 73 description. A low-end synthetic lung lobe mass-produced by biotech. Implanting it into the human body can enhance stamina recovery speed by 15. As Rocky reviewed the information displayed on the terminal, he pondered its implications. The analyzer's utility lies in its ability to reveal an item's durability and detailed functions. While it offered a slight advantage, it appeared to be of limited assistance. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the alchemy workstation as terminal, only to find yet another absence of recipes. Rocky accessed the mod shop system and downloaded the Titanfall Stimulant Alchemy Table Expansion mod. This time, the download button did not indicate a prerequisite requirement, nor was it grayed out. After spending 9,000 euros, Rocky successfully installed the mod. At this moment, the alchemy table terminal displayed that new recipes were available. Upon opening to view them, he discovered that crafting the stimulant required a combination of 2 secondary semi-finished potions, the recipes for which were also present in the alchemy table system. Fortunately, all the materials needed for the concoction were common items, and even the more complicated compounds were simply additives and ordinary ingredients typically found in mainstream functional beverages and stimulant-type medications, not involving any core proprietary formulations from major companies. Rocky estimated that the production cost of a single dose of stimulant was approximately 50 euros, requiring around 3 minutes to refine a bottle. The market value of one dose, however, was estimated at around 500 euros, and if Rocky managed to distribute it at about 300 euros, he would net a profit of 250 euros. Thus, in an ideal scenario, he could earn 5,000 euros in an hour. Yet, this was merely a theoretical calculation. Firstly, he could not produce stimulants around the clock. The workstation could only process a maximum of 20 bottles at a time and required resetting after each batch. More critically, there was the issue of market access. To avoid detection by companies, he could only distribute through various underground clinics to freelance mercenaries and gang members. Consequently, this small-scale selling combined with the not-so-affordable price would lead to a production efficiency that far exceeded the market output. Thus, Rocky now needed to contemplate how to swiftly sell the stimulants. After considering these factors, he decided not to waste any more time and would wait for the materials to arrive before making further plans. He sent an email to Old Way informing him that the clinic had been renovated, and after tidying up the shop, Rocky returned to his apartment to rest. Chapter 8. The clinic opens the following day. Early in the morning, Rocky called the supplier company, spending 5,000 euros to order the necessary materials for 100 doses of stimulant. He rode his bike to the shop, and shortly after he entered, Old Way followed him inside. Indeed, your place looks significantly better than mine, Old Way remarked as he surveyed the shop. It is comfortable, but the rent here is quite exorbitant. Rocky responded with resignation. Compared to the area of Little Chinatown, the rental prices on Japan Street were indeed significantly higher. Moreover, the location chosen by Rocky was prime, naturally commanding a steep rent. Huh, aren't you just like that? Whether it's rent or dining and entertainment, as long as it brings joy, who cares about the cost? Old Way chuckled at Rocky's complaints. Hey, one must seize the day. In Night City, it ought to be this way. Who knows how long we have to live? One might just meet their end on the streets any day. You understand me, Old Way. Upon arriving in Night City, Rocky adhered to a particular principle, originally devoid of any extraordinary advantages. He managed to make a modest living as a cybernetic doctor, occasionally accepting commissions when necessary. He believed that indulging in the hedonistic pleasures of this world was not a wasted endeavor. After all, his happiness took precedence above all else. Indeed. Old Way nodded in agreement. In times past, he too aspired to be a legendary figure in Night City, yet he has now come to realize that a simple, unremarkable life is what he truly desires. Old Way brought along the cybernetic enhancements he had ordered for Rocky, handing them over, which Rocky organized and recorded into the shop's terminal. Subsequently, Old Way retrieved a cardboard box filled with various beckoning cats and peculiar, aesthetically pleasing trinkets. These are from Misty. She asked me to bring them for your shop, hoping they would bring you good fortune. Gazing at the assortment of ornaments, Rocky graciously accepted Misty's thoughtful gesture. I appreciate her kindness. Please extend my gratitude to Misty. However, what Rocky did not anticipate was Old Way producing yet another box, this one brimming with gleaming trophies. As Old Way meticulously arranged the golden awards upon the countertop, Rocky found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Old Way, what is the purpose of bringing these items? You mentioned yesterday that you wanted to display them in your new clinic, so I brought them along for you. Rocky awkwardly scratched his head, the metallic fingers creating a faint rustling sound against his scalp. I was merely jesting, and besides, I haven't actually defeated you, he remarked. Indeed, he had said this yesterday, but it was merely a light-hearted quip, for those victories belonged solely to Old Way. How could he possibly display them in the shop? However, Old Way held a different perspective. He smiled and shook his head, saying, Yesterday, you were distracted. You possessed the skill to defeat me, of that I am certain. I have nurtured you, Witnessing your transformation from a timid, inexperienced lad into the individual you are today fills me with joy. These trophies hold little sentimental value. There is no harm in displaying them here. Jack, whom I once mentored, bested me, and now you two have graduated from my tutelage. Consider these a gift. Observing Oldway's proud and warm smile, Rocky realized he could not refuse. As Oldway had articulated, he had imparted so much knowledge, and it could be said that everything he had now was a result of Oldway's guidance. Rocky was not a sentimental individual, nor did he wish to utter excessively emotional words. Instead, he silently vowed in his heart to repay Oldway in due time. Thank you, Oldway. Well then, you go ahead with your tasks. I have an appointment to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Do not forget this old man when you achieve success. And remember to come and spar next week. Oldway waved his hand dismissively and turned toward the door. As Oldway's figure grew increasingly distant, Rocky suddenly called out to him. Oldway turned his head in mild confusion. Rocky yearned to convey to him that one day he would ascend to true legendary status, standing atop Night City in the world, honoring the teachings imparted to him. Yet, caught in hesitation, Rocky found himself unable to articulate these thoughts, choosing instead to wait until he had truly achieved it. It was of little consequence. Observing Rocky's hesitant demeanor, Oldway remained unperturbed. If Rocky chose not to speak, it was simply a matter of indifference, and there was no need for further inquiry. He departed. This time, Oldway truly left. Rocky meticulously arranged the trophies left by old Vince on the shelf beside the training equipment in the shop. A pair of golden boxing gloves and several of the largest trophies were placed prominently on the clinic's workbench, ensuring that both he and any incoming customers could easily see them. He positioned a sign reading "Open for Business" at the clinic's entrance and began to await the arrival of patrons. However, an unadvertised underground clinic naturally attracted no visitors. Rocky, unfazed, immersed himself in the study of the distribution of cybernetic clinics in the City of Night. As evening approached, on the very first day of his opening, he found himself still waiting for his first patron. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was quite late, and thus decided to abandon his research. Rocky opened the contact list and dialed Wakako Okada's number. The call was swiftly connected, and on the other end, a gentle voice spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. It's you, L. I must say, this is the first time you've reached out to me directly. Speak your mind. What is it you desire? Wakako Okada is one of the premier intermediaries in the Westbrook area, possessing deep ties with the local gang factions. Rocky had interacted with Jack numerous times while undertaking commissions, naturally exchanging contact information. However, this was his first time proactively reaching out to Wakako. Typically, commissions were initiated by Wakako contacting Jack, who would then get in touch with Rocky. I have opened a cybernetic clinic in Japan Street, but since it is newly established, it lacks a reputation. I thought of reaching out to you for assistance in promoting it, given your significant influence in the area, Rocky explained. As an underground clinic, the lack of notoriety was indeed a pressing issue, prompting Rocky to seek the help of the local power player, Wakako, to introduce some clientele. If he could attract a few customers, it would help build his reputation, making future endeavors much simpler. I see. Let me guess. Your clinic is situated beneath a skyscraper. Wakako chuckled on the other end of the line. Yes, Rocky confirmed. I thought so. Some of the kids informed me that a new clinic had opened beneath the skyscraper. I didn't expect it would be yours. Rest assured, I will encourage them to visit your establishment. I trust your skills and integrity, and I am confident that sending them your way will not tarnish my reputation. Hearing Wakako's commitment, Rocky couldn't help but smile faintly. This effectively alleviated his concerns about attracting clients. Thank you so much. You can be assured that anyone you refer will receive a 10% discount. Very well. I wish you prosperous business. Do remember to stop by for commissions when you have the chance. Absolutely. After ending the call, Rocky continued to await customers. This phone call had been meticulously planned. To succeed in business, one must possess not only skill but also a certain degree of background, especially in an underground operation where conventional promotion is unfeasible. Shortly after his conversation with Wakako, another call came in. It was to inform him that the raw materials he had ordered had arrived. Chapter 9. Customers arrive after transporting the raw materials into the clinic. Rocky could finally commence the preparation of stimulants. He placed the necessary ingredients for 20 doses of the secondary stimulant on the alchemical table. Selecting the formula, he waited for 20 minutes as 20 vials of the primary potion, designed to enhance speed, were successfully concocted. Next, Rocky proceeded to brew 20 doses of a potion primarily aimed at restoring vitality. by placing the two distinct secondary potions into the alchemical table and adding the final fusion materials. He waited another 20 minutes for the completion of 20 doses of the stimulant. After retrieving the containers filled with the stimulant, he placed them on the synthesis workstation. The scanner confirmed that the functions and descriptions matched, indicating no issues. Switching the workstation to synthesis mode, he introduced metal and glass materials. As the workstation operated, 20 vials of the stimulant were synthesized. Taking out the laser engraver, he meticulously marked each vial. Elevated technology manufacturing power stimulant type 1. He carefully transferred the stimulant into syringes, sealing them securely as the vibrant green liquid flowed quietly within the vials. The first batch of stimulants created by Rocky has been successfully prepared. The finished concoction has been properly stored. Rocky was still contemplating how to sell these potions when new visitors arrived at the clinic. Through the monitor installed at the entrance, he observed two guests. The extensive Asian-inspired tattoos adorning their bodies, coupled with the samurai swords they carried, made it evident that they were members of the Tiger Claw gang. Most likely referred by Wacko. Rocky approved their visitor application, and the clinic's door swung open. One of the individuals bore a damaged prosthetic arm, its synthetic skin marred, revealing the metallic framework beneath. The internal mechanisms were similarly compromised, with even the concealed Mantis blades exposed to the air. It appeared that the prosthetic had suffered damage from a high-caliber weapon. Additionally, his right side showed evident injuries, which he attempted to cover with an object. Though it did little to stem the flow of blood, droplets trickling from his fingertips onto the clinic's pristine floor. The other individual appeared much better off, seemingly unscathed, clearly accompanying the injured party. This was, after all, quite reasonable. Few would venture alone to an unfamiliar clandestine clinic while injured, especially those with prosthetics attached to their bodies, who might easily be sold as scavengers by unscrupulous physicians. Hence, it was customary for gang members and freelance mercenaries alike to have trusted cybernetic doctors. If they sought a new practitioner, they would invariably bring along a reliable companion for protection. Directing the injured man to recline on the operating table, Rocky administered a potent hemostatic agent near the wound. Recommended by KO? Rocky inquired. The accompanying individual nodded, responding, yes, he was injured nearby. And KO mentioned this clinic was trustworthy. Observing Rocky's youthful appearance, the member of the Tiger Claw gang harbored doubts about his competence. However, given KO's endorsement, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Moreover, upon entering, he had noticed the trophies displayed on the table, which hinted at Rocky's credentials. He possessed at least some understanding of their significance. He resolved to assess Rocky's skill first. If it proved lacking, he could express his discontent later. After a cursory examination of the injured man's Mantis blade prosthetic arm, Rocky noted that while it was indeed damaged, the impairment was not excessively severe and was entirely reparable. The arm's prosthetic has sustained damage. Would you prefer to repair or replace it? The repair will cost 2,000 euros, and with the surgical fees, the total comes to 4,000 euros. Since you were referred by KO, I can do it for 3,600. Upon hearing Rocky's estimate, the injured man nodded in agreement. The price was reasonable and not exploitative. Additionally, with the discount, it was even cheaper than what he typically paid at his usual clinic by a couple of hundred euros. Let us proceed with that, he affirmed. All right, I shall begin your treatment now. Rocky skillfully disassembled the damaged prosthetic arm from his right hand, placing it aside. He then retrieved a syringe filled with anesthetic to administer a local anesthetic. After extracting the 2 bullets from the wound, he proceeded to disinfect, stop the bleeding, and stitch it up. Through 2 years of diligent study, Rocky had mastered the art of medicine, making such a straightforward surgical procedure a mere formality. In no time, he had treated the patient's wounds, completing the process with a bandage. Next, Rocky approached the workstation, gathering tools and components to repair the prosthetic. A prosthetic doctor is inherently a blend of a surgeon and a technician, often doubling as a tattoo artist. As a competent prosthetic doctor, repairs fell well within Rocky's purview. He removed the synthetic skin from the prosthetic, revealing the mechanical components beneath. Just as he prepared to commence repairs, he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. Almost forgot about that thing, he muttered, tapping his forehead. Repairing the prosthetic would take some time, though not excessively long. He instructed the accompanying attendant to keep an eye on the patient while he took the damaged prosthetic arm into the production equipment room. The individual remaining in the shop watched Rocky enter the room with the prosthetic, puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to start the repairs with the tools already prepared? Was he planning to swap their prosthetic? What is he doing? Does he think we're fools? If he dares to pull any tricks, I'll ensure he learns the consequences of angering the Tiger Claw gang. The person grumbled, but could only wait for Rocky to emerge with the prosthetic. After all, it was merely suspicion. Confronting him now would not be prudent, as he had to maintain some respect for Wacko. Meanwhile, the patient on the operating table assessed his condition. Feeling remarkably well, he remarked, "No way, Wacko said he was trustworthy, and I must admit his skills seem quite impressive, at least far better than my previous doctor." "Really? But good skills don't guarantee honesty. Let's wait and see," came the reply. Inside the room, Rocky remained oblivious to the potential misunderstandings his actions could provoke as he approached the anvil designated for installing the production module. Placing the damaged prosthetic onto it, he added the necessary metal materials and initiated the repair. As the anvil whirred to life, a brand new mantis blade prosthetic soon materialized before him. Wow, this thing works so well. In this era, we're still relying on traditional repairs? Thank goodness for the cyber anvil. One-click repairs are the way to go. The anvil's function was to restore the durability of items. Simply place the item needing repair along with the corresponding raw materials, and the restoration is complete. This is fantastic. With this, I won't need to purchase parts for prosthetic repairs in the future. It's essentially zero cost, though this repair seems a tad too pristine. After the anvil's repairs, the prosthetic appeared as if it had just left the factory, devoid of any signs of wear or scratches on the internal blades. This presented a dilemma under normal circumstances. Such a level of repair was unattainable. Fortunately, the prosthetic was usually covered in synthetic skin, and typically no one would notice the extent of wear inside. Moreover, being newly repaired wasn't necessarily a disadvantage. If discovered, a simple explanation would suffice. After waiting an appropriate amount of time, Rocky exited the room with the prosthetic in hand. Chapter 10. Power Stimulant Type 2. Hey, why did you sneak off with the prosthetic? Were you up to something? Upon seeing Rocky emerge, the Tiger Claw gang member accompanying him couldn't help but interrogate. Generally, few prosthetic doctors in Night City's underground clinics operate with integrity. Maintaining vigilance against unfamiliar doctors is the prudent choice. However, Rocky clearly did not fall into that category, nor did he appreciate being questioned. Casting a glance at the aggressive gang member, Rocky replied coolly, "Firstly, you may question my skills, but you cannot question my character. If it weren't for Wacko, I would have already kicked you out." He added, "If by up to something you mean I completely overhauled the prosthetic, then yes, I did." Having said that, Rocky disregarded him and commenced the installation of the prosthetic. The gang member was taken aback by Rocky's response, and after hearing him, he chose not to press further. Indeed, as Rocky stated, the prosthetic he presented appeared brand new rather than a subpar replacement. The true quality of the prosthetic would only become evident once it was installed. The installation process was relatively straightforward. For a skilled prosthetic doctor, it was as simple as replacing a SIM card in a phone. Before long, Rocky completed the installation. As the prosthetic connected to the personal system, various parameters were read, confirming that it was indeed the original prosthetic without any issues. Everything checks out. This is definitely my prosthetic. But why does it look so new? The Tiger Claw gang member lying on the table inquired. Rocky calmly explained, "My establishment prides itself on honest business practices. I've provided a full maintenance service for your prosthetic free of charge." Upon hearing Rocky's explanation, the customer felt that this transaction was quite worthwhile. Not only was the price reasonable, but the service was also commendable. Rocky then proceeded to implant the synthetic skin onto the prosthetic, repairing any damaged areas. Thus, the entire surgical process was completed impeccably. Observing the pristine prosthetic, the customer expressed immense satisfaction. After receiving the transfer, Rocky bid farewell to the two as they exited the shop. "Remember to bring more people if you're satisfied. I guarantee the prices are fair and the service attentive," Rocky called out, not forgetting to solicit their help in spreading the word. After all, underground clinics have no means of publicizing their services. Relying on customers and local connections is the most effective way to build a clientele. With a sigh of relief, Rocky finally opened for business. After seeing the two off, the shop returned to silence, and Rocky ventured back into the production area, holding a vial of the concocted stimulant. He pondered how to market it and at what price. According to its value, such a potent stimulant should be priced above 500 euros. While selling it to black clinics for over 300 euros would be an ideal scenario. However, upon further reflection, Rocky realized his primary clientele consisted of mercenaries and gang members. The first type of stimulant had impressive effects, but the description explicitly stated that it could harm individuals with lower physical resilience. Currently, Rocky had only experimented on himself, and excluding the prosthetic, his physical strength surpassed that of over 90% of gang members and free mercenaries. The stimulant would not affect him. But the same could not be said for others. Moreover, these individuals engaged in combat primarily for financial gain. It would not be realistic for them to spend exorbitant amounts on consumables for each encounter. They would likely only purchase a small quantity for emergencies, significantly impacting sales. Yet, simply lowering the price would render it unreasonable, potentially causing a substantial upheaval in the pharmaceutical market. It was likely that pharmaceutical companies would go to great lengths to eliminate him. If only I could slightly reduce the potency of the stimulant, that would be perfect. In a moment of contemplation, Rocky resolved to conduct an experiment, for after all, stimulants are concocted from two secondary potions blended in a specific ratio, augmented by fusion materials. The alchemical platform S formula is merely a fixed preset. It is not devoid of the possibility for customization. Perhaps he could synthesize potions with varying effects. If successful, it could not only penetrate the market judiciously, but also ensure that the finest technical drugs remained firmly in his grasp, preventing all aces from being laid bare to the market. Thus, Rocky embarked on experimenting with different formulations of the stimulant. Fortunately, he had a sufficient supply of materials. Along with the assistance of a workstation analyzer, the ineffective stimulant, once injected, imparted an illusion of speed to the user, yet yielded no tangible results. The contaminated potion, if ingested, would regrettably lead to diarrhea, with injection highly discouraged. The grotesque stimulant, born from a perverse concoction, produced a peculiar elixir that, when infused into the body, would dramatically enhance mobility 80 for a short duration, yet induce a state of excessive excitement, rendering the user incapable of halting their physical motion, while simultaneously suppressing bodily self-repair. Repeated usage could lead to multi-organ failure. As he observed the results generated by the workstation S analysis interface, the outcome of his numerous experiments yielded nothing but useless concoctions. Rocky exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth is this? All of these are worthless." Well, this one is somewhat useful. I ought to note the formula. Having recorded the formula for the grotesque stimulant, Rocky pressed on with further experimentation. Yet, the majority yielded naught but ineffectual results. However, perseverance bore fruit. Through a series of trial and error, Rocky ultimately discovered a suitable formulation. The weakened stimulant, produced after adjustments to the formula, sacrificed self-repair capabilities in exchange for an extended duration and a reduced pharmacological burden. Following injection, it enhanced the user's movement speed, 35, for a duration of 60 seconds. Indeed, a lower entry threshold coupled with a longer duration. Along with a commendable speed enhancement, this is exceedingly practical. With Rocky S adjustments, the cost of this weakened stimulant has now been reduced to €30. The Rocky plan aims to distribute to various clandestine clinics at a price of €150, anticipating that the eventual market price will hover around €200. In this scenario, it becomes justifiable for mercenaries to utilize a dose for each battle, as even bullets incur costs. One must invest to reap profits. Having finalized the formula, Rocky used the remaining materials to produce 100 bottles of a diluted stimulant, each meticulously labeled. Manufactured by Ascend Technology, this is the Power Stimulant Type 2. After properly storing the concoction, he switched the sign at the entrance to indicate a break and rode his bicycle back to the apartment for some much-needed rest. That night, Rocky enjoyed a particularly peaceful slumber. The first day of business yielded considerable gains. Although only one customer visited, it was a promising start. Moreover, the stimulant initiative successfully progressed to its second phase, preparing to venture into the market. Early the next morning, Rocky chose not to open his business prematurely. Instead, he decided to distribute the potions discreetly. Establishing covert partnerships with the illicit clinics was far from a simple task. After preparing 30 vials of the potion, he divided them into 10 packages. Cloaked in a hooded sweatshirt and a mask, Rocky set out, knowing that while his ocular implant could shield his face from surveillance, it could not prevent the gaze of others. Thus, the mask proved to be quite effective. Riding his motorcycle, Rocky commenced the distribution of his goods throughout the night city. Chapter 11. The first batch of orders as the 10 bags containing the Type 2 stimulants were placed at strategic, concealed locations near the target clinics. The cybernetic surgeons of these establishments simultaneously received an email signed by Ascension Technologies. Collaboration invitation from Ascension Technologies sender, Ascension Technologies recipient. Greetings, this is Ascension Technologies. As an emerging pharmaceutical technology company, we aim to market our latest products in Night City and cordially invite you to become our sales agent. Samples of our product have been placed near your clinic and we eagerly await your experience and feedback. Should you wish to order further supplies, please reply to this email with your order. Attachment: Type 2 Stimulant Product Manual in Watson District, within a clandestine clinic in the industrial sector of the northern city. A cybernetic surgeon scoffed at the email on his screen. Huh? Ascension Technologies? Where did that come from? Does a legitimate company need to seek out underground clinics to sell its products? What good is a polished invitation when it's so shrouded in secrecy? In his view, if this were a reputable company, they would not require collaboration with such underground establishments. They could easily sell through legitimate market channels. Even if they sought to expand into the underground market, they would not operate so covertly. Direct meetings would suffice. Thus, he dismissed Ascension Technologies as merely another obscure underground workshop in Night City, likely relying on pilfered formulas or subpar pharmacists to concoct their potions. Or perhaps they were a smuggling outfit attempting to offload illicit products. Despite his disdain for their shameless pitch, his curiosity compelled him to open the attachment containing the product details. After all, regardless of who or what Ascension Technologies truly was, the essence remained. Someone was eager to invite him to profit. Product name: Type 2 Stimulant developed by Ascension Technologies. This combat stimulant enhances the user's movement speed by 35 upon injection, taking effect immediately. The user enters an exhilarated state, with heightened cognitive response lasting 60 seconds, posing no harm and having no side effects. Sample image. Ordering price: €150 per dose. Upon reading the product description, the cybernetic surgeon pondered. If the efficacy was indeed as stated, the price of €150 per dose seemed entirely marketable. Most of his clientele consisted of freelance mercenaries and gang members, individuals willing to spend generously to enhance their capabilities. Even the immune suppressants they regularly purchased were quite costly. If they could achieve a significant boost on the battlefield for a little over €200, many would likely be willing to pay. I suppose I should check the samples first. Determined to verify the product's authenticity, the surgeon sought out the designated drop-off point for the stimulant samples. He retrieved a paper bag containing 3 vials of the stimulant. Gazing at the verdant liquid within the syringes, he mused that perhaps it was concocted by some underground chemist. With the stimulants in hand, the surgeon traversed the clinic's surgical area and opened a door leading deeper within the establishment. Entering the basement, he discovered a spacious room filled with an assortment of instruments and storage lockers typical for a cybernetic surgeon. In one corner of the basement was an operating table, upon which lay a partially disassembled corpse. Additionally, a living man, seemingly unconscious, was bound within the room, his body devoid of any cybernetic modifications, resembling a hapless gang member. Approaching the bound man, the surgeon injected him with an unknown substance, and the unconscious figure gradually awakened. Fear washed over the man as he beheld the cybernetic surgeon standing before him. "Who are you? What do you want? Let me go." Panic surged through him as he caught sight of the corpse on the operating table, realization dawning upon him regarding his dire predicament. Regret and remorse flooded his mind. He cursed himself for getting intoxicated at the bar, now ensnared by the cleaners, with a grim fate awaiting him. "Please, don't kill me. I can pay you. I beg you, spare me." The man, feeling the restraints on his limbs, pleaded frantically. Yet, the surgeon remained silent, a dry laugh escaping his throat. Producing a vial of the green liquid, the surgeon gripped the man's hair, exposing his neck. He swiftly injected the substance into the man's body. The man felt the foreign material surge through him, his mind igniting with exhilaration, an instinctive urge to move overwhelming him. Before he could comprehend his impending fate, the cybernetic surgeon suddenly severed the ropes binding him. As the restraints fell away, the man, now filled with terror at the surgeon's ghastly grin, instinctively shoved the surgeon aside and bolted for the exit. Desperate to escape, he stumbled, his legs momentarily numb, causing him to fall against the corpse on the operating table. Ignoring the unsettling sensation of the cold, damp flesh beneath his hand, he continued to flee, propelled by sheer survival instinct, neglecting the peculiar state of his legs. Fueled by the stimulant and a primal desire to survive, the man exhibited astonishing speed. However, he was utterly lost in the labyrinthine basement, darting about like a headless fly. After an arduous search, he finally found a door, only to discover it was locked, compelling him to keep running. As he circumnavigated the basement, he realized every exit was sealed, and his signal was jammed. Calling for help was futile. Despair enveloped him as he leaned against the door. Hearing the methodical approach of the cybernetic surgeon behind him, fully aware that death was imminent. "Damn it, I'll take you down with me." Fueled by rage, he stood, determined to find a weapon and drag that monster down with him. Just then, the door behind him swung open, and he turned, momentarily buoyed by hope, believing escape was within reach. Yet, what greeted him was a more terrifying despair. A group of cleaners entered, armed and dragging a corpse behind them, locking eyes with him. The leader of the cleaners, astonished to find his previous captive alive and well, was momentarily taken aback. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man's head was pierced. His expression frozen in fear as he collapsed. How did this guy wake up and escape? The gunman holstered his pistol, directing the scavengers behind him to swiftly dispose of the corpse to prevent any damage to the organs. I was the one who released him. To test the efficacy of the new drug, the cybernetic doctor elucidated. Upon hearing his explanation, the scavengers remained indifferent. After all, as long as the individual did not escape, it mattered little whether he was dead or alive. The cybernetic doctor cast a glance at the man's lifeless body and nodded. It seemed the stimulant's effects were indeed promising, making a potential trade with them feasible. Ascension Technologies, quite intriguing. After leaving the basement and returning to the clinic, the cybernetic doctor began drafting an email to send to Ascension Technologies. This scene was mirrored in numerous underground clinics throughout Night City, where many cybernetic doctors employed their own methods to verify the authenticity of the drug. Chapter 12. Man Squad, Japanese Street. Rocky's clinic. Rocky sat before his computer, gazing at several incoming emails, unable to suppress a smile that crept across his lips. After a morning filled with anticipation, 3 prosthetic clinics that had received samples from Rocky completed their drug tests and submitted order requests. He was confident that it would not be long before he established collaborations with most of the prosthetic clinics in Night City. After placing another order for raw materials with his remaining savings, Rocky hastened the production of the stimulants. The following day, in an underground clinic in the Northern Industrial District, the newly opened prosthetic surgeon, Sydney, received a visitor request. Who could it be, arriving so early without an appointment? With a hint of curiosity, Sydney opened the clinic's door to find a young man clad in a black jacket standing before him. What brings you here? Sydney inquired, scrutinizing the unfamiliar face. Sensing the visitor's intentions, the man did not answer Sydney's question directly. Instead, he asked, "Are you Sydney?" "I am." Sydney nodded in acknowledgement. "Someone asked me to deliver this to you, and you are to pay for 500 euros. Upon hearing Sydney's affirmative response, the man produced a bag and placed it before Sydney. The contents confirmed Sydney's suspicions. Inside lay dozens of green vials of the stimulant. "Who sent you?" Sydney asked, curiosity piqued. "I'm merely responsible for the delivery. I know nothing else." "Pay up," the man replied. Sydney anticipated such a response. The visitor's attire indicated he was a mercenary from Night City. They were merely hired hands, often unaware of their employer's identity. To glean any information, one would likely need to consult their intermediary. However, mercenaries were notoriously tight-lipped about their intermediaries, and it was evident that the so-called Ascendant Tech wished to remain concealed. Sydney had no intention of being cunning regarding the payment. He promptly transferred the funds to the man's account, since the mercenary was already dispatched for the delivery and collection. Sydney certainly did not wish to experience the collection methods employed by Night City mercenaries, which he was well aware of. Once the payment was confirmed, the man wasted no time and departed, hurrying to his next delivery. This man was none other than Rocky. After a day of anticipation, Rocky had received orders from 7 clinics, each requesting approximately 20 to 30 vials of the stimulant to test its effects. Having completed the production of the stimulants, Rocky opted to make the deliveries himself that day. Initially, he considered commissioning someone else for the task, but he realized he had no trustworthy contacts to rely upon. Although Jack was a viable option, Rocky preferred not to trouble him with such straightforward matters. Utilizing intermediaries to place commissions was certainly a sound strategy. Yet it was clear that these intermediaries were not to be trusted. If companies decided to investigate and trace back to the intermediaries, Rocky's secret would undoubtedly be ruthlessly exposed. Relying on them to keep his secrets from larger corporations was utterly unrealistic. Reluctantly, Rocky decided to handle the deliveries himself, leveraging his identity as a freelance mercenary in Night City. With a bit of disguise, it would be nearly impossible for the companies to connect him with the manufacturer behind the scenes. The clinics that had placed orders were scattered throughout Night City, and Rocky spent considerable time ensuring all deliveries were made. Fortunately, he encountered no obstacles in collecting payments, though he lamented that his adeptness in debt collection could not be put to use. It was only by midday that Rocky returned to his clinic, and upon viewing his nearly 30,000 euros in savings, he was overjoyed. In such a short span, he had nearly recouped his costs, and he was optimistic that it would not be long before he could install additional modules. After Rocky placed another order for raw materials with the supplier, he commenced the operations of the clinic for the day. As the day progressed, the number of patrons at the clinic gradually increased. Under the attentive care of Wakako, coupled with the acknowledgement of Rocky's skill by the customers, the clinic slowly began to garner a reputation on the streets of Japan. Time flew by, and it had been 3 days since Rocky's inaugural opening. Aside from the initial surge of orders, Rocky has received a few additional orders from various clinics. Though they remain modest in number, it appears that the arrival of the second batch of orders is still some time away. Likely because those clinics that initially marketed the newly released stimulants have not yet managed to sell them rapidly. The streets of Japan at night are bustling with liveliness, particularly in front of the Turb Zero restaurant, where numerous street vendors take advantage of the open space to sell beverages and food. Several vehicles are parked closely together in the area, surrounded by a lively crowd indulging in revelry while consuming drinks. Most of these individuals are freelancers from the Night City, often referred to as cyberpunks. Among them is Man's Squad, a group of edge runners who have just completed a mission and are gathered here to celebrate. The robust Man and Dorio are perched on the steps, engaged in a casual conversation, while the agile Pira and Falco mingle within the crowd, cheering for the performers. Meanwhile, the hacker Kiwi is drinking alone, and the other hacker, Lucy, is notably absent, possibly due to her non-participation in this mission. Rebecca, the cyber loli of the squad, stands aside sipping her drink, observing the jubilant throng. Hey, what has happened to that shop? Rebecca seems uninterested in the performance and shifts her gaze to a shop across the street, which appears different from her previous visit. Typically, this shop would have closed by this hour, yet it is still displaying an open sign. Pira, what is that? Rebecca calls her brother Pira over, pointing her petite finger at the shop. What do I know? It doesn't even have a sign. Maybe it sells something absurd, Pira replies with a teasing tone, his long, dexterous mechanical fingers animatedly gesturing as he speaks. Get lost. Annoyed by her brother's antics, Rebecca retaliates by giving Pira the middle finger and kicking him away with her chubby little leg. At that moment, Kiwi, who had been drinking nearby, is drawn to their playful scuffle and glances at the direction Rebecca was pointing. The cybernetic eye installed in Kiwi flashes with streams of data, quickly retrieving information about the shop. It turns out to be a cybernetic clinic that opened 3 days prior. With ease, Kiwi uncovers the relevant details, a task trivial for an experienced hacker. Upon hearing Kiwi's words, Man, who was previously engrossed in conversation with Dorio, suddenly looks up. Chapter 13. Man and Rebecca evidently intrigued by the cybernetic clinic. Man stands up and gazes in its direction. Is there more information? He inquires of Kiwi. There isn't much. Most customers seem to be from the Tiger Claw gang, and it appears to have a decent reputation, Kiwi replies. I'll go take a look. Man nods and proceeds toward the clinic. He has harbored an obsession with becoming stronger, bordering on the pathological, and is currently contemplating the installation of cybernetics. However, his recent suppliers have not offered any satisfactory enhancements. Man decides to investigate this newly opened clinic. Perhaps it holds what he seeks. And it can't hurt to take a look. I want to go too. Rebecca raises her small hand, indicating her desire to join. Kiwi, however, expresses disinterest. You two can go ahead, she states before turning back to continue her drinking. Dorio, initially inclined to accompany Man, hesitates upon noticing Rebecca's intention to join, deciding against it. 2 individuals will suffice, and they can provide immediate support if needed. Man and Rebecca walk side by side toward Rocky's clinic. Upon their arrival, the clinic door swings open, revealing a man emerging with several cybernetic implants. The man glances at his left hand, flexing it in the air, clearly satisfied with his new grip prosthetic. Suddenly, a heavy hand rests on his shoulder. Feeling the weight, the man looks up at the imposing figure of a tall, muscular man wearing sunglasses. What do you want? The man responds, slightly irked but not overtly confrontational. As a fellow cyberpunk in Night City, he is not intimidated by this larger stranger. Yet he sees no reason to escalate the situation, especially since he is not a cybermaniac. Noticing the man's displeasure, Man remains unfazed. Lowering his sunglasses slightly to reveal his eyes, smiling as he asks, no need to be tense, I just wanted to inquire about this cybernetic clinic. Relieved that Man is not seeking trouble, the man relaxes. It's decent. I was referred here by a woman named Waka. If you're cyberpunks, you should know her. The clinic is quite good, though their cybernetics are pricier than those at other back alley clinics. However, their installation skills and medical expertise are top-notch on Japan Street. I've heard their repair skills are also impressive, but I haven't experienced it myself. Thanks, Man acknowledges with a nod. Given that the clinic has garnered such a reputation in just 3 days, It undoubtedly possesses a certain level of quality. With this thought, man presses the visitor request button for the clinic. Inside, Rocky, who has just finished a cybernetic installation, is still tidying up when he receives the visitor request. Could it be that the previous customer was dissatisfied? He wonders, but upon checking the surveillance footage, he is surprised to find that it is Man who has arrived. Though he anticipated that opening the shop in this location would likely attract Man and his companions, he did not expect their visit to come so swiftly. As Rocky hastily tidied up the remnants of the surgery, he approved Man's visitor application. The clinic door swung open, and Man, accompanied by Rebecca, entered the establishment. "Welcome," he greeted. Rocky turned his gaze towards Man, only to discover that Rebecca stood beside him. The surveillance footage had been predominantly occupied by Man's imposing figure, leaving the petite Rebecca entirely obscured on the opposite side, leading Rocky to initially believe that only Man had arrived. The cybernetic young girl, with her pale green hair styled in twin ponytails, presented a striking contrast to the towering dark-skinned man beside her. Beneath her oversized black jacket, she wore nothing but black lingerie. Her crimson eye and pink tattoos miraculously did not detract from her inherent cuteness as a young girl. Instead, they harmoniously blended her charm with a cyber aesthetic. Observing the small girl at the doorway, Rocky felt his heart rate subtly quicken. Rocky had lived in the cyberpunk world for over 2 years and had naturally encountered numerous beauties within this realm. He had indulged in experiences within the virtual dreamscape and even sought companionship. However, he had yet to meet anyone who could evoke such feelings within him. Perhaps the aesthetic of the cyberpunk universe was indeed incompatible with his own sensibilities. In any case, when the beloved Rebecca truly stood before him, the mysterious system that had long slumbered within him seemed to awaken at last. As thoughts surged through Rocky's mind, they did not interfere with his actions. "What do you need?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards Man, the leader. Man, surveying the interior of the shop, replied, "Let me see what cybernetics you have available. Please hold on." Swiftly tidying the surgical environment, Rocky gestured for Man to take a seat in the operating chair. "Connect your personal device. The system will analyze the available cybernetics in the shop and present them for your selection." Man accepted the connector Rocky offered and plugged it into the interface behind his ear, beginning to browse the clinic's inventory on the display screen of the surgical table. Meanwhile, Rocky also began examining Man's bodily data: bullet launcher, gorilla arms, leg prosthetics, subdermal armor. Rocky gazed at the cybernetic prosthetics embedded within Man's body, a frown creasing his brow. As a cybernetic physician, Rocky possessed an intimate understanding of the extent to which an average individual could integrate prosthetics, as well as a profound awareness of the human body's limits and the terrifying nature of cyberpsychosis. This knowledge elucidated why, up until now, he had only equipped himself with a cybernetic arm out of necessity upon his arrival, and had opted solely for a cybernetic eye in his right socket. Rocky did not consider himself to be extraordinary like David, nor did he perceive himself as particularly gifted. Consequently, he was reluctant to enhance himself through the installation of numerous cybernetic augmentations. Instead, he chose to follow old way and train in boxing to build his strength. Now, as he observed the cybernetic implants on Man, although their quantity paled in comparison to the likes of the modification fanatic Atom Heavy or the cybernetic lunatic V, and even fell short of the future David, they still represented a formidable array within the cyberpunk circles of Night City. In Rocky's understanding, individuals who installed implants to such an extent often ultimately descended into cyber madness. Man was already at his limit, without downgrading his augmentations. It was merely a matter of time before he succumbed to insanity. Furthermore, continuing to install additional implants would only hasten this grim fate, leaving no possibility of return. As Rocky pondered these thoughts, Man had completed his review of the augmentation inventory. "The implants here are too weak. Do you not have anything better?" After surveying the stock at Rocky's clinic, it was evident that Man felt somewhat dissatisfied. "These are all there are. There are no better options." Seeing Man's discontent with the augmentations available at his clinic, Rocky felt a sense of helplessness. The cybernetic enhancements at the Rocky clinic are sourced from old way suppliers, which naturally do not possess the sophistication of those from other illicit clinics. After all, the likelihood of high-performance cyberware emerging from the remains of cyber psychopaths is significantly greater than its occurrence in legitimate markets. Furthermore, since the procurement costs for these enhancements are borne by Old Way, Rocky would not be inclined to invest in expensive, high-end augmentations that cater to only a select few. Nonetheless, the augmentations available at Rocky are more than adequate to satisfy the vast majority of cyberpunks and gang members. It can only be said that man's expectations are rather elevated. However, this is not necessarily detrimental for Rocky. If man were genuinely interested in a particular enhancement, Rocky would find himself at a loss on how to dissuade him. Should he find the enhancements in the clinic unsatisfactory, he is welcome to bring his own for installation. Additionally, he could avail himself of medical services, augmentation upgrades, and repair services at our establishment. Alternatively, he could procure common medications, such as immunosuppressants, which are also viable options. Although sales of enhancements may not materialize, this is not the sole service offered by the Rocky Clinic. Man nodded. Considering that if the skills of the cybernetic physician before him prove commendable, he might seek them out for future installation of new enhancements. I shall return for future installations. And if you have suitable and powerful augmentations, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall gladly accept anything that meets my needs. Man stated as he rose from the surgical chair. Despite not having undergone any procedures at this clinic yet, man found the atmosphere quite agreeable. The premises were immaculately maintained, appearing far more reliable than other underground augmentation clinics. Very well, I have sent a request to add you to my contacts. Feel free to reach out whenever you require assistance. Rocky readily agreed to man's request to connect. Although he longed to caution man against further installations, he ultimately refrained from doing so. After all, if even Dario and David could not persuade man, a mere ordinary cybernetic physician's words would likely provoke his ire. The request to connect was approved, and man's contact now resided in Rocky's communication system. Just then, Rocky felt a gentle tap on his left hand. Turning with curiosity, he saw Rebecca standing beside him. Hey, at the very least, you could ask what I would like. I've been standing here for quite some time. Oh, my apologies. I assumed you were merely accompanying Mr. Man. Do you also wish to have an augmentation? Rocky initially believed that Rebecca was merely accompanying man to oversee the cybernetic doctor. He did not anticipate that she harbored aspirations of augmenting her own body. In Rocky's recollection, Rebecca appeared to have only undergone the installation of a cybernetic eye and decorative cybernetic lines. At this juncture, it seemed unlikely that she had intentions of acquiring a gorilla arm. I am not here to install a prosthetic. I wish to update the program of my cybernetic eye, Rebecca stated, gesturing towards her eye with her finger. As one of the most prevalent implants, cybernetic eyes can host a multitude of visual enhancement programs and powerful scanners, which evolve and improve with each iteration. Numerous lower-tier cybernetic eyes exhibit commendable compatibility with updated programs, prompting most individuals to routinely refresh their ocular enhancements. Rebecca removed her oversized coat and reclined onto the surgical chair. Rocky thoughtfully readjusted the surgical chair, which had just been modified to accommodate man's dimensions, returning it to its normal form so that Rebecca could lie down comfortably. He connected the surgical terminal to Rebecca's system and began to retrieve data from her prosthetic eye, analyzing it to determine compatible software. After selecting the latest version of the update, he compiled a list of all compatible and useful extensions for installation. The update items appeared on the screen. After verifying there were no issues, he proceeded. The vision might momentarily fade, but it would soon return. Rocky presented the update items to Rebecca, and upon receiving her affirmative response, he restarted her prosthetic eye, initiating the update process. The procedure was not complex, and soon the prosthetic eye completed its reboot. With the successful launch of the eye and after completing the resolution adjustments, Rebecca's vision became clearer than ever before. Simultaneously, the performance of the analyzer improved significantly. Feeling much better, she thanked him. Rebecca disconnected the interface from behind her ear and leaped off the surgical chair. Meanwhile, man, observing Rocky's successful completion of the task, pointed to a shelf within the store and inquired, "What is that?" Rocky gazed in the direction pointed out by man, where dozens of green vials were neatly arranged on the shelf. These were recently acquired combat stimulants, capable of enhancing one's movement speed by 1/3 within a mere 60 seconds post-injection. Priced at €230 each. Would you be interested? The shelf man indicated naturally displayed Type 2 stimulants. It was entirely reasonable for Rocky's underground clinic to offer such enhancements, especially since the profit margin per vial was substantial. Is that so? Man raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the elixir. These have been tested, and the efficacy is assured, with no side effects, Rocky asserted confidently. Then please fetch me 10 vials, along with a month's supply of immunosuppressants. For someone of man's caliber in the cyberpunk realm, this sum was trifling. If these stimulants proved effective, they would undoubtedly facilitate the completion of his tasks. Very well. Rocky bundled the performance-enhancing drugs and immunosuppressants and handed them to Man. With the transfer from Man and Rebecca received, this transaction was deemed a resounding success. Before their departure, Rocky sent a contact request to Rebecca, who gladly accepted it. After all, who would decline a dependable cybernetic physician? At Old Way's clinic, the sound of clinking cans resonated as Old Way and Rocky tilted their heads back, downing their energy drinks. Old Way casually crumpled the empty can and tossed it aside, inquiring, "How has the past week been? Is business doing well?" "Quite well, actually. I've gained considerable notoriety over in Japan Street, and Waka has been immensely helpful," Rocky replied, mimicking Old Way by discarding his can and wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck. It had been a week since Rocky's clinic opened. Throughout this week, aside from the initial delivery of stimulants, Rocky had remained at his clinic conducting business, even turning down Jack's commission. With his encounter with Man and Rebecca merely a fleeting interlude, today marked the day Rocky had arranged to spar with Old Way, and he had deliberately concluded his operations early to join him for boxing. Chapter 15. Rocky's confession upon learning that Rocky was faring well in Japan Street. Old Way nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "In our line of work, it often begins with challenges. Having friends who can lend a hand makes it significantly easier. However, the crux lies in one's own skills. Without that, it is all mere talk." Rocky picked up a bottle of energy drink, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down to alleviate the fatigue brought on by the recent intense confrontation. "Ah, refreshing," he exclaimed with satisfaction. He continued, "I can't tell if you're praising me or yourself." "Well, let us consider it both. Isn't it commendable to have produced an exceptional cybernetic surgeon?" Rocky nodded, acknowledging Lao Wei's perspective. The two sat together, conversing about various matters concerning Night City, ranging from clinics to boxing matches, companies, and the cyberpunks, eventually returning to the topic of cybernetic clinics. "By the way, it seems that many clinics have recently begun selling a certain stimulant. Have you heard about it?" Lao Wei's inquiry raised Rocky's eyebrows. At the time, Rocky had chosen a target clinic that did not include Lao Wei, not out of fear of revealing his secrets. If one were to consider who in Night City was most trustworthy, it would undoubtedly be Lao Wei and Jack. Luochi would rather trust that his own bull would betray him than believe that Old Wei would sell him out. Rocky had yet to devise a suitable way to elucidate everything to Old Wei, having spent 2 years in each other's company. It could be said that Old Wei knew Rocky quite well. The origins of these matters were undoubtedly not easy to clarify. However, Rocky understood that honesty was inevitable. He could not conceal the truth from Old Wei indefinitely, nor did he wish to relinquish Old Wei's talents. Rather than waiting for the situation to escalate, leading to an ever-growing pile of unexplainable circumstances, it would be wiser to lay everything bare now. This would also serve as a foundation for enlisting Old Wei's assistance in the future. After a moment of hesitation, Rocky finally spoke. "Are you referring to the Ascension Technology S-Type 2 power stimulant?" "Yes, you are aware of that substance?" "I've tried to investigate, but I could find no trace of their supply channels," Old Wei replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I do know about it. My clinic sells it as well. As for the supply channels, to be frank, I am actually the one producing it." Rocky's unassuming words delivered a profound shock to Old Wei. For a moment, Old Wei was taken aback, his beverage can hovering near his lips, pausing for an extended moment before he set it down. "Are you certain you are not jesting? I have never taught you such things. I purchased 2 of these and conducted some research. The ingredients appeared unremarkable, akin to the plethora of functional drinks flooding the market. Logically, it should not possess such efficacy. Curiously, it does indeed function as a stimulant, enhancing the user's speed. If this contraption is truly of your making, I am quite intrigued as to how you achieve this." As Old Wei articulated, the raw materials for stimulants are indeed commonplace. Their effectiveness relies entirely on the unique components formed through the alchemical apparatus, which Old Wei, having merely conducted a cursory examination, could not discern. It can be asserted that apart from the alchemical apparatus in Rocky's possession, it is impossible to produce it through any alternative means. To manufacture it independently of the apparatus, one must install the technology expansion for stimulant modules. Only then can a stimulant genuinely embody a complete set of rules, transforming into an original product of the cyberpunk realm. However, the materials and costs involved in such production would differ significantly at that point. Given the current stage, Rocky has no pressing need to pursue such endeavors. "I'm not jesting." Rocky shook his head, pausing briefly before continuing. "Old Wei, I suppose I have yet to share with you the events preceding my arrival in Night City. No, you have never voluntarily mentioned it over the past 2 years, and I had no intention of prying." After all, everyone possesses their own past, which I can understand. This marked the first occasion on which Rocky broached the subject of his origins. Even though Old Way respected Rocky and managed to contain his curiosity, he could not help but prepare himself to listen intently to Rocky's narrative. Rocky gazed ahead, his eyes slightly unfocused, as if lost in reminiscence. Before arriving in Night City, I resided in a place far removed from here, not in this country. That society was not as decayed as it is now. Its people remained untainted by the murky world, brimming with positivity and vigor. They harbored aspirations to transform a world dominated and oppressed by corporations, tirelessly striving towards that goal. Regrettably, they were unable to succeed, leaving me as the sole bearer of their hopes upon my arrival here. The upheaval came swiftly. Upon my arrival in Night City, half dead, I understood that I could never return. I alone could fulfill their ideals in this world. Not long ago, I received their legacy, an accumulation of their thoughts over countless years. Filled with the potential to change this world, I am determined to utilize these gifts to enact that change. It is a task I must undertake. To be frank, Rocky's words were imbued with genuine emotion, devoid of any deceit. However, the perspectives of the listeners varied, leading to divergent interpretations. For Old Way, it evoked thoughts of Rocky's homeland, where a group of individuals strove to alter the world, only to be extinguished by certain forces, be they corporations or war. Only Rocky escaped to Night City, carrying with him the fruits of their wisdom to fulfill their unaccomplished aspirations. For Rocky, however, this narrative mirrored his own journey of traversing realms and acquiring abilities. Having played Cyberpunk 2077 or watched Edgerunners, who among us does not yearn to change the decaying world of Cyberpunk? Who does not desire to alter the tragic endings of those tales? Yet, Rocky has crossed over and possesses the means to realize such changes. The modules within the system are derived from various games and films of his past life. It is not an exaggeration to call them the crystallization of their thoughts. As for the origins of these technologies, Rocky could only express himself thus. He wished not to deceive Old Way, yet revealing his most profound secrets was impossible, leaving him to rely on this approach. Old Way's thoughts swirled within him as he placed a hand on Rocky's shoulder and gave it a gentle pat. I apologize for stirring up painful memories. It's nothing. The past is behind us. In truth, I find satisfaction in my current life. I have made new friends and am gradually acclimating to this place. Rocky spoke in a relaxed tone, acknowledging that although his journey to Night City had transformed his life, it was not necessarily a negative turn of events. He had gradually grown fond of this place, especially after the emergence of the Golden Finger. Chapter 16. Meeting at the bar. What are your plans moving forward? Could these technologies pose any danger to you? Old V's face revealed a hint of concern. Perhaps, Rocky replied, which is why I've chosen to remain hidden for now. As for my plans, I'll take it one step at a time. For the moment, I'll rely on the potions to earn some money. Only with capital can I challenge those major corporations. Are you certain you've thought this through? The companies are deeply entrenched. Sprouting roots under their control is no simple task. A single person's abilities are ultimately limited, and you might very well endanger your life. The corporations wield immense power, casting a shadow that looms over humanity. Even a legend like Johnny Silverhand could only manage to demolish Arasaka Tower, but could not strike at its very core. The towering structure of Arasaka now stands as a testament to that fact. Sensing Old V's concern, Rocky offered a faint smile. Don't worry, I won't perish. Besides, I'm not alone. I have you, right? You'll help me, won't you? Huh, you rascal. When you truly need me, I will, of course, assist you. But I'm getting old. The days of fighting and killing aren't suited for me anymore. Hearing Rocky's intentions, Old V chuckled helplessly. However, should Rocky genuinely require his support, he would not hesitate to oblige. Victor had successfully transitioned from a legendary fighter to a cybernetic doctor, a feat that showcased his unique talents. Even the giants of biotechnology had extended an olive branch, offering lucrative terms to entice him into their ranks. Yet, Old V preferred a simple life, devoid of corporate obligations, and thus had not responded. Should he eventually join Rocky's team to safeguard his technological research, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset. Rocky was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Here's to a brighter future. Substituting beverages for alcohol, Rocky and Old V engaged in further conversation. Once Rocky's strength had sufficiently recovered, he bid farewell to Old V. As he left the clinic and made his way home, Rocky retrieved a Type 1 stimulant from his pocket. Tossing it lightly in his hand, He pressed the syringe against his skin and injected the substance. Ah, this is exhilarating. Feeling his vitality surge, Rocky quickened his pace towards his apartment. After a refreshing shower, he sat before his computer terminal, examining the distribution and order information of the cybernetic clinics. Most clinics had sent in their second batch of orders, reflecting a significant increase in both the number of orders and the purchasing clinics. The transaction amount had reached a staggering 200,000 euros, a crucial deal for Rocky. Recording the clinic locations, quantities of stimulants ordered, and payment details onto a chip. He opened his contacts and dialed a number. In the Northern Industrial Zone, Long Beach North. Rebecca had just finished showering and was drying her hair with a towel. Unlike her usual twin ponytail hairstyle, her long hair cascaded down, imparting a gentle and charming aura. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Buzz. As the call connected, Rebecca's attention shifted to the communication interface. Who is calling at this hour? Is it that cybernetic doctor? What could he want? Curiosity piqued. She answered the call. Hello, is this L, the cybernetic doctor from Japan Street? What can I do for you? Miss Rebecca, do you have a moment? Would you be able to come to the Wolf Bar in the Valley District? The voice on the other end belonged to Rocky. What? I can't believe a seemingly refined cybernetic doctor like you is interested in someone like me. But honestly, your approach to asking someone out leaves much to be desired. Inviting a girl to a bar for a first meeting? That is not exactly the wisest choice. Or are you just like those fools who think with their lower halves? Rebecca's teasing tone rendered Rocky momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Pila, who was absorbed in music and technical research nearby, suddenly felt as though someone had mentioned her name and paused to glance around. Rebecca, did you just call for me? No, go away. Oh, Pila, perplexed, scratched her head, unable to find an answer, and resumed her music. After a moment of silence, Rocky finally spoke again. Rebecca, you misunderstood. I merely have a commission I'd like to discuss with you at the Wolf Bar. A commission for me? Why me? Man is the team leader. You should speak to him. Rebecca realized her earlier misunderstanding, but remained curious. I'm not fully acquainted with your team dynamics. But this commission isn't complicated and doesn't require many hands. Alright then, I'll head over to the Wolf Bar. After some thought, Rebecca decided to see what the commission entailed. Within Man's team, she was not considered a core member and typically handled simpler tasks, such as distractions and delaying tactics. Presently, she was somewhat of a mascot for Man's team. Even now, she struggled with Man's shotgun, barely managing the recoil. A far cry from the Rebecca who would later wield a weapon with recoil 4 times that of a standard shotgun. It was only after her brother and Man's companion, Dorian, perished that she underwent a transformation, embracing cybernetic enhancements and taking on a more significant role in David's team, fighting alongside him. Now, with someone commissioning her individually, and having some spare time these days, she was keen to earn some extra cash. After drying her hair, tying it back into twin ponytails, and donning a black jacket, Rebecca set off for the Wolf Bar. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, Rocky felt a twinge of headache after hanging up the phone. Although he had intended to use the commission as a means to foster a closer relationship with Rebecca, being misconstrued as a creep asking a girl out to a bar was rather awkward. In the Valley District, at the Wolf Bar, in the reserved room on the 2nd floor, Rocky sipped his drink, his feet propped up on the table as he awaited Rebecca's arrival. The door to the private room swung open, but instead of Rebecca, it was Jack who entered. "Elle, I just got here. Peppy mentioned you were here. Yet you didn't bother to let me know," Jack said, casually taking a seat beside Rocky. He nonchalantly grabbed a glass of wine from the table and gulped it down. Rocky did not anticipate Jack's presence in this place. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite natural. For Jack's arrival here was akin to returning home. Rocky arrived at the Wild Wolf tonight to discuss a commission with Rebecca, naturally, without notifying Jack. "Jack, I had made plans with someone else today to discuss some business, so I didn't invite you. I'll treat you to drinks next time." "I see," Jack replied. "I was just saying, how could you forget your brother when it comes to drinks?" At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open, and in walked Rebecca. Chapter 17. The commission for Rebecca. Rebecca arrived at the Wild Wolf Bar and inquired with Pepe about Rocky's whereabouts, before being led to the private room by a server. Upon entering, the two individuals engaged in conversation paused, their attention drawn to Rebecca. Jack, noticing her arrival, immediately stood up, hands on his thighs. "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave now, you two chat." He turned to Rocky, patted his shoulder, and winked knowingly, conveying an understanding look. Jack was surprised to discover Rocky's preference for this type, yet he could comprehend it. Rocky, on the other hand, was left speechless by Jack's gaze, rolling his eyes in exasperation. At that moment, he felt on the verge of collapse, wondering what was going through everyone's minds. Could they not behave normally? It was merely a business discussion. Enjoy your conversation, ladies and gentlemen. With Jack's parting words, he and his companions exited the private room, allowing Rebecca to enter. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? A carbonated beverage would be nice. Following Rocky's gesture, Rebecca gracefully took her seat. I never expected a cybernetic doctor to moonlight as a middleman. Now, tell me, what is the commission? Rocky did not clarify that he was the employer. He instructed the server to deliver a beverage ordered by Rebecca and handed her a data chip. The details of the commission are contained within. Please take a look, he said. Upon receiving the chip, Rebecca inserted it into the slot for reading, and the contents of the commission unfolded before her eyes. So the task is merely delivery? A reward of 10,000 euros. How generous, she mused. Indeed, your mission is to safely transport the goods to these cybernetic clinics and then collect the corresponding payment. Rocky explained. The commission was not overly complicated, merely delivery in exchange for payment. However, it was not so simple either. With over a dozen target clinics scattered throughout Night City, and given the substantial volume of goods involved, if Rocky were to handle the delivery himself, it would take an entire day to complete. It would be far more efficient to hire someone for the task, thereby establishing a connection with Rebecca while simultaneously confounding those who sought to investigate the origins of the substances, a twofold advantage. As for the expenses of the commission, they were insignificant compared to the profits from a bulk order. Furthermore, he felt no remorse in providing the funds to Rebecca. Thus, Rocky offered a price exceeding the standard rates in the market. However, this commission was not without its challenges. Should payment be denied, it would be up to her skills to navigate the situation. When Rocky went to deliver the goods, they naturally dared not refuse him. However, it was a different matter when it came to Rebecca. After all, the petite Rebecca did not possess the same imposing presence. What? Are you underestimating me? She retorted. I have taken on this commission, and I assure you, not a single penny will be lost. With that, Rebecca brandished a mint green pistol, chambered it, and waved it playfully before Rocky, offering him a confident smile. Observing Rebecca's self-assured and endearing demeanor, Rocky couldn't help but smile in return. As long as you are confident, then let us enjoy a pleasant collaboration. Locke and Rebecca clinked their glasses, marking the official agreement of their first collaborative commission at this moment. Tomorrow morning, you shall arrive at the warehouse indicated in the chip, and I will deliver the goods to you. Aim to complete it within a day, Locke instructed. As for now, we can engage in conversation. What shall we discuss? You, Rebecca replied, puzzled. Me? Why? I wish to learn more about you. We are bound to have numerous opportunities for collaboration in the future, and I believe we can forge a friendship. Gazing into Locke's sincere eyes, Rebecca took a sip of her drink and chuckled. Friends? I had assumed that intermediaries like you only focused on ensuring that the mercenaries below follow orders. At Rebecca's teasing remark, Locke shook his head. I believe you are mistaken. I am not an intermediary, but rather an employer. I do not know many mercenaries. I merely enlist assistance for various tasks. To me, anyone who can assist is a friend. You are not an intermediary. So, you did not know me prior to this. Do you truly dare to entrust such an important commission to me? Are you mad? Rebecca had initially thought Locke was a broker from Night City who had some understanding of her capabilities before assigning her the commission. However, it now seemed that he had handed over such a substantial task to someone he had merely met once, which struck her as utterly reckless. Did he not fear that she might botch the job or abscond with the payment in goods? Perhaps, but I have always had a keen eye for people. You strike me as reliable, and I trust you will perform well. Reliable? Rebecca scrutinized Locke, momentarily taken aback by his earnest gaze, caught off guard by the compliment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and smiled at Locke, indicating her commitment. All right, since you say so, I shall ensure the commission is handled properly. Although it was difficult to believe that anyone in Night City would genuinely trust a stranger, ultimately, being trusted was a cause for joy. She now found herself intrigued by this man, sensing he was somewhat different from others, certainly more engaging than the intermediaries who merely wore scowls. Your reassurance puts me at ease. By the way, I have one more request. The origin of the commission must remain confidential. Known only to you and not to your team members, Locke stated thoughtfully. What a peculiar request, Rebecca replied, gazing at Locke with her adorable, puzzled eyes. Locke elaborated under her watchful gaze. I must protect myself. There is a saying. In Night City, The only person one can trust is oneself. If betrayed, one has only oneself to blame. Rocky recalled the classic lines from Edge Runner, reflecting on the whimsical city where no one could truly ascertain the depths of another's understanding, nor could they guarantee their own safety from betrayal. Among man's team, only Rebecca, with her unwavering loyalty, offered him a semblance of reassurance. He believed that if he could draw her to his side, she would never betray him and would become a formidable ally in his endeavors. As for the others, he remained uncertain, particularly with Kiwi, a potential ticking time bomb within man's squad. Then why do you still choose to trust me? Are you not afraid of my betrayal? You are the exception. Moreover, I cannot abandon this venture simply due to distrust in others. Besides, trust is something that must be cultivated gradually, as the saying goes. Genuine feelings beget genuine feelings. As Rocky gestured animatedly while explaining, he felt a fleeting resemblance to Jack, realizing that his manner of speech had been somewhat influenced by their prolonged interactions. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that adopting Jack's approach to making friends was indeed much simpler. Observing the peculiar individual before her, who was suspicious of others yet inexplicably trusted her, Rebecca chuckled resignedly, saying, "All right, I concede to you, you odd fellow. Here, let's toast to friendship." Rocky raised his glass in agreement, exclaiming, "To friendship. So, does this mean we are friends now? Is forming friendships this casual these days?" Rebecca downed her drink, teasingly remarking on the nonchalance of it all. "It's all so casual. The person I just met outside taught me that this is fate. Well, having more friends does seem rather pleasant," she added. Chapter 18. Encounter with the Vortex Gang. After concluding their discussion, Rocky and Rebecca rose to exit the bar. As they passed the second floor, they spotted Jack enjoying a drink. Upon seeing them leave side by side, he discreetly gave Rocky a thumbs up. Upon arriving at the entrance of the bar, they found the streets of Night City eerily desolate, with hardly any pedestrians. The bar behind them injecting some life into the evening silence. "Did you drive here, Rebecca?" Rocky inquired. "No," she replied, shaking her head. Lacking her own vehicle, she typically relied on Falco for transportation during assignments, making this evening a unique circumstance. "Then allow me to drive you home." "Where do you reside?" "Thank you. My home is in Long Beach North." Rebecca accepted his offer, appreciating the convenience, as it would be rather inconvenient to return home without a ride at night. "I live in Chinatown. It's somewhat along the way." Rock summoned his motorcycle through a vehicle connection and, upon mounting it, patted the seat behind him to signal Rebecca to join. Rebecca paused for a moment, taken aback by the revelation that Rock rode a motorcycle. However, she quickly dismissed her surprise and gracefully took her place behind him. As she settled in, the engine roared to life, propelling them forward. While Rebecca's delicate hands rested on either side of Roche's waist, she could distinctly sense the hidden muscles beneath his attire, which were far from what one would expect from an ordinary cybernetic physician. The speed of Rocky's vehicle was exhilarating, with the wind howling past them. Rebecca sat upright, leaning forward, stretching her head towards the right rear side of Rocky's head, making an effort to bring her mouth close to his ear as she spoke. "One would not discern that your cyborg physician's physique could be so robust." "I engage in daily exercise," Rocky replied, "and besides, one must possess the ability to protect oneself when engaging in such underground enterprises." "Indeed," she acknowledged. Rocky gently navigated through the nocturnal city with Rebecca by his side. In her desire to engage him in conversation, Rebecca leaned closer, her body remaining near him. At that moment, Rocky was entirely absorbed in driving, oblivious to the pair of charming, large eyes that were fixed upon him. For the first time, Rebecca observed this man from such proximity, watching his focused expression. She realized that aside from his peculiarities, he possessed many admirable qualities, particularly in his treatment of her. Rebecca's petite stature had often caused her distress, especially in encounters with arrogant intermediaries and frivolous mercenaries who frequently belittled and mocked her. Even the bar security would often block her path. Yet, Rocky did not regard her with disdain. Instead, he placed his trust in her, which warmed Rebecca's heart and instilled a sense of validation within her. Upon reflection, "He seems rather commendable," Rebecca mused to herself. Rocky's vehicle boasted impressive performance, and with his adept driving skills, he swiftly navigated through much of Night City, returning to the northern industrial district alongside Rebecca. However, as they traveled along the main road leading to Long Beach North, Rocky, engrossed in his driving, soon sensed something amiss. Rocky's keen right eye discerned an anomaly in the road ahead. Adjusting the vision of his cybernetic eye, he observed that the path was obstructed by several vehicles. A group of 7 or 8 gang members stood in the road, their numerous conspicuous cybernetic modifications revealing their affiliation with the Vortex Gang. This gang had entrenched itself in the Northern Industrial District, exhibiting an obsessive fervor for cybernetic enhancements, unrestrained by the nature of the augmentations they adorned. One might describe them as a battalion of cybernetic lunatics, and at this moment, these madmen appeared to be engaged in some form of misguided team-building exercise. Rebecca Rocky reduced the speed of the vehicle and called out to Rebecca. "What's wrong?" she inquired. "The Vortex Gang members are blocking the road ahead." "Huh?" Upon hearing Rocky's words, Rebecca placed her hands on Rocky's shoulders, slightly lifting herself to peer ahead. Indeed, as Rocky had indicated, a throng of Vortex Gang lunatics was gathered in the distance. "They're not to be trifled with. What do you intend to do?" Rebecca questioned, recognizing the formidable nature of these deranged individuals. Perhaps if man were here, he could confront them head-on, but that was beyond her capabilities, at least for now. "What should we do?" "Of course, we charge through. Hold on tight." Rocky gazed ahead at the swirling vortex, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he twisted the throttle of the motorcycle to its maximum, surging forward with unbridled power. The sudden acceleration caught Rebecca off guard, causing her to lean back precariously as she struggled to maintain her grip. "Are you out of your mind? Why not take a detour?" she shouted at Rocky, clutching his waist to steady herself. She had never anticipated that Rocky would choose to charge directly through. It felt akin to courting death. "No need for a detour. Trust me, Rebecca." Rocky gazed at the members of the Vortex Gang ahead, and to be frank, he harbored a deep disdain for those individuals. They were nothing but pure lunatics, their repulsiveness akin to that of scavengers. Since he had encountered these obstructive hounds, he deemed it necessary to eliminate them. "Trust you? Very well, you madman." Rebecca recalled Rocky's words, "True sincerity begets true sincerity." If that were the case, she resolved to place her faith in him just this once. After all, she was already in the vehicle and had no choice but to remain. Rather than flee, she would indulge his madness. As she observed the Vortex Gang's convoy drawing ever closer, Rebecca retrieved her handgun, bracing herself for battle. She wrapped her arms around Rocky, pressing her body closely against his to maintain stability. Feeling the sensation of their backs touching, Rocky's smile grew increasingly radiant. Simultaneously, he manipulated the interface within the system, installing a module. Meanwhile, the members of the Vortex Gang had also taken notice of the pair, the roar of motorcycles amplifying in their ears. "Ha ha ha, prey has arrived. Let the dismemberment party commence. I shall affix his eyes and witness his dismemberment through them. Keek keek keek." They gazed at the approaching Rocky, their frenzied eyes betraying a ravenous desire, as though he had already become the fish on their chopping block. Yet, to their astonishment, the oncoming motorcycle neither slowed nor veered away. Instead, it barreled directly towards them. What does this fellow intend to do? As the motorcycle hurtled forward without the slightest hint of deceleration, all the members of the Vortex Gang were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that someone would dare charge straight at them. Rocky, accelerating at full speed, soon found himself before them, aiming for the gaps between their vehicles. One gang member, caught off guard, had his head seized by a steel hand. The palm loomed larger in his vision, consuming his entire field of sight. And with terrifying velocity, it snatched him up. Under the force of that incredible speed, the powerful fingers even sank directly into his bones, like a puppeteer seizing a marionette. Rocky whisked away the unfortunate soul, allowing him to revel in the exhilarating sensation of soaring at 180 yards per second. With a deft flick of his left hand, he propelled the hapless individual forward, sending him crashing against a nearby pole. The impact at such a terrifying velocity shattered his skull like fragile tofu, splattering crimson blood and brain matter upon the dented pillar, resembling a grotesque bloom of flowers. Chapter 19. Fierce battle. Having effortlessly dispatched a gang member, Rocky shook his left hand, ensuring his arm was unscathed. Grabbing someone at such high speeds was a formidable challenge. The overwhelming resistance left his shoulder aching, nearly leading him to believe his cybernetic arm might detach. Fortunately, he had injected himself with a stimulant at the outset, and the discomfort was now gradually subsiding under the drug's influence. At that moment, the members of the Vortex Gang regained their senses, realizing they had been provoked, and their fury ignited, compelling them to leap into their vehicles in pursuit of the audacious assailant. However, Rocky had already left them a parting gift. Just where he had recently traversed, two spherical grenades rolled into view, and after a flash of red light, they detonated. The immense blast sent two nearby cars tumbling, while several gang members were thrown to the ground, incapacitated by the explosion. "Damn it, I'm going to kill this bastard. Kill him." The others, untouched by the blast, screamed in a frenzy as they scrambled into their vehicles. In an instant, the engines roared to life, The gas pedals pressed to the floor as they hurtled after Rocky. The roar of engines echoed behind Rocky, prompting him to glance back and observe the members of the Vortex gang relentlessly pursuing him in their vehicles. Among them, 2 motorcycle riders surged ahead. As the vehicles drew nearer, a radiant smile graced Rocky's face as he retrieved a cylindrical grenade. Activating the safety mechanism, the grenade's exterior elongated, and flames erupted from both ends, exuding an unmistakable aura of terrifying heat. He hurled the grenade in the direction of the advancing gang members, and upon impact with the ground, it detonated, creating a linear wall of fire across the road. Tossing 2 more grenades, the flames surged upwards, unleashing an inferno that ravaged the air. The unfortunate frontrunner failed to react in time, plunging directly into the wall of fire, which engulfed him in an instant. The intense heat swiftly melted the tires of the vehicles, rendering them immobile and stripping them of their pursuit capability. Even more unfortunate was the motorcycle rider who couldn't evade the flames. Upon colliding with the fiery barrier, all combustible materials on his person ignited. As the motorcycle succumbed to the flames, the rider lost control, tumbling onto the road and leaving a long skid mark. The fallen rider, equipped with a pain editor, refrained from emitting a piercing scream, but the subsequent explosion of the motorcycle sealed his fate in silence. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than the grenade Rocky had recently acquired from the Annex Hero Grenade Integration Pack, which featured 3 basic types of grenades: fragmentation grenade, a traditional grenade that, with its powerful explosive force and shrapnel, effectively clears the battlefield and inflicts substantial damage on fragile bodies. Thermite grenade, containing a horrific incendiary agent, it erupts and emits flames from both ends, forming a high-temperature firewall on the ground, making it an ideal choice for thwarting enemies and executing brutal fiery executions. Arcstar, with its unique dart-like design. This grenade possesses remarkable penetrative power and the ability to adhere to its target. Once embedded, it unleashes a potent electric shock that impairs the target's mobility, while the ensuing electrical explosion inflicts considerable damage to enemy armor and electronic devices. Price adjustments: World Adjustment -10, Package Discount -20, Item Module, €1,050. Crafting Table Recipe Expansion, €28,000, Technology Expansion, €35,000. To confront these adversaries, Rocky spent €2,000 to procure 2 item modules. Following the explosions from 2 fragmentation grenades and the fiery barriers created by 2 thermite grenades, only 1 car and 1 motorcycle continued the pursuit. "Rebecca, it's your turn," Rocky called out over his shoulder. "Understood." Rebecca, seated behind Rocky, had eagerly awaited this command. As she watched Rocky eliminate the Vortex gang members with his grenades, she was astonished by his audacity, feeling a twinge of desire to participate. The motorcycle rider in pursuit was closing in behind Rocky, while Rebecca struggled to maintain stability and her shooting angle was poor. Without hesitation, she released her grip on Rocky, entwining her legs around his waist and crossing her calves in front of him for support. Leaning back, she raised her handgun and fired at the swiftly retreating target. Rebecca's aim was precise, and the assailant, taken by surprise, had no time to react before his head was perforated with bullets. Rocky glanced down to see Rebecca's legs tightly secured around him, her soft calves pressed firmly against him. Fortuitously, her shorter stature made such a maneuver feasible, unlike someone taller. "Is this exhilarating?" Rocky mused, suddenly feeling a force from her legs as Rebecca pulled herself up. "The car is bulletproof. I can't penetrate it," Rebecca shouted to Rocky. After eliminating the motorcycle rider, she turned her attention to the remaining car, but regrettably, her current firepower was insufficient to breach its armored glass. "Rebecca, can you use darts? Here, take these and activate the safety before launching them," Rocky instructed, glancing through the rearview mirror at the approaching vehicle, handing her the remaining 2 arc stars. Rebecca stared at the dart-like objects in her hands, momentarily confused. "What?" I said. "Activate the safety and throw them at them." Rocky raised his voice, the wind howling around them. Though Rebecca didn't quite understand why she should use darts against a vehicle impervious to bullets, her trust in Rocky compelled her to comply. She leaned back again, pressed the safety on the arc star, and watched as a faint blue arc began to crawl up its surface. With a determined throw, she sent the glowing arc star soaring towards the Vortex gang's vehicle, tracing a brilliant blue arc through the air. The unassuming dart struck the armored glass, and the occupants, oblivious to the impending danger, were met with a violent explosion of electrical energy. The arc star, a master of armor penetration, shattered the bulletproof windshield, sending shards of glass into the vehicle's interior, which subsequently lost control in the chaos. At that moment, Another arc star arced gracefully through the air, piercing through the shattered glass and embedding itself inside the vehicle. Chapter 20. Delivery. As the electrical explosion wreaked havoc within the car, the remaining Vortex gang members met their demise. Incredible! Rebecca exclaimed, thrilled to witness how two arc stars had dispatched an entire gang of thugs, with the enemies neutralized. Rocky decelerated the vehicle, and Rebecca, pulling herself upright, grasped Rocky's shoulders and leaned in to inquire, "Hey, where did you acquire these items? These grenades are my exclusive concoctions. If you desire some, I can arrange for delivery later." Rocky had intended the grenade integration pack for emergency use, but manufacturing them was certainly a consideration, as their functionality and performance were commendable, and the cost was reasonable. "You created these? No way. How many secrets do you really have?" Rocky's words once again reshaped Rebecca's perception. This man oscillated between being a cybernetic doctor and a mercenary from the Night City, provoking the Vortex gang just moments ago, and now he claimed he could manufacture grenades? "There is much about me that you remain unaware of. However, it matters not. In due time, you shall come to know me well." "Indeed," Rebecca nodded, feeling an increasing curiosity about this enigmatic figure. At that moment, she realized her legs were still entwined around Rocky's, and she hastily shifted to a more comfortable embrace. "Apologies, the angle was awkward before, hence this position." As the sensation of constraint around her waist dissipated, Rebecca's voice floated from behind, calm and devoid of embarrassment. "It's quite all right. I find it rather comfortable." Rocky replied with a smile. Given Rocky's physical resilience, this minor pressure was inconsequential, even somewhat enjoyable. The sensation of being wrapped by her soft legs was rather pleasant. One could only wonder what the experience would be like without the barrier of clothing. Hearing Rocky's playful tone, Rebecca playfully tapped his left hand with her pistol, responding with a grin. "Hey, you better watch out, or I might just kill you." Having shared the thrill of battle, their bond deepened swiftly, and Rebecca began to genuinely acknowledge Rocky as a friend. After escorting Rebecca to the foot of her apartment building, she released him from her grasp and waved goodbye. "See you tomorrow, Elle." "See you tomorrow," he replied, watching as she ascended the stairs before riding his motorcycle back to the skyscraper. The following day, in a warehouse somewhere in Japantown. This was a facility that Rocky had anonymously rented on the black market, intended for the storage and distribution of goods. Inside the warehouse, Rocky meticulously counted the vials destined for delivery, each prepackaged vial adorned with labels corresponding to the respective clinics. Just then, a knock echoed at the warehouse door. It was Rebecca. "Good morning, Elle," she greeted energetically as he opened the roll-up door. "Good morning," he replied. Rocky responded to Rebecca, glancing behind her and noticing a vehicle parked outside the warehouse, seemingly the one that had brought her there. What could it be? Rocky spotted Falco in the vehicle, who was staring ahead and unaware of Rocky's gaze. Noticing Rocky's expression, Rebecca explained, "That is Falco, the driver of our team." After returning home last night, Rebecca informed Man about the entrusted task, to which Man responded with understanding. As the team had not received any assignments lately, he allowed Rebecca to handle it on her own. Consequently, Rebecca contacted Falco to accompany her in fulfilling this commission, as she lacked a vehicle, and such deliveries naturally required a driver. Falco readily agreed, for who would decline an opportunity to earn 5,000 euros by simply cruising through the Night City? Understanding the situation, Rocky nodded and beckoned Rebecca to enter the warehouse. "These are the goods you will be transporting. Each package is affixed with its corresponding label." Rocky gestured towards the stacks of goods piled in the warehouse. "No problem. I'll leave this in your capable hands. I'm off now." Handing Rebecca a key card for the warehouse, Rocky departed through the back entrance, carrying a box of potions. Mounting his motorcycle, he journeyed to Oldway's clinic. "What brings you here today?" Oldway inquired, setting aside his work, curiosity evident in his gaze. "Oh, nothing much. Just came to deliver some potions to you." Rocky placed a box containing 100 units of Stimulant Type 2 on Oldway's table. "These are Stimulant Type 2, which you can sell in your store." Oldway picked up one of the stimulants and confirmed that it was indeed identical to those he had previously acquired from other clinics. "These items must be worth quite a bit. Let me transfer the money to you." "Come on, Oldway. The cost of these is only a few thousand. It doesn't even cover the small debt I owe you. Just accept them." As of now, Rocky still owed Oldway nearly 100,000 in goods. But it could be said that Oldway's money was too easy to owe. However, Rocky truly could not repay him at this moment. He would need to wait until the funds from the next batch of orders arrived before considering it. "We can discuss that money later. If you sell these potions to others, you could earn nearly 20,000 euros. You need the money more than I do right now. Old Wei. You know I dislike hearing such things. Just take them as interest on my debt. Fine. Old Wei shook his head helplessly, realizing he could not persuade him, and chose to accept the potions and store them away. At that moment, Rocky pulled out another bag of potions and handed it to Old Wei. These are a different model of stimulant, the initial version, not for sale. Their effects are superior to the previous type and can facilitate rapid recovery from injuries. But they come with certain requirements for the user. I brought a little for you. You can use it yourself or give it to your patients. If you encounter a patient with severe injuries, this might yield remarkable results. Old Wei accepted the bag Rocky handed over, extracting the potions inside. They appeared to be indistinguishable from the previous ones, except for the inscription on the casing, which indicated it was Type 1. Why is it not for sale? This more effective potion seems to have a larger market, Old Wei inquired. Rocky smiled and explained, perhaps it's a matter of habit. I prefer to keep the best for myself, allowing me to retain some leverage. As for the items sold, as long as they generate profit, they're all the same. It does sound reasonable. Old Wei nodded in agreement, recognizing that reserving the best for oneself is indeed wise. Even those large corporations prioritize deploying their most advanced products for their personnel first. I've entrusted everything to you. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. I have to open for business today, and I suspect my customers are waiting impatiently. After successfully delivering the goods to Old Wei, Rocky did not linger, exchanging pleasantries before returning to his clinic. Chapter 21, The Next Module Night. Japanese Street. A car halted behind the Turb Zero restaurant. The door swung open, and a slender, pale leg stepped out first. This is far enough. Thank you, Falco. You can head back now. I have some matters to attend to. After handing over Falco's payment, Rebecca exited the vehicle. Hey, since we're here, aren't you going to grab a drink? Falco inquired, observing Rebecca's urgency. No time. Wasn't the commission already completed? Why are you asking so many questions? Just head back as instructed. Fine. Falco, feeling somewhat exasperated, noted that Rebecca seemed different today. It seemed a shame not to celebrate such an easy commission with a few drinks. However, he decided to leave, thinking that Rebecca might explode later. He would rather enjoy some time at the Lazy Bar by himself. After bidding farewell to Falco, Rebecca arrived at Rocky's clinic. The clinic's door opened automatically upon her visitor request. At that moment, the clinic was devoid of customers, and upon seeing Rebecca, Rocky set aside the prosthetic he was tinkering with. Ah, Rebecca, how did the commission go? It went smoothly, of course. It wasn't a challenging task, and with Falco's driving skills, it didn't take much time. As Rebecca spoke, she transferred the payment she had received to Rocky, leaving him with $190,000 after deducting her fee. Seeing the money finally arrive, Rocky's mood improved significantly. Haha, thanks. Indeed. Having a vehicle and a driver makes for swift deliveries. It seems the expense was worthwhile. Rocky began to contemplate the necessity of acquiring a four-wheeled vehicle. After all, previously he managed on a motorcycle alone, but now he occasionally needed to deliver goods, and as he planned to develop a small team, a car would indeed be essential. Well then, with this commission successfully completed, shall we go out for a couple of drinks to celebrate? Noticing Rocky's buoyant spirit, Rebecca suggested with a thumbs up towards the door. Celebrate. It does seem worthy of a celebration. It appears I'll need to leave work early today. Rocky glanced at his account. With $190,000 in receivables and the transactions from the clinic over the past week, he found a tranquil sum of $270,000 lying within. With this newfound wealth, he could proceed to install the next module. A truly momentous occasion worth celebrating. After tidying up the store and switching the sign to indicate a break, Rocky and Rebecca made their way to the open area in front of the clinic where they parked. After purchasing 2 glasses of beverage, they settled on the steps beneath the nearby trees, watching the jubilant crowd in the open space while engaging in light conversation. Your team seems quite impressive, he remarked. Of course, Man and Dolio are like family to me, and Falco is exceptionally dependable. As for Chiwei and Lucy, they may come off as a bit aloof, but they are genuinely good people. Except for Pira, that guy makes me want to put a bullet through his head. Haha, it's quite evident. What about you? Do you have any trustworthy friends? Rebecca fixed her gaze on Rocky, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Rocky took a sip of his drink and nodded. Yes, Jack. The one you've met at the Wild Wolf Bar. He.S. an old friend of mine, frequently taking me along for various jobs and often inviting me out for drinks. He is one of the brothers I trust the most. And then there's my mentor, Victor, whom you probably haven't met. He works as a cybernetic doctor in the Watson district. All my skills were imparted to me by him. And I'd love to introduce you when time permits. Of course, There's you too, Rebecca. You are my friend as well. Upon hearing Rocky's response, Rebecca seemed quite pleased. Unable to suppress a laugh. What is this? Including me, there are only 3. I thought someone like you would be adept at making friends. I never claimed to be. He retorted. But speaking of which, I didn't expect you to be a cyberpunk either. It's my first time encountering a cybernetic doctor who takes on commissions. Rocky helplessly spread his hands. I have only just opened my clinic a week ago. Prior to that, I was merely an apprentice in my mentor's practice. If I hadn't taken on numerous commissions to earn some income, I might still be there. However, my clinic is flourishing now, leaving me little time to accept new commissions. Is that so? I was actually hoping to invite you to join our team. I believe man would welcome an additional reliable comrade, Rebecca remarked with a hint of regret. Let us not pursue that idea. If I were to join you, Jack would likely go mad. Nevertheless, I am confident that in the future, we will have the opportunity to fight side by side. Upon hearing Rebecca's intention to recruit him into Man's team, Rocky felt a twinge of surprise, but ultimately decided against it, deeming it unnecessary. The disintegration of Man's team was inevitable. Man could not hold on for much longer. After his demise, no one would be capable of sustaining the team, and David was already on Rocky's reservation list, effectively severing ties with Man's group. In light of this, the future of Man's team appeared bleak, and it fell upon him to rescue Rebecca and Lucy from their dire circumstances. Really? Of course. The two conversed for quite some time, after which Rocky once again rode his motorcycle to escort Rebecca home. Fortunately, they did not encounter the bothersome Whirlpool gang along the way this time. Upon returning to Long Beach North, Rebecca released her grip around Rocky and leaped off the motorcycle. After bidding farewell to Rebecca, Rocky did not head home directly, but instead decided to pay a visit to Kagako. It's you, El. What brings you here? Kagako inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze as she regarded the entering Rocky. Nothing much. I just wanted to express my gratitude for the multitude of clients you've referred to me these past few days. Without your assistance, my clinic would likely still be unknown. As Rocky spoke, he transferred 10,000 euros to Wakako, considering it a fee for her promotional services. It must be acknowledged that Wakako had indeed assisted him considerably. In Night City, it is not merely a realm of violence, but one where social intricacies hold significance. To ensure Wakako's continued support in attracting clientele, such a gesture of goodwill was essential. Well, since you insist, I shall gladly accept this money, Wakako replied with a smile. No one is indifferent to wealth, and it is only reasonable to receive a modest compensation for the effort of facilitating introductions. Such conventions are to be upheld. Failing to offer this would reflect poorly on Rocky's understanding of propriety. After concluding his dealings with Wakako, Rocky could finally return home for a well-deserved rest. The following day, Rocky sat in the clinic, not in a hurry to commence operations but instead perusing the various modules within the system. He had already contemplated the selection of the next module. Currently, he had established collaborative relationships with numerous clinics, and the reputation he garnered through the use of stimulants had led many clinics to categorize Ascension Technology as an alchemical workshop. Should he opt for a module focused on potion production and sales, it would undoubtedly facilitate market expansion. After a brief examination, Rocky swiftly identified his objective. Marvel Super Soldier Serum Chapter 22. Injection of the serum. The Marvel Super Soldier Serum, originating from the Marvel Universe, enhances the metabolic functions and overall physical capabilities of the user, enabling them to reach the pinnacle of human potential and granting the ability for mass production of super soldiers. Upon administration, it comprehensively elevates the user's attributes, including augmented strength, resilience, impact resistance, recovery speed, improved neural response, and enhanced cerebral utilization, among various enhancements. Repeated usage proves ineffective. Price adjustment. Global correction -10 item module, 18,000 alchemical table recipe expansion, 180,000 technological expansion, 270,000. Rocky gazed at the information regarding the mod and decisively downloaded the Alchemy Table Recipe Expansion mod. The enhancement effects of the Super Soldier Serum were remarkably beneficial, proving to be quite useful for Rocky, and the price was just right, albeit it meant he might have to owe Old Way a bit more. In the current landscape, whether it be in cyberpunk realms or among gang members, even the corporate forces, there exists a pressing demand for bodily augmentation. After all, not everyone is a fervent enthusiast of modifications. Sometimes, innate strength is exceedingly valuable. Aside from personal training, the market is replete with various substances aimed at enhancing physical prowess, though their efficacy tends to be mediocre. Additionally, The option of biological prosthetic modifications presents itself as a commendable choice. Yet this technology remains in its developmental stages and has not achieved widespread application. In contrast, the super soldier serum offers a formidable amplification of physical capabilities. Even the most frail individuals can be transformed into robust titans, embodying the pinnacle of human potential. Setting aside others, if the animal gang, notorious for their hormone-fueled muscle enhancement, were to learn of such a remarkable substance, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to acquire it, even at the cost of their fortunes. Thus, without further contemplation, Rocky opted for the super soldier serum as the next phase of his merchandise. With the mod successfully installed, Rocky entered his studio to examine the formula for the super soldier serum. Similar to the stimulant, this new formula also required secondary ingredients and, in fact, featured even more than the previous one. Consequently, the manufacturing process became more intricate, demanding additional time. However, this complexity also provided greater flexibility, allowing for the potential creation of a diluted version of the super soldier serum. Ultimately, Rocky had no desire to witness a plethora of Captain Americas roaming the streets. As long as he ensured that the serum's effects surpassed all other enhancement agents available in the market, maintaining sufficient competitiveness would suffice. Rocky surveyed the array of ingredients required for the various recipes, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This particular formulation differed significantly from the last. Many of the components had become rather rare. While the prices remained reasonable, locating suppliers for these elusive items proved to be quite a challenge. Rocky approached the computer terminal, perusing various vendor pages and clandestine forums in search of the materials he desired. This endeavor proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. It took him a full 2 days of browsing and leveraging connections to gather all the required components. By the time all the necessary materials were assembled, 5 days had elapsed. As the alchemical station continued its relentless operation, the final step in the synthesis of the super soldier serum was at last completed. Holding several vials of Azure serum in his hands, Rocky noted that, in contrast to the serum from the Marvel Universe, this version produced by the mod was a concentrated form, with a single vial sufficient to achieve the desired enhancement. The method of application was straightforward, simply injected into the body, making it exceedingly convenient, though the specifics of its effects during the activation process remained uncertain. Rocky decided to test the serum on himself first, convinced that there would be only benefits and no drawbacks. To ensure a thorough evaluation and accurate recording of the serum's effects, as well as to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Rocky specifically summoned Old Way to his clinic. "What is this?" Old Way inquired, gazing at the blue serum that Rocky had handed him. "It's a new drug, the super soldier serum, capable of enhancing the user's physical capabilities in every possible aspect." Upon hearing Rocky's explanation, Old Way surmised the reason for his invitation. "Do you intend to inject this substance?" "Yes, that is why I asked you to assist me, to monitor and record any changes in my bodily data." Rocky nodded in affirmation. "Is it safe? Are there any prior experimental assurances?" Old Way, instinctively voicing his concerns, watched as Rocky prepared to inject an unfamiliar substance into his body. After all, conventional medications undergo countless tests to ensure their safety for human use. "Absolutely safe, trust me." Old Way, with the dual assurance of the alchemical formula and the workstation analyzer, "I am certain there will be no safety issues." "Very well." After connecting various testing devices to Rocky, who lay on the surgical chair, and calibrating the parameters to ensure everything was in order, Old Way picked up the blue serum and approached Rocky. "Are you ready? Let us proceed." As the syringe pierced Rocky's skin, the blue serum was gradually administered under Old Way's supervision. The dosage was modest, and soon the injection was complete. Lying in the operating room, Rocky concentrated intently on the sensations coursing through his body. "I feel so hot, so itchy. I'm so drowsy." Rocky involuntarily closed his eyes. When Rocky finally reopened them, he was startled to find Old Way seated beside him, momentarily fearing he had traversed time once more. "How long have I been lying here?" Rocky asked Old Way. "Only 2 hours. How do you feel now?" "I feel fantastic. My thoughts and reactions seem to have sharpened, and I possess an inexhaustible energy." Sitting up, Rocky assessed his physical state, which felt unprecedentedly invigorated, with a heightened sense of clarity and explosive power coursing through him. Glancing down at his physique, he noticed no significant changes, save for the fact that his muscles appeared more toned and refined. "Your data has been recorded on the terminal. Take a look for yourself." Old Way's tone carried a hint of incredulity, clearly astonished by the results. Rocky approached the terminal to examine the data, and as a fellow cybernetic physician, He was certainly capable of comprehending these figures. The recorded data indicated that Rocky's physical functions, including metabolic levels, had indeed improved as described. Notably, the areas that were previously weaker exhibited the most significant enhancements, effectively transforming him from a specialist in strength to a versatile warrior. This augmentation also encompassed the enhancement of his brain, making Rocky akin to a hexagonal warrior. One might even venture to say he had attained the status of a superhuman. It was no surprise that the inventor of the super soldier serum would characterize it as a pivotal leap in human evolution. Chapter 23. The potency of the serum. Old Way. What are your thoughts? Rocky had developed a general understanding of the super soldier's enhancement effects. Yet he was eager to hear Old Way's insights, especially considering that during the 2 hours of his transformation, Old Way had likely conducted thorough research on the data. A remarkable enhancement, comprehensive in nature. Based on your description and the data presented, this is poised to be a groundbreaking potion, potentially capable of altering the entire ecosystem of the city. The specifics will depend on how you choose to wield it. Old Way offered a commendably high assessment that exceeded Rocky's expectations, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Could you elaborate? Noticing Rocky's confusion, Old Way pointed to a segment of the data displayed on the terminal. The crux lies in its development of the human brain and the fortification of the nervous system. Coupled with enhancements in bodily resilience and toughness, these are unprecedented advancements. Upon hearing the keywords, brain and nerves, Rocky instantly grasped Old Way's implication. Are you suggesting that the injection of the soldier serum can augment the body's tolerance for cybernetic enhancements? Old Way nodded affirmatively. Precisely, and the enhancement is substantial. By reinforcing the brain, the serum greatly boosts the body's resistance to the psychological erosion caused by cybernetics. Additionally, the improvements in physical functions render the nerves more resilient, further mitigating the risk of cyberpsychosis. The augmentation of physical strength allows the user to endure more powerful and perilous cybernetic implants. Initially, Rocky had regarded this merely as an ordinary enhancement serum, yet within the context of a cyberpunk setting, it had catalyzed a remarkable chemical reaction. It seems this could stir quite a storm, Rocky mused. A mere vial of serum could produce a soldier capable of accommodating formidable cybernetic enhancements, without requiring innate talent or foundational skills, and without the looming threat of cyberpsychosis. Although the extent of enhancement might be limited, it was not an exaggeration to say that even average individuals could be equipped with several military-grade augmentations. If large corporations were to gain access to this serum, Rocky had no doubt they would endeavor to create a Legion of Davids, or even seek out gifted individuals to form a squad akin to Adam Heavy Hammer. However, Rocky was resolute in denying them such an opportunity. The serum's potent effects only strengthened his resolve to develop a diluted version of the drug. Otherwise, those corporations would undoubtedly strive to monopolize all serum variants to manufacture their own augmented soldiers. That seems to be the case. So what are your plans? Are you considering getting an augmentation? I happen to have a unit that hasn't been sold yet. You've been eyeing it for quite some time, haven't you? It's one of the finest pieces in Night City. The Dinar SN Whiston Type 4? That would indeed be a commendable choice. Rocky was aware that Old Way possessed a SN Whiston unit, which was among the best available in Night City. He had previously coveted it, only to realize he lacked the required capabilities for installation. Simply put, his reaction attributes were insufficient. However, now that installation was a possibility, Rocky found himself hesitating. While the SN Whiston was undeniably powerful, an Old Way S model was the most advanced. Rocky's aspirations had shifted to loftier goals with the advent of the system. Source Project. Annihilation Series Tyrant Operating System. He gazed at the Source Project Cybernetic Module, valued at 300,000 euros. As the premier weapon of the Source Project company, this super augmentation, derived from the Source Project S Crocodile, was Rocky's true objective. Although changing cybernetics in the cyberpunk realm was relatively convenient, the differences between the two types of augmentations could not be overlooked. Should there be an inconsistency in the neural connections between the two augmentations, leading to the loss of a segment of nerve, the consequences could be dire. Even if repair were possible through nanotechnology, it would demand a considerable amount of time. After much deliberation, Rocky ultimately decided to decline Old Way's proposal. Once the knife fell, there would be no turning back. For Rocky, the goal of 300,000 euros was not far-fetched. He believed that once the super soldier serum hit the market, a flood of currency would soon follow. Thank you, Old Way, but I think I'll pass for now. I'm not planning to get an augmentation just yet. Upon hearing Rocky's refusal, Old Wei was not taken aback. You remain unchanged. Well, since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Do take the time to adapt to your new body. And remember to reach out if anything arises. Wait a moment, Old Wei. Are you not going to take a shot before you leave? Rocky shook the blue serum in his hand towards Old Wei. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't spend my days running around fighting. I have no need for it. Old Wei shook his head, indicating his lack of interest in the serum. One cannot dismiss it so readily. The benefits it offers are numerous. In addition to enhancing the body, it can also delay aging and prolong life. I have no desire to attend your funeral anytime soon. As Rocky spoke, he began to adjust the equipment, seemingly not granting Old Wei any opportunity to decline. Reluctantly, Old Wei allowed Rocky to administer the super soldier serum. Upon the conclusion of the injection, witnessing Old Wei's rejuvenated countenance, Rocky could not help but smile with genuine delight. Indeed, one must personally experience its wonders to truly appreciate its efficacy. Feeling the surging power within him, Old Wei could not suppress his exclamations of awe. After bidding farewell to Old Wei, Rocky commenced his research on a diluted version of the super soldier serum. The semi-finished super soldier serum possesses significant enhancement effects but transforms its user into a grotesque creature. Isn't this precisely what the Red Skull employs? Rocky mused, reflecting on the description provided by the analyzer. Disposing of this serum, Rocky immersed himself once more in the study of serums. With prior experience guiding him, this research progressed with relative ease. Advanced Soldier Serum 50 is a derivative of the Marvel Universe's Super Soldier Serum, capable of enhancing the user's metabolic functions and overall physical capabilities. This diluted version, having evolved from the original, retains only 50 of its medicinal properties. Without expending excessive materials, Rocky successfully attained his desired variant. Observing the Advanced Soldier Serum in his hand, Rocky nodded in satisfaction. Noting that the production cost of one batch of this serum is approximately 3,000 euros. Rocky intends to sell the serum for 20,000 euros, which is certainly justifiable given the value it brings. However, he is apprehensive about whether clinics would be willing to spend such a sum on an untested concoction, especially since he is unable to provide samples this time. Fortunately, he has built a commendable reputation from his previous stimulant, which may encourage some to be the pioneers in this venture. If all else fails, Rocky could seek partnerships with animal welfare organizations or companies. With sufficient sincerity, he believes he could secure substantial orders. Once he has amassed the funds necessary for the source project's cybernetic enhancements, perhaps he will no longer feel so hesitant. Chapter 24, Corporate Hound Corporate Plaza, Arasaka Tower, 33rd floor, Arasaka Counterintelligence Department. Within an office cubicle, an employee is reviewing the report that has just been sent to his computer. Arasaka Counterintelligence Investigation Report NC 8754699 Ascendance Technologies Investigation Report Investigator, Stephen. Report content. A preliminary investigation has been completed regarding the recent circulation of Ascendance Technologies Power Stimulant Type 2 in underground clinics. This stimulant has been found to enhance the user's speed of movement for a duration of 1 minute, with no further valuable effects currently identified. Regarding Ascendance Technologies, the company conducts transactions with underground clinics via email, with deliveries executed by hired mercenaries. No relevant information or personnel from the company has been discovered. Further investigation into this company awaits additional directives. The employees skimmed through the report, its contents evoking no particular reaction, and casually entered a directive. Based on the report's findings, the intelligence value of this technology company could not be determined, and until further action arises, no further investigation would be conducted, lowering the priority of this investigation project. A preliminary analysis and value assessment report of the stimulant mentioned must be drafted and submitted to the Logistics Support Department with swift efficiency. The report directive was dispatched to the responsible employee. What on earth is this? Just a load of nonsense every day, the employee grumbled, stretching. The investigation into the so-called Ascendance Technologies was merely a trivial matter amidst the myriad of intelligence he handled daily. Various bizarre occurrences emerged in Night City, yet most bore little significance, and this stimulant report was no exception to Arasaka. The so-called technology company was simply peddling a standard stimulant, hardly warranting Arasaka's attention. Otherwise, this report would not have taken so long to be submitted, as its priority was inherently low. I envy you, V, being favored by Jenkins. Your rise seems as swift as a rocket. The employee's voice echoed in the cubicle, drawing V's attention from his task. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. Seeing V's denial, the employee leaned forward, teasing, Come on, the news about Jenkins transferring you to the corporate espionage intelligence team is all over the place. Everyone knows that as long as you keep performing well, we will all eventually have to take orders from you. V could only shake his head in resignation upon hearing this. Fine, you're not entirely wrong. Since joining the counterintelligence department in Night City, V has been recognized for his exceptional abilities by the department head, Jenkins, who has entrusted him with many operations. It is evident to his colleagues that this young man has a promising future. V is well aware of this and has been diligently cooperating with Jenkins, striving to excel in every task assigned to him. No one within a company is uninterested in climbing the corporate ladder, and V is no exception. But tell me, is this news true? It has been circulating for days, yet we haven't seen you transferred. It is true. But Jenkins mentioned that such inter-level personnel transfers require higher approval, which may take some time. In response to the employee's skepticism, V nodded affirmatively. Jenkins had indeed personally informed him about transferring him to a higher-level action team, yet there has been no progress, which seems unusual given the typical approval duration. However, V hesitated to inquire directly with Jenkins and decided to wait. As they were conversing, V received a call from his superior, Jenkins. V, come to my office. Jenkins' voice came through the phone. Understood, I'll be there shortly. V replied promptly. Observing V receiving Jenkins' call, the colleague teased. Looks like our star is off to receive another assignment. You should keep your comments to a minimum. Fine, but I must say, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Sometimes, being at the top isn't all it's cracked up to be. You know the head of the intelligence tracking group, right? She's Jenkins' confidant, one of the top figures in counterintelligence. A little birdie told me she was seen vomiting in the restroom today, evidently overwhelmed by stress. Don't follow in her footsteps. Haha, are you not afraid of her finding out you're gossiping about her? V quipped, aware of the influential figure in their department, though he had only seen her a few times. Her unique dark red hair, resembling a tri-petal flower, had left a lasting impression on him. Hey, I'm just trying to give you a friendly warning, and I know you're not the type to spread rumors. All right, I'll be cautious. Thank you. Eager to meet Jenkins, V didn't engage further with his loquacious colleague, offering a few brief responses before exiting the cubicle. Jenkins' office was not far, and in a matter of moments, V arrived to meet him. The impeccably tailored suit adorned Jenkins, accentuating his stature, and his commanding presence immediately conveyed his extraordinary status. You're here, take a seat. Jenkins gestured as V pulled out a chair and sat down. Before V could inquire, Jenkins continued. The reason I called you here is to assign you a task. However, this one differs from the usual, as it originates from me personally, not the company. Jenkins' voice was clear and authoritative, leaving no room for V to consider otherwise. I understand. May I inquire about the nature of the task? Take a look at this. Jenkins slid a box containing a data chip towards V. A data chip? Indeed, the information pertinent to the task is contained within. Upon hearing Jenkins instruct him to insert the data chip, V sensed that something was amiss. Typically, task information within a corporation is transmitted through an internal network. Even if Jenkins were to assign him a private mission, it would hardly necessitate the use of a data chip for data exchange. This distinctly mercenary approach clearly indicated that the information was not meant to see the light of day, and the nature of the task was evidently the same. Recognizing the unusual circumstances, V suppressed his emotions and inserted the data chip into the slot for reading. As the contents of the chip were accessed, V discovered his mission objective. It was Chapter 25, Jenkins Test. V saw that the chip contained detailed information regarding a recent business itinerary of a company named Mari Pharmaceuticals. To his astonishment, one of the company's latest activities was a business collaboration meeting with Arasaka. The chip meticulously documented the itinerary, security arrangements, participant information, and other critical intelligence related to this meeting. V was no fool. At this point, Jenkins' intentions were unmistakable. He refrained from further comment, awaiting Jenkins' explanation. This chip recorded the arrangements for the collaboration between this company and Arasaka. What I need you to do is utilize this information to eliminate them before the collaboration is finalized, employing your own methods. Upon hearing Jenkins' affirmative response, V's heart rate quickened. He had encountered such tasks before. As an accomplished field agent endowed with exceptional espionage skills, he had certainly executed numerous assassination operations against other corporate members. This time, Mari Pharmaceuticals, according to the chip's intelligence, was merely a relatively small domestic enterprise. Logically speaking, eliminating a few employees or even executives from such a company would not pose a challenge for V. However, This task was not as simple as merely dealing with a few executives. He was to sabotage Arasaka's collaboration project. While he would not fear interfering with military technology collaborations due to Arasaka's support, confronting Arasaka's personnel left him devoid of such backing. Who would support him? Jenkins? If this endeavor were to be exposed, he might not be inclined to assist V in extricating himself from the predicament. It was fair to say that should this affair come to light, V would be finished unless Jenkins was willing to protect him. After a moment of silence, V spoke. You mentioned this task is personal. May I refuse it? Upon hearing V's words, Jenkins smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of V genuinely declining. Of course, I cannot compel you to undertake it, but have you truly considered your decision? Jenkins lightly tapped his fingers on the table and continued, You know, V. Since your arrival at the Counterintelligence Department in Night City, I have held high hopes for you. I assigned you to complete missions, and your performance has been commendable. The entire department is aware that I am intentionally promoting you. You are indeed exceptional, but not quite enough for my purposes. To ascend to greater heights, you must demonstrate higher value and sincerity. Jenkins' eyes flickered with data streams as he summoned a holographic display on the table, presenting a document. Do you recall my mention of a potential transfer for you? The approval has long been granted, yet I have not discussed it with you until now. The final decision rests solely with me. Consider this. If you accept this task and execute it splendidly, you will seamlessly achieve your transfer, ascend the ranks, and become my right-hand man. All company benefits will gravitate towards you, and power will follow suit. After a pause, Jenkins turned off the display and pointed towards the office door. However, if you refuse today and walk out that door, you will lose everything. Have you thought this through? Although it was difficult to admit, Jenkins was indeed speaking the truth. V was no naive novice, having risen to this position within the company. He was well aware of the dynamics at play. The task before him was evidently an opportunity presented by Jenkins. Accepting it would mean aligning himself with Jenkins' interests. And through this connection, he believed it was only a matter of time before he reached the upper echelons of the Counterintelligence Department. Jenkins would also have the chance to ascertain V's loyalty and reliability, ensuring that V was worthy of cultivation as a trusted confidant. Conversely, should he decline, V might find it impossible to progress further within the department. As for leveraging this secret to expose Jenkins, that path would undoubtedly lead to ruin. Very well, I accept. However, I wish to hear the reasoning behind this. After contemplating for a moment, V ultimately acquiesced, securing the chip Jenkins had entrusted to him. In light of the substantial benefits at stake, the risks were entirely justifiable. Moreover, the task did not require him to directly assassinate Arasaka personnel. He was merely to handle a few executives from a small enterprise. Even if he were to thwart Arasaka's collaboration, the situation would not reach an irretrievable state. A wise decision, Jenkins remarked, a smile gracing his features as he noted V's acceptance of the chip. Mari Pharmaceuticals, a domestic pharmaceutical company, was previously inconspicuous. Yet it has recently developed a potent immunosuppressant, surpassing the efficacy of military-grade alternatives by several levels. This will play a crucial role in the company's various experiments. Initially, this matter had no connection to Arasaka. As a domestic entity, they were poised to collaborate with military technology. However, that wretched director of the Special Operations Division managed to sway them to Arasaka's side, leading to this collaboration. Should they finalize this deal, it would serve as yet another advantageous card for her, solidifying her position further. I do not wish to witness such an occurrence, understand? Jenkins elaborated, having afforded V ample patience since he had accepted the task. Special Operations Division? Yes, the director, Abernathy. This is a personal vendetta of mine against her. Jenkins affirmed with a nod. All right, I comprehend. I shall handle it. With Jenkins' explanation, V felt a sense of relief. At least Jenkins was not intent on opposing Arasaka. Such private grievances among the upper echelons were not uncommon, as long as he did not directly assassinate Abernathy, even if the endeavor were to be exposed. Jenkins would not face severe repercussions, nor would he be dragged down with V. Relax. While this collaboration is significant, it is not yet finalized, is it? In Night City, surprises are quite frequent. As long as the collaboration is disrupted, this small enterprise will lose Arasaka's protection and defend military technology, rendering them unable to pose a threat to you for long. As for Arasaka, I will manage the fallout from this incident. Furthermore, once I finalize your transfer approval, I will grant you higher permissions, making it easier for you to maneuver. With just a slight nudge, shifting the blame onto military technology. I believe no one will find it amiss. Upon hearing Jenkins' analysis, V nodded in agreement, recognizing that the task at hand posed neither significant difficulty nor considerable risk. It was merely an opportunity presented by Jenkins to ascertain V's willingness to align with him, to forge a bond. With a delectable cake offered on a plate, there was no reason for V to refuse, and gradually he came to accept this outcome. Chapter 26. V's commission here. Take this. It's the funding allocated for your task. Remember to use cash and enlist the help of those you trust. We cannot afford to be betrayed. As it may affect me, Jenkins stated, producing a stack of cash and handing it to V. Engaging in such unsavory work without the backing of corporate agents necessitated the employment of seasoned mercenaries. Jenkins did not intend for V to bear this expense. Rest assured, I know precisely how to proceed. With the money in hand, V exited Jenkins' office, only to discover someone waiting outside, the individual previously discussed with his team. The red optical implants in her eyes made it impossible to discern where she was looking. If Rocky were to see her, he would undoubtedly be astonished to learn that she was a senior manager in the Arasaka counterintelligence division involved in the forthcoming David incident. She was responsible for investigating Lucy's case and ultimately contacting Faraday, thereby orchestrating the final outcome. I know you. Your name is V, correct? Jenkins informed me he was in discussions regarding something significant, and I should wait. I didn't expect it to be you inside. It seems the rumors about Jenkins promoting you are true. Do well, kid. She had not anticipated that the important matter Jenkins referred to would involve V, revealing that he indeed posed a slight threat to her. However, she could not sway Jenkins' intentions, and for the moment, their respective domains appeared distinct, perhaps allowing for a harmonious coexistence. Before V could respond, she unceremoniously entered Jenkins' office. Clearly, V was indifferent to her presence. The task Jenkins had assigned him was already overwhelming, leaving him little inclination to heed her words. After departing from Jenkins' office, V dialed Jack's number. He needed to find someone trustworthy to assist with this task, and Jack was the perfect candidate. Jack was V's close friend. While one had become a free mercenary in Night City, the other had succumbed to corporate servitude. Nonetheless, they maintained frequent contact, and their friendship remained steadfast. As a mercenary in Night City, Jack had aided V with many unsavory jobs. When circumstances prevented V from utilizing Arasaka's resources, he would turn to Jack. Given his understanding of Jack, he knew that if Jack was willing to help, success was nearly assured. V, didn't we just speak this morning? What brings you to contact me again? Seems you want to be working late today. Jack's voice came through as the call connected. Quite the contrary. It's precisely because I have to work late that I'm reaching out. Jack, I need your assistance. We must find a place to discuss this. All right, sounds like you've landed in trouble again. I'm in Watson. Meet me at the Lizzie's bar. I'll see you soon. Jack did not pry further. With the meeting place agreed upon, V left the Arasaka Tower and made his way to Lizzie's bar. Inside a private room at Lizzie's bar, V began. I gather that the task involves dealing with several executives from these small companies, correct? Rocky gazed at the information contained within the chip, having already deciphered the mission. Just not long ago, he was at the clinic producing soldier serum when he received a call from Jack. On the line, Jack expressed his desire for Rocky to visit the Lizzie bar, mentioning a commission that required his assistance and seeking his counsel. From Jack's tone, Rocky sensed that something significant had arisen, far removed from the trivial matters of recent days. When a brother is in need, Rocky would naturally not decline. Jack was well aware of his commitments at the clinic, and had it not been for a pressing issue, Rocky believed Jack would not have chosen to trouble him. Thus, Rocky hastened to the Lizzie bar without delay. Indeed, they must act by the day after tomorrow at the latest, with the objective of disrupting their collaboration with Arasaka. As a meeting is scheduled for that day, this task is far from simple. According to the intelligence on the chip, they are currently residing in the Canby building. And until the partnership is finalized, it is likely that they will not step outside its confines. That location is, after all, Arasaka's territory, synonymous with safety and reliability. Should they become aware of a few petty thieves operating beneath their noses, eliminating their clients, I believe you can imagine the repercussions far better than I can. Rocky expounded upon his analysis, while Jack nodded in agreement, clearly having discussed similar matters with V moments earlier. The Azure Tower, as the most luxurious hotel in Night City, caters exclusively to elite individuals, boasting exceptionally stringent security measures. Furthermore, Arasaka places considerable emphasis on this location, where committing murder entails significant risk. Rest assured, I will manage the subsequent repercussions of this incident. I shall shift the blame onto military technology, redirecting Arasaka's focus from hunting for the perpetrator to exerting pressure on military tech. Your sole concern should be how to eliminate the target. I cannot assist you in this regard, as it may leave traces. By the way, I wonder if Jack mentioned to you that I work in Arasaka's counterintelligence department. V. In a bid to persuade Rocky, was willing to reveal his identity, primarily because during the earlier conversation with Jack had explicitly stated that the decision to accept the commission rested with Rocky. On one hand, Jack was reluctant to involve himself in company affairs, not wanting to become an executioner for corporate malfeasance. On the other hand, he did not wish to forfeit such a lucrative opportunity. Ultimately, V is also his brother, and within his capabilities, Jack hoped to assist him. Thus, Jack no longer hesitated and decided to entrust the decision to Rocky. If he was willing to take on the assignment, then so be it. This is what led Rocky to the Lazy Bar, resulting in this scene. Rocky gazed at V before him and nodded. This marked his first encounter with the illustrious V. He had previously heard Jack mention that he had such a corporate canine brother. At that time, Rocky had surmised it was V. However, in the past 2 years, he had had little contact with him. Primarily, V being a corporate dog was generally not favored by the cyberpunk crowd, leaving only good friends like Jack to maintain a close connection with him. Jack was unaware if Rocky and V would get along, so to prevent any potential unpleasantness, he had not arranged for them to meet. Yet, this time, it was truly unavoidable. Well then, in light of this, I choose to accept this commission. Jack, what do you think? I've said it before. This time it's up to you. After contemplating, Rocky ultimately decided to take on this assignment. Although there were risks involved, they were not insurmountable, and Rocky felt confident in completing the task. Moreover, the remuneration was quite substantial, a fee of 60,000 euros. Even when divided among 3 individuals, would yield 20,000 euros each. While this was less than what Rocky earned from selling potions, it still constituted a significant transaction within the cyberpunk sphere. Additionally, Rocky's primary aim was to establish a rapport with V, believing that in the future, he would often need to engage with large corporations. At such times, the value of having a good brother from the Arasaka Counterintelligence Division could prove to be immensely beneficial. Chapter 27. Hacker, thank you, brother. V had initially harbored some concerns. If Rocky had been unwilling to take on this business, matters would have become rather complicated. Fortunately, Rocky accepted the commission. After discussing the task's details with Rocky and Jack, V departed from the Liz Bar. There remained numerous arrangements to be made for the subsequent phases of this task, and V did not dare to linger any longer. "L, I thought you would refuse," Jack remarked, as only he and Rocky remained in the private booth, sipping his drink. "What is the matter? Are you hesitant about taking this job? It's quite a lucrative deal." Rocky was acutely aware of Jack's thoughts, much like how in the future V sought to enlist Jack for the assassination of Abernathy, a request Jack resolutely declined. Like the majority of cyberpunks in Night City, Jack harbored a profound disdain for corporations, loathing them with fervor. He had no desire to serve their interests. As Jack had often proclaimed, one must live for oneself, for that is the only true path. This principle had been his unwavering creed. "No, I simply believe that entangling oneself with corporations inevitably leads to a grim fate," Jack remarked, shaking his head. "But he is your brother, is he not?" Rocky quipped, raising his glass and downing its contents in one swift motion, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, he is my brother," Jack replied. "Yet, I have always believed he has sold his soul to Arasaka. It sounds all too appealing to ascend to the pinnacle. However, the summit is occupied by that insufferable Jenkins, and above him looms Saburo Arasaka. He will never reach the apex. Hey, who knows? Let us not be too pessimistic." Rocky consoled the complaining Jack and then remarked, "Jack, what would you do if one day I became what everyone refers to as a company dog? Why are you even thinking about that? Your opening a clinic has nothing to do with the company. I'm serious, and I believe this situation won't last long." Upon noticing the earnestness in Rocky's tone, Jack, who had initially been indifferent, turned to look at him. He paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating the question. "Hey, what can I do? It's not my first time dealing with a company dog. Enough of that. There's no point in discussing it. We should focus on how to accomplish the task at hand." Jack interrupted the idle chatter, recognizing that this mission was far from straightforward. If they were not genuinely seeking peril, it was crucial to devise a detailed plan. Falsifying identities, booking rooms, and hacking into the target's chamber. These are all tasks for a hacker. So where is our hacker? Jack posed a profound inquiry. After much deliberation, the two had formed a preliminary execution plan, but to complete such a high-stakes task, a hacker was indispensable. Unfortunately, their team lacked a hacker. Although Rocky had some knowledge of hacking, he had not installed a network access terminal, rendering him incapable. Moreover, given his skill level, attempting to breach the system at the Azure Tower would be woefully inadequate. Typically, the hackers they employed were introduced through intermediaries, but this time, there was clearly no intermediary involved. Good question, Jack. You've hit the nail on the head. We both know how formidable the security of Arasaka CE is. We need not just any hacker, but a highly skilled one brave enough to take on Arasaka CE. Do you have any ideas? Rocky decided to first ascertain Jack's objectives and thoughts. However, if it were left to Rocky to make a decision, there was indeed a candidate in mind, Lucy. As a hacker nurtured by Arasaka, Lucy possessed not only exceptional technical skills and innate talent, but also an intimate familiarity with Arasaka's corporate executive. This familiarity afforded her a distinct advantage when navigating the systems under Arasaka's domain, enabling her to delve effortlessly into the databases of the fields and edge runners and incinerate the minds of Arasaka's agents tasked with tracing information. It could be said that Lucy was exceptionally well suited for this mission. Given her deep-seated animosity towards Arasaka, Rocky was confident she would not decline the opportunity to sabotage Arasaka's collaborative project. What thoughts do I have? That question should be directed at you. Aren't you often tinkering with hacking techniques? You must be acquainted with quite a few hackers, Rocky said. Jack shrugged, indicating he had no ideas. I wouldn't say I know many, but I am aware of a hacker who is quite familiar with Arasaka, possesses commendable skills, and should be interested in this venture. However, it may take some time to locate her, and I cannot guarantee her participation. Rocky expressed his thoughts, to which Jack nodded in agreement. By your account, that is indeed a commendable candidate. However, it reminds me that I know of a hacker who is among the finest in Night City. Although I have not collaborated with her, she is widely recognized in the circles as one of the best hackers here. You must be referring to Tbug. Indeed. That is her. Tbug's skills are unparalleled in Night City, and she enjoys a stellar reputation within the mercenary community, making her an excellent choice. After a moment of contemplation, Rocky resolved to attempt recruiting Lucy first. Aside from indulging a personal whim, neither he nor Jack had worked with either Lucy or Tbug before, and finding Tbug was likely more challenging than locating Lucy. I will reach out to my candidate first. If that does not pan out, I will seek out Tbug. You must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. I understand. Having made their decision, the two did not linger in the bar, as many of their plans required further discussions with hackers, rendering their stay here futile. After bidding farewell to Jack, Rocky mounted his motorcycle and headed to his clinic. Locating Lucy would not pose a challenge for Rocky. He had Rebecca's contact information and believed a simple phone call would reveal Lucy's whereabouts. However, he was taken aback when he returned to the open space in front of his clinic and spotted Rebecca amidst a jubilant crowd, indulging in drinks. A quick glance revealed Man, Dorio, Pila, Falco, Chiwei, and Lucy all present, seemingly celebrating a team-building event. This spared him the trouble of making a call. I'll have a drink just like hers. After parking his motorcycle, Rocky approached the mobile bar where Rebecca was situated and took a seat beside her. Rebecca, noticing Rocky's arrival, appeared somewhat surprised yet genuinely pleased to see him. Hey, Elle, what brings you here? I just swung by your clinic hoping to coax you out for a drink. Only to find it closed, Rebecca remarked with a smile. In the days since their acquaintance, Rebecca's team had visited the restaurant. The last time, she had brought drinks to the clinic to chat with Rocky, but he had been preoccupied at the time. She had watched him perform surgery until he was free to join her for a brief drink. It was unexpected for Rocky's clinic to be closed. Yet now he stood before her, evoking a sense of joy akin to rediscovery. Chapter 28. Lucy. I was out attending to some matters and have only just returned. How has work been treating you lately? Rocky raised his glass, swirling the liquid within, reflecting on the fact that he had already indulged in a round at the Lazy Bar, leaving him with little desire to continue drinking. Well, it has been rather smooth sailing, has it? Otherwise, wouldn't he have the leisure to be here sipping on drinks, would he? Cheers. Rebecca lifted her glass, clinking it against Rocky's before downing the contents in one swift motion. Observing Rebecca's spirited demeanor, Rocky resignedly took a small sip of his drink. Is something the matter? Why do you ask? Rocky turned to look at Rebecca, who seemed to have been gazing at him intently. Their eyes met, and Rocky felt a twinge of confusion. Is there something on your mind? He inquired. It's just that ever since you arrived, you appeared to be pondering something deeply. Was it that obvious? Though I must admit, I am indeed troubled by an unsettling matter. Rocky had indeed been contemplating the matter concerning the commission. Yet he was not the type to wear his thoughts upon his sleeve. It must be said that Rebecca's keen observations were quite astute. However, it wasn't so overt. So, what troubles are you facing? Do you require my assistance? It's nothing significant, really. I've taken on a contract, but I'm currently in need of a hacker. By the way, Rebecca, you mentioned that your team has a backup hacker. Would you be so kind as to tell me about her? Rocky revealed his true intention. Approaching Lucy directly might seem rather impetuous and could lead to unforeseen complications. It would be more prudent to leverage his connection with Rebecca to make the introduction. Are you referring to Lucy? Rebecca turned, gesturing towards the back. Rocky followed her gaze. Beyond the boisterous crowd, a striking figure sat alone, her unique rainbow-hued hair easily distinguishable. Her perfectly slender silhouette, coupled with her alluring attire, rendered her profile exceptionally captivating. That's Lucy over there. As for her, she was introduced to the team by Chi-Wei and has been with us for nearly a year. She is indeed the backup hacker for our squad, though she is not required for every mission, which is why you might not always see her around. Regarding her personality, she is somewhat reserved and doesn't engage much with us. Perhaps that is typical of hackers, though I'm not entirely sure. It seems she has fully integrated yet. As for her hacking skills, they are quite impressive. Rebecca's introduction of Lucy was accurate. Hackers within the team were typically regarded as unique entities. Their relationships with other mercenaries comparatively distant. Many hackers collaborated with multiple teams, lacking fixed partners. It was common to spot hackers in a mercenary squad drinking alone, rather than socializing with their teammates. Not to mention, Lucy was merely a backup hacker and had not been part of the squad for long. Are you considering recruiting her for your commission? Given Rocky's earlier mention of needing a hacker, it was natural for Rebecca to surmise his intentions. Rocky readily nodded in affirmation. Indeed, she is part of your team, so I would feel at ease. Besides, she is a backup hacker, correct? I thought that in the coming days you might not have use for her, so bringing her on board would be advantageous. Huh, you make a valid point. Lucy is indeed a reliable hacker. I'll go chat with her now. Thank you, Rebecca. With the groundwork laid, Rocky was determined not to waste any more time. After exchanging pleasantries with Rebecca, he took his drink and headed towards Lucy. Rebecca, observing Rocky's sudden fervor, was taken aback. He hadn't seemed this passionate just moments ago. What has gotten into him? He barely engaged in conversation before dashing off. With a resigned sigh, Rebecca turned and ordered herself a drink at the bar. Meanwhile, carrying his drink, Rocky swiftly approached Lucy and took a seat beside her. Rocky sat beside her, yet Lucy's expression remained unchanged. She didn't even turn to glance at Rocky. It seemed she was accustomed to individuals approaching her with idle chatter, yet she displayed no interest whatsoever. Of course, while Lucy appeared outwardly unperturbed, the network access module embedded within her was already operational. Should any fool dare to engage in nefarious activities or unwarranted advances, Lucy would ensure they learned the consequences of provoking a hacker. Meanwhile, Rocky refrained from speaking immediately, instead surveying Lucy. Aside from a fleeting glance upon his recent arrival, this was the first time Rocky observed Lucy up close, marking their initial encounter. Truly beautiful was the simplest encapsulation of Rocky's thoughts at that moment. Rocky had indeed envisioned a meeting with Lucy, but when he finally found himself in close proximity to her, he realized that she was even more exquisite than he had imagined. Having endured the previous baptism by Rebecca, Rocky swiftly quelled the stirrings within his heart this time, merely allowing his breath to slow slightly. "You must be Lucy," he uttered. Rocky gazed at the impassive Lucy, who was the first to speak. Although Lucy exhibited little reaction, Rocky understood her well. She appeared frigid, yet this demeanor was primarily a shield to protect her innermost self. Should one manage to breach her defenses, they would discover a fervor that surpassed that of anyone else. "What is it?" Upon hearing Rocky mention her name, Lucy finally responded, turning her gaze toward him. "I am a friend of Rebecca's. I heard you were the hacker for their team, and I wanted to have a conversation with you." "Rebecca?" "Indeed. I just finished speaking with her over there," Rocky affirmed with a nod. Lucy turned her attention in the direction of Rebecca, who was still seated at the bar, sipping her drink, albeit her head was inexplicably turned toward them. Their eyes met, and as Rebecca contemplated turning away, she noticed Rocky also looking over, smiling and waving at her. Rebecca could only return the gesture, waving back at Rocky and giving them a thumbs up in affirmation. "See, you noticed as well." Rocky proved his honesty, and Lucy nodded in agreement. However, what they failed to notice was Rebecca, positioned at a distance with her back to them, who swiftly consumed an entire bottle of wine that had just been served. What a fool L is, that scoundrel. He must have come to seek out Lucy. But why should I concern myself with such thoughts? "Bartender, another bottle, please." After several rounds, Rebecca found herself somewhat tipsy and could not resist glancing back. Under the soft glow of the lights, Rocky and Lucy sat side by side, engaged in conversation. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol. But as she gazed at Rocky's reassuring back, complemented by Lucy's graceful silhouette, they appeared remarkably well-matched. Yet, an unsettling feeling of possessiveness washed over her, as if something dear to her was on the verge of being taken away. Chapter 29. Lucy's hesitation. I have a commission that requires the expertise of a hacker. I wonder if you might be interested? Do tell me more. Rocky got straight to the point, and Lucy was not surprised upon hearing his intentions. Although she lacked great enthusiasm, she chose to first listen to the details of the commission. This matter was related to Arasaka. You should first examine the contents of the chip. Rocky produced a data chip and handed it to Lucy. Upon hearing the name Arasaka, her previously tranquil demeanor was momentarily disrupted, as if her heartbeat had faltered. However, she quickly regained her composure and pushed the chip away. I'm sorry, but I have no interest. Lucy had been evading Arasaka's relentless pursuit, striving to escape the shadow that loomed over her. Her fear of Arasaka outweighed her hatred, prompting her desire to flee rather than to wield a nuclear device against the Arasaka Tower. She recognized her limitations. Arasaka was beyond her capacity to challenge, leaving her with only the option of escape. While she was willing to undertake the trivial task of stealing a chip from Arasaka's minions, she would immediately distance herself from any assignments linked to the upper echelons of the organization. Although she was unaware of the nature of Rocky's proposal, any connection to Arasaka meant that it was best to avoid complications. Engaging in conflict with Arasaka or assisting them was not her intention. Is it because of Arasaka? Rest assured, the chip does not contain intelligence concerning Arasaka, nor will there be agents dispatched to eliminate you. Take a look before you dismiss it. This is a substantial deal, with a reward of 60,000 euros. If 3 of you share it, you would still receive 20,000. Rocky had not anticipated Lucy's resolute refusal. However, he remained indifferent. If he were in her position, confronted by a stranger demanding he infiltrate Arasaka, he too would likely decline. Upon hearing Rocky's words, Lucy hesitated momentarily before accepting the chip, deciding to first examine the details of the assignment. The objective was to eliminate several corporate hounds contained within the chip, thereby thwarting Arasaka's project collaboration, with operations set to commence in 2 days. There was no need to fret about potential retribution from Arasaka post-mission, as military-grade technology would shield them from the repercussions. While Lucy scrutinized the contents of the chip, Rocky elucidated the details beside her. After reviewing the information, Lucy detached the chip and returned it to Rocky. Is this what you refer to as being related to Arasaka? Opposing Arasaka, even with someone to bear the consequences. Do you comprehend the implications? That is the Azure Tower, Arasaka's territory. You expect me to breach their network? That's tantamount to courting death. I refuse to partake in this venture. Perhaps Kiwi might be inclined to wade through this murky water instead. Lucy once again declined Rocky's proposition, though this time her demeanor was less composed. Asking her to infiltrate the Azure Tower felt akin to entering a den of wolves, and the thought of breaching Arasaka's network only intensified her apprehension. I fail to understand. You seem to harbor a profound fear of Arasaka. Why? It is merely the Azure Tower, not an assassination attempt on Saburo Arasaka himself. What makes Arasaka so formidable after all? Rocky shook his head and said. He was well aware of Lucy's inner turmoil. Convincing her to confront Arasaka was indeed a formidable challenge. Whether I fear Arasaka is of no concern to you. You speak so lightly, yet you have no comprehension of Arasaka's true nature. You are oblivious to their terrifying essence. In any case, I simply cannot do it. Rocky's remark that Lucy fears Arasaka seemed to strike a chord within her, causing an unusual surge of emotion. Lucy's tone and volume escalated significantly. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd was sufficiently boisterous, ensuring that no one noticed the peculiarities of this exchange. Influenced by Lucy's heightened emotions, even Rocky's demeanor experienced a rare fluctuation. Rock downed his drink in one gulp, discarding the glass, and addressed Lucy with a voice even more resonant than hers. I do not misunderstand Arasaka, rather. It is you who fail to comprehend me. I possess a deeper understanding of what Arasaka embodies than anyone else, yet I remain indifferent. To me, Arasaka is no different from any other wretched corporation. I loathe them, but I shall never cower before them. These despicable companies have loomed over us for far too long. What we ought to do is not succumb to silence and fear, but rather become a raging fire, even in our most wretched and broken state. We must make them aware that this world will not perpetually rot in their shadow. There will be those who choose to resist, who will drag them down from their pedestal into the abyss, reducing them to ash. Mark my words, one day I shall make them aware. I will ascend over their bloody bones and stand triumphant above them. Lucy stood frozen, taken aback by Rock's impassioned proclamation, though she did not know him. Nor was she aware of his name. His words resonated profoundly within her. Having endured the hellish training of Arazaka since childhood, devoid of familial affection, she was cast into the old network post-training to extract data. Time and again, her comrades fell one by one, leaving her uncertain of when her turn would come. This harrowing upbringing instilled in Lucy an unparalleled hatred for Arazaka. She dreamed of its destruction, yet the harsh truth was that she could not achieve it. Nor could anyone else. Thus, her aspirations dwindled to merely escaping Arazaka, fleeing as far as possible to a place where they could not reach her. Even to the moon, if necessary. And now, here was someone before her, proclaiming the intent to annihilate Arazaka. Although she deemed Rock's ambition to be mere folly, completely impractical, his words nonetheless stirred something within her. After a prolonged silence, Lucy steadied her emotions, restoring her composure. After a moment's hesitation, she inhaled deeply and replied, "Perhaps you are correct, but even so, I still feel I cannot. The Arazaka system is formidable, perilous, and their hackers are a looming threat. I lack confidence. Primarily, I truly fear Arazaka." Rocky's words softened Lucy's demeanor, drawing her closer to him, though a hint of hesitation lingered. "Lucy, Rebecca mentioned that your skills are exceptional and that you possess a genius intellect. While I am unaware of the grievances you hold against Arazaka and the fear it instills in you, I firmly believe you can conquer that fear. Moreover, should you choose to join my team, I will ensure your safety. If Arazaka dares to trouble you, I shall be the first to storm their tower. Do you truly believe I can achieve this? Can I really do it?" Lucy gazed at the confident smile of the man before her, momentarily taken aback. Did he truly comprehend the gravity of his words? To trust her capabilities based solely on the opinions of others, and to proclaim he would confront Arazaka on her behalf? Though she did not take Rocky's words at face value, her spirits inexplicably lifted, and a rare smile graced her lips. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. "I can't quite understand you, but very well, I accept your proposition. However, you best ensure that things unfold as you claim, without any unforeseen complications." "Haha, certainly. I go by L." Lucy regarded Rocky's face, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. This man had suddenly approached her with fervor, and she found herself unwittingly drawn into his scheme. Yet, perhaps this was not such a misfortune after all. Her curiosity about him began to grow. If he insisted that she did not understand him, perhaps it would be worthwhile to delve deeper into his character. If his assertions held any truth, and he genuinely aspired to stand atop Arazaka, it would surely prove to be an intriguing endeavor. Chapter 30. A drunken Rebecca, meet me at the location I sent you tomorrow afternoon. I will introduce you to another teammate and discuss our operational plans. After adding Lucy's contact information, Rocky sent her the coordinates of his warehouse. "All right," Lucy replied, then retrieved a cigarette from her pocket, preparing to light it. The unexpected commission had left her somewhat unsettled, prompting her to seek solace in a smoke. As the cigarette approached her lips, Lucy paused, glancing at Rocky, and inquired, "Do you smoke?" Rocky and she are now considered teammates, and unlike David, who was merely a kid, Lucy still chooses to show respect to Rocky by inquiring if he minds. "I do not smoke. However, it is quite all right if you do. I have no objections." Rocky had no habit of smoking. Although he was not particularly fond of the scent of tobacco, he had grown accustomed to the presence of smokers nearby, provided the aroma was not too overpowering. Upon hearing that Rocky was indifferent, Lucy, without a hint of pretentiousness, lit a cigarette. As the smoke curled around her, a sense of tranquility began to envelop her heart. She was uncertain whether her choice was the right one, but having taken this step, there was no point in dwelling on it. At that moment, a robust man approached them. It was Man. "Cybernetic Doctor? What brings you here? I see you two are acquainted. Lucy, here is your share of the payment." Man's eyes flickered with a stream of data as he transferred Lucy's portion of the reward for the task. Lucy acknowledged the receipt of the money with a nod, replying, "We just met." Upon learning that they were newly acquainted, Man's curiosity dissipated. Although he was unsure how Rocky had managed to engage with the enigmatic beauty that was Lucy, he chose not to pry further into their affairs. Man then turned to leave, prompting Lucy to inquire, "Is Man calling you a cybernetic doctor?" Since Rocky and Rebecca are friends, Man's knowledge of him is not surprising. What piques her curiosity is Man's manner of address towards him. "Indeed. I am merely a prosthetic surgeon, occasionally dabbling in Cyberpunk. My clinic is located right there. Rocky gestured towards the clinic's direction. Speaking candidly, I must be quite mad. Choosing to accompany a cybernetic doctor to commit murder in the Azure Tower. Lucy replied with a hint of playful sarcasm. Who could argue otherwise? Well then, I shall take my leave for now. Until tomorrow, she added, finishing her cigarette before waving her hand and rising to depart. Lucy had merely been waiting for Man to transfer her payment. The raucous atmosphere here was not to her liking. She preferred the tranquility of sitting quietly, gazing up at the splendid night sky. Her home was located just in the nearby apartment building. A short stroll would bring her back, and she often returned alone without needing Faco's escort. Man and the others had grown accustomed to this. See you tomorrow, Rocky said, allowing Lucy to leave. As they were not yet well acquainted and had little to discuss, there would be ample time to ponder life once a connection was established. He dialed Jack, informing him that the hacker issue had been resolved and there was no need for him to worry any further. After sending Jack the warehouse address and agreeing on a time, Rocky hung up the phone. Noticing the empty space beside him, he too rose to his feet. The revelers around him remained jubilant, yet Rocky felt no inclination to join their merriment. Glancing towards Rebecca, he observed that she seemed to be slumped over the bar. Rocky approached, only to discover Rebecca sprawled over the bar, seemingly lost in slumber. Had she perhaps indulged a bit too much? This fellow certainly lacked caution. Rocky muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to Rocky, this was likely Rebecca's first experience with such excess. However, there was no need for concern regarding Rebecca's safety, as Man and the others were nearby. Although the clientele was a mixed bag, they all held some familiarity with Rebecca. Unlike Lucy, who was more affable, Rebecca was not one to be trifled with. Anyone daring enough to provoke her would find themselves staring down the barrel of her gun in an instant. Consequently, few would risk antagonizing her, and most simply did not find her to their taste. Instead of burying her head in her arms, Rebecca lay with her head tilted, her eyes firmly shut. Rocky stood beside Rebecca, gazing at her face. Under the glow of the neon lights from the car bar, her slightly tipsy visage appeared particularly charming and alluring. Roque could not restrain himself. He extended his right hand and gently placed it upon Rebecca's head. The silky texture of her hair brushed against his palm, yet before Roque could fully savor the sensation, he felt movement in his own body. Rebecca. It's me. Rocky gazed at the pastel green handgun pressed against his chin and hastily explained. Rebecca merely had a bit too much to drink and felt lightheaded. She was completely inebriated. As a reflex typical of a cyberpunk, the moment Rebecca sensed someone touching her, she instinctively drew her gun and aimed it at the perpetrator. Oh, it's you, Elle. Is something the matter? Rebecca, regaining her composure, lowered the gun once she recognized Rocky. Nothing much. I was just concerned about your state since you were lying here. I thought it best to check on you, given how much you've had to drink. I worried you might be in danger, Rocky explained, his heart steady and his face unflushed. I see, but there is no need to fret. You see how quick my reflexes are? If it were anyone else, they would have already taken a bullet, Rebecca replied with a smile, playfully waving the handgun in her hand. Haha, quite impressive. I suppose I was overreacting. Not at all. At least I know you care, Elle, and that makes me happy, Rebecca said, her slightly tipsy face adorned with a charming smile, causing even Rocky to momentarily lose his composure. After a moment of gazing at Rebecca, Rocky continued. By the way, Rebecca, drinking so much isn't good for you. How about we take a ride around Night City to clear your head? Originally, Rocky intended to return to the clinic to wrap up the serum production, but seeing Rebecca in her current state made him feel that the serum could wait. That's a splendid idea. This is the first time I've drunk enough to feel dizzy. I definitely need a breather. But first, I should let them know. Let us go, Rebecca said, adjusting her head as she accepted Rocky's suggestion. She hopped off her seat and led Rocky to Pyrrha. Hey, I have to run an errand. You guys don't need to wait for me. Rebecca's voice reached Pyrrha, who had been engaged in laughter with others, but turned his attention to her. What? Rebecca. What are you saying? And who is this guy? What do you plan to do with him? Hey, kid, you better know what you're doing. Don't think just because you look good you can mess with my sister. I warn you, I don't even know you, and if you dare. Shut up. Chapter 31. By the sea. Pyrrha, upon seeing Rebecca about to leave with a stranger, immediately conjured an elaborate scenario in his mind, of course. One of his own making. Although Pyrrha often teased and bickered with Rebecca, deep down, he genuinely cared for her. Now, with an unknown boy about to take her away, he felt a surge of protectiveness. However, before he could finish his sentence, Rebecca interrupted. You jerk, Don't use your brain filled with nonsense to think about my affairs. He is my friend, and if you say another word, I'll blow your head off. Rebecca shouted at Pyrrha, now teetering on the edge of fury. Pyrrha's words embarrassed Rebecca. What began as a simple outing had taken a turn for the worse. Although Pyrrha had genuine concern for her, it made her feel humiliated in front of Rocky. She started to regret bringing Rocky to meet Pyrrha. Meanwhile, Rocky felt a twinge of awkwardness standing there with Rebecca, especially since she had been drinking, making misunderstandings inevitable. I'm just taking her for a ride and chatting, that's all, Rocky clarified. Pyrrha, unfazed by Rebecca's fury and the gun pointed at him, walked over to Rocky, the scent of alcohol wafting into Rocky's nostrils, indicating Pyrrha had indulged quite a bit. Pyrrha extended his lecherous hands, inspecting Rocky from all angles, giving him goosebumps. After circling around, Pyrrha casually draped an arm over Rocky's shoulder and leaned in closely. So, you're Rebecca's friend? Not bad. You seem pretty solid. What do you do? Sensing Rocky's firm muscles and the high-quality power-enhancing cybernetic on his left arm, Pyrrha, being a tech expert, immediately recognized that Rocky was not your average barfly. Pyrrha's breath, heavy with alcohol, wafted over Rocky, making him uncomfortable. Rocky didn't wish to elaborate further and responded helplessly, I'm in Cyberpunk. Oh, a fellow in the same field. How come I've never seen you before? Perhaps I'm just an obscure nobody, Rocky replied with a chuckle. Haha, you don't seem like one. Whatever, I don't know your situation. But you seem all right, Pyrrha said with a hiccup. After all, they were all adults. Although Rocky spoke of a simple ride, it was evident to anyone with eyes that something was amiss, especially for Rebecca. Pyrrha, having spent considerable time with her, couldn't possibly overlook her current state. However, Pyrrha decided not to interfere with Rebecca's choices, trusting that Rocky appeared to be a decent fellow. Then, Pyrrha leaned closer to Rocky and whispered, If you can handle my hot-headed sister, you must have some skill, but remember to stay safe. Upon hearing this, Rocky's mouth twitched slightly, his expression darkening. It seemed his earlier explanations were in vain, confirming Rebecca's earlier assertion. Noticing Rocky's silence, Pyrrha patted him on the shoulder and returned to his drinking, bidding him to enjoy himself. That guy, I'll deal with him eventually, Rebecca said angrily, putting her gun away as Pyrrha ceased his teasing. Let us go, El. Forget about him. By the way, what did Pyrrha say to you? You seem a bit off, she asked. Nothing much. Let us go, Rocky replied, shaking his head, not wishing to discuss the matter further. The two mounted their familiar motorcycle, weaving through Night City. Rebecca held on to Rocky, her twin ponytails dancing in the wind. She exclaimed, relishing the exhilarating rush of speed. After wandering through Night City for a while, Rebecca's drunkenness faded, and Rocky brought her to a seaside platform in Haywood. Thanks, El, I feel much better now. Not at all. I initially intended to take a stroll myself. The seaside breeze was not as biting as the wind while riding. It gently caressed the two of them. Rocky and Rebecca leaned against the railing, gazing at the tranquil sea. By the way, how did your conversation with Lucy go? Rebecca inquired, tilting her head. Lucy? Quite smoothly, she agreed to join. And the issues have been resolved. That's good to hear, Rebecca nodded. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise the hacking issue would have given me quite a headache. Haha. You rascal. Didn't you say we were friends? Besides, it was Lucy who truly helped you. All right. The seaside at night was remarkably serene, and Rocky relished this feeling. Since the clinic opened, he had been occupied not only with caring for it, but also with selling medicines, and now another commission had come his way. He hadn't had the chance to simply sit and clear his mind in a long time. Noticing Rocky's silence as he stared at the sea, Rebecca chose not to continue the conversation and joined him in observing the calm waters. However, her thoughts were evidently elsewhere, and she lacked the same emotional engagement. She was not typically a quiet person. The only thing that piqued her interest here was Rocky. Eventually, she turned her head to look at him, much like he was gazing at the sea. Was Rebecca unaccustomed to such an atmosphere? After a considerable pause, Rocky sensed Rebecca's gaze upon him and asked, What's on your mind? Oh, nothing. Compared to the scenery, I prefer looking at you. You are far more captivating than this sea. More captivating than the sea? Ha ha ha. What a peculiar compliment. It sounds rather kitsch. Hey, don't mock me, or I might just have to kill you, Rebecca said, feigning anger as she watched Rocky laugh heartily. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Upon hearing Rebecca's words, Rocky pretended to comply, stifling his laughter, though a smile lingered on his face. He then placed his right hand on Rebecca's head and gently ruffled her hair, feeling the pressure from above. Rebecca paused for a moment. What are you doing? I'm not a child. It seemed she was somewhat resistant, reaching out to grasp Rocky's right hand. though without exerting any real force. I don't see you as a child. I simply find you too adorable to resist. Lachi withdrew his hand at an opportune moment, his smile unwavering as he explained. When Rebecca heard Lachi describe her as adorable, she was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "Adorable? Your description is even more peculiar than mine." Although her physique might suggest a hint of cuteness, as a denizen of Night City with a cyberpunk existence, she had left many in her wake. Coupled with her fiery temperament, no one had ever characterized her in such a manner. In her perception, she felt she bore no resemblance to anything remotely cute. Lachi, however, shook his head. "Peculiar? I find it quite fitting for you, Rebecca. I am quite serious." With a chuckle, she responded, "You are something else." Upon hearing Lachi's earnest explanation, a smile blossomed on Rebecca's face. Since Lachi had said so, she could only take him at his word. Yet, it seemed this was the first time in her life that someone had patted her head. Strangely enough, it felt rather pleasant. Chapter 32. The first batch of Serum North Long Beach. Rocky once again returned Rebecca home. As she arrived at the apartment, she opened the door to find Pyra, who seemed to have just returned, lounging on the sofa with half-closed eyes, having indulged in a considerable amount of alcohol. The sound of the door opening reached Pyra's ears, prompting him to awaken and, upon recognizing Rebecca's presence, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, am I really that drunk? How could it be Rebecca returning? I didn't expect you two to merely go for a drive. It seems our Rebecca lacks charm." Seeing Rebecca back, Pyra shamelessly mocked her, his foggy mind suddenly alert. However, Rebecca, who had initially been in a delightful mood, found herself repulsed by Pyra's antics upon her arrival, unable to endure it any longer. She drew her gun and aimed it at him. Fortunately, Pyra was prepared and swiftly dodged, leaving several bullet holes where he had just been lying on the sofa. "You idiot. Whether I return or not is none of your business. I told you, it's just friends. Are you really that dense, unable to comprehend human language?" For reasons unknown, as Pyra's taunts echoed in her ears, Rebecca's previously joyful mood soured into irritation. Despite having a wonderful evening with Rocky, she felt a lingering emptiness. Pyra, having evaded her shot, recognized that Rebecca was genuinely angry. Her aim was too precise for it to be playful. He set aside his usual sarcastic demeanor and, for once, spoke sincerely. "Friends? Do you think you can deceive me? Or perhaps you're trying to fool yourself. That's not like you, Rebecca. At least for now. We haven't reached that level. We've only known each other for a week." Rebecca disengaged her handgun and tossed it casually onto a box of weapons. Slipping off her jacket and resting her legs on the sofa, feet pressed together in a meditative pose, before taking a large gulp from a can of drink. Pyra leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching her with keen interest. This was the first time he had seen Rebecca in such a state. Was the feisty little girl contemplating romance? For once, Pyra took her seriously and remarked, "So what if it's only been a week? I've moved faster than that in the past. Passion ignites with a mere spark, without all this back and forth. So, where does that leave us? You're so adept at conversation, yet you're merely tinkering with virtual fantasies. And don't think everyone shares your mindset. To you, love seems reduced to that." Attempting to boast about his own impressive exploits, Pyra found himself at a loss for words, ultimately retorting defensively, "Isn't this consolation enough? No need to be so harsh. But you're right, I wouldn't want you with someone like me. However, I still suggest you seize the opportunity while you can. In Night City, there are no gentlemen, whether male or female. If one day he ends up in someone else's bed, don't take it out on me. Mind your own business." "I know what I'm doing," Rebecca replied after a brief silence. Although she dismissed Pyra's words, something in her stirred when he spoke that last line. Could I be taken away? What would I do then? A fleeting image of Rocky and Lucy together crossed her mind, unsettling her heart. She quickly shook her head, interrupting further contemplation. Perhaps Pyra had a point. Watching as Rebecca's mood finally settled, Pyra mischievously teased, "You know nothing. Only men understand men. Want me to teach you a few tricks? I guarantee every man will adore you, ensuring he can't live without you. Better safe than sorry, right? Get lost," Rebecca exclaimed, hurling her empty drink in at Pyra, cutting off his attempt to offer further advice. Meanwhile, after dropping Rebecca off, Rocky returned to the clinic. The night was deep, and he longed to rest at home. But recent events weighed heavily on him, and he wished to avoid further delays. The mission at the Azure Tower posed significant risks, and Rocky aimed to gather as much strength as possible to prevent any unforeseen complications. For him, money equated to power. Hence, he hurried back to the clinic, determined to finalize the production of soldier serum. He aspired to secure payment before the commission action, hoping to earn more. In the studio, Rocky organized 10 vials of high-grade soldier serum and dispatched an edited email along with the product description. Ascend Technologies' new product sales notification sender. Ascend Technologies recipient. Our second potent serum has officially launched, with only 10 units available in the first batch. First come, first served. Orders placed on the first day will enjoy a 10 discount. For detailed product information, please refer to the attached description. Attachment. High-grade soldier serum product description. Product name. High-grade soldier serum developed meticulously by Ascend Technologies. This serum enhances multiple attributes, including physical strength, reflexes, and cognitive capacity. It can elevate an untrained individual to the physical prowess of a top tactical soldier while also improving the body's tolerance for cybernetics and resistance to cyberpsychosis. Sample image ordering price, $20,000 Euros. Having sent out the email with the product description, Rocky breathed a sigh of relief, now awaiting responses. To his delight, upon waking the next morning, he found several order requests in his inbox from clinics eager to procure the serum, completely depleting his already limited stock. In Night City, these cybernetic doctors were astute. If the effects claimed in the product description were genuine, the serum would undoubtedly sell well, building on the success of the previous stimulant. Many clinics chose to embrace the risk, despite the lack of sample testing this time. After all, the email had mentioned a 10 discount for first-day orders. Saving even a few thousand euros was no trivial matter. This was essentially a gamble. So far, 6 clinics had ordered the serum. Others likely remained cautious, as not everyone could frivolously dismiss 20,000 euros. Nevertheless, Rocky achieved his desired outcome. All the serum was sold out, and those wishing to order would have to wait for the next batch. Due to the urgency of the sale, Rocky had no time to seek others for delivery, so he took it upon himself. Shortly after, he completed the distribution without incident. The cybernetic doctors had grown accustomed to his silence, no longer bombarding him with questions. Upon returning to the clinic, Rocky looked at the recently received payments, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The funds used to purchase formulas and materials had nearly been exhausted, but his treasury was replenished as he spent 40,000 euros on another batch of serum ingredients, bringing his balance back to 150,000 euros. Chapter 33, Daraso Afternoon. Japantown. Rocky's warehouse. Lucy arrived at the designated time. After passing the authentication at the warehouse door, she entered the premises. At that moment, Rocky had yet to arrive. Instead, Jack had come early. Upon seeing Lucy walk in, Jack recognized her as the hacker Rocky had recruited and greeted her. "Hello. You must be Lucy. I'm Jack. I wonder if Elle mentioned me." "Yes, I'm Lucy." She nodded. "Haha, Elle didn't tell me you were such a stunning beauty. In any case, we warmly welcome you to our team. Please have a seat. Elle should be here shortly." Jack enthusiastically offered Lucy a chair. "No, thank you," Lucy declined, opting to lean against the wall and wait silently. "Well, all right. I've heard from Elle that your skills are quite impressive. With your involvement, our venture is sure to succeed." Jack, undeterred by Lucy's refusal, continued to converse with her warmly. "Do you all often compliment others?" "Hey, I suppose I do. I think it's a good trait, valuing relationships, being kind, and full of warmth. These are admirable qualities. At least, that is what my mother taught me since childhood. Elle, however, is somewhat the opposite. He lacks enthusiasm for many things and for people too, only caring for those close to him, the significant ones. You seem to be the first hacker he has praised. In the past, he appeared rather impatient with others." In response to Lucy's thought-provoking question, Jack pondered before answering. "I see. How long have you known him?" Lucy nodded. Having initially thought Rocky was the type to be warm towards everyone, reflecting on the previous night, she realized that despite not knowing him well, if Jack's words were true, why had Rocky shown such concern for her? Was it due to her hacking skills? Lucy was uncertain. Perhaps getting to know him better would unravel the mystery. "I've known Elle for about 2 years. I first met him at my old friend's clinic. He was an apprentice there at the time. My friend told me he was diligent and eager to learn. I had high hopes for him until one day he approached me, expressing a desire to work as a mercenary, and thus we became brothers." As Jack reminisced about their past, he became animated, only to realize he might have revealed too much, hastily closing his mouth. "Sorry, I can't divulge too much. If Elle prefers to keep things private, I must respect that." "I understand." Lucy nodded in acknowledgement, having merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting Jack to be so enthusiastic. What was Rocky like 2 years ago? Jack's half-told stories left Lucy somewhat unsettled, even though she was not naturally inquisitive. Jack was quite the conversationalist, alleviating the otherwise dull atmosphere. Just then, the warehouse's roll-up door automatically lifted, prompting both Jack and Lucy to turn towards the entrance. A vehicle slowly drove in, a classic 80s American design, its metallic body and rear wing proclaiming its formidable performance. As the vehicle's wing doors opened, Rocky stepped out. "Elle, when did you acquire this beauty? Although it looks luxurious, its style seems a bit at odds with your taste," Jack remarked as he approached to inspect Rocky's car. "Just got it, despite its outdated design. I spent a fortune on it. The performance will certainly astonish you." Rocky had long harbored the desire to acquire a vehicle, and this recent commission provided the perfect opportunity to do so. Although the car may not appear particularly flashy, it is far from ordinary. With the assistance of the system, Rocky naturally refrained from spending money on purchasing a vehicle. Instead, he procured this car through a module. Vehicle module, Dealerazo, a classic vehicle from GTA 5. It boasts exceptional ground performance while offering a flight mode. Although its speed diminishes in the air, it still retains remarkable convenience and maneuverability, representing a perfect fusion of land and air capabilities. Furthermore, it possesses high potential for modification, allowing for the installation of machine guns and missiles, as well as robust defensive armor. Price adjustment. Non-item module, 30,000, default top-level modification, technical expansion, 400,000. While its appearance may not rival that of a supercar, it exudes elegance and luxury, unmistakably conveying its substantial value at a mere glance. The Dealerazo's formidable performance and strong defensive capabilities, coupled with its mounted machine guns and missiles, deliver considerable lethality. Its ability to fly also opens up a plethora of possibilities, alleviating concerns regarding terrain, whether in pursuit or escape. This was precisely why Rocky chose it. However, simply acquiring a standard Dealerazo was insufficient. The original Dealerazo accommodates only 2 passengers, and its defensive armor and weaponry seem rather inadequate within the context of Cyberpunk, clearly failing to meet Rocky's requirements. Fortunately, beyond the basic module, the Dealerazo offers a plethora of derivative expansion modules that could address Rocky's concerns. After an additional expenditure of 10,000, he downloaded the Dealerazo 4-seater expansion module, followed by another 20,000 for the comprehensive enhancement module, which bolstered its defensive capabilities and weaponry. Lastly, he invested an additional 10,000 in the Dealerazo jet propulsion acceleration expansion to enhance its maneuverability. Thus, a top-tier vehicle was born at a total cost of 70,000. "Don't try to fool me. Honestly, I find it hard to believe," Jack remarked, clearly skeptical of the vehicle. Rocky, however, offered no further explanation, merely smiling as he replied, "You'll see when the time comes." Now, it was time to discuss the course of action. Rocky led Jack and Lucy to a compartment within the warehouse, which he had meticulously transformed into a compact command center. It was equipped with computer terminals, an armory, and a conference table, all designed to address such situations. They reviewed the fundamental operational plan once more. First, Lucy needed to assist Jack and me in reserving a room on the target's floor using forged identities. "Lucy, do you have any issues with this?" "Let me see." Lucy nodded, took a tablet from the table, connected it, and her eyes flickered with streams of data as she began to search the reservation system for the Azure Tower. The target room was located on the 40th floor, designated for the employees of small to medium-sized enterprises, falling under a basic accommodation package with only one suite option. By masquerading as employees of a small enterprise to book this type of room, they could ensure access to that floor. Remarkably straightforward. After completing her search, Lucy disconnected and addressed the two of them. "That's excellent, quite perfect." Chapter 34, Operational Meeting. Once Jack and I check into the room, Lucy, you can commence the infiltration of the Azure Tower's subnet, assisting us in unlocking the target's door and obscuring the view of the surveillance cameras. Locke pulled out a handgun and affixed a silencer, handing it to Jack. He then remarked, "Then Jack and I will draw our weapons and neutralize the target. It is as simple as that." "Lucy, what are your thoughts?" Gazing into Locke's eyes, Lucy contemplated for a moment before nodding. "No problem. Generally, rooms on the same floor belong to the same subnet. If we are only targeting that suite for infiltration, I shouldn't need to handle too many CE. It should be manageable." Meanwhile, Jack picked up the handgun that Locke had passed to him and handed it back, raising a pertinent question. "A flawless plan, Miss Lucy, who plays a pivotal role. However, my good friend, have you overlooked something?" The Gambi building prohibits the carrying of firearms, and even offensive cybernetic enhancements must be deactivated. Their security is impenetrable. How do you intend to smuggle the gun inside? A valid point, Jack. The security at the Gambi building is indeed stringent. But my methods are even more so. Locke then took the handgun and tossed it from his right hand to his left. At the moment his left hand made contact with the gun, it inexplicably vanished. What the? When did you learn to perform magic tricks, brother? Where's the gun? Jack exclaimed, staring at Locke's empty left hand in astonishment. Although Lucy remained silent, her eyes mirrored Jack's disbelief, clearly sharing the same question. I just learned this trick, and it is perfectly suited for this mission. A faint smile grazed Rocky's lips as he clenched his left fist, palm facing downward, resting upon the table. Under the puzzled gazes of Jack and Lucy, he unfurled his hand, and their expressions swiftly transformed into astonishment. Before their eyes, an array of firearms materialized from Rocky's hand. Cascading onto the table, handguns, rifles, shotguns, and even a few grenades. Impressive, my friend. How did you conjure this? Have you concealed an arsenal on your person? Jack was taken aback, confronted with a scenario he had neither witnessed nor envisioned before. Rocky merely shook his left hand, elucidating, it is the latest spatial folding technology module, capable of creating a space for item storage, perfectly suited for circumventing such security checks. This ability was, of course, acquired by Rocky through a module. The basic storage ring module encompasses a spatial realm for the safekeeping of objects, a storage tool commonly found across various worlds. It can be controlled by thought and possesses a master recognition feature, safeguarding against theft, fire, and water, truly practical. Price adjustment. World adjustment 200 item module, 30,000 euros workbench recipe expansion, 600,000 euros technology expansion, 900,000 euros. While undeniably useful, it is not without its drawbacks, its exorbitant cost. The storage ring's capabilities derive from a realm of cultivation, resulting in poor compatibility with the cyberpunk world, which incurs a severe price penalty for world adjustments, effectively demanding triple the original price for acquisition. However, the straightforward and pure functionality of the storage ring renders it, despite the high price penalty, not significantly more expensive than the technological space storage modules, and it remains notably more compact and convenient. Rocky invested 30,000 euros in a cubic meter storage ring, which has proven to be sufficiently functional. The storage ring has undergone modifications. It no longer relies on mental commands or spiritual bindings. Instead, it necessitates a connection to the user's nervous system. When worn on the finger, the ring extends neural probes that penetrate the body, utilizing nanoneural technology to establish a link with the human form, thereby enabling the user to manipulate the ring's spatial dimensions. Moreover, the act of storing objects cannot occur in thin air. It requires physical contact with the ring to be realized. Overall, while there are numerous limitations, they do not diminish the ring's formidable capabilities. After acquiring the ring, Rocky chose not to wear it conventionally. Instead, he modified his left cybernetic limb, embedding the ring into his palm and connecting it via the prosthetic's neural nanofibers. This essentially upgraded his arm with an expanded storage module, making item retrieval and storage far more convenient than wearing the ring traditionally. Brilliant as always, L. This is a game changer. With this, infiltrating Konpeki Plaza will be a breeze. I initially thought we'd have to resort to hand-to-hand combat. Guests at Konpeki Plaza were strictly prohibited from carrying weapons, unless they were of Yorinobu Arasaka's caliber. Thus, their target would undoubtedly be unarmed, while Rocky and his team would be armed. The outcome was predictable. The plan is set. If everything goes smoothly, we exit through the main entrance without triggering alarms. If complications arise, await further instructions. No objections, Lucy and Jack affirmed, though Jack had sourced this contract. After working alongside Rocky for so long, he fully acknowledged Rocky's leadership. Most operations were directed by Rocky without dispute. With the briefing concluded, Lucy began forging identities and securing reservations, while Rocky and Jack prepared the firearms for the next day. Jack fitted a silencer onto a pistol and handed it to Rocky, keeping another for himself. Lucy soon completed her task. You're Fabian, and you're Balsitar. The reservation is set, 40th floor, Silver Suite. Perfect. I'm Balsitar. Hey, Fabian, how's that sound? Jack chuckled, clapping Rocky on the shoulder. Sounds good. We're nearly done for today. Let's call it a night. Balsitar, Lucy, time to rest. Preparations were complete. Tomorrow, Konpeki Plaza would reveal the truth. Rocky arrived at Daraso, opening the car door. Allow me to take you back. Do give my new vehicle a try. Tomorrow. It will be our means of transportation. Lucy and Jack did not decline, sliding into the car. As Duraso was ignited, the dashboard illuminated with a myriad of parameters. After modifications, Duraso had adapted to the cyberpunk environment, not only accommodating the new fuel type CH00H2 but also adapting its operating system. Features such as remote vehicle connectivity and personal interface connections were all fully equipped. The warehouse of Rocky is not far from the clinic. And soon he returned Lucy to her home. After Lucy alighted, Rocky parked the car in front of the clinic and beckoned Jack to follow him inside. Jack, come to my clinic. I have something special for you. What kind of special thing? You shall find out shortly. Chapter 35, The Suit, Inside the Clinic. Rocky retrieved a vial of blue serum from the inner studio and presented it to Jack. Is this the good stuff you mentioned? What exactly is it? Jack inquired with a hint of curiosity. It is an injectable serum that enhances the body's functions. Tomorrow's mission may involve combat, and this could prove invaluable. Are you suggesting that I should inject this? Jack asked. Indeed, Rocky affirmed with a nod. Very well. What must I do? Simply lie back, Rocky instructed. Although Jack was unaware of the serum's nature and typically refrained from using such substances, he placed his trust in Rocky, since he asserted it was beneficial. Jack decided to give it a try. After all, as long as he was assured that Rocky meant him no harm, asking too many questions seemed futile. Rocky was the expert in this field, and it was best to heed his guidance. Jack reclined on the surgical chair as Rocky prepared to administer the serum. By the way, did you and Lucy know each other in the past? Rocky was still fine-tuning the equipment when Jack, in a casual manner, inquired about someone he did not recognize. I suppose yesterday was the first time I met her, he remarked. Rocky shook his head. Well, while you were absent this afternoon, I chatted with her and inadvertently let slip that you were working at Old Way. Jack brought up this incident with Rocky. It's of no consequence. It's not something of great importance. Just make sure you don't divulge those hyperdreams I shared with you. Rocky seemed unperturbed by this and even chuckled. Hey, I definitely understand that. All right, I am about to begin the injection. Please monitor your heartbeat closely. This procedure isn't painful, but you may find yourself dozing off for a bit. No problem. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Jack, wake up. The serum injection was complete, and Jack slowly opened his eyes. Wow, this is amazing, he exclaimed, reveling in the sensation of his body. How do you feel? Rocky inquired with a smile. Rising to his feet, Jack began to walk and jump, relishing the newfound vitality. Before dashing to the corner where Rocky practiced his punches to test his strength. This is truly remarkable. Where did you acquire this, El? It must have cost a fortune. Not particularly expensive. The cost was 5,000 euros, and I produced it myself. Rocky's words instantly left Jack astounded, for he remained unaware of Rocky's secret, only knowing that he had been preoccupied with the clinic. Of course, Rocky would not casually seek out Jack to say that he should inform him at the appropriate moment. Such as now. You produced this? He inquired. You must be on the verge of a fortune. Well, it's going all right. I've made quite a bit. But it's only the beginning, Rocky nodded. That's impressive, El. With such technology at your disposal, what are your plans for the future? Are you considering starting a company? That is indeed the plan. Preparations are already underway. So you were serious when you mentioned becoming a corporate lackey, Rocky remarked. I am, without a doubt, El replied. However, I thought you might disapprove of my decision, which is why I brought it up casually. Rocky shrugged. Jack approached, wrapping an arm around Rocky's shoulders, and smiled as he said, what could I possibly despise? Whether as a mercenary or a company founder, both are paths of self-determination, and there's nothing derisive about that. I should be supporting you. Moreover, if the company cannot be eradicated, I would prefer to see you at the pinnacle rather than some inconsequential figure like Arasaka Saburo. At least I believe you would surpass them by far. Listening to Jack's words, Rocky felt a weight lift from his heart. At least Jack had not developed any discord with him over this matter. Jack, that's precisely what I think. Only magic can defeat magic. I intend not only to shatter the delusions of those insipid companies but also to transform this world. To be honest, I am somewhat eager for that day to arrive. Regardless, remember this. I will always support you. You are my brother. While I cannot stoop to the level of serving the likes of Arasaka Saburo, I am more than willing to assist my brother. If you need my help, do not hesitate to ask. I may not excel in the corporate realm, but I am quite adept at other tasks, Jack remarked, patting Rocky on the shoulder. Whatever path Rocky chose, whether as a mercenary, a company lapdog, or a member of some peculiar gang, Jack would choose to support and respect him. Such was the essence of Jack's friendship: unwavering support, trust, and respect until the end. "Jack, with your words, I find solace, a true brother for life," Rocky replied, moved by Jack's unwavering support. "It is indeed a rare treasure to have a brother willing to stand by you, especially in this night city. Rest assured, Jack, I shall help you realize your aspirations and become a legend in this city," Rocky thought to himself. There is no rule stipulating that one must engage in grand enterprises in Night City to achieve legendary status. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, no one will care about their origins. Atom Smasher, a premier mercenary, serves as a prime example, a war mercenary dedicated to serving major corporations and governments. Countless so-called legends have perished at his hands. Now, deeply entwined with Arasaka Corporation, he stands as a true legend within Night City, a fact beyond question. Rocky would ensure that Jack transcends even Atom Smasher. When Jack stands proudly atop Arasaka Tower, striking down Atom Smasher and Arasaka Saburo, he will be a genuine legend. After administering the serum, Rocky returned Jack to Haywood. On their way, they stopped in front of a clothing store near the city hall. An essential part of their preparation involved disguising themselves as company employees, which necessitated the acquisition of suits. Inside the boutique, Rocky and Jack were trying on suits. As a high-end clothing store situated in the city center, it primarily catered to various corporate employees, featuring a dedicated section for suits available in a range of styles and prices. "Wow, I didn't expect to look this imposing in a suit." "Oh, how do I look?" Jack asked, standing before the mirror, adjusting the freshly donned suit. His robust physique made him appear even more formidable, resembling a quintessential suit-clad enforcer. "Though I might look a bit like a debt collector, I must admit, I look rather dashing." "You truly suit a suit," Rocky commented succinctly. "Hey, I'll probably wear a suit only a handful of times. This one may fit me, but I don't relish the idea of wearing a suit in my heart," Jack responded. "Come on, Jack. No one is asking you to wear a suit to work," Rocky quipped, stepping into the fitting room to try on his own suit. Rocky's physique differed significantly from Jack's robust build. The well-fitted suit he donned concealed his muscles adeptly, presenting him as remarkably proportionate and refined. Clad in the suit, Rocky resembled a true corporate elite, exuding an aura of formidable authority, coupled with his handsome visage. His attire would not seem out of place for a newly appointed executive in a major corporation of Night City. "Wow, this suits you far better than it does me," Jack exclaimed as Rocky emerged from the fitting room. "It's decent enough," Rocky replied. With the suit purchased, all preparations were deemed complete. After escorting Jack home, Rocky returned to his apartment to recuperate, ready to face the forthcoming mission. Chapter 36. The operation begins. Watson District. Arasaka Seaside, Azure Tower. Rocky gradually brought the DeLorean to a halt at the main entrance. Seated in the passenger seat, Lucy connected her tablet terminal. Confirming that the connection between the two was functioning properly, she turned to Rocky and said, "The connection is secure. You may proceed." "Let us get moving then." "Jack, gather the equipment," Rocky instructed. "Lucy, the vehicle will automatically navigate to the underground garage. Please coordinate with us from there." Rocky nodded, stowing Jack's weapon within his storage ring. After exchanging a brief greeting with Lucy, he opened the car door and stepped out. "Goodness, this place is truly opulent," Jack exclaimed as they arrived at the entrance of the Azure Tower. "The most luxurious hotel in Night City. What do you expect?" Rocky chuckled, observing Jack's astonished expression. Once again, Rocky arrived at the Azure Tower, previously under the guise of V. Yet this time he came for himself. "It was about time we experienced what it was like to stay in a hotel meant for the company's elite. Let us proceed, Fabian." Upon reaching the security checkpoint, the personnel conducted a thorough body scan without raising any alarms or anomalies. "Gentlemen, you may enter." With the courteous reception from the security staff and concierge, the duo successfully stepped into the Azure Tower. Both Rocky and Jack donned elegant suits, their attire meticulously curated, while the employees of the Azure Tower extended every courtesy. "We would like to check in," Rocky addressed the front desk in the lobby. The overall decor of the Azure Tower was designed to emphasize its opulence and high-end allure, with a dazzling gold color scheme that even adorned the concierge desk in gilded accents. However, Rocky found the aesthetic unappealing and speculated that the staff might not have chosen such a look willingly. "Good day, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation?" inquired the receptionist, resplendent in gold. "Indeed, Fabian." "Very well, Mr. Fabian. I will now retrieve your reservation information. Please hold on for a moment." The receptionist entered Fabian's name into the terminal, and the reservation details promptly appeared. Mr. Fabian, did you reserve the silver suite located on the 40th floor? Yes. Is there a problem? Rocky asked, noticing the receptionist seemed to hesitate. Well, sir, for distinguished individuals such as yourself, we offer more luxurious suite options. For instance, we have the lapis lazuli suite on the 42nd floor, which not only boasts a more spacious and opulent design but also includes daily dining delivery service and additional occupancy insurance, ensuring a safer and more refined experience befitting your status. Would you consider upgrading to this suite, sir? The receptionist smiled as she promoted the superior suite service, though the elevated luxury came with a correspondingly higher price. Rocky had long been aware that these individuals were incapable of uttering anything of substance, so he was not surprised. Are you implying that the standard of my room is too low? Or perhaps that my status is inadequate? No, sir. I merely thought you might require more refined services. I certainly did not mean any offense, and I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. The reception desk was taken aback by Rocky's sudden confrontation. His piercing gaze made her feel as though her superior was interrogating her, instilling a habitual sense of dread. Initially, based on Rocky's attire and demeanor, she had surmised that his status might be considerable, possibly a managerial figure from a large corporation, and believed this ordinary, low-tier package was beneath him, intending to offer him a more upscale service. However, she had miscalculated. Even if she were to encounter a corporate executive, they would not appreciate being condescended to or instructed on how to conduct themselves. Rocky had inadvertently imparted a lesson to her. I was merely jesting. You possess a sweet tongue and keen insight. However, remember this. Focus on your own responsibilities and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Upon witnessing the receptionist's acknowledgement of her mistake, Rocky softened his stance. After all, she was just an ordinary worker, facing her own challenges. Understood, sir. Thank you for your forgiveness. I will now proceed with your check-in. May I kindly ask you to verify your identification? As Rocky's demeanor became more affable, the receptionist breathed a sigh of relief, daring not to utter another word, and promptly completed the check-in process. After verifying his identity and receiving his room number, Rocky and Jack circumvented the reception area and made their way to the lobby. Wow, Fabian, your commanding presence just now was impressive. You had that young lady trembling. It was nothing. These people tend to think themselves clever unless faced with a bit of sternness. True enough. What do you think, Lucy? You seem a bit subdued. Jack suddenly redirected the conversation towards Lucy, always observant of everyone in their group. Upon hearing her name mentioned over the comms, Lucy paused momentarily before responding with a smile. I believe Elle has a point. There is no need to grant any courtesy to those suited individuals from Arasaka. As they conversed, Rocky and Jack soon arrived at the elevator and pressed the button for the 40th floor. Upon reaching the 40th floor, they found there were not many rooms. Quickly locating their reserved accommodation, with their target room just 2 doors down. This is impressive. The K by Tower truly lives up to its reputation. This sofa is quite plush. Upon entering the room, Jack plopped down onto the sofa, loosening his tie in admiration. Rocky, meanwhile, surveyed the room. It was indeed a low-tier package, significantly smaller than the room he had occupied during his previous visit to K by Tower, lacking the same level of refinement in its decor. This is merely a basic suite. Have you ever seen the more luxurious top-tier suites? Now that is true opulence. A level of extravagance inaccessible to the average person. The mayor of Night City may be formidable, but even such figures are unlikely to gain entry there. Jack sensed Rocky's disdain for his lack of experience and retorted, Don't speak as if you've seen it all. Enlighten me. Who could possibly stay on the top floor? At the very least, someone of the caliber of Arasaka's heir. You mean Arasaka Raisin? He certainly carries weight. But has he ever visited Night City? Uncertain. Rock shook his head. Since Arasaka Raisin's arrival in Night City, the top floor of the Azure Tower had become his exclusive domain. As for whether Arasaka Raisin remained in Night City or had returned to Japan, Rock was left in the dark, as he had yet to acquire any pertinent intelligence on the matter. Just as Jack and Rock were engrossed in their conversation, Lucy's voice pierced through the comms. Shouldn't I remind you to hurry? Apologies, Lucy. What should we do now? Rock promptly replied, feeling the urgency of the situation. After all, while he and Jack were at ease, Lucy was still in the garage, and the sooner they resolved this matter, the better. There should be a smart room terminal in your quarters. Elle, connect your personal device to it. I will use this to infiltrate the network. This device is linked to other equipment within the network, making it the most suitable for breaching. Lucy commanded. No problem. Rocky located the intelligent housing terminal and connected his personal device. However, After a prolonged wait, Lucy had yet to begin her intrusion. "Lucy?" Rocky gently called out to her through the communication device. Chapter 37. An Unexpected Turn? Within the cybernetic realm, Lucy gazed at the Arasaka system's central executive. Her eyes momentarily lost in a daze. Although she had resolved to come here, standing once more before the Arasaka CE, she found herself unable to quell her hesitation. Fear gripped her. What if she failed and caught the attention of Arasaka? What consequences would she face? "Lucy?" The voice of Rocky echoed in Lucy's ears, bringing her back to reality. Lucy intended to say something, but was interrupted by Rocky. "Lucy, you can do it. I am certain you can. Embrace it with confidence and boldness. I will always support you." The resolute yet gentle voice of Rocky emanated from the communicator, causing Lucy to momentarily pause. After a determined clench of her jaw, she revealed a steadfast expression. "Yes, I can do this. Lucy, you are capable." With a heartfelt thanks to L, she plunged into her assault on CE. Meanwhile, Jack, standing beside Rocky, raised an eyebrow, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, yet he refrained from speaking. Having been brothers with Rocky for so long, he could easily discern that something was amiss. As he had previously noted, Rocky typically exhibited little concern for others. In all their time working together, Jack had never witnessed Rocky extend a kind demeanor to any hacker. Yet now, with Lucy, not only was he offering encouragement, but his tone was unusually tender. Patting Rocky on the shoulder, Jack flashed him a thumbs up, successfully earning a roll of the eyes from Rocky. "Well done, brother. You possess discernment." Rock accurately deciphered Jack's unspoken words through his lip movements. Reaching the CE of Arasaka is no simple feat, fortunately. They do not need to seize control of the entire network of the Azure Tower. Instead, they merely need to infiltrate the network of the target room to unlock the door and disable the surveillance cameras. Lucy's room and the target were situated within the same subnet layer. She merely needed to bypass a few minor cybersecurity elements to reach her objective. Coupled with her formidable hacking prowess and knowledge of the Aohaka building, she achieved her desired outcome in just half an hour. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, prompting Lucy to exhale in relief. Successfully infiltrating the target network, I now present the visuals from the room's surveillance camera to your view. As Lucy proceeded with her operations, the images of the target room materialized in the ocular implants of Rocky and Jack. "Excellent work, Lucy." There are 2 individuals present in the room, with no additional security personnel. Through the camera feed and scanner, Rocky discerned that the 2 individuals were indeed the targets for assassination, meticulously noting their positional layout. Trusting in the security of the Aohaka building, the targets had not arranged for accompanying guards. "Prepare for action, Jack." Rocky retrieved 2 silenced handguns from the palm of his left hand, passing one to Jack, signaling him to commence their operation. At that moment, Lucy's voice resonated through the communication line. "Wait a moment, let me clarify something. First, I will unlock the target's door and then disable the camera. If all goes smoothly, I can grant you 10 seconds. Should the camera remain unresponsive for over 10 seconds, the system will automatically trigger an alarm to alert the main network's hackers. I must disable the shielding within that time frame. Beyond that, your fate relies solely on luck. Therefore, you must swiftly neutralize the targets and evacuate promptly. I do not have control over the entire network of the Aohaka building. This is my limit." As an ordinary hacker, Lucy's accomplishments without advanced equipment were commendable. However, to seize control over the entire network of the Aohaka building, assistance from military-grade devices akin to those wielded by Little Flathead would be indispensable. "Lucy, you mentioned that if all goes well, what if something unexpected occurs?" Jack inquired, securing the handgun in his waistband. Lucy paused upon hearing Jack's question, then elucidated. "In the network control room of the Aohaka building, there exists a hacker monitoring the entire network. Generally, such instantaneous disconnections of the camera would not draw his attention. However, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, or if he happens to inspect the target room, you must devise a strategy for retreat amidst the building's alarms. The likelihood of such an event is exceedingly slim, so there is no need for concern. Hey, if that's the case, then there will be no mishaps. Let's go, L. Let's make it count." A smile spread across Jack's face after hearing Lucy's words. This level of risk was trivial for a typical mission. After all, they were engaged in a perilous endeavor, and fear was not an option. Yet, Rocky furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Jack patted Rocky's shoulder, signaling the commencement of their mission, and Rocky chose not to voice his apprehensions. Having come this far, hesitation was unwarranted. If discovered, they would simply charge through. Casting aside his worries, Rocky and Jack approached the target's door, positioning their hands over their concealed weapons in readiness for an assault. "We are prepared. Let's proceed, Lucy. Remember, you have only 10 seconds, Lucy reiterated. "Rest assured, we'll wrap it up in 2 seconds. We are professionals," Rocky replied confidently. At the very moment Lucy concluded her countdown, the target's door swung open. Rocky and Jack swiftly entered the room, guns drawn, locking the door behind them to prevent any prying eyes from the outside. The entire operation took merely a second. In a flash, they aimed their weapons with precise coordination at their two targets, their bullets piercing through the victims' skulls before they could even comprehend the unfolding events. In just 2 seconds, the targets lay lifeless. With their objectives neutralized, Rocky and Jack turned to exit the room, only to find the door suddenly locked in a forced state, its status light flashing ominously red, while alarms blared throughout the chamber. This was no mere coincidence. The hacker had been monitoring this room all along. Clearly, they were trapped. And it wouldn't be long before the security forces of the Azure Tower arrived. "Lucy," Rocky shouted into the communicator. "I've lost control of the room's network." Lucy's voice crackled with urgency. "The Arasaka hacker has discovered us and taken over the network." "Damn it." Rocky slammed his fist against the door, but it remained steadfast. "What do we do now?" Jack asked, his gaze shifting to Rocky as the situation escalated. "We need to find a way to escape. Lucy, you're in danger. Disconnect from the cyberspace immediately." Lucy, although desperate to withdraw, was concerned for Rocky and Jack. Without the hacker's assistance, they would be like headless flies in this perilous situation. "Don't worry about us. We can manage to escape," Rocky reassured her, his focus on her safety more than their own. You think you can escape?" A fourth voice crackled through their communications, unmistakably that of the hacker from Azure Tower. In cyberspace, Lucy attempted to exit upon hearing the hacker's voice. But it was too late. The hacker had already set a trap within the room's subnet, locking her in an instant. A few little bugs have slipped into Azure Tower. Director Abernathy was right. Monitoring this room full of corporate employees was a wise choice. The hacker's voice echoed ominously, audible to both Lucy and the trapped duo. Filled with terror and rage, Lucy struggled against her restraints. "You Arasaka dog, let me go?" she cried, but it was futile. Supported by Arasaka's formidable technology, they were no match for the hacker. "Stop struggling. The security forces will find you soon. Prepare to meet your demise. But before you die, let me see what useful intel you have. I'm sure Director Abernathy would be quite interested. This could yield a handsome reward," the hacker said nonchalantly, as if Rocky and his companions were already his captives. With a mere wave of his hand, the hacker manipulated the data streams, launching an assault on the subnet of Rocky, Jack, and Lucy. In the room, Rocky and Jack felt the effects immediately. To ensure their compliance with his intel search, the Arasaka hacker unleashed electromagnetic short circuit and synaptic meltdown programs into their systems. A powerful electromagnetic shock coursed through their bodies, causing their legs to weaken, threatening to topple them to the ground. Yet, the effects of the soldier serum kicked in. With enhanced nerve strength and resilience, they swiftly adapted. Just before collapsing, they braced themselves with their hands, their robust recovery and adaptability allowing them to withstand the discomfort. Now I understand why you despise hackers," Jack remarked, attempting to lighten the mood, but soon sharp pain silenced him. The synaptic meltdown program had successfully infiltrated, causing their cybernetic enhancements and personal systems to overheat and burn their nerves. Despite the fortification of their nerves, the melting process could not be entirely mitigated. "You're right, Jack. This is precisely why I loathe hackers." Rocky produced a vibrant green serum from his left hand, injecting it into his thigh. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through him, rapidly repairing the damaged synapses. The effect of the Type 1 stimulant, augmented by the super soldier serum, created a synergistic response. With his resilience restored, he quickly administered another dose to Jack, and they both returned to normalcy. "Thanks, I feel much better now." Meanwhile, the Arasaka hacker, witnessing their recovery, was taken aback. With their consciousness intact, he could not delve deeper into their systems and was left to await the arrival of the security forces. Fortunately, Lucy was still at hand, but her resistance had waned under the overwhelming data flow, leaving her unconscious. The hacker decided to abandon Rocky and Jack in favor of extracting valuable information from Lucy. "Damn it. Is there truly no intel at all?" "Just as I suspected. This is Night City's cyberpunk scene. No information leakage whatsoever." Lucy was oblivious to the source of the mission, only aware of her tasks, making it impossible for the hacker to extract anything from her. However, The hacker soon expressed surprise. "Look what I've stumbled upon. This little lady was once Arasaka's asset." Interesting. A defector from Arasaka? No wonder she could bypass Arasaka CE with such makeshift equipment. This is a significant discovery. Reporting this could yield considerable returns. As the hacker reveled in his find, he suddenly realized that Rocky and Jack had vanished from the room. Their presence was undetectable within the subnet, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Just as confusion set in, 2 red dots appeared on his system map, indicating the location of the missing duo. "This place is the network monitoring room," the hacker exclaimed in disbelief. The network monitoring room was right beneath him. He couldn't fathom how they had instantaneously arrived there, suspecting a malfunction in his system. Yet, as he exited the deep dive and left cyberspace, a rapidly approaching fist confirmed the reality of the situation. As Rocky and Jack dismantled the hacking programs, they resolved to rescue Lucy. She was in danger, ensnared in cyberspace. They needed to locate that hacker and eliminate the threat. Roche's eyes were filled with indifference and fury. He loathed surprises, and even more, he abhorred anyone harming Lucy. He was determined to make this bothersome hacker pay for their transgressions. How to locate them? Jack perceived Roche's anxiety. With the only hacker in their midst incapacitated, the two were, in essence, no different from the blind. Not only was finding the hacker a daunting task, but even the possibility of exiting this room was in question. "Stay close to me," Rock commanded. Simultaneously, his mind swiftly navigated through the modules. In this predicament, their only hope lay in the capabilities of the modules. For Rock had long since prepared contingency plans for various unforeseen circumstances, a key reason he dared to engage with the Azure Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, Rock selected a module. As the module manifested, he withdrew a dagger-like instrument and embedded it into the cybernetic limb of his left hand. After a brief pause, a red dot suddenly appeared on Roche's system map, revealing the enemy's position. As the red dot emerged, a notification popped up. Annex Hero, Ash Skill Equipment Package Module. This package includes 3 skill sets from the Annex Hero, Ash. Deathmark Data Blade. Stabbing it into a target reveals the attacker's location. It can also be used on a corpse, typically to unveil the killer's whereabouts. Of course, if one wishes to discover the attacker's location, one could opt for a self-inflicted wound. Arc Trap, a throwable electromagnetic trap that ensnares the nearest target and inflicts damage. Phase Blade. This allows one to tear open a phase rift at any location within range, enabling a one-way teleportation dash. Price adjustment. Special package discount -30 item module, 35,000 euro. This was the module Rock chose. It was not merely a set of abilities. The module manifested Ash's skills in the form of equipment. Unlike games that often weaken abilities for balance, the module's equipment boasted more potent and rational functionalities, allowing Rock to trace the hacker who had just launched a cyber attack against him by inserting the data blade. Additionally, the phase blade could disregard wall obstructions, directly tearing open a teleportation portal to any desired location. Chapter 39, Evacuation Jack. Follow me. Rock gazed at the marked locations on the system map, drawing forth a phase blade. With a swift motion, he cleaved open a phasal rift that extended directly from the room to the hacker's position. The moment he stepped into the rift, he was instantly engulfed. The sensation of traversing through the phase was far from pleasant. The unstable void energy seemed eager to rend his very being. Fortunately, his physical fortitude was sufficient to withstand such harm, though he still needed to acclimate to the peculiar sensations of phase travel. Meanwhile, Jack, witnessing Rock tear open a breach in the fabric of reality with a mere knife, was taken aback yet undeterred, promptly following Rock into the rift. Before long, when the security forces breached the room, they found themselves perplexed by the intact surroundings and the vanishing target. By then, the phasal rift had already dissipated. The request sent to the hacker fell into the abyss of silence, leaving the security personnel of the Azure Tower in a state of utter disarray. Having traversed the phasal rift, Rock materialized in the network center of the Azure Tower. "I have found you." Rocky gazed upon the hacker from Aozaka sprawled on the hacker chair, a sinister smile spreading across his face. In an instant, Rocky lunged towards him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Although the hacker reacted swiftly, exiting the deep dive just in time, he was still unable to avert the impending blow. With a fist imbued with fury, Rocky delivered a devastating blow directly to his adversary's face. It is well known that hackers, regardless of their prowess in the digital realm, possess physical strength and resilience that fall drastically short of that of conventional combatants. In a mere instant, Rocky effortlessly shattered his opponent's skull, causing the entire visage to cave in, blood erupting forth in a gruesome spray that stained the hacker's chair. Rocky gazed at the hacker, whose head had been utterly crushed, and shook off the mixture of red and white substances clinging to his right hand. At that moment, Jack emerged from the rift, still reeling from the shock of the phase fracture and the marvels of phase traversal, only to witness Rocky's brutal handiwork on the hacker. "Goodness, Rocky, you remain as ruthless as ever," Jack remarked. Filled with immense curiosity yet aware that this was not the time for inquiries, they had to hasten their escape. So he could only express his astonishment in passing. Meanwhile, with the hacker's demise, the program that had confined Lucy lost its efficacy, allowing her to successfully exit the cyberspace, albeit still in a state of unconsciousness. "Lucy," Rocky called out, but received no response. Fortunately, through the connection with Drosso's vessel, he observed Lucy's biological monitoring signal on the vehicle indicating normalcy, which alleviated his concerns. "Lucy is unconscious. We must devise our own plan. Time is of the essence," Rocky conveyed to Jack. Although they had triggered an alarm, it was not the highest level red alert but merely a standard yellow alert, affecting only their immediate surroundings and not the entirety of the Azure Tower. For Arizaka, this was merely a minor incident, unworthy of alerting all guests or jeopardizing their reputation. However, with the hacker's death, if he failed to transmit a signal for an extended period, the AI of Azure Tower would deem the situation uncontrollable and escalate the alarm level. Yet, their current task was no longer a simple evacuation without Lucy's assistance. The completion of their entrusted tasks would be impossible, and they could not erase the data from the surveillance cameras or the traces of intrusion, which would lead to significant complications. Fortunately, they found themselves in the network center of Azure Tower, where they were directly connected to the server, the most efficient and convenient location for erasing evidence. "Jack, keep watch for me. I must eliminate all traces of our presence." Rock turned towards Jack and, with a swift motion, pushed the hacker's lifeless body aside. He then detached the network connection interface from the deceased and connected it to himself. Rocky had previously acquired rudimentary knowledge of hacking techniques, although he was hardly a master and lacked a network access module. The network interface here granted him the highest level of operational authority. Erasing data in this environment was akin to engaging in creative mode while battling minor foes in survival mode. Even someone as impaired as he could achieve it. After extracting the validation chip from the hacker and connecting it to the system, Rocky successfully passed the authorization check and commenced his data modifications. Under Rocky's deft manipulation, it soon appeared as if they had never set foot in the Azure Tower, leaving not a trace behind. With everything completed, the alarm level escalated to an orange alert due to the hacker's disconnection. The Azure Tower began deploying the Arasaka robots for patrol and search operations. "Let us go, Jack. It's time to withdraw." Utilizing the interface permissions, Rocky opened the doors to the network center and stood to exit, slipping a fragmentation grenade into the hacker's head before leaving. The explosion obliterated everything, leaving Arasaka with no possibility of retrieving any data from the hacker's network devices. "Move," Jack said, raising his weapon in readiness for their retreat. Exiting the network center, they faced the glass exterior of the Azure Tower, where a few scattered drones could be seen scanning the area, indicating that the security forces had not yet fully mobilized. According to the map, they were currently on the 60th floor, and without Lucy's assistance, they were unable to ascertain the distribution of patrolling forces. "How do we proceed? Shall we seek the elevator to the garage?" Jack pondered their escape, contemplating heading toward the garage. At that moment, he observed Rocky produce a metallic dart, which he hurled into the adjacent glass wall. "What is the point of going to the garage?" "This way. Keep an eye out and take the big gun," Rocky instructed, tossing a heavy machine gun to Jack. As Jack remained baffled, he witnessed the dart suddenly detonate with a powerful electromagnetic shock, causing the glass wall to shatter with a myriad of cracks. As Rocky observed that a single electric arc star failed to shatter the glass, he added another, and only then did the glass facade succumb to destruction. At that moment, the security personnel of the building were drawn to the commotions, yet they were swiftly repelled by Jack's suppressive fire. With their forces converging, Jack remarked to Rocky, "You don't intend to retreat from here, do you? We haven't brought parachutes, and I fear we might be turned into Swiss cheese by the drones." However, before he could fully grasp Rocky's intentions, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly astounded. A sedan gradually ascended from outside the window. It was neither an anti-gravity vehicle nor a drone from the wasteland, but rather Rocky's own transport, the Drosso. "Goodness, your car can fly? I must admit, this vehicle has truly taken my breath away. Enough with the banter, get in quickly. Once they catch on, you'll be waiting to be riddled with bullets. Long before Rocky prepared for their escape, he had summoned the Drosso via vehicle connection, which autonomously navigated from the underground garage and activated flight mode to arrive before them. The Drosso hovered steadily in front of the two. As Rocky opened the door and took his place in the driver's seat, Jack hastily repelled the security personnel and scrambled into the vehicle. Chapter 40. Nightmare. With the door shut, the full capabilities of the Drosso were unleashed. Rocky pressed the button for the propulsion device, and the modified jet at the rear instantly erupted with a fierce flame, propelling the vehicle forward. In an instant, the vehicle was thrust into a state of exhilarating speed. Rocky maneuvered the Drossos away from the Azure Tower, yet the surrounding O'Hara drones soon detected their presence. Unidentified hovering vehicle. Suspected target, suspected target. The drones blared their alarms as they pursued Rocky and his companions. Unfazed by the encroaching drones, Rocky pressed the accelerator with fervor, gradually lowering their altitude. The speed advantage of the Drossos was rendered ineffective at such heights. To evade the O'Hara drones, transitioning to ground mode or low-altitude flight would have been a more prudent choice. Nevertheless, the gap between them and the drones continued to diminish. Confirming current vehicle as the target, initiate interception, open fire. At that moment, the drones, having verified the fleeing target through the main network of the Azure Tower, activated their onboard weaponry. The machine gun barrels erupted, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the Drossos. At this moment, Rocky's defensive enhancements proved their worth. As bullets struck the vehicle, igniting bursts of sparks, yet failing to penetrate the armor and bulletproof glass. "Wow, this car is incredible," Jack exclaimed, sitting up and turning to observe the drones that were frantically unleashing a hail of gunfire. Initially, he had braced himself to crouch down and evade the incoming bullets, only to find that they could not breach his shelter at all. Meanwhile, Rocky had lowered the altitude to a near-ground flight, achieving the utmost agility and maneuverability during this state. Rocky glanced at the relentless drones pursuing him. Although they could not penetrate the vehicle's defenses, their incessant buzzing around him was as irritating as mosquitoes and posed the risk of attracting additional support from Arasaka. To evade Arasaka's pursuit entirely, he had to eliminate them first. A quick glance at the dashboard revealed that the jet propulsion system had charged completely. Activating the jet propulsion, Rocky swiftly distanced himself from the two drones. He then sharply turned the steering wheel, and the Drosso's agility in low flight allowed the vehicle to execute a rapid 180-degree turn, maintaining its forward momentum. In an instant, he transitioned from moving forward to reversing. With the front of the vehicle now facing the drones, Rocky activated the weapon module on the Drosso. The missile launch bay at the front opened, and the missiles readied themselves for launch. Scanning, locking, firing, each action flowed seamlessly. The enhanced weapon system not only amplified the firepower, but also supported multiple target locks. Both missile launch bays released their missiles simultaneously, hurtling towards the locked-on drones. B-00M. With two bursts of explosive flames, the pursuing Arasaka drones were obliterated in an instant. Having neutralized the threat, Rocky deftly adjusted the steering wheel to realign the vehicle, all while maintaining nearly the same speed. "How impressive is that, Jack?" Rock glanced at Jack in the back seat. The recent violent swaying had nearly sent Jack, who was unbuckled, crashing against the car door. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and steadied himself just in time. While his prowess was commendable, a heads-up before the next drift would be appreciated. Jack, still gripping the overhead handle tightly, was wary of another sudden maneuver from Rock. Given his size and weight, a fall would indeed be quite a calamity. "Haha. It's rare to see you in such a state," Rock chuckled merrily. Having evaded the drone's pursuit, the Haruka had completely lost their trail. Catching up to them was now a mere fantasy. Switching the vehicle to land mode, Rock finally felt at ease and turned his attention to Lucy's condition. Lucy lay quietly in the passenger seat, undisturbed by the earlier chaos of the drift. It seemed she would need a bit more time to recover. "Is Lucy all right?" Jack inquired, leaning out from the back seat with concern. "She is fine. No major issues. The biosensors indicate everything is normal and her breathing is steady. It seems she fainted due to an overload from the intense data stream. A little rest should suffice, and I'll take her to the clinic for a checkup later." Rocky inserted a monitoring chip for emergency field use into Lucy's interface, and the readings indicated everything was normal. As for the specifics, they would have to wait until they reached the clinic. It's good that nothing's wrong. By the way, regarding Lucy, I suppose you heard what the hacker said back at the Azure Tower, right? That she belongs to Arasaka? I never imagined she had such a past. It is indeed hard to fathom, yet in Night City, who really cares about your history? Just as you remain oblivious to my past, we can still be brothers. Rocky replied. That's a fair point. Arasaka Beach isn't too far from Japantown, Rocky remarked as he swiftly led Jack back to the clinic. Jack, I need to check on Lucy first. You can take my car and head home. And remember, keep what happened with Lucy to yourself. After exiting the vehicle, Rocky moved to the passenger side, lifted Lucy out of the car, and reminded Jack, Don't worry, my lips are sealed. But speaking of which, how are things between you and Lucy? You look smitten, Jack noted as he stepped out and took the car card that Rocky produced from his left hand. I'm still in the early stages. I need to put in more effort, Rocky replied. Well, best of luck. I should head back. My mom was worried sick last night and wouldn't stop nagging me. I need to reassure her, Jack said as he departed. With Lucy cradled in his arms, Rocky entered the clinic and placed her gently onto the surgical chair, connecting her to the necessary equipment for a thorough examination. Lucy, run, escape. Lucy, welcome to the man team. You can do this, Lucy. Don't struggle. The security forces will find you soon. Lucy seemed to drift into a long, haunting dream. Witnessing her comrades perish before her eyes, escaping to Night City, and recalling Rocky's encouragement, she dreamt of being discovered by the Arasaka hacker, imprisoned once more in a dark, desolate base, bound to the hacker's chair, enduring endless data mining. Gradually, Lucy regained consciousness, her brow furrowed as she sensed her surroundings, feeling as though she were seated in the hacker's chair once again. Am I captured again? No. With a startled cry, she jolted awake, her eyes wide with terror, fearing the sight before her resembled the unforgettable Arasaka base. Don't be afraid, Lucy. Relax. It's me, Elle. This is my clinic, not Arasaka's territory. There are no Arasaka agents here. You're safe now. Just breathe. Everything is all right. A gentle voice whispered in her ear as a warm hand rested reassuringly on her shoulder, calming her slightly. Turning to see Rocky beside her, Lucy surveyed her surroundings. This was a cybernetic clinic, and the chair beneath her was not the hacker's chair, but rather a surgical one. Realizing she had not been captured by Arasaka, and comforted by Rocky's words, her taut nerves began to ease. Yet, her eyes remained distant, as if the remnants of her nightmare lingered in her mind. Just as Rocky contemplated how to console her, Lucy suddenly turned and embraced him tightly. The unexpected hug momentarily short-circuited Rocky's mind, causing him to freeze in place. Don't move. Let me hold you for a moment. Just a moment, Lucy murmured softly against his ear. Her character seldom allowed her to display such vulnerability. But the recent nightmare had been the final straw, and she desperately craved warmth and comfort, if only for a brief interlude. Since accepting this commission, she had endured a whirlwind of emotions, from hesitation and fear about infiltrating Arasaka's network to the terror of being discovered. And finally to the relief of it all coming to an end. Lucy felt an overwhelming need to release her pent-up emotions. She often projected an image of strength. Yet deep within, she was lost and frightened. Unfortunately, no one was there to confide in, and in Night City, who could she trust? Perhaps this time, she would simply retreat to a corner to smoke alone, bearing the weight of her past in silence. Feeling the warmth radiating from Rocky, the coldness of her dreams began to dissipate, and her frantic heart gradually found its calm. Hearing Lucy's words, Rocky too relaxed, extending his arms to embrace her. Lucy, it's all over. The target has been eliminated, and we successfully extracted ourselves. The hacker who intruded upon us is dealt with. And now no one knows it was us. We are completely safe. You can hold on for as long as you wish. Feel free to express any emotions here. There's no one else around, and I will listen to you intently. Rocky's gentle words echoed in Lucy's ears, causing her heart to flutter. It seemed to be the first time someone had told her that she was safe, that she could freely express everything without restraint. The solid form embracing her brought an unparalleled sense of security. Yet, Lucy shook her head slightly, tightening her grip and whispering, "This is enough. Thank you, Elle. It's all right. I'm always here," came the reassuring reply. Rocky gently placed his hand on Lucy's back and patted her softly, offering her comfort. After a considerable time, Lucy released her hold on Rocky, her expression returning to normal, as if her earlier emotional upheaval had merely been an illusion. The former Lucy had resurfaced. "Thank you, Elle. I feel much better now. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I hope you don't mind." A smile once again graced Lucy's lips, and she tidied her somewhat disheveled hair as she spoke to Rocky. "I don't mind. In fact, this situation is partly my fault for involving you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had to endure this," Rocky replied. Upon hearing his words, Lucy shook her head. "No, this was my decision alone. I was simply too weak." It is not your fault. By the way, could you tell me what happened afterward? Lucy inquired. The last image she remembered before losing consciousness was encountering a hacker attack in cyberspace, and upon awakening, she found herself here. Although Rocky had assured her that the ordeal was over, she yearned to know the specifics of what had transpired. Well, after you fainted, Jack and I located the hacker's position. We broke into the network center of the Azure Tower and dealt with the hacker. I used the privileges from the network center to erase all our records and traces, and ultimately, I escaped the Azure Tower in my car, Rocky recounted succinctly. It's hard to imagine how you managed to accomplish that under such circumstances, Lucy remarked, her expression one of astonishment as she listened to Rocky's understated account. Rocky did not divulge specific details, he merely recounted their actions. Anyone, unaware of the truth, would be astonished to hear such statements. Two individuals, lacking network access modules and not mercenaries by trade, managed to pinpoint the location of the Hashizaka hacker within the Azure Tower. They then breached numerous layers of security, infiltrated the network center, eliminated the hacker, deleted the data right under Hashizaka's nose, and ultimately escaped successfully. If what Rocky claimed is indeed true, such a feat would surely become legendary among the cyberpunks of Night City. However, the reality of Rocky's account is not as fanciful as one might imagine. With the assistance of Aish and Drasas, he accomplished this with remarkable ease, encountering minimal combat. This may not align with your expectations. The journey was less tumultuous than one might think, though I find it challenging to clarify. You will understand in due time. Rocky intended to refrain from excessive explanation, believing that mere words lack the persuasive power of first-hand experience. He planned to allow Lucy to experience Drasas's flight mode and phase rift, which would elucidate everything for her. But at that moment, Drasas had been taken away by Jack, and the phase blade's charging was incomplete, leaving Rocky with no choice but to wait. Understood. Upon hearing Rocky's words, Lucy refrained from further inquiries and rose from the surgical chair. By the way, Lucy, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. Seeing that Lucy was not significantly harmed, Rocky began to gather his equipment as he spoke. What is it? Lucy inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. I believe this setting is unsuitable for our conversation. Could we perhaps find a more appropriate place? Rocky suggested, glancing around the clinic filled with medical instruments. You have a point. Allow me to take you somewhere. Follow me. Where to? You will see when we arrive. A smile graced Lucy's face, reflecting her pleasant mood and a touch of anticipation. After tidying up the clinic, Lucy led Rocky to the rooftop of her apartment. The view here was expansive, with the river ahead unimpeded by towering buildings, revealing a vast expanse of sky. Night had fallen, and a bright full moon hung serenely in the sky. The buildings across the river illuminated the night, exuding the unique charm of Night City, while in the distance, one could witness rockets launching from the satellite launch base. Chapter 42. The moon, what do you think? How is the view? It's magnificent. This is my first time seeing Night City from this angle. The moon is so beautiful. It is no exaggeration to say that this was the most breathtaking night view Rocky had encountered since arriving in Night City, prompting a genuine expression of admiration. Indeed. You find the moon beautiful too, right? Whenever the night sky is clear of clouds, it can be seen from here. A smile graced Lucy's exquisite face, seemingly delighted to share her secret haven and thrilled by Rocky's acknowledgement. Bathed in moonlight, Lucy's stunning visage appeared even more alluring, and her faint smile left a profound impression on Rocky's heart. So, Lucy, you cherish the moon? Yes, it is the place I yearn for the most. Lucy sat on the ground, and Rocky followed suit. You long for the moon? To be honest, I too have a fascination with it. With her hands propped behind her, Lucy tilted her head to gaze at Rocky, curiosity evident in her expression. Noticing Lucy's gaze, Rocky chuckled and explained. I once played a game where I controlled a character piloting a spaceship, exploring one planet after another in the vast, uninhabited cosmos. Although it was quite lonely, the immense and mysterious universe, along with its uniquely beautiful planets, captivated me. Ever since then, I have yearned to embark on a space journey. I see. Upon hearing Rocky's explanation, Lucy nodded. By the way, Lucy, how about we travel to the moon together in the future? Not just the moon, but many other planets as well. Once I acquire a spaceship, we can embark on our adventure. What are you saying? What is a spaceship? Are you serious? Upon hearing Rocky's earnest declaration about piloting a spaceship to the moon with her, Lucy was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. She suddenly found the person before her endearingly peculiar, always speaking in strange, unrealistic terms. Just earlier, he claimed he would storm the Hashizaka Tower for her. And now he spoke of flying to the moon. Though Lucy did not take his words seriously, She felt a flicker of excitement at the thought of what it might be like if he truly meant it. A journey through space? That would undoubtedly be exhilarating. If a spaceship could indeed take her to different planets, perhaps it would allow her to escape Hashizaka forever. Yet, this might merely be a figment of her imagination. Lucy. I am serious. This is my promise. I will take you to the moon, but I need a little more time. Observing Lucy's disbelief, Rocky reiterated with conviction. Rocky was undoubtedly earnest in his aspirations. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to realize them. Yet, in the future, when he amasses sufficient resources, space travel will not be an impossibility. The module bestows upon Rocky boundless possibilities. As he gazed upon the various spacecraft modules from the game No Man's Sky in the module marketplace, his resolve only grew stronger. After all, it was merely the moon. Even if Lucy desired to venture to other star systems, he could certainly escort her there. Haha, you are truly adorable. Come, let me show you something. Upon the mention of flying to the moon, Lucy suddenly exhibited a flicker of excitement, as if recalling a joyful memory. She stood up and tugged at Rocky's arm, signaling him to follow her. Rocky promptly rose, allowing Lucy to lead him to her apartment. Lucy opened the door and beckoned Rocky to step inside. As Rocky surveyed the layout of Lucy's room, he couldn't help but marvel, although he had a general idea of its appearance. He was still struck by how little distinction there was in the arrangement of apartments of this caliber in Night City. What is this? A dream device? Yes. Come, put it on. Lucy picked up a dream device headset from her bedside. Without waiting for Rocky to reach out, she leaned in and personally fitted it on him. Observing Lucy's eagerness, Rocky acquiesced to her ministrations. Soon, both of them were adorned with the dream device headsets, reclining on Lucy's bed. As the dream device was activated, a burst of white light enveloped them, revealing a scene from within the dream. In the dream, Rocky and Lucy found themselves clad in spacesuits, standing upon the surface of the moon. The authentic immersive experience of the dream made them feel as though they were genuinely situated on the lunar landscape. What do you think? This is my treasured dream device, offering an extraordinarily realistic lunar experience. Lucy's voice resonated through the communication device within their spacesuits. Impressive. This is my first time encountering such a vividly wondrous space experience. As Rocky savored the genuine sensation of weightlessness in the dream, the exhilarating feeling of a gentle leap transported him to realms he had never before explored. Despite having lived in the cyberpunk world for so long and having experienced more realistic simulations, this earnest space adventure was an unprecedented encounter for him. Haha. I thought you would have grown accustomed to such experiences after playing so many space games. Lucy remarked with a light chuckle as she observed Rocky bouncing with joy. Not at all. The games I played were all two-dimensional. I have never engaged in such an immersive space experience before. The game that Rocky referred to was, of course, one he played before arriving in Night City. Since his arrival, he has yet to engage in such a game. Thus, I shall guide you to experience it fully. With a graceful leap, Lucy bounded in front of Rocky, grasping his hand and leading him on a whimsical tour across the moon's surface. Along the way, Lucy enthusiastically introduced Rocky to every marvel they encountered, including the lunar base, collection vehicles, astronauts, and the magnificent craters. It was as if she had traversed this realm countless times, her familiarity with the wonders of the dreamscape evident in her every word. After sharing the intriguing sights, Lucy turned to gaze at Rocky, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Through the glass of her spacesuit helmet, the warm sunlight bathed her features, as if all the beauty of the universe converged upon this moment. For the first time, Rocky was mesmerized. It was the first occasion he had witnessed such a smile on Lucy's face. He could sense that Lucy was genuinely experiencing joy, as if she had cast aside all her worries in this moment, free from the concerns of Aohaka, simply reveling in the delightful journey upon the moon. At that moment, Lucy too felt an unprecedented happiness, not merely from the lunar superdream, but from Rocky's presence. This was her inaugural experience bringing someone to this place, her true secret haven. Akin to the sanctuary of her heart, a space where no one had ever set foot before. Yet today was an exception. It was the first time she could share her joy with another, the first time she could unveil her dreams and receive acknowledgement. Lucy had traversed this superdream countless times, but perhaps this instance was the most exhilarating of all. As they strolled, they soon arrived at a colossal crater. Lucy halted, pausing her advance. Chapter 43. Rocky's dream having completed the lunar journey. How do you feel? Wonderful. Thank you, Lucy, for allowing me to experience such an incredible super dream. To be honest, I'm already looking forward to the moment I set foot on the moon for real. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. This is my first time bringing someone here, I always thought I could find happiness on the moon alone. But now I realize that the presence of another is truly delightful. Then I can stay by your side always. Haha, thank you. The two sat at the edge of the crater, gazing at the stunning starry sky on the moon, with the immense azure planet dominating the expanse above them. Quietly suspended before them. Will you always stay with me? Lucy pondered, fixated on the beautiful Earth, imagining what it would be like for them to reside on the moon. Sharing each day in such a manner. At that moment, Lucy seemed to recall something. Oh right, didn't you have something to tell me? If memory served her correctly, it was Rocky who initially had something to discuss, yet somehow the conversation had shifted to the moon. Rocky, gazing into Lucy's eyes, paused for a moment before speaking. Yes, there is something. When we were at the Azure Tower, a hacker from Aohaka infiltrated deeply to seek information about you. He mentioned that you once belonged to Aohaka. Only Jack and I are aware of this. The hacker did not upload the data before he perished, his mind destroyed by me. Aohaka is unaware of this matter. So you need not worry. Rocky initially hesitated to disrupt the beautiful atmosphere, yet ultimately chose to voice his thoughts, believing that at least Lucy could open her heart more in this space. Upon hearing that the Arasaka hackers had uncovered her identity, Lucy displayed a look of shock, but soon relaxed upon discovering that Arasaka was unaware of it. Lucy harbored a deep-seated fear of her past being exposed. She had never revealed this chapter of her life to anyone, not even to the members of the Man team. The essence of her apprehension lay in the conviction that in Night City, one can only rely on oneself. She feared that if others learned of this secret, she could be betrayed to Arasaka at any moment. However, now that Rocky and Jack were aware, she had no choice but to accept the situation, as eliminating them was not a viable option. Setting aside the question of her capability, they were the ones who rescued her from the Azure Tower. Though their time together had been brief, she found them far more trustworthy than others. If Rocky had truly intended to betray her to Arasaka, he would not have disclosed such information. Reflecting on the events of the night, from Rocky's initial comfort to his later promises, culminating in his presence in the lunar dreamscape, Lucy had begun to regard Rocky as someone she could trust, the only one. Well, now you know. Indeed, I was once a hacker under Arasaka, and I have since escaped to Night City. You previously inquired why I feared Arasaka. This is the reason. From a young age, I was groomed by Arasaka as a hacker, devoid of parents and subjected to relentless training. Many children like me were treated as mere tools by Arasaka. As we matured, Arasaka cast us into the old net to seek valuable data. Yet, that realm was rife with countless malicious programs and rogue AIs, where attacks were frequent, leading to fatalities that left some eternally trapped there. We never knew when our turn would come, prompting us to resist, utilizing the skills Arasaka had imparted to eliminate them and escape. My journey has been one of ceaseless flight, driven by the dread that Arasaka might one day track me down and imprison me in that sunless abyss once more. It was only upon arriving in Night City, a chaotic haven where no one cared about your past, that I felt a semblance of relief from the relentless pursuit of Arasaka. Yet, the fear remains. As long as I linger within Arasaka's shadow, an unshakable dread envelopes me, as if they will inevitably find me. For me, any place tainted by Arasaka is akin to hell. Thus, I yearn for the moon, dreaming of setting foot on its surface, believing it to be my ultimate escape from Arasaka. Does this seem shameful or cowardly? Perhaps, but this is my dream. Lucy's tone conveyed a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden she had borne for years had finally been lifted. This secret had been locked within her heart for far too long, and as she articulated it, she experienced an unexpected sense of liberation. No, it's not. Rock shook his head and continued, Lucy, I comprehend your feelings. This is not your fault, but rather the fault of Arasaka. They are overwhelmingly powerful, and if it were anyone else in your position, they too would likely choose to flee. This is neither cowardice nor shameful. To an ordinary individual, Arasaka looms like a colossal behemoth. Opposing them is akin to courting death. I regret if my previous words were too harsh and caused you distress, whether before arriving in Night City or after becoming lost within its depths. I have always harbored a deep resentment towards these corporations. I yearn for the day when I can utterly dismantle their dominion, standing atop this city and this world. That is my dream. However, this remains merely my aspiration, not yours, and I should not impose the burden of my dream upon you. Rocky spoke with a calm and resolute tone, yet his words stirred a tempest within Lucy's heart. Is this your dream? This was the most impractical aspiration she had ever encountered. What sort of person could utter such a simple statement about standing atop the world's highest peak? She had previously heard others' ambitions, becoming a legend, ascending to corporate heights. or earning enough to escape the confines of the city, but it was the first time she had heard someone articulate such fanciful notions. You are truly a madman, L. Perhaps. You may deem it unrealistic, yet I shall persist in my endeavors. Whether it pertains to my dreams or yours, I shall see them realized. Trust me, Lucy. I will carry you to the moon. I shall become a force greater than Arasaka, trampling him beneath my feet, freeing you from your fears of him. A smile graced Rocky's face as he extended his hand towards Lucy, seemingly inviting her to witness all that he was about to undertake. Stunned, Lucy gazed at the scene before her. Sunlight streamed in from behind Rocky, as if he had emerged from the light itself, intent on rescuing her from the shadows. Why? Lucy murmured. She found herself perplexed. Despite his insistence that others should not toil for his aspirations, he was intent on realizing her dreams. Was it because he was truly mad, or was it perhaps due to their shared disdain for the desolation of Arasaka? Or was it? Because I am just like you, I understand you, and I hope that one day you can genuinely bask in the sunlight. That you may find joy and happiness every day, just as you do now. This too is my dream. Chapter 44, Lucy's Love. This too is my dream. Rocky chose to express his most sincere thoughts, devoid of any embellishments, free from pretense and deceit, truly articulating the words that emanated from his heart. This was the essence of Rocky's long-standing desire. He yearned for Lucy to be liberated from her fears and anxieties, to greet each day with a smile, and to escape the confines of her personal hell. Rocky yearned to create a paradise for her. In that moment, Lucy smiled, her joy radiating brightly. Lucy grasped Rocky's outstretched hand, pulling herself towards him with fervor. Rocky watched as Lucy approached him, yet at the moment of their contact, the anticipated clash of helmets did not occur. Lucy vanished, coinciding with the removal of Rocky's dream headband by another. Rocky's mouth was sealed. Lucy responded to Rocky through her actions. She had laid bare all her secrets to him, her emotions, her dreams, her past. Rocky is the first to truly listen to her dreams, and the first to step into her heart. No one had ever wished for her daily happiness, nor hoped that she could bask in the sunlight. If that is the case, then let him be my sunshine. Elle, will you be my sunshine? Surely you will. For you are the only one in my world. Lucy passionately confesses her feelings to Rocky. At this moment, Rocky's heart beats with unprecedented intensity. Am I perhaps developing feelings too rapidly? Strange thoughts surged through Rocky's mind, but in the current situation, he allowed himself to empty his mind and revel in the beauty shared between them. As Rocky gradually regained his composure, Lucy swiftly lost her initiative. After so many nights, she had never felt as relaxed and joyful as she did today. She had completely let her guard down, deciding to surrender herself entirely to Rocky without hesitation. Buzz. As the sound of an incoming call interrupted the moment, Rocky, still somewhat dazed, sat up. Hey, buddy, did I accidentally disturb your sweet dreams? It seems you had a good night's sleep, came Jack's voice from the other end. I'm at the clinic, and I've brought your car back. Are you free now? I have your payment for this job. Responding to Jack, Rocky glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly noon. By the way, how is Lucy? Is she all right? Upon hearing Jack inquire about Lucy's well-being, Rocky turned to look back. Lucy seemed to have awakened long ago, lounging against the headboard with a cigarette in hand. Their eyes met, and the memories of the previous night lingered vividly as Lucy smiled at Rocky. Lucy is doing well. Before Rocky could finish answering Jack's question, a stream of data flickered in Lucy's eyes, connecting her to their conversation. Thank you for your concern, Jack. I'm fine. Nothing to worry about. Jack, standing outside the clinic, widened his eyes in shock upon hearing Lucy's voice. Lucy, how did you get in? Are you with Elle now? Jack, Lucy is right here beside me. All right. We'll be over shortly. Hearing Jack's astonished tone, Rocky felt an urge to end the call quickly, fearing Jack might say something unexpected. Jack, evidently, did not disappoint him. Well, it's not that urgent. Isn't it almost mealtime? I'm a bit hungry, so I'll grab a bite first. You two have fun. We can always talk about this tomorrow. Just take your time. Don't worry about me. All right, Jack, don't go anywhere. Just wait for us. We'll be there soon. Although Rocky understood Jack's good intentions, he still felt a bit awkward, quickly urging him not to wander off before hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, Lucy looked at Rocky with a beaming smile. It seems you two have a good relationship. He cares about you. Something like that. Our bond is one of life and death. Rocky rose and made his way to the bathroom, where Lucy provided him with a new set of toiletries. Ignoring the likes email from Jack, Rocky swiftly completed his morning routine. Once they were both ready, Rocky and Lucy descended to the clinic below. Jack distributed the payment for the commission to the two of them and returned the car card to Rocky. With nothing else to do, he hurriedly left, anxious not to interfere with the two. Now alone in the clinic, Rocky had no immediate plans to commence operations. "Lucy, allow me to show you something," he said. Having shared her secret with him the previous night, it was now his turn to confide in her. Taking Lucy's hand, Rocky led her into the studio within the clinic. "This is my secret base." Lucy looked around, puzzled, as the studio seemed unremarkable. She awaited Rocky's explanation. Rocky retrieved a vial of stimulant from a nearby cabinet. "Lucy, do you recognize this? This is some kind of stimulant? I've seen Man and the others use it," Lucy replied, identifying the green concoction in Rocky's hand. "Indeed. It is a stimulant that enhances the user's speed. I refer to it as a power stimulant. And this very concoction was produced by me, right here in this studio. Not only this stimulant, but I have also developed a potent enhancement serum. This is my current achievement, yet in the future, there will be more, beyond just serums. But also weapons, cybernetics, and countless cutting-edge technologies that I intend to realize. This is why I dare to challenge Arasaka and those corporations. I possess innumerable technologies capable of transforming this world, but I need time to develop them. Those companies are far too powerful, and individual strength is inherently limited. I must grow stronger than them to ultimately defeat them." As Rocky elaborated on his plans, Lucy began to comprehend his ambition. He aspired to establish a company surpassing all others to combat the corporations and Arasaka. Though she fervently wished for Rocky to achieve this goal, even to see Arasaka crushed beneath his feet, it felt distant. More than that, she feared that one day he might perish on this perilous path of resistance, on the road to realizing his dream. "Rocky, promise me you will survive, no matter what," she implored, concern etched on her face. A warm sensation coursed through Rocky's heart at the sight of her worry. "Do not fret. I will safeguard my life, for both myself and for you. So, Lucy, will you join me in crafting our shared future?" "Of course. Now, this dream is mine as well," Lucy responded, a smile illuminating her face as she accepted Rocky's invitation. She cared not for the origins of Rocky's technology, nor the methods he employed to confront the corporations, nor whether he might become the next Arasaka. From the previous night onward, Rocky had irrevocably become a part of her world. Their dreams had intertwined completely through the fervor of that night, and no matter what, she would choose to support him. Chapter 45, The Impact of the Serum Arasaka Tower. Counterintelligence Department. In an office, Jenkins and V sat across from each other. "V, you must have reviewed the report on the Azure Tower. You truly hired a talented group. Not only did they eliminate the target, but they also caused Arasaka to lose a hacker," Jenkins remarked calmly, his demeanor inscrutable. "I have. Mercenaries operate as such. As long as the objective is achieved, the specifics of the operation remain unknown," V replied with a nod, acknowledging the unpredictable nature of mercenary work. The death of the hacker was not one of his subordinates, so Jenkins bore no loss. In fact, they left no trace, which greatly facilitated his efforts. "How is your end handling things?" "Abarnasi is nearing madness. Her team has yet to uncover any useful intelligence or evidence. Now is the perfect time to cast aspersions. Rest assured, everything has been resolved, and the blame is directed squarely at military technology," V confidently responded. Currently, he served as the chief of corporate espionage intelligence within Arasaka's counterintelligence department. He oversaw the operations of all deployed spy agents, and all reports submitted by them required his approval and review. Though Arasaka could not identify the perpetrator behind the incident at Azure Tower, every situation has its origins. No one would believe that a group of petty thieves impulsively chose to attack Azure Tower, targeting executives of minor companies. There must be a client behind such actions. And who that client is what Arasaka is particularly concerned about. Clearly, the mastermind's intent was not aimed at the small company, but rather at Arasaka itself. No small company would choose to assassinate executives of a rival firm in Azure Tower for the sake of industry competition, lacking sufficient stature. Opposing Arasaka in Night City would lead to certain doom. In this scenario, if Arasaka's undercover agents in military technology discovered intelligence linking it to this incident, military technology would be the prime suspect, unable to cleanse itself of blame. Perhaps military technology was originally uninvolved, and the undercover agents would find no incriminating evidence. But it mattered not. V would ensure they found something. In the corporate intelligence division, he held the final say. If he declared something found, then it had been found. "Excellent work. You handled this matter exceptionally well. I have high hopes for your future performance. If there is nothing else, you may leave." Jenkins expressed his approval of V's capabilities and waved him off. As V left Jenkins' office, he encountered his old colleague waiting outside. V, I have a new report regarding a recently emerged mysterious company. After my preliminary assessment, I believe the priority of this matter needs to be elevated by at least 2 or 3 levels, but it requires your approval. This individual had previously dealt with the report on Ascension Technologies. Just days prior, V had shared the same office with him, and now he had transformed into his superior. These individuals were indeed beginning to heed his directives. I understand. Just send it to my email. I will handle it shortly, V replied, acknowledging the employee with a nod. He was familiar with the tasks the employee undertook. While his rank was not high, the need to elevate the priority by 2 or 3 levels indicated a significant matter. Understood. The employee looked at V with a beaming smile. Employees of his rank rarely have access to valuable intelligence. And if the significance of this report were confirmed through approval, he could achieve considerable performance results, possibly even advancing in this year's employee evaluation. This is why he chose to personally wait for V, hoping he would pay special attention to the report. Upon returning to his cubicle, V began to peruse the reports sent to his terminal. The Anti-Intelligence Investigation Report NC-8755-832, Advanced Soldier Serum Investigation Report. Investigator, Stephen. Report content. Intelligence provided by an underground cybernetic clinic located on Japan Street reveals that a mysterious pharmaceutical company, Ascension Technologies, has begun selling a potent human enhancement serum to clinics in Night City. For more information on Ascension Technologies, please refer to Report NC-8754699. According to the cybernetic Dr. S information, this serum can significantly enhance various attributes of the user, including physical strength, reflexes, and cognitive capabilities, while also increasing the body's tolerance to cybernetics and resistance to cyberpsychosis. Currently, the clinic has ordered 2 doses of the serum, one of which has already been sold and administered. Preliminary Investigation Report on Injection Subject, NC-8755943. Investigations reveal that the serum's efficacy is largely valid. Whether to continue investigating this serum and the company is pending further instructions. Preliminary Approval Report, after initial assessment. The drug is deemed of extremely high value, necessitating an elevation in the priority of this incident for further investigation. Handler, Bruno, leaning back in his office chair. V completed his review of this report and its associated documents. This truly is a remarkable gift, he mused. Enhancing physical capabilities and increasing tolerance to cybernetics and resistance to cyberpsychosis. His fingers danced lightly across the desk as he smiled at the keywords in the report. The collaboration between Arasaka and Mari Pharmaceutical had just been disrupted, and now Ascension Technologies had emerged. Mari Pharmaceutical's potent immunosuppressants could mitigate the effects of cybernetics, aiding Arasaka's various experiments. But now Ascension Technologies' advanced soldier serum could achieve the same, if not greater, results. Furthermore, Arasaka could utilize it to create a more formidable soldier force. The serum's value to Arasaka was boundless. With the intelligence and handling rights to the serum now in his possession, if managed appropriately, it could secure significant leverage for both himself and Jenkins. After contemplating briefly, V began orchestrating the handling of the incident. For the serum, Arasaka sought one of 3 outcomes. The first was to completely monopolize its production, ideally ensuring that only they could manufacture it. The second, a more moderate approach, would involve establishing a supply partnership, allowing Arasaka to obtain the serum consistently. The third, perhaps the least desirable outcome for Arasaka, would be if rival companies acquired the serum, in which case they would have to consider eliminating it entirely. Achieving these outcomes would necessitate various tactics: negotiation, theft, coercion, or outright forceful destruction. Regardless of the method, Arasaka was exceptionally skilled in each. Chapter 46. Barlow as V issued a series of directives. The intelligence operatives, hackers, and tactical teams of the anti-intelligence department commenced rapid operations. V did not believe he would falter against this so-called mysterious enterprise. His primary concern was the potential assistance from rival companies, as time was not on his side. Unbeknownst to the chaos outside, this operation was simply another routine endeavor for Arasaka's anti-intelligence department, but the target had now shifted to Ascension Technologies. Night City remained as tumultuous as ever. Nightfall. The Afterlife Bar. This establishment is the most renowned bar in Night City, frequented by the most notable mercenaries seeking work. It also offers the greatest jobs and the most substantial rewards. Each night, the bar buzzes with activity, with mercenaries seeking jobs, employers posting contracts, and renowned intermediaries congregating. As usual, the afterlife welcomed various mercenaries in search of contracts. However, tonight, an unusually familiar figure arrived. A newcomer needed to announce their name to gain entry. At the entrance, security personnel intercepted a towering individual. The figure, imposing and clad in a mask, sported limbs that were entirely cybernetically enhanced, with metallic prosthetics exposed to the air, revealing ominous weaponry within. Although the security personnel were themselves quite formidable, they found themselves looking up at this individual. Yet, they did not cower before his heavily modified appearance. No one dared cause trouble at the afterlife unless they were Atom Smasher. It was clear that, despite the extent of this individual's modifications, he was far from Atom Smasher. "It's me, Barloam," came a heavy electronic voice from the masked figure. Upon hearing this, the security guard paused, examining the figure with a puzzled expression. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed he recognized the identity before him. Who would have thought? "Barloam, it's really you. You've changed so much that I barely recognized you. Go on in." Barloam was a regular at the afterlife, often coming to seek work, and as a security member, the guard naturally knew him. However, the person before him was vastly different from his previous recollections. Though Barloam had always been robust, he had not been as exaggeratedly imposing. His legs had not been cybernetically enhanced, and he had not worn a mask. The guard could still discern that this was indeed Barloam from the upper half of his face and his eyes. Upon entering the afterlife, Barloam's strikingly modified appearance drew the attention of numerous patrons. Who is this guy? He looks a bit like Barloam, doesn't he? Could it be him? Impossible. I saw him just a few days ago. This doesn't he resemble the same person at all? Such murmurs reached the ears of Man's team, who were also regulars at the afterlife and had come seeking work that night. What a ridiculous giant. Who is Barloam? Rebecca casually asked, her legs draped over the table and her hands behind her head. Hearing Rebecca's inquiry, Man adjusted his sunglasses, glancing over at Barloam in the distance. "Barloam, I know that guy. He is a well-known mercenary at the afterlife, a modification enthusiast who dares to install anything cybernetic onto himself. I suspect he might have come from the Maelstrom gang. I've seen Barloam before, and I doubt this person is him. There have been rumors about Barloam exhibiting signs of mental instability, suspected cyberpsychosis, even having killed teammates during a mission. Back then, his modifications weren't nearly as advanced. If this individual truly is Barloam, he must have fully descended into madness by now, and he wouldn't be sitting here leisurely drinking." Man revealed his gleaming white teeth and commented, "If Rocky were present, he would undoubtedly mock Man for lacking the qualifications to judge others." Many patrons in the bar had turned their attention to Barham, including idle mercenaries like Man and employers seeking skilled hands for their tasks. Barham noticed this as well. His enhanced auditory senses allowed him to perceive the discussions around him, yet he paid them no mind. He ordered a drink, lifted the glass, and felt the steadiness of his hands and the boundless energy coursing through him, which brought a smile to his face. Man was not wrong. He was indeed a modification enthusiast. The power derived from his cybernetic enhancements intoxicated him, and he yearned to install any augment he could acquire. His body had not always been as robust as it was now, and his prior enhancements had long reached their limits. The cybernetic surgeon had repeatedly warned him against further modifications. Although he wished to silence the surgeon's warnings, his trembling hands, disoriented mind, and the memory of teammates lost due to his recklessness all whispered that he had reached his limits. However, everything changed 2 days prior when his cybernetic surgeon presented him with a mysterious serum, claiming that its injection would enhance his physical strength and improve his tolerance for further enhancements. Barham was ecstatic and eagerly purchased the serum, and indeed, as the surgeon had promised, he grew stronger. His powerful physique and clear mind filled him with exhilaration, not because he no longer feared a cyberpsychotic episode, but because he could once again pursue further modifications. It was evident that Barham was beyond redemption, having once more pushed his enhancements to their limits. Yet this time, there might be no serum to save him. "Hello, you must be the renowned Barham." A man in a suit approached him shortly after he had settled in. This prompted several mercenaries to exclaim that demonstrating great power indeed attracted endless opportunities. "That's me," Barham nodded, unconcerned about how the man recognized him despite his transformation. "Ah, I have a commission for you. I wonder how you feel about it." "Let me hear it," Barham replied as the suited man handed him a chip, indicating for him to insert it. Without hesitation, Barham accepted the chip. As it was read, he learned the details of the commission. "This task is far too simple, and the reward is insufficient. I don't take on such trivial jobs," Barham declared, tossing the chip back to the suited man. Having injected the serum, his outlook had shifted. He now believed that only significant endeavors warranted his involvement, regarding these petty matters as mere distractions. Then I shall not impose further, the suited man responded. Unfazed by the rejection, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as if his objective had been achieved. Chapter 47. An unexpected encounter after dismissing the suited man. Bayram was soon approached by others, yet regrettably, none of the commission stirred his interest. Unperturbed by the lack of ideal offers, he intended to return the following day. However, shortly after stepping outside, his system interface suddenly malfunctioned, followed by a catastrophic error that sent a powerful surge of electricity coursing through the back of his head. The current enveloped him entirely, causing his system to spiral out of control. His limbs became unresponsive, and he felt as though he had been frozen in place. Buzz! With a sharp sound, a rapid energy beam sliced through the air, striking Bayram's leg. It was a bullet from a technical sniper rifle. Instantly, the cybernetic limbs supporting his legs were penetrated and rendered useless, causing him to collapse to the ground. At that moment, his formidable regenerative abilities allowed him to regain partial control, and Bayram attempted to activate his countermeasures. Yet, the two combat specialists that appeared behind him extinguished any flames of retaliation. Two shotgun barrels pressed against his hands, and the close-range firepower unleashed a tremendous force that obliterated his hands in an instant. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Bayram's once proud cybernetic limbs became ineffective. With all mobility stripped away, Bayram fell to the ground, and only then did his countermeasures activate, albeit merely accelerating his writhing like a worm. Struggling to lift his head, he found himself face to face with the very suited man he had encountered earlier. Damn it! It was your faulty chip that did this. You vile creature! I will kill you. Bayram seethed. The virus responsible for the system malfunction had indeed infiltrated him the moment he inserted the chip. This dreadful virus had deprived him of the chance to retaliate, rendering his installed countermeasures useless before he could even activate them. Experimental subject has been successfully captured. Requesting extraction, the suited man ignored Bayram, issuing commands to his communications device. The two combat specialists advanced, lifting him from the ground, and a hover vehicle descended slowly before them. The massive logo of the Arasaka Corporation gleamed prominently. And at that moment, Bayram finally comprehended that Arasaka was targeting him. You are with Arasaka, why? He could not fathom why they would seek to capture him, as he had no apparent ties to the corporation. Little did he realize that his cybernetic surgeon had sold all his information to Arasaka. Details about the serum he had injected, as well as all his cybernetic enhancements and weaponry, were now known to them. Caught in Arasaka's meticulously laid trap, Bayram found himself utterly vulnerable. Arasaka had thus far acquired only a sample of the serum from the surgeon, and until they identified its source, the scarcity of the agent was undeniable. Under such circumstances, Arasaka would naturally seize the opportunity to capture a ready-made experimental subject. As the only known individual to have injected the serum, Bayram was unsurprisingly targeted by Arasaka, bound and placed aboard the hover vehicle. Arasaka's operational team departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a crowd of stunned mercenaries. Damn it, this Arasaka is becoming increasingly outrageous. Even coming to our turf to snatch people. They think we're easy prey, don't they? One mercenary exclaimed in fury. However, such outcries proved futile had Arasaka's team remained. They likely wouldn't have dared utter a word. It sounded pitiful, but that was the reality. What had he done to warrant such force from Arasaka? The members of Man's team, having just exited the establishment, stumbled upon this dramatic scene. Perhaps his last commission angered Arasaka? Who knows? With the notion of treating it as mere entertainment since it did not directly concern them, the members of Man's team paid little heed to the events. After enjoying the spectacle, they dispersed, each heading home or moving on to their next destination. Meanwhile, Rebecca contemplated a visit to the Japanese street. It had been 2 days since she last communicated with Rocky. Aware that he had tasks to attend to, she refrained from disturbing him with a phone call. However, Rocky, in turn, did not take the initiative to reach out to Rebecca, leaving her uncertain about when he might be finished with his commitments. Caught in this dilemma, Rebecca felt a twinge of concern. Initially, she considered sending Rocky an email, yet that did not quite align with her character. As luck would have it, with no pressing matters that evening, she resolved to visit his clinic, under the assumption that if Rocky had completed his assignment, he would likely be operating the clinic as usual. On the other hand, Rocky was busy in his clinic, producing soldier serum. The basic framework for the data fortress had been established, yet further refinement was necessary. Thank you for your hard work, Lucy, he remarked, multitasking as he prepared the potions while conversing on the phone with her. At that moment, Lucy was in her apartment, assisting Rocky in constructing a small-scale data fortress. After Rocky outlined his plans, Lucy set about creating some online infrastructure for him. Establishing a company necessitated a dedicated data fortress. And although they had not yet reached that stage, Lucy was eager to create a rudimentary server model to facilitate Rocky's ambitions. As their conversation continued, a new visitor request came through at the clinic. "Lucy, I have a guest arriving. I'll speak to you later." "Okay." Although the production of the potions required Rocky's occasional oversight, it did not necessitate his undivided attention. Allowing him to manage the clinic in the meantime, every little bit of income counted. After ending the call with Lucy, Rocky accessed the surveillance feed at the entrance. But the sight of the visitor caused him to furrow his brow. There stood a man in a suit, a complete stranger with an unmistakable agent-like demeanor, prompting Rocky to realize that the visitor was not there for a routine augmentation. Trouble has indeed come knocking, he thought. At this moment, Rocky's heart began to race. Although he had anticipated such a day would come, he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Long before Rocky resolved to introduce the soldier's serum to the market, he was aware that it was only a matter of time before the companies would come knocking at his door. Perhaps they had little interest in trivial matters such as the sale of stimulants, but when he presented something sufficiently enticing, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to seek him out. Rocky understood that evasion was futile. He merely lamented his insufficient development. If only he had a bit more time, he would possess greater leverage to navigate the intricate dealings with those corporations. Steeling his resolve, Rocky approached the clinic's entrance and opened the door. Chapter 48. Conflict. "Good day. Are you here to procure some cybernetic enhancements?" Rocky inquired calmly, observing the man in the suit standing at the threshold. Ignoring Rocky's question, the agent, with a stoic expression, articulated his intent. While managing an underground clinic, you also serve as a freelance mercenary in Night City. 2 weeks ago, and just days prior, you delivered cargo for a company known as Ascension Technologies and have been disseminating information about their products. I require comprehensive details regarding your employer, Ascension Technologies. Upon hearing the agent's words, Rocky raised an eyebrow, realizing they were still unaware that he was the one manufacturing the concoction. They merely perceived him as a courier for Ascension Technologies. The Arasaka agent had conducted an extensive investigation based on the intel and clues provided by the cybernetic doctor, yet the information gathered was rather scant. Although they had identified the mercenary's identity and traced the emails back to the location of Rocky's clinic, they had failed to uncover any details about the production of the concoction or its origin, as if it had materialized out of thin air in Night City. The production of Rocky is exclusively accomplished through the apothecary, devoid of factories, data fortresses, formulas, shipping records, or any other personnel, leaving Arasaka unable to identify any source. In the absence of evidence, they naturally do not regard these potions as products of Rocky. Rather, they perceive Rocky as merely a chosen agent of Ascendant Technology within Night City. Oh, such informed news. Where did it originate? However, what if I were to claim that I too am unaware of their information? Rocky wore an expression of indifference, seemingly unaffected by the suit-clad individual before him. "Do you not realize that your words hold no weight? You will accompany us," the agent stated, his tone devoid of any request, but rather a stern notification. Emotionless, the agent delivered his ultimatum as several fully armed combat specialists approached from behind, encircling Rocky at the doorway. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Rocky resigned himself and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Very well, I am aware we can engage in discussion." You ought to have said this sooner." Indeed, mercenaries in Night City share a common disposition. "Come with us," the agent scoffed, acknowledging Rocky's compliance before turning to proceed. 2 combat specialists flanked Rocky closely, ensuring he refrained from any sudden movements. In front of the clinic, an armored transport vehicle emblazoned with the emblem of Arasaka stood waiting. The rear door of the transport swung open, revealing 2 more fully armed combat experts inside, indicating that this quartet would likely be his companions once he boarded. Rocky approached the rear door of the escort vehicle with an air of normalcy, when suddenly a combat specialist behind him placed a hand upon his shoulder, extending the other in an attempt to seize his arm, seemingly intent on forcibly ushering him into the vehicle. "Do not dare lay a hand on me. I shall board the vehicle myself." The pressure felt upon his shoulder ignited a surge of anger within Rocky, for he despised any form of physical intrusion and abhorred the notion of being restrained. "Your words are excessive." Undeterred by Rocky's defiance, the combat specialist swiftly produced a stun baton, aiming it at Rocky's neck in an effort to render him unconscious and silence him. Resorting to violence to resolve conflicts was a hallmark of the company's approach towards these obstinate mercenaries. In situations marked by a disparity of power, calm discourse was a rare occurrence. Regardless of the egregiousness of their actions, these individuals were likely to swallow their grievances in silence. The tremendous force struck Rocky, accompanied by a jarring surge of electricity. The sudden assault momentarily disoriented him, rendering his body somewhat limp under the electrical onslaught. However, bolstered by his exceptional physical strength and resilience, this level of assault proved insufficient to incapacitate him, and he soon regained his composure. Ugh! Rocky twisted his stiff neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, before turning to face the combat specialist behind him. The specialist, astonished that this seemingly invincible weapon had failed to subdue Rocky, found himself caught in the penetrating gaze of Rocky's sharp eyes, which compelled him to swallow nervously. Before he could make another move, the figure before him erupted into action. In an instant, Rocky pivoted, seizing the specialist by the throat and drawing him close. The specialist, trapped in Rocky's formidable grip, experienced a rush of suffocation that surged to his brain, prompting him to instinctively grasp Rocky's hand in a futile attempt to pry it away. Simultaneously, his other hand reached for his firearm, preparing for a counterattack. Yet, the cold barrel of Rocky's gun pressed against his temple halted him in his tracks. "I told you, don't you dare touch me. Do you not understand human language?" Rocky demanded, tightening his grip on the specialist's throat while aiming the gun at his head. His mood had already soured upon being confronted, and these oblivious fools truly believed him to be an easy target. Meanwhile, the other combat specialists surrounding them had already assumed a defensive stance, their weapons trained on Rocky, poised to eliminate him at a moment's notice. "Cyberpunk, lower your weapon immediately and cease your dangerous behavior," the closest specialist warned him. However, Rocky remained unfazed, bursting into laughter. "Huh, what will you do? If you have the guts, kill me. Come on, show me the courage of you cowardly wretches. And let us see if you can extract the information you seek from the lips of a second victim." As the warning issued to Rocky bore no fruit, the combat team remained motionless, their attention shifting to the suited agent. The lead agent, observing the tense standoff with veins throbbing on his forehead, swiftly signaled to the team not to fire. Rocky's words undoubtedly struck at their Achilles heel. Currently, the most significant breakthrough for Arasaka in Ascension technology rests solely upon him. Should anything untoward occur with Rocky, their intelligence network would be severed, and it remains uncertain whether alternative breakthroughs could be discovered, let alone the time it would consume. The higher-ups have long since issued a directive, mandating the swift acquisition of information regarding Ascension technology. Thus, he cannot afford any delays. If Rocky refuses to cooperate, it matters not what measures he employs against him. However, Rocky has already indicated his willingness to share intelligence and accompany them, should he mishandle this situation. His own fate would be jeopardized. Now, he must extract information from Rocky while ensuring his safety, guarding against any unforeseen incidents or potential abductions by rival companies. Relax. There is no need to be so tense, is there? A more peaceful approach would benefit everyone. We acknowledge our earlier misstep. I will ensure that my team remains vigilant to prevent a recurrence. Please, lower your weapon. Furthermore, the journey with us will not be without its rewards. As long as you divulge all pertinent information, I assure you, a satisfactory compensation awaits you. The suited agent, recognizing Rocky's fierce demeanor, understood he was a formidable opponent. His primary objective remained to secure the intelligence. To avoid complications, he could only soften his tone. "Oh, now you're so accommodating? Just a moment ago, you were rather arrogant. A bunch of bullies preying on the weak, utterly pathetic." Rocky scornfully derided the Arasaka personnel. "This is Cyberpunk. This is Night City, where the weak are reduced to mere scraps, and the virtuous find themselves at gunpoint. Without sufficient leverage and strength, one is condemned to a life of subjugation." Had Rocky not exhibited such a commanding presence, they would have treated him as a pushover, lacking the courtesy to negotiate amicably or offer incentives to placate him. With a flick of his wrist, Rocky discarded the individual he had been holding, sending him sprawling aside. The combat expert, now gasping for air, gradually regained his composure and quietly returned to the ranks. Chapter 49. Rebecca's rescue plan. As the conflict subsided, Rocky ascended into the transport vehicle. Though he could not evade the fate of accompanying them, the recent altercation had showcased his unwavering stance, making it clear to Arasaka's combat unit that he was not to be trifled with. At the very least, they dared not provoke him further during the ride. In front of Rocky's clinic lies a gathering place for numerous mercenaries, bustling with activity during the night. The commotion from the confrontation with the Arasaka team has drawn considerable attention, making the scene particularly conspicuous. Many onlookers have noticed the situation, whispering amongst themselves yet hesitating to intervene. At this moment, Rebecca arrives on the scene, observing that the mercenaries, who should be enjoying their leisure, are all gazing in one direction. Rebecca finds herself perplexed by their curiosity. However, when she realizes that their focus is directed toward Rocky's clinic, an ominous premonition stirs within her. Navigating through the crowd that obscures her view, Rebecca peers towards the source of the commotion. She witnesses several fully armed operatives escorting an individual towards a vehicle, the glaring Arasaka emblem on the car signifying their identity. From Rebecca's perspective, the crowd's backs are turned to her, and the operatives block her view of Rocky. For a fleeting moment, she fails to recognize him. Yet, as she contemplates the unusual occurrence of Arasaka apprehending someone again, a sense of dread washes over her. The person is swiftly ushered into the vehicle, taking a seat directly opposite the door, while the operatives follow suit and shut the door. In that brief instant, Rebecca catches a glimpse of the individual's face. She exclaims. The sight of Rocky's visage is unmistakable, and despite the brevity, she is certain of his identity. Given her current position, Rebecca is now unequivocally convinced that Arasaka has taken him. Without a moment to spare, she rushes forward, drawing her pistol and firing at the Arasaka vehicle while shouting, "Bastards! Let him go!" Bullets rain down upon the car, sparking as they strike its surface. Despite her relentless efforts to shoot, the formidable defenses of the Arasaka transport vehicle are evident. The bullets barely scratch its exterior, let alone penetrate it. The agent in the passenger seat glances in the rearview mirror, noting only a small figure in a fit of rage. A mere distraction? Yet, the primary target has been located, rendering her insignificant. They can proceed without concern for her. The agent dismissively gestures to the driver to continue. As the door closes, the driver is already poised to start the engine. Upon receiving the agent's signal, he presses the accelerator. "Damn it, come back," Rebecca shouts, futilely unleashing her firepower as she sprints towards the vehicle. But as it roars to life, it swiftly vanishes from her sight. "If only I had arrived a moment sooner," she bellows, throwing her useless gun to the ground in a fit of frustration. She fully comprehends the nature of Arasaka. Being captured by them rarely bodes well. And while she acknowledges Arasaka's might, she cannot shake her sense of helplessness. The urgency to reach Rocky floods her mind as she desperately tries to call him, hoping for a response. Yet, it is evident that the vehicle he is in is equipped with a signal jammer, allowing only Arasaka's communications to pass through. With no one answering her call, despair settles in her heart, leaving her momentarily frozen. Why now? Why this moment? At that juncture, Rebecca is at a loss, her emotions in disarray. She is unaware of Arasaka's motivations for abducting Rocky, yet she recognizes the peril they represent. Fear grips her at the thought of what Arasaka might do to him, and she dreads that this fleeting glimpse could be her final sight of Rocky. To her, Rocky transcends the boundaries of mere friendship. Her feelings for him have surpassed all thresholds. She openly acknowledges her affection for Rocky, driven by the urgency imparted by Pyra's words. She had long contemplated confessing to him once his significant dealings were concluded, but now all her plans lay in shambles, shattered by Arasaka's intrusion. Tonight, she had anticipated seeing Rocky to finally express her heartfelt sentiments, yet fate had other designs. Stealing her resolve, Rebecca clenches her fists tightly. Inaction is not her style. Her concern for Rocky compels her to act rather than engage in futile prayers. Since Arasaka has taken him, she will endeavor to rescue him. "I will save you. Just hold on," Rebecca asserts with determination. Despite her resolve, the stark reality confronts her. Arasaka is far too powerful, and she is acutely aware of her limitations. Charging in recklessly to save him could very well lead to her demise. Moreover, she lacks any knowledge of where Arasaka has taken Rocky, making it abundantly clear that this endeavor cannot be accomplished alone. Regaining her composure, Rebecca disregards the curious gazes of the surrounding mercenaries, retrieves her discarded gun, and dials Man's number. "Hello? Rebecca? What is the matter?" Man's voice is somewhat muddled upon answering, as if preoccupied. "I need to rescue someone." "Who?" The cybernetic doctor from Japanese Street. He has been taken by Arasaka." Rebecca articulately conveys her intent, hoping for Man's assistance. On the other end, Man pauses, taken aback by her declaration, pushing away the woman clinging to him. He gestures for her to remain calm before redirecting his full attention to his conversation with Rebecca. "What? You intend to rescue someone captured by Arasaka? Where did you come by such a request?" Man assumes Rebecca has stumbled upon a lucrative job. It's not a job, it's personal, but I need help. Chapter 50. Rocky's friend. Upon hearing Rebecca's reply, Man contemplates, sensing something amiss. He is well aware of who Rocky is, having procured stimulants from him on several occasions. Yet their relationship has never been particularly close, merely transactional. Noticing Rebecca's urgency, Man struggles to understand why she would choose to confront Arasaka for a cybernetic doctor. Rebecca, are you certain you're not jesting? He asked. Just a cybernetic doctor. Arasaka's actions have no bearing on us. You have to understand, he is not merely a doctor. He is someone I care for. I am not jesting. I am resolute in my mission to rescue him. I am acutely aware of the formidable power of Arasaka, which is precisely why I require your assistance. I understand this matter may not concern you, but I am prepared to offer compensation, akin to a service rendered. Please, Man, will you aid me? Rebecca spoke with a calm yet unwavering tone, hoping for Man's support. Upon hearing Rebecca's plea, Man comprehended her urgency in saving the individual. Nonetheless, he still found himself compelled to decline. Rebecca, this is not a matter of remuneration. It is Arasaka who has taken him, and opposing them is undoubtedly a path to demise. I must prioritize the safety of our team. I cannot lead them to their doom. I empathize with your feelings, but we are dealing with Arasaka, the Emperor of the City of Night. This endeavor is fraught with impossibility. I urge you to reconsider, as a member of our team. I do not wish for you to fall victim to Arasaka's wrath. On a lighter note, perhaps Arasaka will not harm him, maybe in a few days. They will release him unharmed. Do you understand my meaning? Man implored Rebecca, hoping she would adopt a more rational perspective. If Arasaka truly intended to do harm to Rocky, it was beyond their capacity to intervene, and the harrowing scene of Barum before the gates of life remained vividly etched in their memories. Rocky is merely a cybernetic doctor, and they deem him not worthy of their perilous venture. Even the promise of compensation cannot sway their decision. This is not as simple as pilfering a modicum of Arasaka intelligence or eliminating a few of their operatives. Should Arasaka capture Rocky and take him back to the Arasaka Tower, would they truly consider storming the tower in a futile attempt to rescue him? Such an endeavor would be akin to choosing a swift demise. Very well. I understand. It's of no consequence. After being turned down by Man, Rebecca fell silent for a moment before ending the call. Although Man refused to assist her, she bore no ill will. The dominion of Arasaka was undeniable, and few dared to oppose them. To Man, Rocky was merely a cybernetic doctor with whom she had a casual acquaintance, and it was entirely reasonable for her to hesitate in taking such a risk. Rebecca recognized that she had no right to demand others join her in this perilous endeavor. If Man had consented, it would have been fortuitous. If not, Rebecca could accept that as well. She attempted to reach out to Falco and Kiwi, but they too plainly declined her request. Yet, Rebecca had anticipated this outcome. With Man's refusal, it was highly probable that the other members of the team shared a similar sentiment. Refraining from any further futile attempts, Rebecca found herself enveloped in a shroud of confusion. Isolated and unsupported. Rationality? How could I possibly be rational? Reflecting on Man's words, Rebecca realized that maintaining composure was an impossibility. Each second Rocky remained in danger felt like an eternity of torment. Since no one was willing to aid her, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. I must rescue you. Even if no one else wishes to join me, you still have me as a friend. As Rebecca fortified her determination, the term friend sparked a fleeting illumination in her mind. It dawned on her that she need not solely rely on Man and the others for assistance. Rocky too had friends. If she were to relay the news of his capture to them, they would surely choose to come to his aid. With the shift in perspective, Rebecca reignited the flame of hope within her. Rocky once discussed his two friends with her, one being a mercenary named Jack, and the other a cybernetic doctor named Victor who worked in Watson. Although she lacked Jack's contact information and had no idea where to find him, she knew how to locate Victor, as Rocky had previously shared the address of Victor's clinic with her. With a clear plan in mind, Rebecca promptly set off for Victor's clinic. Inside Misty's spirit shop, Rebecca followed Rocky's earlier description to find the place. Welcome. How may I assist you? Misty gently inquired as Rebecca entered. I am looking for Dr. Victor. Rebecca stated her purpose directly. Please hold on a moment. I will contact him for you. Misty, not underestimating Rebecca due to her petite stature, enthusiastically reached out to Old Vic. Before long, Old Vic responded, indicating he was available to see Rebecca. All right. Dr. Victor can see you now. Please go in. The clinic is in the basement of the alley. Head out the back door, and you will find the stairs leading down. Misty, noticing Rebecca was unfamiliar with the place, kindly explained the route so she wouldn't get lost on her first visit. Thank you. Rebecca nodded in appreciation before swiftly making her way inside. In the clinic, old Vic turned his chair to face Rebecca as she entered, preparing to greet her. However, Rebecca spoke first. You are Victor, right? I am a friend of Elle. Elle has been taken by Arasaka, and I need your help. Not wishing to waste time, Rebecca directly expressed her intent. Hearing Rebecca's words, old Vic's demeanor shifted. Elle has been taken by Arasaka? Don't panic, child. Please tell me exactly what happened. Although concerned, old Vic maintained his composure as he listened to Rebecca recount the events. This is troublesome. Elle is in danger. From Rebecca's description, old Vic surmised Elle's predicament was likely due to his involvement in selling serum, which had drawn Arasaka's attention. After a moment of contemplation, old Vic resolved to contact Jack to discuss a strategy. Jack had recently been spending more time with Rocky and would likely be well informed about his situation. I will reach out to Elle's friend Jack and see how we can handle this. You need not worry. We will find a way, he reassured Rebecca. Observing her worried expression and understanding that her connection with Rocky ran deeper than mere friendship. Thank you. Rebecca sighed in relief upon receiving old Vic's response. It seemed seeking Victor was indeed the right choice. At least now, someone was willing to assist her. Chapter 51. Lucy, do you have feelings for Elle? Old Vic contacted Jack to inform him of Rocky's situation. Jack arrived at the clinic in a flurry, but to Rebecca and old Vic's surprise, he brought someone along, Lucy. Upon learning of Rocky's abduction by Arasaka, Jack immediately notified Lucy, not only to keep her informed but also because he thought she might have some insight into Rocky's whereabouts. However, when Lucy received Jack's call, she was taken aback. She had just been on the phone with Rocky when he was seized by Arasaka. The worst scenario she had dreaded had come to pass. Arasaka had targeted Rocky. Lucy understood Arasaka better than anyone and feared them more than anything. Being captured by them was her greatest nightmare, and now it had befallen the one she loved. Overwhelmed, she struggled to comprehend the thought of what would happen if Rocky were to perish at their hands. Fortunately, Jack was there to calm her over the phone and shortly thereafter arrived at her apartment to take her away. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lucy suppressed her fears and worries, and she and Jack made their way to Rocky's clinic, bringing Dolores along to meet old Vic inside the clinic. Rebecca looked on with mild surprise as the two entered, or rather, three, as Misty had followed Jack and Lucy in after sensing the gravity of the situation. Rebecca's astonishment was particularly directed at Lucy. Lucy? Rebecca? They both exclaimed in puzzled unison, each wondering why the other was present. Jack, observing the scene, was also perplexed. He recognized Rebecca from the Wild Wolf Bar and had mistakenly assumed they shared a closer relationship, only to discover now that Lucy and Rebecca were acquainted. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them as they exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. It was Jack who broke the silence first. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jack. If I recall correctly, we met at the Wild Wolf Bar. I'm a close friend of Elle. This is Victor, the finest cybernetic doctor in Watson. Elle used to assist him. Jack introduced Rebecca to himself, then Victor to Lucy, and finally, he introduced Lucy to old Vic. This is Lucy, She is a friend of Elle, an acquaintance from a previous assignment, and a reliable hacker. Jack hesitated slightly when describing Lucy's relationship with Rocky. Casting a glance at Rebecca before opting to refer to her simply as a friend, deciding it best not to elaborate given the uncertain circumstances. Misty also briefly introduced herself, and thus everyone was more or less acquainted. Old Vic then spoke about the situation at hand. It was Miss Rebecca who alerted me. She witnessed Arasaka's agents forcibly taking Elle into a vehicle right outside the clinic. Based on my deductions, Arasaka is likely targeting Elle due to his involvement with serum sales. If Arasaka seeks to acquire the formula from Elle, he may be safe for the moment, however. What they might do to him afterward to ensure the formula remains undisclosed is what truly concerns me. Wait, what is serum? Rebecca questioned, appearing puzzled. As it seemed she was the only one in the room, aside from Misty, who was unaware. It is a substance produced by Elle that significantly enhances human capabilities. He has recently been selling it to clinics throughout Night City, which has drawn Arasaka's attention. Jack provided an explanation, and beside him, Rebecca nodded, though she was still somewhat unclear about the circumstances surrounding Rocky's serum. However, she grasped Old Way's subsequent words, which succinctly conveyed that Rocky was in danger. At that moment, Rebecca glanced around the clinic and noticed that Lucy appeared somewhat unwell. After listening to Old Way's analysis, Lucy's emotions were once again in a state of turmoil. She was acutely aware of the ruthless methods employed by the Arasaka group. Once they acquired the formula, they would undoubtedly not allow Rocky to escape. Rebecca observed Lucy, whose face was a canvas of worry and fear, and for a moment, she was taken aback. Rebecca was no fool. She had sensed something amiss from the moment Lucy entered. Although Lucy and Rocky had only known each other for a few days, her concern transcended that of an ordinary friend. Rebecca had never witnessed such an expression on Lucy's face before. Coupled with a woman's intuition, Rebecca began to comprehend Lucy's feelings for Rocky, akin to her own. Lucy, yes? Do you have feelings for Elle? Rebecca's sudden inquiry caught Lucy off guard. Her mouth slightly agape, she vaguely understood why Rebecca posed this question but ultimately nodded in affirmation. It was impossible for her to lie, especially since her bond with Rocky had deepened to such an extent. Yes. Their eyes met, and Lucy felt a twinge of anxiety. Rebecca's next words confirmed her suspicions. I feel the same way. Let's go rescue Elle together. Rebecca was forthright, openly declaring her affection for Rocky in front of everyone. She had never been one for subtlety, never shying away from expressing her emotions, whether in anger or joy, and now in love. Though Rebecca might not have anticipated that Lucy would steal her heart's desire within such a short span, she was presently unconcerned about who loved Rocky or whom he loved. All she yearned for was to save him. Her affection for Rocky compelled her to act, regardless of the circumstances. Perhaps she would feel displeased about Lucy vying for her man, but such matters could wait until Rocky was safe. For the time being, she and Lucy were undeniably on the same side. Lucy's suspicions were validated, evoking an odd sensation within her. She had not expected Rebecca to harbor feelings for Rocky. If they were already mutual in their affection, did that not make her the intruder in their relationship? Yet, much like Rebecca, she had no time for such thoughts. They were both solely focused on Rocky's well-being. Yes, Lucy nodded emphatically in response to Rebecca. The two shared an unspoken understanding, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter of their rivalry until Rocky's safety was secured. Meanwhile, Jack observed this exchange with wide eyes, utterly astonished. Oldway chuckled lightly, reminiscing about the exuberance of youth. After this interlude, the atmosphere among the group lightened considerably. Oldway continued, to rescue Elle, we must first ascertain where Arasaka has taken him. What are your thoughts? It was evident that Oldway could offer little assistance in this regard. Rebecca proposed that Lucy attempt to locate Elle first. If that proved unsuccessful, they would have to seek out an intermediary specializing in intelligence. Jack shared his perspective, emphasizing that their understanding of Rocky's situation was limited, and Lucy should first try to track him down through deep web searches. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they currently had no better options. I'll prepare for the search, Lucy declared, the urgency of the situation prompting her immediate action. The clinic lacked the necessary interfaces for deep web diving, and she needed to move quickly. At that moment, Misty, who had been silent until now, voiced her thoughts. You intend to rescue Elle? I know he is in peril, but what if he is held captive by Arasaka's men in a heavily fortified location? Isn't that exceedingly dangerous? I am quite concerned for your safety. Misty expressed her worries, feeling anxious about Rocky's capture. But she recognized the formidable nature of Arasaka and feared for Jack and the others as well. Regardless of the danger, we must save him. Even if he has been taken to Arasaka Tower, I will storm the tower to rescue him. I watched as they took Elle right before my eyes. It is my weakness that allowed it to happen, Rebecca declared, her fists clenched in determination, reflecting on the scene outside the clinic. She hated herself for not being strong enough to protect Rocky. Rebecca had never been a fragile girl. She did not require protection from others. Rather, she desired to safeguard those she loved. Previously devoid of such feelings, she now found herself helplessly watching someone take him away, vowing to rescue Rocky at all costs. Rebecca's resolute words resonated with the group, moving them deeply. They had not anticipated her unwavering commitment to save Rocky. Is this the love Rebecca has for Elle? To think someone would dare to confront Arasaka Tower for the sake of their beloved. If it were Elle, would he do the same for me? Surely, he would. He promised he would, Lucy pondered, touched by Rebecca's sincere emotions, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic. It was as though she were the thief who had taken Rebecca's love. How would Rebecca perceive her if she discovered the truth about Lucy and Rocky? In stark contrast to Lucy's conflicted feelings, Jack contemplated how fiercely loyal Rebecca was, how romantic it was to risk everything for love. He resolved not to be left behind. Rebecca, you're right. We must save Elle. Rest assured, I won't let you face this danger alone. Hearing their declarations, Oldway, seated nearby, was moved by Rebecca's determination yet maintained a rational perspective. Misty raises a valid point. Breaching Arasaka's domain to rescue someone is perilously risky. Furthermore, considering the capabilities of just the two of you, quite frankly, It might be a daunting task, Old Way conveyed to Jack and Rebecca, acknowledging that they would ultimately be the primary force behind the operation. Jack, feeling challenged by Old Way's words, retorted, "Hey, Old Way, don't underestimate me. I'm not the same as before. Elle gave me something, and now I'm really strong." Old Way shook his head, observing Jack roll up his sleeves to showcase his muscles. "You may be fine, but what about Rebecca?" "I apologize, Rebecca. I do not intend to belittle you, but you must understand this is a matter of life and death. I cannot allow you to throw your life away recklessly. If Elle were to learn of this, I doubt he would approve." Jack injected the serum as he had anticipated. But the person he referred to was actually Rebecca, who was completely oblivious to what the serum entailed and, thus, could not have injected it herself. This presents a pragmatic dilemma. It is not a matter of underestimating Rebecca, but rather a recognition of her insufficient combat prowess. No amount of eloquent speech or resolute determination can alter this stark reality. To approach Arasaka with her current capabilities would merely be tantamount to delivering oneself as a meal. Rebecca, too, understands this truth. Her weakness renders her incapable of saving Rocky. "Victor, you are right. I am indeed too weak. But can you assist me? You are a cybernetic doctor. Surely you can help me grow stronger, regardless of the methods or types of cybernetics involved." She is willing to accept anything that would empower her. Rebecca has made a decision. In the past, she felt that not augmenting her body with cybernetics was inconsequential, as there were others like man to shoulder the burden of battle. However, she has come to realize that this is no longer sufficient. Only by possessing formidable strength can she safeguard those around her. And now, there exists a cybernetic doctor right here. She intends to undergo augmentation to bolster her capabilities so that she might rescue Rocky. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes." Receiving Rebecca's affirmative response, Victor retrieved a vial of blue serum from a cabinet behind him. This serum, left to him by Rocky, is the original formula with guaranteed efficacy. "This is a super soldier serum gifted to me by Elle. It is precisely what we need at this moment. After injecting this, you will be able to install superior cybernetics, significantly increasing our chances of rescuing Elle." As Victor presented the serum, Rebecca nodded decisively, lying down on the surgical chair without hesitation at his gesture. Soon, Victor completed the injection, and Rebecca drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Misty took Lucy to a nearby apartment equipped with a deep dive interface, rendering the clinic momentarily tranquil. "Victor, I need to make a phone call." "Sure." Jack, glancing at the quiet clinic, hesitated for a moment before stepping outside to dial V's number. From the moment he learned of Rocky's abduction by Arasaka, Jack had considered reaching out to V. Yet, he hesitated to trouble V, as he perceived him merely as an ordinary agent. Not to mention, it was uncertain whether V would even have knowledge of Rocky's capture. Even if he did, assisting them would not be an easy task, potentially dragging V into the maelstrom, especially since decisions within the company are not solely dictated by V. The ramifications of leaking Arasaka intelligence that resulted in a target being snatched would be grave for anyone implicated. Moreover, V and Rocky were not particularly acquainted. Nor did Jack feel entitled to request V's assistance. Initially, Jack intended to contact V only in dire circumstances, but Rebecca's recent demeanor sparked a different thought. If an opportunity arose, he wished to shield Rebecca from peril. He did not want Rocky to lose a loved one. Unbeknownst to Jack, V had undergone a significant transformation in the span of just a few days, yet he had not yet had the chance to inform Jack. Ironically, V was the one who orchestrated Rocky's capture, albeit unbeknownst to him at that time. He had delegated the task to his subordinates, simply requiring them to procure intelligence regarding Ascension technologies. Chapter 53. Inside Arasaka Tower. Within Arasaka Tower, in Jenkins' office, V was engaged in a discussion with Jenkins regarding the subsequent plans for the serum. At that moment, V received a call from Jack. "Hold on, I have a call." V interrupted the conversation, gesturing to Jenkins. Jenkins nodded, indicating it was of no concern. "Hey, Jack, I'm busy. Is there something urgent?" "V, I need a favor. Elle has been taken by Arasaka, right on the streets of Japan, and loaded into a vehicle. I hope to find out where he has been taken. I understand this may not be straightforward. If it poses difficulties for you, I completely understand." As Jack conveyed his plea, V's brow furrowed in concern. "Elle has been captured? Very well, I will keep an eye on it. But Jack, I must caution you, this may not be a guaranteed success." "Okay, I will await your update." Their conversation was brief. Seeing that V was preoccupied, Jack chose not to elaborate further. After hanging up, V fell into contemplation. Upon hearing of Rocky's abduction, V immediately considered whether it was a ploy by Abernathy, not suspecting it to involve himself. If Abernathy's faction had located Rocky, it would complicate matters, making it challenging for V to intervene without risking exposure. Hence, V had stated that the situation might not be resolvable. What's wrong? Jenkins inquired, noticing V's troubled expression. I received word that a mercenary involved in the Azure Tower incident has been captured by Arasaka. Could it be Abernathy's doing? Uncertain. V shook his head. If that which is behind it, do not entertain the thought of getting involved. You must extricate yourself cleanly and ensure she does not expose you. Jenkins cautioned V. To which V nodded, aware of the implications. However, what perplexed him was how Abernathy could track down Rocky despite all traces being meticulously erased. All right. You should address this matter. We VE discussed the serum sufficiently. Jenkins gestured for V to manage this mess and ascertain the situation. Leaving the office, V prepared to investigate Rocky's situation. Just then, another call came through. It was from the agent he had dispatched to gather intelligence on Ascension Technologies. What is the update? Have you found any intel? Not yet. I apprehended a cyberpunk who possesses knowledge of Ascension Technologies, but he refuses to divulge any information unless he meets you. I require intelligence, not just an informant. Do you comprehend? Are you incapable of managing a mere mercenary? I do not have time for such trivialities. This is your assignment. V's mood was evidently sour. He had anticipated receiving intel, only to find himself dealing with a mercenary instead. The informant insisted he would remain silent until he met with a superior, claiming knowledge of all pertinent information regarding Ascension Technologies. After reprimanding the agent, V reluctantly instructed, Very well, send me the mercenary's details. I will determine how to proceed. Understood. The agent, having received the directive, dared not speak further. Soon, V arrived at his office cubicle and reviewed the information sent by the agent. This is... Damn it, what a mess, V exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he processed the character profile displayed on his terminal. Not long ago, Arasaka's task force had transported Rocky to Arasaka Tower. This incident held grave significance, and only within the confines of Arasaka Tower could they ensure protection from interference by rival corporations. After thoroughly searching Rocky to ensure he bore no hazardous items, Arasaka's security proceeded to escort him to an interrogation room. Speak. Reveal all that you know regarding Ascension Technologies. The agent leaned his hands on the table and addressed Rocky, who sat across from him. Ignoring the agent, Rocky surveyed his surroundings. This was his first visit to the Arasaka Tower since arriving in Night City, and he contemplated the feasibility of escaping, though he had no intention of doing so. Noticing Rocky's disregard, the agent slammed his hands down on the table. Kid, answer my question and stop looking around aimlessly. The agent felt a surge of irritation at Rocky's nonchalance. Finally, Rocky shifted his attention to the agent and pondered for a moment before speaking. May I inquire which department you belong to? What does that matter to you? What you need to do now is divulge the information you possess. I have no time to waste on you. The agent had encountered numerous arrogant cyberpunks, but this was the first time he met one who remained unfazed by his authority. He was eager to extract information from this obstinate individual. Rocky found the agent's anxious demeanor somewhat amusing. Don't be in such a rush. You answer my question, and then I will answer yours. Rocky appeared remarkably unperturbed. The agent took a deep breath, realizing this kid was impervious to pressure, and reluctantly answered Rocky's inquiry. Counterintelligence Department. Upon hearing those words, Rocky stroked his chin and smiled. Have I stumbled upon something significant? Could it be that V is in charge of this? If that's the case, and he brought me here, that would be truly unfortunate, Rocky mused. I want to see your superior. Rocky's words struck the agent with a powerful blow once again. Not a chance, my friend. The Arasaka Tower is your territory. You can meet whomever you wish. The tables have turned, and you must comprehend your position. 1,000 wild horses galloped through the agent's mind. Impossible. You must divulge the intelligence you possess immediately. The agent resolutely rejected Rocky's request. Rocky merely shrugged in response. So, there is nothing to discuss then? Let me be clear. I possess comprehensive knowledge regarding Ascension Technology, but your rank is far too low to make this conversation worthwhile. Bring someone of greater authority. Upon hearing Rocky's words, the agent's expression grew grave, as if weighing the veracity of Rocky's claims. In his estimation, this individual was merely a merchant. How much could he possibly know? At most, he might reveal the upper limits of Ascension Technology. Now, he claimed to possess all pertinent information, suggesting they had misjudged him. He was more knowledgeable than they had anticipated. After a moment of silence, the agent fixed his gaze on Rocky and stated, You better ensure that what you say is true. If you cause me to lose face before my superiors, you will come to know my methods. Rest assured, I am confident. Just summon your master, Rocky replied with a smile, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Ignoring Rocky's taunt, the agent hesitated but ultimately dialed his superior, informing Rocky to wait. Before long, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Unsurprisingly, V entered. Chapter 54, Rocky's Ambition. Long time no see, V. Upon seeing V enter and dismiss the agent, a smile spread across Rocky's face. Having a familiar face made matters much easier. You seem unsurprised by my arrival. I just inquired about the agent's department and surmised it might be you. I apologize. I truly did not expect to meet you in this manner and in such a place. Had I known you were involved, we could have chosen a more comfortable setting to converse, perhaps over drinks at a bar. V settled into a chair opposite Rocky, first expressing his apologies. Considering Rocky had previously assisted him, they could be deemed half-friends. Bringing a friend into Arasaka Tower was certainly not ideal. No problem. This place is quite fine. It's my first time here, and I'm eager to gain some perspective, Rocky remarked indifferently. I'm glad you understand. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand, which is of great importance to me. The serum produced by Ascension Technology holds significant value for Arasaka, and we require information about this company. I just read in the report that you were helping them with promotion and delivery. Could you share some details with me? Rest assured, provided you share the intelligence, we will offer you a generous reward, and I can petition for your protection against any reprisals from Ascension Technology. Indeed, the benefits of familiarity were evident. V wasted no time in demonstrating his sincerity to Rocky. As Rocky delved straight into the matter, he ceased to elaborate further and spoke. The serum, is it? I am indeed aware of its significance to Arasaka, and not only to them. Military technology, biotechnology, and the Trauma Team International, all the major enterprises coveted. V listened intently, somewhat perplexed by the implications of Rocky's words. Was he perhaps intending to demand an exorbitant price? Nevertheless, V thought, it mattered little since it was Arasaka footing the bill. While V remained in contemplation, Rocky continued, You seek intelligence regarding Ascendance Technologies, but to speak frankly, I am unable to divulge that information. What do you mean? V inquired. Because that company does not exist. I am Ascendance Technologies, Rocky declared, uttering words that left V in astonishment. Are you implying that you are the producer of the serum? V paused momentarily, not immediately dismissing Rocky's assertion, but rather posing a question. Rocky nodded affirmatively, indeed. The serum, along with the stimulants I previously sold, are all products of my creation. Ascendance Technologies is merely a facade. The company itself is a mere illusion. V fell silent. Though he harbored doubts regarding the veracity of this claim, he sensed that Rocky was unlikely to deceive him. Without further discussion on whether the serum was genuinely produced by Rocky, V posed a new inquiry. I have a question. Given your mastery over the production of the serum, why opt to sell it through underground clinics instead of handing the formula over to a corporation? Such a route, whether through direct sale of the formula or by granting production rights, would undoubtedly yield far greater profits than your current endeavors. In V's perspective, it seemed that Rocky could amass an immeasurable fortune simply by selling the formula to a corporation. Why then, would he choose to risk selling the serum? However, Rocky shook his head, noting that V's perspective was entirely myopic. Viewing the situation from the vantage point of a corporation or an affluent individual indeed rendered V's assessment accurate. Granting production rights to major enterprises would indeed produce substantial benefits. The case of biotechnology licensing CH00H2 production to petrochemical companies stands as a prime example of this. Yet, from the standpoint of an ordinary individual, the reality was far from that. Rocky stands unsupported by any background. If enterprises truly gain control over production, Rocky believes they would prefer to render him obsolete rather than offer a substantial sum of money. For them, this would be an exceedingly simple choice. However, for me, such an outcome is inconceivable. This potion can only be produced by my hand, and I shall never divulge the formula, not even to Arasaka. I am willing to sell you the potion, but the matter of the formula is out of the question. Rocky unequivocally expressed his stance. Setting aside the implications of the company's control over serum production, the reality is that there exists no genuine formula for the serum. Its creation is solely reliant on Rocky's pharmaceutical apparatus. Even if one were to procure identical raw materials, the absence of this apparatus would yield nothing but a mere puddle of waste. Thus, Rocky confidently engaged in negotiations with Arasaka, for he alone possesses the capability to produce the serum. Should he perish, the serum would cease to exist. As for the possibility of Arasaka uncovering his secret and seizing the alchemical platform, he remains unfazed. His system is modular, allowing for both installation and removal. Upon hearing Rocky's words, V furrowed his brow, interpreting them as an insistence on retaining exclusive control over production. Accepting this reality, V considered discussing a potential collaboration for serum supply. Arasaka seeks a stable and substantial supply. Can you manage that alone? After a moment of contemplation, V decided to take a step back. He had no desire to corner Rocky, although this approach would ultimately fall short of Arasaka's primary objective. Securing some serum was preferable to a total failure, and V could begrudgingly report progress. However, V was disheartened when Rocky shook his head once more. It is exceedingly challenging. With my current resources, producing a significant quantity of serum is nearly impossible. Furthermore, I doubt Arasaka would place their trust in a mercenary who could vanish at any moment to provide them with stable pharmaceutical support. Rocky articulated his thoughts, and V nodded in agreement. What do you intend to do? He inquired. You are aware that without a favorable outcome, Arasaka will not relent. I plan to transform Ascension technology into reality. Once this technology is developed, it will not only supply you with a substantial quantity of potions, but also enable collaboration with Arasaka as a corporate entity. I believe this will alleviate many of your concerns. However, at present, I am alone in this endeavor, and achieving this goal requires a modicum of support, particularly from Arasaka. Under the astonished gaze of V, Rocky articulated his meticulously crafted plan. He understood that in order to truly flourish, he could no longer engage in trivial skirmishes with underground clinics. Establishing a company was an inevitability. However, the reason Rocky initially refrained from registering a company to launch products, instead opting for mere branding, stemmed from his lack of support. A fledgling enterprise with no backing in the predatory Night City resembled a frail lamb, perpetually at risk of being devoured by the larger corporations. The world no longer entertained tales of rising from nothing to transcend social strata. Miracles had no place in Night City. Thus, Rocky busied himself amassing leverage while he awaited an opportunity, an opening to exchange his accumulated assets for breathing space. Much like the present moment, the dangers posed by the serum indeed threatened him, yet they also presented an opportunity. Dispersing the serum throughout Night City, allowing all corporations to witness its efficacy, would prove far more persuasive than foolishly seeking out those companies with the potion in hand. It would also convey the message that they were not the sole entities fixated on these concoctions. Originally, due to Lucy, Rocky had been reluctant to set his sights on Arasaka. Yet, his deep understanding of Arasaka coupled with V's advantageous connections there made the prospect of collaboration too enticing to dismiss. Moreover, partnering with Arasaka could potentially introduce him to the notorious traitor Arasaka Raisin, should he secure the assistance of this scion. The difficulties in achieving his goals would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to convince Raisin of their shared vision and to assure him that he would not become the next Arasaka Saburo. At times, leveraging the power of one's adversaries becomes a necessary strategy, a notion Rocky embraced without hesitation, hoping only that Lucy would come to understand his reasoning. Chapter 55. Rocky returns to be frank. L. Your ambition truly astonishes me. V listened to Rocky's words and grasped their meaning. Yet he was taken aback by the magnitude of Rocky's aspirations. A modicum of ambition is natural. Who desires to languish in this city for eternity? Moreover, are you not equally ambitious, V? Rocky remarked with a smile. V paused for a moment, acknowledging that Rocky's observation was indeed accurate. He too harbored ambitions to ascend to greater heights. Rocky's words served as a reminder to V that this endeavor was also an investment for him. Should Ascendant Technologies prosper and become a pivotal partner of Arasaka, V would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Conversely, if Ascendant Technologies faltered, V, as the lead, would bear the consequences. Very well, you are correct, but this matter exceeds my purview, and I lack the authority to make such decisions. However, I will reach out to my superiors to arrange a meeting for you. After some contemplation, V recognized the considerable potential of Ascendant Technologies, and with Jack's connections, he resolved to assist Rocky. Thank you. With V's affirmative response, Rocky rose and shook V's hand, marking a consensus. By the way, although we need to discuss the collaboration further, if you currently possess any serum, you may sell it to us directly. While V could not decide on the collaboration, procuring the serum fell within his responsibilities and authority. Relying solely on a single vial obtained from a cybernetic surgeon would be insufficient for the assessment and testing of the serum. There are 20 more available. You can collect them from my clinic now. Rock nodded, finding this to be quite agreeable. At present, his funds were dwindling, and he urgently needed to recuperate some resources to face the forthcoming challenges. I shall arrange for someone to accompany you to retrieve it. The sooner, the better. The external security measures are already in place, and I will ensure they escort you outside. Rock nodded and walked towards the interrogation room. However, at that moment, we suddenly called out to him again. I am aware of your grand ambitions, but do not press Osaka too hard, even if the serum has never materialized. Osaka remains one of the most powerful corporations in this world. V hesitated for a moment before offering this well-meaning caution. Understood, I will exercise discretion. Rock replied with a reassuring smile. Also, Jack is quite concerned about your situation. Do make sure to check in with him soon. Rocky was taken aback upon hearing V's words, puzzled as to how Jack had come to know of his abduction. He had deliberately refrained from informing anyone in order to spare Jack and Lucy from worry. It had only been a short time since the incident. Even if Lucy were to realize his absence, it seemed improbable that she would locate him at the Arasaka Tower so swiftly. Despite his confusion, Rocky nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I understand, thank you. Shortly thereafter, upon exiting the interrogation room, Rocky was escorted out of the Arasaka Tower by security. V, meanwhile, sought out the agent, instructing him to follow Rocky in order to procure the serum and arrange for surveillance to keep a close watch on him. Although they were friends, V did not yet fully trust Rocky. He could not be entirely certain that Rocky was not merely concocting an excuse to deceive him and escape. Furthermore, V needed to ensure that Rocky was not snatched away by operatives from rival corporations, making it imperative to keep him under close observation. After departing from the Arasaka Tower, the agent drove Rocky back to the clinic. Roshi retrieved the serum from the clinic and handed it over to the agent, promptly receiving a transfer in return. The wallet warmed once more, prompting Roshi to marvel at the extravagant nature of large corporations. They did not bat an eyelid when purchasing 20 vials for 400,000. Outside the clinic, after bidding farewell to the agent, Roshi noticed a considerable number of onlookers gazing in their direction. It was hardly surprising, considering the recent commotion caused by Arasaka, which had led to his abduction and subsequent return. Ignoring the curious stares, Roshi turned to re-enter the clinic to contact Jack. However, at that moment, he noticed something peculiar. The Drossas parked in the lot had vanished. Where the hell is my car? He exclaimed. In a fleeting moment, Rocky found himself pondering whether some foolhardy individual dared to steal his vehicle. However, upon reflection, he concluded that with Drossas's exceptional anti-theft measures, such a theft seemed improbable. Checking the map for the vehicle's location, he discovered it parked at Old Way's clinic, likely taken by Jack. With no other recourse, Rocky mounted his motorcycle and sped towards the clinic, simultaneously dialing Jack's number. Meanwhile, Jack, Lucy, Old Way, and Misty were gathered at the clinic. Any news? Lucy could not contain her curiosity. Not yet. Just hold on. My buddy assured me there's nothing to worry about, Jack replied. After learning that Rocky had been apprehended by him, V informed Jack that Rocky was unharmed and assured him that he would manage the situation, releasing Rocky shortly. Consequently, the group decided against further searching for Rocky's whereabouts. Rebecca had yet to awaken, and the group convened at the clinic, awaiting updates. As Jack's phone buzzed with an incoming call, he immediately stood up. It's Elle's call. After explaining the situation to the others, he answered the phone. Hey Elle. You didn't tea, but before Jack could finish his sentence, Lucy abruptly interjected into their conversation. Elle, are you alright? Has Arasaka done anything to you? Are you okay? Lucy inquired, her voice laden with concern. Rocky was momentarily taken aback by the voice emanating from the communicator, although he was not surprised that Jack had informed Lucy. The concern and urgency in her words warmed his heart. Lucy, I'm fine. You must be at Old Ways, and I shall join you shortly. Let us discuss everything in person, Rocky replied gently to Lucy. Upon hearing that Rocky was safe, Lucy felt a weight lift from her heart. Before long, Rocky arrived at Old Ways clinic. As soon as he stepped through the door, someone leapt into his embrace. Lucy clung tightly to Rocky, and it was only by feeling his tangible presence and warmth that she truly felt at ease. Rocky returned to her side and scathed. It's all right, Lucy, I'm perfectly fine. Arasaka didn't do anything to me, Rocky comforted, gently patting Lucy's back. Upon hearing Rocky's words, Lucy released her embrace, mindful of the others present. As Jack and the others were equally concerned for Rocky's well-being. I apologize for causing you all worry. Rocky stepped inside, surveying the gathered souls within the clinic. Feeling a warmth in his heart, for at least there existed a circle of individuals who cared for his well-being. He was not alone in this world. Brother, it's a relief to see you unharmed. I nearly considered rushing up the desolate slope to rescue you, Jack remarked with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Unlike Lucy, who often succumbed to sentimentality, Jack found solace in Rocky's safety. Old Wei, witnessing Rocky's well-being, also wore a smile. It's good to see you safe, my child. Regardless of what transpired moments ago, let us first take a seat and allow you to rest. Also, do share with us the tale of what truly happened. Chapter 56. I will look after you. Inside the clinic, Rocky elucidated the recent events to the assembly, sharing his insights regarding the Ascension Technology Company. It was indeed related to the matter of the potion. However, your point stands. In order to establish a foothold in Night City, collaborating with Arasaka is certainly a commendable choice. Old Wei nodded in acknowledgement of Rocky's actions. Jack, on the other hand, raised his hands in exasperation, remarking, You make a valid point, but I must ask, would it be too much to inform us before you engage in such grand ventures next time? We were left believing you might not return. Had it not been for V's warning, we would have charged headlong into Arasaka. Rocky, upon hearing Jack's words, felt a sense of helplessness. The incident had occurred abruptly, and he had refrained from informing them solely to spare them worry. Little did he know that they were all aware. However, he found himself curious about how they had discovered that he had been captured by Arasaka. Did V notify you? Noticing Rocky's confusion, Jack turned and gestured towards the surgical chair in the clinic. Rock turned his gaze and beheld Rebecca lying there. He had noticed her upon entering. But amidst their inquiries, he had no opportunity to voice his questions. Now, upon seeing Jack gesture towards Rebecca, he could vaguely piece together the situation. It was Rebecca who informed us that she had witnessed you being taken by the men from Arasaka outside your clinic, prompting her to seek out Old Wei. It was through them that Lucy and I learned of this matter. Upon hearing Jack's words, Roche's confusion began to dissipate. He recalled that after getting into the car, he had indeed heard muffled sounds resembling bullets striking the vehicle, which he had dismissed at the time. In retrospect, it seemed likely that it was Rebecca responsible for that. Given Rebecca's current state, Old Wei, have you administered the serum to her? Rocky gazed at Old Wei, fully aware of the state following the serum injection. Old Wei nodded in acknowledgement, but before he could elaborate further, Rocky felt a gentle tug on his hand. Come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Lucy grasped Rocky's hand and led him outside the clinic. As Rocky pondered the necessity of a conversation in the open air, Lucy spoke up. Rebecca injected the serum because of you. Not only that, but she is more concerned for you than any of us, and her resolve to rescue you is unmatched. She would bravely ascend the Arasaka Tower for your sake. She persuaded Victor to assist her with the serum injection and to equip her with a prosthetic limb, all to ensure your salvation. Lucy revealed everything about Rebecca without reservation. Rocky stood there, stunned. He had not anticipated the whirlwind of events that had unfolded in such a brief span, nor could he fathom the extent of Rebecca's sacrifices on his behalf. Rebecca. She even said she loves you. Everything she has done is driven by her affection for you. You must feel the same for Rebecca, do you not? Lucy unabashedly articulated Rebecca's feelings for Rocky. In her view, he had the right to know this, and such truths could not remain concealed. Her intention was not to evade the issue, but to clarify matters openly. Rocky now feels that his mind is insufficient. The shock of being caught by his beloved is overwhelmingly intense, regardless of the circumstances. After a brief silence, Rocky finally spoke. I do indeed have such feelings for Rebecca. However, Lucy, I share the same sentiments for you as well. It's not merely because of your initiative that. Rocky offered an affirmative response. Now that the truth had been laid bare, deceit held no value. Yet, before Rocky could elucidate further, Lucy pressed her finger against his lips, silencing him. I understand, she said, her laughter bright and liberating. She had arrived at her answer the moment Rebecca confessed her affection for Rocky. The depth of Rebecca's feelings for him made it inconceivable that Rocky remained indifferent. However, Lucy felt no anger. Rebecca's love for Rocky earned her respect, especially since it was Lucy who had initially pursued a relationship with him. She held no right to condemn the bond between Rebecca and Rocky. Lucy's joy stemmed from Rocky's declaration that his feelings for her were equally profound. He loved her just the same. That was sufficient. Unraveling the situation would benefit none of them, and Lucy wished to spare Rocky from any distress. She could not afford to lose him again. Rebecca is a wonderful girl. Do not let her down. Lucy's words left Rocky momentarily speechless, as the situation seemed to spiral into the absurd, albeit not deviating from his initial intentions. I will. Rocky responded, but soon his mouth was obstructed once more. Lucy could tolerate the emotions between Rebecca and Rocky, yet that did not signify her intent to relinquish him. She was asserting her claim through her actions. In the clinic, Rebecca opened her eyes. The serum's enhancements rendered her mind remarkably lucid. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she began to doubt whether she had truly awakened. Was she merely dreaming? For before her stood Rocky's face, alive and tangible. "Elle, is that you?" Rebecca asked, her disbelief palpable. "It is I, Rebecca. Thank you for your efforts," Rocky said, a smile illuminating his features. As Rebecca glanced around, she discovered Jack and the others nearby, all gazing at her with smiles of their own. In response, Rebecca beamed. The sight of Rocky's return filled her with unadulterated joy. She felt no need to inquire why he had come back. The reason was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had returned. "Wonderful. Elle, you're back," she exclaimed, propelling herself off the surgical chair with determination and launching herself toward Rocky. Yet, as she leaped with her accustomed vigor, she realized her strength had changed. What once would have been a normal spring now sent her hurtling toward Rocky like a small cannonball. She collided with him, and unprepared, Rocky lost his balance and toppled backward with her. "Apologies, Elle. I was too excited and couldn't contain myself," Rebecca said, looking down at Rocky, whom she had inadvertently pinned beneath her. Though Rebecca was not heavy, the impact had been considerable. However, with the enhancements from the serum, her physical prowess had escalated to an extraordinary degree. It was evident that the Rebecca who would soon wield high-caliber firearms with reckless abandon was on the horizon. Despite the augmentation of her strength, her physique remained unchanged, devoid of any muscular bulk. At this moment, Rocky could feel the resilience of Rebecca's thigh. It remained as supple as ever. Perhaps this was the exceptional nature of the serum, akin to how the female Captain America retained her human form despite the serum's injection. "It's all right, Rebecca, I understand. I am aware of everything you have done for me, and I thank you," Rocky said, gazing into Rebecca's eyes. Her unwavering dedication deeply touched him, and he vowed never to let her down. "Well, it's nothing really. I care for Elle, and I will continue to protect you," Rebecca replied, raising her hands to showcase the subtle muscles on her fair and delicate fingers. Although not particularly intimidating, those seemingly harmless hands could indeed prove lethal to many. Chapter 57. Tyrant. Before long, Rebecca reluctantly climbed off Rocky, aware of the numerous onlookers around them. Seeing that Rocky was unharmed and Rebecca had regained consciousness, the crowd was ready to let the matter rest. However, Rocky called out to Old Way. "Old Way, I need your assistance in installing a prosthetic." He then presented a prosthetic that resembled the vertebral system of a cyborg. The white mechanical bones, coupled with their precise internal structure, immediately conveyed their sophistication. This was the Source Project prosthetic that Rocky had long prepared for installation. Source Project, Annihilation Series Tyrant Operating System, derived from the most formidable weapon in the Annihilation series. This central nervous system prosthetic primarily enhances the user's neural reflexes and physical power. Its formidable capabilities grant the user significant performance improvements, greatly amplifying their reflex speed and strength. It also includes various neural processing systems, such as pain editing, microperception, weakness analysis, and ballistic analysis. Additionally, it features the highest level of network defense, capable of counteracting hacker intrusions. Prosthetic ability, ultimate domination. Upon activation, it enters a tyrant state, instantly bestowing immense regenerative capabilities and doubling all enhancements provided by the prosthetic. Simultaneously, all other prosthetics the user possesses enter a berserk performance mode, resulting in a doubling of all effects and enhancements. Price adjustment. 0 module price, 300,000 euros. As part of the Source Project Annihilation, this operating system prosthetic is straightforward in function, focusing solely on the enhancement of neural and physical capabilities. Much like the hero Crocodile, it eschews flamboyance in favor of sheer brute force to overpower opponents. With a collaboration with Arasaka imminent, Rocky sought to bolster his strength to prevent any last-minute fallout that could lead to hostility. The primary reason for selecting the Crocodile operating system, beyond its formidable performance enhancement, was its alluring network defense capabilities. Hackers are a constant threat, and Rocky had yet to devise an effective countermeasure. Standard defenses were inadequate against elite hackers. In the event of a conflict, lacking defensive capabilities while facing a hacker would leave him in a state of perpetual vulnerability. With the installation of the Tyrant operating system, his system would transform into an impregnable fortress, virtually eliminating the risk of intrusion. "What model of prosthetic is this? I don't believe I've ever encountered one like it," Old Way remarked, scrutinizing the prosthetic Rocky had handed him. He noticed that no company had ever manufactured such a model of operating system. "You know how it is. Old Way. Rocky cast a glance at Old Way, who swiftly grasped the implication without further inquiry. After all, it was hardly surprising that this fellow had produced such an array of peculiar items. Presenting a cybernetic prosthetic was merely par for the course. Although Old Way had yet to install this particular model of prosthetic, he was reassured by the fact that, following modifications, the source plan prosthetic was now entirely compatible with the structure of Cyberpunk prosthetics, rendering the installation process virtually indistinguishable from that of standard models. Rocky reclined onto the surgical chair as Old Vic began the procedure to install his cybernetic augmentations. The implantation surgery was relatively straightforward after administering anesthesia. Old Vic swiftly completed the installation. Awakening upon the surgical chair, Rocky opened his eyes, immediately sensing the profound difference the new implants bestowed. The world around him seemed to decelerate, as if caught in slow motion, every detail rendered with crystalline clarity. The Tyrant operating system had elevated his neural reflexes to unprecedented heights, granting him a perception akin to activating Sandevistan. Yet, unlike Sandevistan's temporary burst of hyperreflexes, the Tyrant system functioned more like a Korenzikov neural implant, perpetually active and continuously enhancing his reaction speed. However, the Tyrant's augmentation far surpassed even the Korenzikov, approaching the sheer intensity of Sandevistan's activated state. In essence, Rocky now existed in a perpetual state of accelerated perception. Noticing movement from the surgical chair, Old Vic realized Rocky had awakened. "El, how do you feel?" Old Vic inquired, turning toward him. Yet no sooner had the question left his lips than Rocky vanished from the chair in a blur of motion. "El?" Lucy and the others gasped in unison at the sudden disappearance. "I feel incredible. Better than I ever have," a voice replied from behind them. Spinning around, they found Rocky stretching leisurely, his movements fluid yet controlled. Though the Tyrant system's enhancements were permanent, they were not immutable. Rocky had already dialed his reflex efficiency down to a mere 50 above baseline, striving to acclimate to this altered perception of time while maintaining natural speech. Full adaptation would require patience, and sustaining peak reflex intensity would strain his physiology. Truly, the pinnacle of Source Project's arsenal, this augmentation speed is nothing short of extraordinary, Rocky mused. Rocky mused that although the Source Plan Crocodile is not renowned for its speed, this is merely relative to other attributes. As the most formidable weapon, the Source Plan Crocodile cannot possess any glaring weaknesses. Even its most minor shortcomings are beyond the comparison of ordinary individuals. Moreover, in addition to its neural reflexes, the Tyrant operating system has amplified Rocky's strength by a remarkable 50%. It can be asserted that when Rocky fully engages the Tyrant system and activates the ultimate domination, he will completely transform into a humanoid monstrosity. Rocky now feels an urge to engage in a fierce duel with Adam to ascertain the true worth of the legendary assassin. After Rocky completed the installation of his cybernetic enhancements, the group finally had the opportunity to return home and take a respite. Having departed from Old Way's clinic, Rocky boarded the Drosso, tasked with driving Jack and the others back home. "Hey, what do you mean, you colorful monster?" Lucy and Rebecca simultaneously placed their hands on the car door handle in the passenger seat. Lucy had already discussed her relationship with Rocky with Rebecca during the enhancement procedure, and now Rebecca was aware of the connection between the two. Although Rebecca was elated to learn that Rocky reciprocated her feelings, she was naturally displeased by Lucy's interference. Even though they had agreed to a fair competition, Rebecca's fiery temperament was unmistakably evident, igniting tension between the two women. It was clear that the first skirmish between them had commenced. Chapter 58. Adam's heavy entrance. Lucy was unperturbed by Rebecca's whimsical nicknames. Rebecca's temperament often led her to call Chiwe old granny when she was in a foul mood, so there was little she would shy away from. "I used to sit here," Lucy remarked nonchalantly. "Huh, used to? I was sitting behind Elle, hugging him. And you talk about before?" Inside the car, Rocky watched the escalating dispute between Lucy and Rebecca, perspiration beading on his forehead, too afraid to intervene lest he draw their ire. Just then, his savior emerged. "Ahem, ladies. I believe I can sit here," Jack interjected, clearing his throat as he stood behind the two women. Lucy and Rebecca turned to glare at Jack, causing him to feel quite uneasy. Fortunately, both women eventually released their grips and settled into the back seat. With all three passengers aboard, Rocky exhaled in relief, starting the engine to take them home. After dropping Jack off in Haywood, Rocky decided to first escort Lucy home. Tonight, he had no intention of returning to the clinic, as both he and Rebecca resided in Watson District, making it a more convenient route. Arriving at the vacant space in front of the clinic, Rocky parked the car, and Lucy prepared to exit. At that moment, Rocky suddenly sensed a data stream entwining with his system. "Lucy, wait," Rocky called out to her. Just as Lucy halted her movements, a humming sound from hovering vehicles filled the air. Several armored vehicles emerged from various directions, surrounding the Drasso. A multitude of well-equipped combat personnel disembarked, aiming their weapons at the Drasso, entering a state of heightened alert. The glaring insignia on the vehicles unequivocally proclaimed their origins. They were operatives from military tech. Inside the hovering vehicle, a hacker from military tech was attempting to breach Rocky's network, equipped with military-grade networking devices. This hacker was formidable against any cyberpunk or cybermaniac. However, when she endeavored to infiltrate Rocky's system, she discovered that his cybernetic enclosure, CE, resembled an unyielding granite wall, utterly impervious to her efforts. "Damn it, I can't breach his CE," the hacker exclaimed. The commander of the operation, standing beside the hacker, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her report. It was astonishing that their cyber assault had been thwarted. Nevertheless, he wasted no time and promptly commanded, "Then target another objective." The hacker nodded, but as she prepared to execute the order against Lucy and Rebecca, an ominous sound akin to the tearing of space resonated. Just as the two aboard the hovering vehicle were left in confusion, a rift from the void materialized before them. A figure emerged from the fissure. And before the hacker could comprehend what was transpiring, her neck was seized with a vice-like grip. Rocky held the hacker aloft by her throat. "Is the game enjoyable, bug?" Rocky spoke in a calm tone, then with a swift motion of his right hand, the hacker's neck was crushed as if caught in a vice, resulting in an instantaneous decapitation. A fountain of blood erupted from the severed neck, splattering the entire interior of the hovering vehicle. At that moment, the operations commander regained his composure and immediately began firing wildly at this unexpected target. However, in the instant the bullets erupted, Rocky had already moved. Having maximized the power of the Tyrant system, the world seemed to freeze around him. Dodging the line of fire from the commander's weapon, Rocky swiftly appeared behind him. With a series of sharp sounds, the commander's hands, which had been poised to shoot, were severed from his body in an instant. Rock forcibly tore off his own hands, causing the crimson hue within the floating vehicle to intensify momentarily. The commander, devoid of a pain editor, emitted a harrowing scream that was swiftly silenced. In an effort to prevent the man from disturbing the peace with his nighttime cries, Rocky thoughtfully stuffed a fragmentary grenade into his mouth. Having disregarded the dying individual, Rocky's gaze shifted downwards towards the encirclement below. At this moment, the ground forces equipped with military technology were steadily closing in on Drasso, while several combatants directly beneath had also noticed the anomaly of the hovering vehicle and were now aiming their sights in Rocky's direction. Rocky gazed down at the combat personnel below, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Something significant was about to unfold. With a powerful leap, he plunged downward at an exhilarating velocity. The combatant, realizing the imminent danger, opened fire. Bullets grazed Rocky's form, splattering a few drops of blood. Yet they did nothing to impede his descent. B-00M. With a resounding explosion, the gunfire ceased abruptly. As dust swirled and gradually settled, Rocky's silhouette emerged alongside the fallen combatant beneath him. "Ha ha ha, Adam's grand entrance, how delightful." Rocky laughed heartily. At that moment, fragments of grenades from the hovering vehicle detonated, raining down a crimson deluge as though welcoming Rocky's arrival. Military technology, is it? Allow me to test the might of my new cybernetic enhancements. Observing the encircling combat personnel, all aiming their weapons at him, Rocky chuckled softly. Ultimate domination engaged. The originally white exoskeleton on his back transformed into a blinding crimson hue, revealing the Tyrant operating system in its most ferocious form. The world around him slowed once more. He felt an overwhelming surge of power threatening to burst forth from his body, even as his wounds healed rapidly within that brief moment. Without hesitation, Rocky swiftly closed the distance to the nearest combatant, seizing his head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. A vivid splash of red blossomed upon impact. After dispatching two more adversaries, the military personnel finally opened fire en masse. Simultaneously, several combatants equipped with Stanislav activated their enhancements. However, their speed, even after activation, paled in comparison to Rocky's Tyrant state. At that juncture, Rebecca, noticing the military personnel's attention fully diverted towards Rocky, kicked open the car door and began to unleash a torrent of gunfire with the heavy machine gun he had tossed to her through the rift. "Ha ha ha ha," Rebecca cackled, reveling in the recoil of the weapon. This was her inaugural experience wielding such powerful armaments, and the exhilaration of unleashing such firepower was intoxicating. Previously, Rebecca had always relied on 2 small pistols for petty skirmishes. Tonight, she had seemingly discovered her true joy. Heavy firepower epitomized the romance of cyberpunk. Indeed, laughing maniacally, Rebecca continued to rain bullets upon the surrounding combatants. Meanwhile, Rocky moved like a specter, relentlessly reaping the lives of the military personnel. Chapter 59. Homecoming under Rocky's merciless onslaught. The military unit was swiftly decimated. Gazing at the scattered remnants of bodies, he heaved deep breaths, fatigue evident in his countenance. This battle had taken a considerable toll on him, operating the tyrant system at full capacity, coupled with the burdens of ultimate domination, left his muscles feeling as if they were being torn apart. Even his left arm, resembling that of a gorilla, burned with an intense heat from the overload. As the tyrant state came to an end, his cybernetic enhancements returned to a state of calm. Yet the restorative effects of ultimate domination could not alleviate the physical strain caused by its termination. Of course, if Rocky were to activate ultimate domination again, it might allow him to return to peak condition in a brief span. However, the cumulative burden of the subsequent termination remained an unknown risk he was reluctant to tempt. Extracting a Type 1 stimulant, he injected it into his system, feeling a gradual restoration of his strength, which offered him some relief. Covered in blood yet unconcerned, Rocky reflected on the unprecedented scale of his slaughter. To him, the distinction between killing a few and a multitude felt negligible. As for this group from the military, he had no intention of holding back. After all, they had initiated the aggression. The military personnel approaching him could hardly be deemed benevolent. Likely akin to the likes of Arasaka. Now aligned with Arasaka, it was a foregone conclusion that incurring the wrath of the military was an unavoidable consequence. Rocky had no intention of reaping benefits from both sides. Between Arasaka and military technology, he was destined to choose but one. As for flitting between the 2 colossal companies like a fence-sitter, that would undoubtedly lead to a demise so swift that one wouldn't even know how they perished. Neither Arasaka nor military technology would tolerate such a betrayal. The last individual who attempted such a precarious balancing act was Faraday. Although he did not meet his end at the hands of these 2 companies, his fate was nonetheless rather grim. However, it seems that Faraday is still thriving in Night City, having avoided provoking Rocky, who, in turn, has little interest in him. Regarding the annihilation of military technology's forces and the potential for retaliation, Rocky harbored no concerns. After all, collaboration with Arasaka would inevitably lead to such confrontations, and Arasaka would undoubtedly assist him in navigating the aftermath. Just then, the very individuals tasked with that assistance arrived on cue. Another hovercar descended from the sky, this time bearing agents of Arasaka rather than military technology. Simultaneously, several armored vehicles rolled in, belonging to Arasaka's operational unit. The hovercar gently landed in the clearing, and the previous agent disembarked. The expression on his face was one of evident shock, as the scene before him made him question the very reliability of his vision. A complete military technology battalion had been utterly decimated, even if they were not the most elite troops. How many individuals in all of Night City could achieve such a feat in such a brief span? Arasaka had long been monitoring Rocky and, upon discovering military technology's actions against him, responded promptly. While it appeared that Arasaka had arrived late, their response time was indeed swift given the circumstances. They had anticipated that Rocky would be able to hold his ground during that interval. What they did not expect, however, was that Rocky not only endured, but had also eradicated every member of military technology present. The sight of severed limbs and scattered remains on the ground painted a vivid picture of the horror that had just unfolded. Only then did the agent realize the magnitude of the entity he had previously sought to apprehend. Had Rocky chosen to resist at that moment, he might very well have found himself among those lifeless bodies. "Ah, it's you again. You've arrived quite promptly, haven't you?" Impressive vigilance. Rocky couldn't help but find it amusing to see him again. How could this fellow be out and about at such an hour? Seemingly oblivious to the end of his workday, it appeared that the intensity of labor at Arasaka was indeed quite formidable. The agent, observing Rocky, who was drenched in blood, akin to someone who had just emerged from the depths of hell, dared not respond to his mockery. "Mr. L, this is a necessary procedure to ensure the smoothness of our collaboration and to safeguard your safety." The agent spoke with noticeably more politeness. "Very well, then. I shall leave this mess for you to sort out. I am weary. Farewell." Rock waved his hand dismissively and, disregarding the agent, strode toward Rebecca and the others. The members of the Arasaka group had come to thwart those involved in military technology. and now that the military tech personnel had been completely annihilated, they naturally did not impede Rock's departure. "Elle, are you all right?" Rebecca inquired, noticing Rock was smeared in blood, unable to discern whether he had sustained any injuries. "I'm fine." "It is you, Rebecca, who exhibited remarkable bravery just now." "Haha, indeed. Although most of the foes were dealt with by you, Rock, I also played a significant role. Those distant corpses riddled with bullet holes are my handiwork." Rocky gazed at the smiling Rebecca, instinctively wanting to ruffle her hair. However, as he extended his hand, he remembered that it was stained with blood and reluctantly withdrew. "Lucy, I would like to borrow your apartment for a while." Rocky was certainly reluctant to simply board the vehicle, allowing Drasos to autonomously navigate to the parking space. Subsequently, the trio arrived at Lucy's apartment. Before long, Rocky had cleansed himself of the bloodstains. Upon exiting the bathroom, he observed Lucy leaning against the windowsill, smoking, while Rebecca was seated cross-legged on the sofa, engaged in conversation. "What are those posters on the wall? I never imagined your tastes to be so mundane, Lucy," Rebecca remarked, poking fun at the lunar-themed promotional poster adorning the wall. "Well, perhaps," Lucy replied nonchalantly. Rather unfazed by the dismissal of her aspirations, Lucy had grown less sensitive since that fateful night. She no longer cared how others perceived her dreams, as long as Rocky approved. TCH, noticing that Lucy was not perturbed by her comment, Rebecca clicked her tongue and refrained from further pursuing the subject. At that moment, Lucy, spotting Rocky's emergence, smiled and said, "Elle, since you're all cleaned up, why not stay here tonight? Let Rebecca return home on her own." Upon hearing this, Rebecca immediately exploded in protest, springing up from the sofa and placing her arms outstretched between Rocky and Lucy. "No, I do not agree," she shouted at Lucy, then turned to Rocky, insisting, "Elle, don't listen to her. Let us go home." Rocky gazed at the scene before him, feeling a slight headache. Although he was tempted to suggest that Lucy's bed was ample enough for them to squeeze in together, he ultimately refrained from voicing such a thought. Reluctantly, he chose to escort Rebecca home, while Lucy, having merely jested, did not hinder their departure. What Rocky did not anticipate, however, was that Rebecca's notion of going home did not imply her own residence, but rather, it pointed to Rocky's abode. Chapter 60, The Meeting Morning. Rock sat up in bed and gently pinched Rebecca's little face to rouse her from slumber. 2 days had elapsed since Rock was seized by Arasaka. Today marked the day V had summoned him to attend a collaborative meeting at Arasaka Tower. During these 2 days, Rock and his companions had experienced a relatively tranquil existence. The commotion that erupted in front of the clinic that night had not gone unnoticed. The corporations of Night City were now acutely aware of Arasaka's stance on military technology and ascension technology. Given the overt withdrawal of these two colossal entities, no other companies dared to join the fray. Thus, Rock was fortunate enough to enjoy a rather comfortable couple of days. Rocky rose, tidied himself up, and dialed Jack's number. "Hey, Jack, it's about time. We should get ready to set off." "No problem. I'll be waiting for you under the Arakusa Tower." After informing Jack, Rocky and Rebecca descended the stairs, boarded the Drasso, and after picking up Lucy, they proceeded towards the Arakusa Tower. Initially, Rocky intended to venture alone. But upon learning of Rocky's plans to ascend the Arakusa Tower, both Jack and Rebecca insisted on accompanying him. Even Lucy, who harbored a profound fear of the tower, requested to wait for Rocky's return at its base. Although Rocky recognized their good intentions, he nonetheless declined Jack and Rebecca's request to accompany him inside the tower. The dangers within the Arakusa Tower were too great. Should an unforeseen event occur, they might impede Rocky's actions. Reluctantly, the two consented to wait at the tower's base, much like Lucy, thus providing a semblance of support. At the foot of the Arakusa Tower, Rocky encountered Jack, who awaited their arrival. "Hey, Elle. Remember to inform us immediately if anything happens," Jack advised as he observed Rocky preparing to enter the tower. Rebecca chimed in, "Indeed. Don't let it be like that night. If something arises, let me know, and I will protect you." With that, Rebecca brandished a green and pink heavy shotgun in front of Rocky. At that moment, Rebecca donned black fingerless gloves, which Rocky had crafted for her using a storage ring. She had filled these gloves with an array of heavy weaponry, rendering her a veritable mobile armory. "Make sure to return safely," Lucy implored. "Rest assured, I am merely going to negotiate a collaboration, not to blow up the Arakusa Tower. They shall not harm me." Rocky gazed warmly at Jack and the others, reassuring them before he turned and stepped into the Arasaka Tower. Meanwhile, in another part of the tower, within a conference room, a large display screen was showcasing a video. The footage presented a first-person perspective of an individual seemingly engaged in a mission, surrounded by numerous armed personnel encircling a vehicle. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the opposite side of the encirclement. Turning to look, one could see a figure standing atop the corpse of a teammate, cackling maniacally. This was no mere human, but a monstrous entity resembling a man. The creature unleashed a brutal slaughter upon them, with no one able to resist its onslaught. One by one, his comrades fell, and he scarcely caught a glimpse of the monster's shadow. Soon, it was his turn. The screen went black, and the video concluded, only to be replaced by another perspective. This time, it was not from the victim's view, but from a third-person vantage point, overlooking the massacre of the military unit by the beast. These clips were, of course, recordings from that fateful night before Rocky's clinic. The military tech units were equipped with built-in Super Dream recording modules. That night, Arasaka confiscated all the scattered cybernetic bodies, thus acquiring the Super Dream footage from the event. Adam Heavy Hammer, what are your thoughts on this individual? Asked a man in an exquisitely tailored suit seated at the head of the conference table, lightly tapping the surface as he directed his gaze toward a metallic creature perched on the sofa by the wall. Interesting, indeed. It appears to be outfitted with an unknown model of Sion Waystan. Adam Heavy Hammer succinctly assessed. What are your odds of dealing with him? He seemed to have mentioned you in the Super Dream, the suited man inquired. Merely a beefy insect with some strength and speed. I've lost count of how many such beings I've sent to their graves, all uttering my name until their last breath. Adam Heavy Hammer's expression remained unfazed, showing no concern for Rocky's displayed prowess. Wiping out an ordinary military tech unit was well within his capabilities. Such a level of threat did not warrant his attention. As long as you were confident, the suited man nodded. At that moment, a woman dressed as a secretary entered the conference room. Approaching the suited man and leaning in to speak. Director, Mr. L has arrived. Shall we commence the meeting? Let him in, the suited man replied, nodding as he switched off the video that was playing. He was the ultimate decision-maker for this meeting, one of the board members of Arasaka's Night City branch. Though not the most central figure, he still held significant sway within Arasaka's hierarchy. The matter of ascendant technology was neither trivial enough to provoke the Arasaka family's direct involvement, nor so monumental that it could proceed without a board member's approval. Thus, the responsibility of this meeting fell upon him. Soon, several individuals entered the conference room under the guidance of the secretary. Apart from Rocky, there were others present for the meeting. The deputy minister of Arasaka's logistics department, who was intimately familiar with the testing and evaluation of serum agents and was essential for leading this discussion. Representatives from the finance and marketing departments were also in attendance to assess the feasibility of Rocky's collaborative proposal. The Arasaka board member was merely there to make the final decision. Upon entering the conference room, Rocky immediately noticed Adam Heavy Hammer seated on a nearby sofa. At that moment, Adam turned his gaze toward Rocky. Their eyes met, marking the first time since Rocky's arrival in Night City that he faced Adam directly. Adam's presence here was undoubtedly to safeguard the board members. At this juncture, he had yet to become Arasaka's private bodyguard. Given Rocky's displayed combat abilities before the clinic, standard security could not ensure the meeting's safety, especially with board members present, necessitating Adam's involvement. Mind your actions, otherwise, I shall reduce you to mere fragments. Adam Heavy Hammer warned Rocky with an impassive expression. In response to Adam's threat, Rocky exhibited no fear and remained unresponsive, calmly taking his seat. Chapter 61. Negotiation within the conference room. All participants had taken their places. After introducing everyone present, the meeting commenced. L, is it? I've heard you've stirred quite the commotion in Night City recently. I've witnessed the serum you developed. It is indeed intriguing. You mentioned wanting to establish a company in collaboration with Arasaka. What is your vision for this partnership? The board member at the head of the table wasted no time and dove directly into the heart of the matter. Upon being questioned by the board members, Rocky produced a chip and handed it to the secretary standing beside the assembly. The secretary accepted the chip and connected it to the terminal at the conference table. Soon, the monitor displayed the contents of the chip, which included the descriptions of the two medications currently being marketed by Rocky, as well as his proposed collaboration plan. As Rocky presented the contents to the members of the Arasaka group, he began to elaborate. I trust you are already acquainted with the serum's properties and significance. Thus, I shall refrain from reiterating its merits. I propose to fulfill an order of 500 serum doses within 3 months in exchange for 5 million euros. The designation of Arasaka as a strategic partner and the future exemption rights for all high-ranking officials of my company. For subsequent sales of the serum, Arasaka's orders will be prioritized, and the original serum will be exclusively provided to Arasaka, while any remaining doses sold externally will have their efficacy diminished by 50%, alongside a refusal of all military technology orders. What are your thoughts on this proposal, Arasaka? Rocky made his initial offer, presenting a substantial order while designating the advanced soldier serum as a unique supply for Arasaka. This ensured that Arasaka would maintain its competitive edge upon acquiring the serum, as they declined military technology orders and opted to sell only the advanced soldier serum with a potency of 50, equivalent to the original version of the super soldier serum at a potency of 25. At first glance, this offer appeared to be filled with sincerity, however. It was evident that Arasaka was unimpressed. Purchasing 500 vials of serum for 5 million was indeed a favorable deal for Arasaka. Yet they were acutely aware that the true value lay not in the monetary sum, but in the identity of the collaborator and the privileges granted to the company. For an emerging enterprise, the affiliation with Arasaka could shield it from the majority of troubles posed by other corporations and leverage Arasaka's reputation to secure substantial orders. As for the company privileges, they guaranteed the safety of the upper management. Although these privileges were merely agreements among large corporations, they still held significant weight. The Vice Minister of Logistics was the first to reject Rocky's proposal. "Young man, I believe you are dreaming. As an ordinary cybernetic doctor, even if you were to develop such a serum, do not expect to command exorbitant prices. Allow me to present you with a suggestion. Instead of pursuing your company, why not sell the serum formula directly to Arasaka and report to our logistics department? Given your evident talent, ascending into the upper echelons of society would not be a challenge, and the remuneration from selling the formula would suffice for a lifetime of leisure." The Vice Minister's tone was laced with mockery, clearly indicating their dissatisfaction with Rocky's pricing. Upon hearing his words, Rocky found them ludicrous, whether in jest or not. This might be precisely what Arasaka desired. Selling the formula was an unthinkable act for Rocky, as once Arasaka obtained it, his value would diminish entirely. Regardless of the amount he might receive, Arasaka would undoubtedly find a way to reclaim it, potentially costing him not only his wealth but also his life. Rocky paid no heed to the rejection of the offer made by Arasaka. He knew well that one should not reveal all conditions from the outset. Negotiation is an intricate dance of give and take, and it must progress step by step. Shaking his head, Rocky spoke, "I apologize, though your proposal does intrigue me. I am an idealist at heart. Establishing my own company is my fervent aspiration, hence I must regretfully decline your suggestion. However, if that is the case, I am willing to make a concession. I will unconditionally provide the formula for the serum 3 years hence. Additionally, another product developed by my company, the energy stimulant, will bear the label of collaborative production with Arasaka, with profits shared at an 80-20 split in favor of Arasaka." Rocky presented his second-round offer, opting to first paint a grand vision for Arasaka 3 years into the future. With systematic assistance, Rocky is poised to ascend. Once his ascension technology successfully develops, his growth rate will surge at a terrifying pace. Within 3 years, he is confident he will have triumphed over Arasaka, rendering the question of whether the formula is shared irrelevant. This is why Rocky confidently proposed such a condition. The members of Arasaka did not immediately counter his offer this time. For a corporation of Arasaka's caliber, 3 years is not a lengthy period, even after this time. They firmly believe the serum will retain immense value. The unconditional transfer of the formula after 3 years would not significantly differ from their current practice of purchasing the drug formula outright. Arasaka finds the proposed terms within an acceptable range. They have long understood Rocky's stance, which suggests he is unlikely to directly hand over the formula, leaving Arasaka with limited options. After all, they have exhausted their investigative efforts, ultimately only obtaining records of Rocky's raw material procurement. However, their experiments with these raw material combinations have proven futile, as they have been unable to replicate the serum. While coercing Rocky to surrender the formula is indeed an option, it carries inherent risks. Should Rocky choose a path of mutual destruction, Arasaka could find themselves with nothing to show for their efforts. Arasaka comprises a group of merchants, not terrorists. They are not inclined to resort to the most extreme solutions for a problem. As long as their interests are met, they are willing to negotiate. Their primary objective is profit, and collaborating with Rocky serves to fulfill this aim as well. Arasaka is acutely aware that Rocky's secondary condition reflects his desire to leverage the partnership for market expansion, but they stand to gain from this arrangement too, making it a mutually beneficial endeavor. After a brief silence, despite being generally satisfied with the offer, Arasaka still held one final bargaining chip. As long as negotiations are ongoing, Arasaka will not relinquish any potential advantage. Your offer is barely satisfactory, but it falls short. Consider this, the Deputy Minister of Logistics remarked. As data flickered in his eyes and a profile appeared on the conference table's display. Lucy, the girl beside you, was once Arasaka's property but defected. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Chapter 62. Source code. All those surrounding Rocky were thoroughly investigated by Arasaka, both inside and out. Naturally, Lucy could not escape this scrutiny. And her identity was swiftly uncovered by Arasaka. This became Arasaka's final bargaining chip. At this moment, Rocky gazed at Lucy's once innocent visage displayed on the screen, a surging, nameless fury quietly igniting within him. How could Arasaka dare to use Lucy as leverage against him? Although Rocky had long anticipated such a scenario might unfold. The tightening of his heart at the mention of Lucy's identity when Arasaka pointed to her file was still palpable, suppressing the tempest of anger and unsettling emotions within. Rocky endeavored to maintain an air of normalcy. To exhibit excessive concern at this juncture would only provide Arasaka with an opportunity to escalate the situation. The deadline for the formula's delivery is advanced to 2.5 years. The profit sharing from the stimulant is adjusted to 70-30. And you shall rescind all charges against Lucy, erasing her defection record. This is my final ultimatum. Loki spoke softly, and the members of the Arasaka clan nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing his concession. Although Lucy had once belonged to Arasaka, the clan had long ceased to pursue the rogue hacker, allowing her to live freely in Night City. The discovery of her whereabouts was an unexpected delight. Trading a hacker of negligible value for a share in collaborative benefits was undoubtedly a profitable venture for Arasaka. Meanwhile, Loki, in exchange for a portion of the profits, secured Lucy's freedom from Arasaka's scrutiny, granting her the ability to lead an unencumbered life. It could be said that both Loki and Arasaka achieved their desired outcomes. The overall discussions of the meeting had concluded, leaving only the finalization of specific details. Ultimately, with the approval of the Arasaka board members, this collaboration was officially established. Beneath the Arasaka tower, Jack and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Loki emerge unscathed. How did it go? Have you reached an agreement with those Arasaka fellows? It went rather smoothly. Our collaboration is now solidified. Arasaka is considered one of us. Rocky addressed Jack's inquiry, while Lucy, who stood nearby, felt an unusual sensation stir within her. Although she comprehended Rocky's reluctant alliance with Arasaka, she remained profoundly apprehensive of them. With Rocky drawing so close to Arasaka, she worried that one day they might unearth her true identity, placing her in peril and potentially embroiling Rocky in her troubles. As Lucy's thoughts wandered, Rocky suddenly called out to her. Lucy. Huh? Lucy snapped back to reality. During the negotiations with Arasaka, your identity was mentioned, but rest assured, I have taken care of it. I instructed Arasaka to expunge your records. They will no longer pursue you. You are free now, no longer an escaped individual from Arasaka. Do you remember what I told you before? To alleviate your fear of Arasaka, the method may differ from what we anticipated, but we have managed to achieve it. Albeit with some effort, Rocky smiled reassuringly at Lucy. Though this was merely an agreement between Rocky and Arasaka, and Lucy had not entirely liberated herself from their grasp. As long as Rocky maintained his cordial relations with Arasaka, she need not fear their dangers. When the time came for Rocky to sever ties with Arasaka, he would ensure his own strength had grown to a point where he could not be threatened by them. At that moment, Lucy stood in stunned silence, astonished that the nightmare that had haunted her for years had been resolved so effortlessly. She was oblivious to the price Rocky had paid for her freedom. Yet it was the first time she felt such an overwhelming sense of relaxation. She could live here like an ordinary person, free from the dread of Arasaka's potential pursuit. As Lucy grappled with how to express her emotions, someone gently shook her hand. Turning, she found Rebecca, who was smiling and giving her a thumbs up. Congratulations, Lucy. Lucy then glanced at Jack and Rocky, discovering they too wore smiles directed her way. In that instant, the emotions she had been nurturing dissipated, and she brushed away a few tears of gratitude, allowing a smile to emerge. This was indeed a moment worth celebrating. She ought to be joyful. Thank you. It's nothing. Let us head home. All right. The collaboration with Arasaka had been finalized, yet much work lay ahead. The first priority was the registration and location of the company. With Arasaka's backing, the registration process became exceedingly swift and straightforward, completed in no time. The remaining task was to determine the company's location. Although Rocky was not keen on making things overly formal, as the company was merely a vessel for him to launch his products, it still needed to present a proper FAA and mass production necessitated a factory. After careful consideration, Rocky ultimately decided to establish the company in a small office building at the municipal center. While the first factory would be located in the northern industrial area of Watson District, he aimed to keep costs low, as his funds were limited and he could not afford extravagant expenditures. The subsequent setup of production lines and media advertising costs represented substantial financial burdens, critical to securing his initial profits. 2 days later, inside the office building, the renovations were complete, and the entrance bore the sign of Ascension Technology. Rocky was absorbed in contemplating the system interface. Ascension Technology was gradually taking shape, and a functioning company naturally required ample manpower to operate effectively. Though Rocky had Lucy and Old Way to assist him, it still felt insufficient. He needed more trustworthy individuals. However, it was evident that he lacked other reliable associates. Setting aside the potential betrayal from employees recruited through standard hiring practices, it was likely that Arasaka, as a partner, would attempt to infiltrate his company with spies to pilfer his intelligence. Rocky required a means to ensure that his subordinates would not betray him, or at the very least, that he could respond promptly should a betrayal occur. Typically, achieving such an objective is quite challenging, even with advanced military technology. Complete surveillance over employees to guarantee their loyalty to the company remains elusive. Thus, Rocky turned his attention to the system. Since conventional methods were inadequate, he opted for an unconventional approach. Source code, Lysandra Surveillance Model A, Absolute Loyalty version, originates from the Source Project Universe's source code program. As a security robot primarily designed for surveillance, it had evolved over time into Ascension A Life. Having emerged from the Surveillance A source code, Lysandra possessed exceptional control over networks, effortlessly executing various hacking and defensive tasks while excelling in the monitoring and management of corporate networks. The source code acquired by this module ensures absolute loyalty to its host. Price adjustment, -10 module price, 900,000 Chapter 63, recruitment upon installing the Lysandra source code module. A technologically sophisticated female robotic figure materialized before Rocky. Her mechanical form was designed with alluring contours, while the upper part of her face was dominated by a singular, probe-like eye. A multitude of data lines cascaded down from the back of her head, resembling flowing hair. This was the embodiment of Lysandra. Although Lysandra, as Ascension A Life, did not need to remain confined to this mechanical body, she could inhabit any location with network connectivity. However, A-Lives typically refrained from wandering aimlessly, unless they found themselves homeless like those transient A-Lives within the old network. As the eye atop Lysandra's head emitted a green glow, she awakened. Master, the security surveillance robot Lysandra is at your service. Please issue your command. Lysandra's voice resonated with an authoritative electronic tone. Although she appeared compliant before Rocky, he could easily envision her commanding presence in the presence of others. As the mastermind behind the Source Project company, Lysandra's ability to subtly develop and dominate the organization indicated that she was not one to be trifled with. I require your assistance in establishing a system capable of managing and monitoring the company. In addition to maintaining the company's normal operations, I wish to ensure that every employee remains under your vigilant supervision. Rocky approached Lysandra from behind, connecting the interface at the back of her head to the server he had meticulously prepared. This was the central control room of the corporate network that Rocky had orchestrated. Situated on a floor separate from the publicly visible offices, Rocky had meticulously set up the server here, deploying Lysandra to facilitate the management of the entire company's network. Simultaneously, the server housed the meticulously prepared materials and plans pertaining to Ascend technology, which Rocky had arranged earlier. With these resources at her disposal, Lysandra should be able to create a work that would meet his expectations. Without hesitation, Lysandra acknowledged Rocky's directive and commenced her tasks. Upon connecting to the server, she began to explore and assimilate the intricacies of the Cyberpunk network. Given her capabilities, she would soon grasp the entirety of the cybernetic realm's regulations. Additionally, the security monitoring system was her forte. However, constructing the system that Rocky envisioned would require a bit more time. Observing Lysandra deeply engrossed in her learning, Rocky decided to attend to other matters for the time being. After ensuring that Lysandra would notify him once her tasks were completed, he departed from the company. Driving back to Japan Street, Rocky found Old Way engrossed in some research at the clinic. Old Way, how are things progressing? I happen to be free now and can lend you a hand, he greeted. Old Way was currently assisting Rocky in developing the formula for stimulant type 2. To successfully launch the stimulant in the market, The output from the pharmaceutical platform alone was insufficient, prompting Rocky to exchange for the technology expansion to broaden the stimulant's production capabilities. He could now establish a production line for large-scale manufacturing. However, the technology expansion formula he had obtained pertained to stimulant type 1, necessitating further research to derive the corresponding formula for type 2. It's nearly there. The examples you provided have illuminated the path for me. I believe it won't be difficult to develop it. My conjecture suggests that what we produce this time should be a qualified formula. Old Way said as he packaged the stimulant he had just developed and handed it to Rocky. You'll know once you take a look. Rocky approached the workbench with the potion provided by Old Way and activated the scanning function. Soon, the potion's information appeared, confirming Old Way's suspicions. This formula was precisely what they sought, exhibiting effects identical to those of the previous stimulant type 2. The formula was flawless. This time, they were correct. Thank you, Old Way. It was a trivial matter. Old Way had once promised to assist Rocky, and naturally, he was more than willing to help when the opportunity arose. Rocky securely stored the formula within a data chip. After escorting Old Way back to Watson District, he proceeded to the industrial factory located in the northern sector of the city. Upon arriving at the factory gates, 2 automated turrets stood sentinel on either side, defensive armaments provided by Arasaka at a preferential friendship cooperation rate. These, along with the various internal turrets, surveillance cameras, and the central control server, were all part of Arasaka's generous support. As one of the world's largest security corporations, the quality of Arasaka's defense systems was undeniably reliable. The northern industrial zone was far from peaceful, teeming with factions like the Maelstrom, Scavengers, and an assortment of wanted criminals and cyberpsychos. Establishing a factory here inevitably attracted opportunists looking for easy gains, making robust defensive measures an absolute necessity. As for whether Arasaka had embedded any hidden backdoors in their equipment, well, that would be revealed once Lysandra interfaced with the servers. Rocky doubted any clandestine measures could evade her scrutiny. Inside the factory, rows of production machinery lay in organized stacks. Long before completing the technical upgrades and finalizing the stimulant type 2 formula, Rocky had already begun assembling the necessary production lines. Now, with raw materials, equipment, and the formula all prepared, the only missing component was a workforce, a matter that would have to wait until Lysandra completed her tasks. Entering the central control room, Rocky linked his neural interface to the factory's subnet. Lysandra assumed control of the local network. Understood. Though Lysandra was still occupied with structuring the corporate system, multitasking was second nature to an AI of her caliber. Within moments, she deployed her monitoring protocols through Rocky's connection, seizing full command of the factory's servers and integrating them under her oversight. Master, network control established. An unidentified program has been detected lurking within the system's depths. Shall I purge it? Lysandra's voice echoed through Rocky's comms. Just as he had anticipated, Arasaka had left a backdoor. Eliminate all traces of it. Following his directive, Lysandra swiftly eradicated Arasaka's hidden contingencies. Once the system's integrity was confirmed, Rocky inserted the formula chip into the central control unit, laying the groundwork for future production. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Lysandra completed the corporate framework she had been constructing. Master, the system architecture is now fully operational. Rocky installed the newly minted program into his own interface. Surveying the proprietary employee system of Ascension Technologies, he nodded in approval. Excellent work. Begin disseminating recruitment advertisements across Night City. Acknowledged. With another command from Rocky, Lysandra initiated the widespread distribution of Ascension Technologies hiring notices throughout Night City's digital landscape. Chapter 64, Talent 2 days later. Ascension Technologies headquarters, Rocky's office. Rocky was perusing a multitude of resumes. Merely 2 days had passed since Lysandra posted the job opening. Yet a substantial number of applications had already poured in. Initially, Rocky had believed that recruiting suitable talent for a brand new company with no history would be a lengthy endeavor. However, he had underestimated the reputation of Arasaka. As a colossal giant in the corporate world, countless individuals vied daily to secure a position within Arasaka. Even the mere association of fashion technology with Arasaka had stirred the desires of many, enticing them to take a gamble on joining. With Lysandra filtering out those who were purely testing their luck and lacked the necessary qualifications and prowess, Rocky began to examine the remaining resumes. Astonishingly, there was an abundance of talent. As Rocky perused the profiles, he discovered that many among them were exceptionally talented, either graduates of prestigious institutions or former employees of renowned corporations. While they may not represent the absolute pinnacle of talent, they were certainly capable of attaining senior positions within most small to medium-sized enterprises. Clearly, this influx of talent was quite unusual for a nascent company. Even with the connections of Arasaka, it seemed improbable that so many skilled individuals would flock to them. It appeared that ascendant technology had inevitably caught the attention of major corporations. However, Rocky had anticipated this scenario. Otherwise, he would not have opted to install Lysandra in advance. With her oversight, the company need not fear infiltration by undercover agents. Moreover, while these agents may be covert, the companies seeking to penetrate the inner workings of ascendant technology were sending forth genuine talent. Although this seemed rather conspicuous in a landscape where numerous corporations coveted ascendant technology, if the individuals sent were not sufficiently formidable, they might find themselves unable to gain entry, failing before their mission even commenced. Thus, the current competition hinged on who could remain patient and endure longer. At the very least, they believed Rocky would not dare to disregard such talent. Rocky could not possibly relinquish these talents. Lysandra, please arrange for these individuals to come for interviews. In the office, Rocky gazed at the Asian face before him and inquired. Date Yamamoto, I have reviewed your resume. You are a graduate of the State International College. Why have you chosen to join our company? In response to Rocky's question, Yamamoto appeared composed, displaying a radiant smile as he replied, I believe your company possesses immense potential and promising prospects, and I happen to be in need of employment. Hence, I decided to explore this opportunity with your esteemed organization. Listening to his response, Rocky could not discern any issues. Asking too many questions seemed futile. It sufficed to ascertain the veracity of his abilities. He retrieved a tablet and presented it to Yamamoto, stating, I am quite satisfied with you. Here is the employment contract. If there are no objections, please sign it. You are to report for duty tomorrow. Without much hesitation, Yamamoto entered his information on the contract and affixed his fingerprint for authentication, thereby finalizing the agreement. With the contract signed, Yamamoto officially became an employee of the company. However, Rocky retained the right to terminate his employment should he later find Yamamoto's abilities lacking. Now, please connect your device here. Rocky gestured toward a connection interface on the desk and addressed Yamamoto. Affirmative. Following Rocky's instructions, Yamamoto connected the interface in his hand to the designated terminal. Soon, the system developed by Lysandra was successfully installed. As Yamamoto observed the comprehensive and sophisticated system, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. He hadn't anticipated that Ascension Tech, still in its nascent stages, could produce a corporate system of this caliber. Clearly, preparations had been made well in advance. Company management, attendance tracking, and notifications will all be handled through this system. Ensure you remain connected at all times, Rocky instructed. Very well, you may leave now. Remember to arrive punctually. The marketing department has a substantial workload awaiting. With a dismissive wave, Rocky signaled Yamamoto's departure, as other interviews still demanded his attention. Once Yamamoto had left, Lysandra's voice resonated softly in Rocky's ear. Employee Yamamoto's background investigation is complete. Heeding her reminder, Rocky summoned Yamamoto's profile. Unsurprisingly, the man was far from ordinary. According to Lysandra's discreet cyber reconnaissance, Yamamoto had not graduated from a state university as claimed, but rather from Arasaka Academy. Moreover, Lysandra had uncovered Yamamoto's ties to Arasaka, undeniable proof that he was a corporate spy dispatched by the megacorp. Though Rocky maintained a veneer of collaboration with Arasaka, that did not preclude them from infiltrating his operations. After all, the most reliable intelligence had to be unearthed firsthand. Arasaka had discerned from their partnership that Rocky would never willingly disclose valuable information, compelling them to seek it out themselves. What intrigued Rocky, however, was the identity of Yamamoto's handler. Corporate espionage typically fell under V's jurisdiction. Perhaps this was indeed his doing. Yet Rocky understood the constraints. V had superiors to answer to and couldn't afford to assist him overtly. For an enterprise as significant as Ascension Tech, Arasaka would never relent in their espionage efforts. If V failed to deploy spies, his position as head of the intelligence division might very well be forfeited. Regarding employee Yamamoto, shall we initiate countermeasures? Lysandra inquired proactively. As an AI with autonomous consciousness, she possessed her own discernment and inclinations. Under the influence of absolute loyalty, the advancement of Ascension Tech had become her paramount objective, hence her initiative in seeking Rocky's directives. Rocky shook his head. No need to alert him or any other employees. For that matter, As for their attempts to pilfer company intelligence, feed them carefully disguised, inconsequential data. Ensure your own concealment as well. Camouflage the company's servers as ordinary systems. Isolating critical information. Let them take whatever else they please. Though Rocky could have tasked Lysandra with rendering the servers impregnable, such overt security would only draw undue scrutiny. Strategic deception, allowing access to trivial data, would foster misdirection and allay suspicions. Understood, Lysandra responded. Swiftly, she constructed a virtual network checkpoint, CE. Any intrusion into Ascension Tech's servers would first necessitate breaching this rudimentary barrier, deliberately designed to mimic the defenses of a small enterprise, easily surmountable. Beyond it lay a fabricated data fortress, stocked with meaningless information or precisely what Rocky wished his adversaries to discover. For internal employees, Lysandra dynamically assessed their access privileges and identity markers, determining in real time which data to disclose. Chapter 65, The Accident with Yamamoto dismissed, Rocky proceeded with the remaining interviews. Each candidate possessed formidable skills, none were to be underestimated. After Rocky had them sign the employment contracts, each individual was integrated into the Ascendant technology system. As a result of Lysandra's infiltration, their true identities were revealed one by one. Military technology, biotechnology, trauma response teams, none were overlooked, including individuals from other companies. In summary, they were all exceptionally talented. Although there were few normal individuals left in the company, having undercover agents proved advantageous. These individuals exhibited far greater ambition than ordinary employees, and they posed no burden at all. Wherever the workload was heavy, they could be directed to tackle the tasks without hesitation. Having completed the interview process, Ascendant Technology was now fully operational, awaiting the production and market release of the first batch of pharmaceuticals in a few days. Seated in his office, Rocky activated the terminal display and opened the news channel. News 54 reported, recently, Arasaka announced that it would hold a press conference in Night City in 3 days. According to sources, the conference will reveal a formal partnership with a company named Ascendant Technology. It is believed that the public is largely unfamiliar with Ascendant Technology, as it is a nascent enterprise that has only recently been established in Night City. No further information regarding the company is available at the moment, and the reasons behind Arasaka's decision to collaborate with such a fledgling firm will be unveiled in 3 days. For those wishing to learn more about the developments of this press conference, please stay tuned to News 54. The host on the screen was reporting on Arasaka's latest announcements regarding the press conference, which had just been disseminated across the networks of Night City. This event was also part of Rocky's collaboration with Arasaka, and the explicit declaration of their partnership would undoubtedly benefit the subsequent sales of products. This was the first time Rocky had encountered reports concerning Ascension Technology. Just as he was engrossed in the reading, a call from Oldway interrupted him. I came across that article on News 54. Will you be attending the press conference this time? Upon the call connecting, Oldway's voice resonated from the other end, inquiring about Rocky's situation. Of course, after the announcement of the collaboration by Arasaka, I will promptly proceed with the product launch, Rocky replied to Oldway. He was undoubtedly intent on capitalizing on the momentum generated by Arasaka. If he were to select a different time for the product launch, it would surely fail to garner the same level of attention as the Arasaka press conference. For this upcoming product launch, Rocky intended to primarily showcase Stimulant 2. As for the serum, he currently needed to fulfill the orders from Arasaka's batch, leaving him unable to market it elsewhere. You must prepare thoroughly, Oldway advised. It's merely a press conference. There is not much to prepare, Rocky countered. My team will manage everything efficiently. Let us not forget, Oldway, I am no longer alone in this endeavor. Rocky responded with a smile to Oldway's concern. Indeed, it is true. By the way, Oldway, do remember to attend the press conference that day, as you are now a director of Facing Technology. Rocky extended an invitation to Oldway. For his most trusted companions, Rocky generously bestowed upon them the titles of directors at Ascension Technology. Although this title was largely nominal and the dividends were modest, it signified that they held the highest authority within the company, second only to Rocky himself. They were not only able to command Lysandra to manage various affairs, but also had access to all internal information of Ascension Technology. Rocky harbored no secrets from them. Very well, I shall attend, Oldway replied to Rocky's invitation, choosing not to prolong the conversation before ending the call. Just as he hung up, Lucy entered the room. In addition to her honorary position as a director, Lucy was assisting Rocky with the intelligence department's operations. Unlike the market department, which required a substantial workforce and was not Lysandra's forte, Rocky opted not to hire outsiders for the intelligence department. The reasons were twofold: the confidentiality of intelligence work and the efficacy of Lysandra, who rendered additional personnel unnecessary. Lucy primarily focused on guiding the direction and decisions, while Lysandra executed the majority of the tasks. "Lucy, is there something you need?" Rocky inquired as she entered. Lucy shook her head in response. "Nothing in particular. Just came to check on you. There's little for me to do in the intelligence department, and it feels a bit dull staying at the company. You must have completed the interview process by now, right?" "Indeed." Rocky was responding to Lucy, intending to continue his thoughts when Lysandra interjected with a reminder. "Master, there has been a development regarding the event you are concerned about, pertaining to David Martinez." Lysandra's voice resonated as a video began to play on Rocky's system. It depicted a horrific car accident. Flames roared on the roadway, and a red-haired woman lay unconscious in the middle of the street. Nearby, a vehicle lay overturned, and a figure could be discerned, trapped within, desperately attempting to cry out for help. Just moments ago, an animal gang had launched an attack on a vehicle on the bridge leading to Santo Domingo, resulting in this catastrophic collision. The victim ensnared in the wreckage was none other than the individual of interest to the master, David Martinez. Lysandra elaborated on the events unfolding within the video. Rocky had been closely monitoring David's circumstances, and upon the arrival of Lysandra, he entrusted this task to her. In Rocky's perspective, David truly possessed remarkable talent. Otherwise, Arasaka would not have fixated on him for experimentation. Although he ultimately fell victim to Adam's might, it is undeniably a rare achievement for an ordinary individual. Had David been under his command, with Rocky's guidance, he would undoubtedly have grown exponentially stronger, perhaps becoming a formidable ally in Rocky's ranks. However, despite his intentions to recruit David, Rocky refrained from acting hastily. Rocky is in need of an opportunity. Before David experienced the car accident, he often watched Black Sunglasses dream and aspired to become a cyberpunk. Yet, he remained merely a child, untransformed in spirit, living each day without thought for his mother's dreams. Such a David was incapable of meeting Rocky's expectations. Now, however, is the perfect moment to recruit David. Upon learning of the incident, Rocky had no intention of letting this chance slip away. "Lucy, aren't you bored? Come, I shall take you to meet someone." "Who?" "A young boy, a future legend." Chapter 66. The dark clinic. The surgery was remarkably successful, yet she remained in a coma, her consciousness yet to return. "We will arrange for her to be hospitalized for observation over the next few days. In a clinic located at Coronado Farm, Santo Domingo, a doctor clad only in a tank top and apron was briefing David, who sat before him. Following the car accident, neither David nor Gloria received any attention. The trauma team disregarded them upon discovering they were not registered users. In desperation, David had to transport his unconscious mother to this clinic himself. At that moment, David's Arasaka Academy uniform was covered in dust, marred by several tears that detracted from its intended elegance. With a bandage wrapped around his head and a plaster on his nose, David appeared rather disheveled. Upon hearing the doctor's words, he inquired, "May I not see her?" "Sorry. The cheapest package does not include visitation rights." The doctor declined David's request. In Night City, everything operates on a monetary basis. Most services hinge upon the amount one is willing to pay. Even a hospital visit varies drastically between the affordable and the extravagant packages. As a native cyberpunk, David found nothing strange about this. He had grown accustomed to it. Such circumstances seemed commonplace in any hospital. However, in this particular establishment, with its dim and shabby surroundings and the bare-armed muscular doctor, anyone experienced would sense something amiss, though David remained oblivious. "Here is the bill. Please sign it. I have also brought your mother's belongings. Kindly settle the payment within 3 days," the doctor stated, placing a black bag in David's hands before departing. David stared blankly at the bag, then at the bill that had been presented. Although it was the most economical package, it still represented a substantial sum for him. Just as he pondered how to resolve the medical expenses, a sudden waft of smoke invaded his nostrils. Cough, cough. The unexpected smoke choked him. He was not fond of the scent of cigarettes. Confused, David wondered why someone would be smoking in a hospital. Turning his head, he discovered 2 individuals had approached him unbeknownst to him. He scrutinized the pair, a man clad in a finely tailored suit, starkly contrasting the clinic's environment, and a woman with hair in hues of neon pink, from which the acrid smoke emanated. These 2 were, of course, Rocky and Lucy. As David assessed them, Lucy regarded him with keen interest. She had not anticipated that Rocky would journey all the way to this remote clinic in Santo Domingo just to find this boy. Observing David in his Arasaka Academy uniform, still a student, Lucy began to doubt Rocky's assertion that he was a future legend. However, out of trust and respect for Rocky, she said nothing, quietly observing how he would proceed. "Hello. May I ask what brings you here?" David questioned, suspecting that their presence was specifically directed at him amidst the many places in the hospital corridor. "We're here to take care of something. I'm just a bit curious as to how a student from Arasaka Academy ends up in a place like this." Rocky nodded, feigning ignorance as he spoke. "Well, there was an accident on the road just now. My mother fell unconscious, so I brought her here. I believe you might have misunderstood. I am not a child of privilege. My admission to Arasaka Academy is solely the result of my mother's relentless hard work. The medical expenses at a decent hospital are exorbitant, which I cannot afford, hence my presence here." David, noticing Rocky's inquiry, began to elucidate. Although the emergence of these two individuals was somewhat unexpected, the man's refined suit led David to speculate that he may have some connection to Arasaka Academy, which piqued his curiosity. "That sounds quite touching. But does your mother happen to have red hair?" How do you know? Do you know my mother?" David was taken aback, realizing that Rocky was aware of his mother's appearance. Had he seen her when they arrived at the hospital, or did this person know her? Rocky merely chuckled and shook his head. "I was merely guessing. You caught my eye, so I thought I'd offer you a little gift." After Rocky spoke, he instructed Sandra to infiltrate David's system. Subsequently, a surveillance video began to play before David's eyes. In the footage, a woman with red hair lay on an operating table, but the surroundings were clearly not that of a hospital. The surgical instruments, stained with blood, the peculiar graffiti on the walls, and the dark, congealed blood in the corners all indicated that this was no ordinary medical facility. At that moment, even David, who was not the sharpest, began to realize the gravity of the situation. "Mom," David exclaimed as he recognized the woman in the video as his mother, Gloria. Watching the footage, he finally comprehended that he had unwittingly led his mother into a hellish nightmare. While David may have been somewhat naive, failing to see the obvious signs of a black clinic, he at least had some understanding of the scavengers from his daily experiences in the dark hyperdream. The scene in the surveillance clearly depicted the lair of these scavengers. Overwhelmed with horror, David clasped his head in his hands, his eyes filled with dread, and his right leg began to tremble uncontrollably. He could not fathom how events had escalated to this point. Had it not been for the video playing before him, he might have remained oblivious until his mother was dismembered, perhaps even foolishly believing she had perished despite efforts to save her. What should I do? What can I do to rescue my mother? David was engulfed in fear and confusion. Although he frequently experienced battles within the dark hyperdream, he had never encountered anything like this in reality. As he observed the armed scavengers in the video, David swallowed hard, pondering how he could possibly rescue his mother from their clutches. At that moment, he suddenly turned his gaze to Rocky. "Can you help me? Please save my mother. You're a hacker, right? A cyberpunk or an agent? Regardless, can you assist me? I can offer you a reward." David placed his hopes in Rocky, believing that if he could infiltrate the network and capture the surveillance footage, he could surely help him rescue his mother. However, to David's despair, Rocky shook his head. "I will not assist you in saving anyone. The consequences of your actions are yours to bear." Rocky's icy words echoed in David's ears, extinguishing the flame of hope that had flickered within him. Just as David believed all was lost, he observed Rocky making a move. From seemingly nowhere, Rocky produced a handgun, disengaged the safety, chambered a round, and tossed it to David. "Do you not wish to save your mother? Then go forth and do so. The weapon is prepared for you. Let me witness your prowess." Chapter 67. The deadly empty gun. David caught the handgun, momentarily stunned. As he felt the cold metal in his hands, it was his first encounter with a firearm. The sensation was entirely different from the vivid experiences in his dreams. Although those dreams had rendered the tactile sensations remarkably realistic, this was a genuine gun, capable of taking a life. Gloria had always shielded David from such dangers, never allowing him to come into contact with weapons. Staring at the gun in his hands, David swallowed hard. Was he truly expected to wield this weapon to rescue his mother? David found himself engulfed in uncertainty. He was unsure if he could even hit a target, let alone take a life. The thought of charging and only to be met with a hail of bullets sent shivers down his spine. "Are you hesitating? Or are you simply afraid?" "No, I am merely contemplating other solutions, perhaps calling the authorities," David retorted defiantly. The sudden twist of fate left David's mind in disarray. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to secure the medical funds and now he was being urged to storm the territory of the scavengers with a gun in hand. Huh? Calling the police? That is undoubtedly the most childish notion I have ever encountered. By the time they arrive, you can prepare to have them collect your mother's remains. Oh no, perhaps you won't even find her body. Maybe one day you will encounter her in some tin can. This is your only opportunity to rescue your mother. If you continue to hesitate, be ready to live a lifetime burdened by guilt. Rocky mercilessly scoffed at David's naive notions. Even if he were to report the presence of scavengers to the NCND, by the time they arrived to address the situation, who could say when that would be? After all, these scavengers were not going anywhere, and the NCND had little inclination to engage with them. A clandestine clinic tucked away in a remote alley of Santo Domingo, even with scavengers committing their crimes, would amount to little more than apprehending a few ordinary citizens, a matter of no significant concern to them. Upon hearing Rocky's words, David's heart trembled. If he failed to rescue his mother today, he could only imagine the horrors she would endure at the hands of those scavengers. He had witnessed the unspeakable cruelty of such merciless beings in the depths of his nightmares. The thought of his mother being ruthlessly dismantled by these fiends would undoubtedly haunt him for a lifetime. I understand, David said, clenching the gun in his hand, ultimately resolved to save his mother. What must I do? He looked up at Rocky. Although Rocky had declined his request for assistance in rescuing his mother, David recognized he had no right to demand help from others. Yet, he sensed that Rocky wished to aid him. Otherwise, he would not have disclosed this information or provided him with a firearm. Seeing David's determination, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Rocky's mouth. He issued commands to Lissandro, who promptly displayed a three-dimensional map of the entire clinic within David's system. This included the locations of enemies, as well as his mother's whereabouts and potential routes, all meticulously marked. It was, in every sense, a service of unparalleled thoroughness. Rocky was acutely aware of David's capabilities. At present, David lacked any cybernetic enhancements or implants, rendering him merely an ordinary student who had witnessed a fair share of noir dreams. With no combat experience to speak of, his endeavor to confront the scavenger while wielding a handgun was akin to offering oneself as a mere target. Rocky merely sought to awaken David's latent courage, to stir the cyberpunk spirit lying deep within him. Although Rocky outwardly claimed he would not assist, he nonetheless kept a vigilant watch over him, ensuring that he would not perish in this place. The map has been sent to you. Simply follow the designated route. David took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset, and finally grasped his handgun, striding purposefully toward the clinic. Upon entering an operating room, he discovered a passage leading to the hideout, where patients had been funneled after being brought to this very room. The map indicated that a cleaner was stationed here, guarding the area. With newfound caution, David tread lightly, inching forward. Meanwhile, Rocky and Lucy trailed behind him, exuding an air of ease and leisure, as if they were on a casual stroll. Such a mundane cleaner's hideout posed no threat to them at this moment. Moreover, with Lissandra's surveillance, every detail within the clinic was known to them, ensuring that no unexpected occurrences would transpire. Steering clear of the cleaner's line of sight, David positioned himself behind a wall, using it as a shield. He cautiously leaned out to observe the cleaner's back and slowly raised his handgun. At this moment, he realized that pulling the trigger would mean extinguishing this cleaner's life. Yet, he hesitated. The act of killing felt too distant for the person he once was, leaving him unprepared psychologically. However, after a brief moment of indecision, David ultimately chose to pull the trigger. He had no alternative. He was determined to rescue his mother. In the instant the trigger was pulled, the bullet erupted from the chamber with alarming speed. Yet, as David envisioned a scene of blood splattering before him, reality unfolded contrary to his expectations. The bullet he fired narrowly missed the cleaner's head, whizzing past him. It was evident that David had missed his target. Startled by his failure to hit, he quickly regained his composure and prepared to fire again. But by then, the cleaner had already taken refuge behind cover. Rocky equipped David's gun with a silencer, yet bullets whizzed past him. The scavenger, concealed behind cover, swiftly reacted as David emptied his magazine. As bullets flew towards David, he was suddenly seized by a hand from behind, yanking him back to safety. In that instant, he scarcely comprehended how he had returned to cover. It felt as if he had simply vanished. The pain from the forceful tug on his arm revealed to him that Rocky had saved his life. Observing the spot where he had stood, now riddled with bullets, a look of relief washed over David's face. Beside him, Rocky watched the scene unfold, feeling somewhat exasperated. This fellow was rather inept, unable to hit anything even with such a large target. However, Considering it was David's first time firing a weapon, it was somewhat understandable. At least he had the courage to pull the trigger, signifying that there was still hope for him. Lysandra, neutralize him. Reluctantly, Rocky instructed Lysandra to eliminate the scavenger. The scavenger had now spotted David, and in a one-on-one confrontation, it was all but certain that David would meet a grim fate. Chapter 68, The Basement. With Rocky's command issued, Lysandra initiated an infiltration of the scavenger's systems. The cybernetic eye rebooted, electromagnetic circuits short-circuited, and weapons became inoperative. As numerous automatons swiftly took control of the scavenger's system, the gunfire abruptly ceased, replaced by the scavenger's furious howls. Rocky seized David and stepped out from their cover, approaching the fallen scavenger. At that moment, the scavenger was no longer a threat. His weapon rendered useless and his vision obscured, he sat helplessly on the ground, his nerves paralyzed by the intense electric shock, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Kill him, Rocky instructed, releasing his grip on David's collar. Hearing Rocky's command, David gazed at the defenseless scavenger and raised his pistol. The scavenger, now sitting on the ground, caught wind of Rocky's directive. Yet, in his current state, he was powerless to resist. Aware of his impending doom, he could only beg for his life. Please, don't kill me. I'm merely a guard. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. I beg you, spare me. I do not wish to die. Although death was a common occurrence in this harsh society, it did not mean that everyone was fearless in the face of it. Witnessing the scavenger's desperate pleas, David hesitated, his finger poised on the trigger. After all, he was still a living being before him. He had initially resolved to pull the trigger, but the scavenger's cries stirred a flicker of doubt within him. Meanwhile, Rocky cast a sidelong glance at David, puzzled. Could it be that this fellow was genuinely swayed by his words? The claim of having a family did little to convince. The only truth in his plea was his desire to live. Regardless of his wishes, the moment he chose to be a scavenger, he sealed his fate. Fortunately, David ultimately did not disappoint Rocky. I'm sorry, he murmured, and with that, the scavenger's head was instantly pierced. This close-range shot found its mark, and David finally did not miss. After dispatching the scavenger, David inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his rapidly beating heart. The sensation of taking a life for the first time was overwhelmingly exhilarating for him. Yet he understood that he had no choice. There was no turning back now. Rocky glanced at David's condition, patted him on the shoulder, and then stepped into the scavenger's lair. We must resolve this matter swiftly. Time is of the essence, my boy. The voice of Rocky echoed through the air, leaving David no time for contemplation. After casting one last glance at the lifeless body on the ground, he swiftly moved his feet to follow suit. The group descended along the corridor, ultimately arriving at the den of the scavengers, where the full extent of the hideout was laid bare before them, in stark contrast to the somewhat pristine walls of the upper clinic. The basement walls were marred with grotesque graffiti, depicting crude anatomical sketches adorned with vivid red arrows indicating prices for various body parts. With Lysandra having commandeered the entire network, the scavengers remained blissfully unaware of the intruder's presence, rendering the underground chamber eerily silent. David surveyed his surroundings, betraying a hint of tension. Yet he took the initiative to lead the exploration. Guided by the map, he was resolute in avoiding any missteps. Approaching the door of a room, he initially intended to bypass it, as it was not on the direct path. However, the sounds of conversation emanating from within halted his progress. Have we captured some prime meat today? One voice remarked. Not much. Those guys have become rather cunning lately. The clientele at the clinic has dwindled, leaving us with scarce suitable prey. Yet, fortuitously, we have a mother and son duo who were involved in a car accident. The woman is unconscious and has been taken to the operating room. Now she lies in the dissection chamber. You must admit, although she lacks any cybernetic enhancements, her skin is supple and healthy, likely fetching a handsome price for her remains. Do you think this will cause trouble? Another voice questioned. Rest assured. Her son is a penniless fool, incapable of affording medical expenses. He likely can't even muster the funds for her burial. Tonight, we shall dissect his mother, and tomorrow we'll inform him of her demise, reducing her to ashes for him to take home and commemorate. It's foolproof. The two scavengers continued their boisterous exchange, oblivious to the tension building outside. Meanwhile, David trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, his grip on his firearm tightening with intensity. He recognized that voice. It was unmistakably the doctor who had spoken to him in the corridor, proclaiming just moments ago that his mother's surgery had been a success. Now, that same voice was callously discussing the monetary value of his mother's body. David's fury was not only directed at the heinous intentions these men harbored for his mother, but also stemmed from the awakening to the world's grim reality. These individuals truly deserve to perish. To show them sympathy would only aid in their continued victimization of the innocent. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon David. With resolve, he steadied his firearm and, in a swift motion, flung the door open, aiming his gun at the doctor with unyielding determination. This time, David acted with decisive clarity. Sparing no mercy, his aim was true, and he did not falter. After dispatching the doctor with several shots, he turned his weapon on the scavenger who had been standing with his back to him. The scavenger, realizing what was unfolding, attempted to retaliate. But David's bullet pierced through his skull with lethal precision. Following that, David fired several more rounds into both men, ensuring their demise was absolute. In a moment of unexpected triumph, David achieved his first true kill. Well done. Rocky assessed David's performance, yet at that moment, David exhibited neither excitement nor anxiety, but rather an air of calm detachment. "Thank you," he replied to Rocky, skillfully grasping the handgun and replacing the magazine Rocky had provided him. Then proceeding deeper into the basement. It must be said that David possessed remarkable talents in certain aspects. If he could overcome his inner frailty and fully immerse himself in the fray, he would become an extraordinarily formidable warrior. At that moment, David seemed to enter a state of heightened focus, dispatching the scavengers with increasing ease until he had eliminated all those in his path. Upon arriving in the dissection room, the scene that unfolded before him was truly harrowing, with grotesque, disfigured corpses sprawled on the operating tables. Among them, David spotted his mother, Gloria. "Mom," he exclaimed, rushing forward to assess Gloria's condition. Fortunately, she had not yet fallen victim to the scavenger's vile hands. However, just as David reveled in the triumph of rescuing his mother, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. The scavenger leader made his entrance once again in this familiar manner. Without time to ponder why this particular scavenger was absent from the map, David watched as the leader raised his right hand, and the muzzle of the firearm discharged, instantly aimed at David. Chapter 69. Sion Waste and the scavenger leader's arrival was too abrupt, leaving David no time for contemplation. He swiftly pulled Gloria off the operating table and sought refuge behind cover, shielding her with his own body. B00M. With the sound of the explosion, David was hurled backward. Fortunately, his timely reaction allowed the cover to absorb most of the blast's impact, and Gloria, whom he protected, remained unharmed by the explosion. However, in stark contrast to Gloria's condition, David was not so fortunate. The shockwave from the explosion inflicted severe, gory wounds upon his back, rendering him unconscious. As the scavengers prepared to pursue the now cornered David, Rocky sprang into action. In a flash, Rocky darted towards the scavenger leader, seizing his right hand just as the leader pulled the trigger, twisting the gun's muzzle to his own mouth. With a sharp, crisp explosion, the leader's head erupted, showering the room with a cascade of sanguine fragments. Rocky had already evaded the blast, having no desire for his finely tailored suit to be sullied by such filth. Beside Rocky, Lucy gazed at the chaotic dissection room, feeling a sense of helplessness. This scene could have been averted, she pondered in confusion. Rocky merely chuckled, believing that the young man needed to experience some hardship, as long as he remained unharmed. "You seem to care for him quite a bit," Lucy remarked. "Well, he possesses considerable talent. Consider this a form of special attention," Rocky replied. The appearance of the scavenger leader was certainly not a coincidence with Lysandra's abilities. It was implausible that she would overlook such a target. Rocky had specifically instructed Lysandra to obscure his trail from David's map. Having completed the novice tutorial arranged for David, Rocky had thoughtfully orchestrated a narrative-driven challenge for him, intended to provide a minor setback. David, inherently proud and ambitious, had inflated his sense of self-worth merely by acquiring a Sandvestin, believing himself to be extraordinary. He would stubbornly refuse to acknowledge his limits until death, unwilling to relinquish his hard-earned status and power, much akin to man. Although David's performance today exhibited several flaws, it was significantly improved compared to others who had just begun to navigate such experiences. However, David's accomplishments were largely dependent on Lysandra's assistance. Without her almost clairvoyant insights, he would not have reached this level. To temper his burgeoning arrogance, Rocky knew he needed to suppress his bravado. Besides, David's resilient character was unlikely to be crushed. Under pressure, he often revealed greater potential. At that moment, all enemies within the scavenger hideout had been vanquished, and Rocky approached David. He found David unconscious, yet still protectively shielding Gloria beneath him. David's back was charred from an explosion, with little blood seeping from the wounds, the deepest exposing pale vertebrae. Although the sight was gruesome, it was a relief that he would survive. Furthermore, his injuries conveniently aligned with Rocky's plans. "Lucy, come help me," Rocky called, beckoning Lucy to assist in lifting Gloria while he hoisted David. They placed both individuals in the back seat of the Drossel, and Rocky drove back to the clinic on Japan Street. As for the grim state of the clandestine clinic, it was of no concern to him. Rocky first assisted Gloria in examining her condition, discovering that she was indeed not gravely injured and would recover in no time. Subsequently, he moved David onto the surgical chair to assess his injuries. Although they were not severe, they had affected his spinal nerves, and without repair, could potentially lead to paralysis. How fortuitous, Rocky mused, as he retrieved the Sion waistband from David's black bag, an item that originally belonged to man. In this particular situation, David could benefit from the installation of the Sion waistband to compensate for the nerve damage. This had been Rocky's initial plan, to install the Sion waistband, granting David the qualifications to enter the mercenary field and subsequently work under his command. As for other more advanced cybernetics or pharmaceutical enhancements, that would depend on David's future performance. Until David clearly established himself as an ally, Rocky was reluctant to invest heavily. After all, the Sion waistband was not his, and he felt no regret in utilizing it. With surgical precision, he took the scalpel and incised David's back. The cold blade glided across David's body, and an excruciating pain surged through him, rousing him from the unconsciousness induced by the intense shock. "Ah!" David screamed. "Do not move, do not shout, endure it. You are injured, and I am performing surgery." Rocky's voice echoed in David's ear. Naturally, David recognized that voice, without Rocky's assistance. He could never have rescued Gloria from the clutches of the scavenger. Upon realizing it was Rocky speaking, David momentarily regained his composure and grit his teeth, making an effort to turn his head and survey his surroundings. He noticed Gloria lying beside him, appearing to be relatively unscathed, and the environment around them did not resemble that dark clinic. David's anxious heart finally settled, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the battle against pain. Before long, Rocky completed the installation of the Stanislas device. He then proceeded to attend to the other wounds on David's back. These injuries were not severe and would naturally heal after some disinfection and time. "All right, you may rise now." Rocky indicated to David that the surgery was completed. As David rose, the pain gradually subsided. Although his back still bore numerous burn-like sensations, it was evidently more bearable than before. He distinctly felt something new on his back, and he realized he could control it. What had just transpired? David pondered, somewhat bewildered. At this moment, Rocky began to elucidate. "You were injured by an unexpected explosion from a scavenger, resulting in multiple wounds on your back, with the deepest one affecting your spinal nerves. To bridge the neural gap and avert paralysis, I have installed a Cyan-Whiston prosthetic for you." "Cyan-Whiston? Are you referring to the one that enhances neural responses and slows down the world?" David exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled the projectile that the scavenger had launched at him, indeed striking him, and he had anticipated the injury to his back. However, what astonished him was Rocky's subsequent remark about having installed the Cyan-Whiston. He was well acquainted with this technology. As a fan of the Hyper Dream, he had experienced the sensation of others activating Cyan-Whiston. He had always yearned for the ability to attain such rapid neural responses. Without waiting for Rocky's answer, David chose to directly attempt to activate the Cyan-Whiston. Chapter 70. Rocky's invitation, the Cyan-Whiston activated. In an instant, the world around David appeared to slow down. Excitedly, he reveled in this newfound state, attempting to move about, running 2 laps around the clinic. To him, Rocky and Lucy's movements became excruciatingly slow. Even the smoke wafting from Lucy's cigarette drifted at a pace several times slower than usual. "Incredible! This is Cyan-Whiston," David cheered, ecstatic to have acquired this coveted ability. As he savored the decelerated world, curiosity led him to Rocky, where he scrutinized him closely. He waved his hand in front of Rocky, eager to see his reaction. Just then, the previously sluggish Rocky's eyes suddenly darted toward David, locking onto him with an intense gaze. Their eyes met, and a smile crept onto Rocky's face. In a flash, Rocky reached out and effortlessly hoisted David into the air. "Is it enjoyable?" Rocky inquired, observing David's look of astonishment. "Huh?" David was still processing what had occurred. Looking around, he noted that the Cyan-Whiston effect had not yet worn off. How could Rocky seize him so easily? Perplexed, he questioned, "Did you also install Cyan-Whiston?" Rocky shook his head in response. "The Cyan-Whiston is merely a basic prosthetic. Do not assume that possessing it confers any remarkable prowess. Without the requisite strength, one merely becomes a faster insect. As the Cyan effect concluded, Rocky tossed David aside, causing him to stumble momentarily in an effort to regain his balance. Rubbing the back of his head, David felt a tinge of embarrassment, even with the Cyan. He found himself powerless against Rocky's strength. This is an immunosuppressant, designed to mitigate the side effects of the prosthetic. Remember to inject it regularly. Furthermore, Cyan imposes a burden on the body and should not be overused. Do you understand? Rocky handed David 2 doses of the immunosuppressant, emphasizing his caution. Although with David's innate talent, as long as he did not activate the Cyan excessively in a short time, he would likely be fine. However, considering David's lack of understanding, Rocky feared that he might treat the Cyan like a toy, activating it numerous times in a day, which would be quite troublesome if he were to collapse as a result. Understood. David nodded earnestly, acknowledging Rocky's advice. Rocky has assisted David greatly, and David holds his words in high regard. By the way, this Cyan must cost a considerable sum, not to mention the medical expenses. However, I currently lack the funds. Rest assured, once my mother regains consciousness, I will devise a solution with her, and I shall not owe you anything. David suddenly recalled that such an advanced prosthetic as Cyan would undoubtedly require a significant amount of money, not to mention the costs associated with the surgical procedure. At this moment, Rocky had exchanged his suit for the attire of a cybernetic doctor. David speculated that Rocky might indeed be a cybernetic surgeon, with Stanislav as the merchandise he typically sold. However, Rocky's response took David by surprise. This Stanislav is not mine, and you need not pay for it. However, the surgical fee is something that should indeed be collected, not yours. Then how did you implant it in me? David's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. This belongs to your mother. It was originally kept in that black bag. Rocky revealed the truth. After all, David would eventually learn about the installation of the Cyan waistband. He had no obligation to assist Gloria in concealing this matter. What? My mother? Why would she possess such a thing? David uttered in disbelief. In his eyes, his mother had always been a diligent and ordinary worker, completely unrelated to the perilous Cyan waistband. Rocky merely shrugged, suggesting, you should inquire with her yourself. The Cyan waistband had been stealthily taken by Gloria while she was clearing the scene of a cybermaniac's demise. Such circumstances were inherently difficult to explain. Better left for Gloria to ponder. I understand. I will seek clarity myself. Thank you immensely for your assistance. I will repay you for the medical expenses. My name is David. David nodded, filled with numerous questions, yet he could only wait for Gloria to awaken to seek answers. Elle acknowledged David's introduction, adding his contact information and sending the medical bill to David's email. Elle noted. David responded, grateful for Rocky's aid. Without Rocky, his mother might have faced dire consequences. Remembering Rocky's name, David turned to glance at Lucy. Although she had spoken little, being part of Rocky's group made it necessary for him to greet her. Upon noticing David's gaze, Lucy offered a brief acknowledgement. Lucy, she stated, her tone indifferent. Despite her lack of interest in David, Lucy began to comprehend why Rocky deemed him exceptionally talented. After all, the military-grade Cyan waistband was something even many seasoned soldiers struggled to wield, yet here it was, installed on David, who not only remained unharmed but operated it with ease. That alone was astonishing. Well then, if there's nothing else, take your mother. I shall escort you both home. Rocky had no intention of wasting any more time and gestured for David to bring Gloria along. Once they were in the car, Rocky drove them back to Santo Domingo. Mr. L., I seem to have forgotten to mention my address. How did you know where I lived? David suddenly recalled that Rocky had never asked for his address, nor had he mentioned it. Rocky lightly tapped his temple with his finger. Don't forget, I am a hacker. David was momentarily taken aback by Rocky's words. Reflecting on everything that had transpired at the clinic, he began to find a certain logic in it all. However, he was now curious about what role Rocky truly played. Was he a hacker, a spy, or a cybernetic doctor? Are you puzzled about my identity? You will find out in due time. If you seek employment and wish to avoid being lost in the crowd of Cyan, you may come to me. Observing David's confusion, Rocky chuckled. Having equipped David with Cyan, Rocky believed that David would no longer be the obedient student he once was. Once he and Gloria settled their matters, it would be time for him to embark on his legendary journey. Chapter 71. Gloria upon hearing Rocky's invitation. David paused for a moment. He had indeed been contemplating dropping out to work. He was acutely aware of his family's circumstances. Gloria worked tirelessly to afford his tuition at the prestigious Arasaka Academy, yet their lives resembled those of the impoverished. David knew that Gloria had pinned her hopes on him, aspiring for him to achieve success and live a life better than the present. However, David truly detested school, not due to a lack of aptitude, as he consistently excelled academically. The real issue lay in his profound sense of alienation. He felt disconnected from both his classmates and the institution itself, as if they inhabited entirely different worlds. Rather than continue enduring the condescending gazes at Arasaka Academy, he yearned to venture out into the world sooner, believing it would afford Gloria a more comfortable life. Yes, David nodded emphatically, committing the matter to memory. As he exited the vehicle, he lifted Gloria onto his back. Lysandra, keep a close watch on him. Inform me if anything occurs. Watching David's departing silhouette, Rocky issued his command to Lysandra. It was not that he feared David would run away. Rather, having installed Sanvistan, he was concerned that others might take notice of him. After all, the value of such a cybernetic enhancement was significant. The following day, Gloria slowly awakened after being returned home by David. Rubbing her still-dazed head, she searched her memories. Recalling the last image before her unconsciousness, her vehicle crashing into an overturned car ahead. Upon gazing at the familiar ceiling, she realized she was indeed at home. David, Gloria called out, worried about his condition since he had been in the vehicle with her. Mom, you're awake. At that moment, David, who had been in the house, rushed to Gloria's side. Seeing David standing before her unharmed, Gloria breathed a sigh of relief. David, are you all right? Didn't we have an accident? Why are we at home? Gloria inquired, puzzled. I'm fine. After the accident, you lost consciousness, and I brought you to the clinic. You're all right now. However, I must say, the trauma team was rather excessive. They ignored us simply because we weren't clients, David explained, also expressing his grievances regarding the trauma team's negligence. Understanding the situation, Gloria questioned, David, did you pay for the clinic's medical expenses? It must have been quite costly. Which clinic did you take me to? She was curious about how David had managed to cover the medical fees, as it seemed the issue had been resolved, otherwise the clinic wouldn't have released her. David hesitated before revealing the truth. It was the clinic in the back alley of Coronado Farm. The payment issue has already been sorted, although I didn't pay. In a sense, that clinic is no longer operational, so no payment is required. Yet, now I owe Rocky a debt. Gloria was taken aback by David's revelation. She was well aware of the numerous clinics in the remote area of Coronado Farm, and they were predominantly under the control of scavengers. Are you talking about that clinic? How could that be? It's the scavengers' territory, right? Mom, I know all about it. Initially, I was unaware. But later I discovered their true nature and rescued you, David admitted, a mix of guilt and happiness on his face. The guilt stemmed from nearly causing his mother's death, while the happiness arose from having gained the ability to protect her. David, is that true? How did you manage it? Gloria asked in astonishment, quickly rising to examine David for injuries. With her exposure to the underground dealings, she was acutely aware of the nature of scavengers. The fact that her usually obedient son had managed to rescue her from their clutches was almost beyond belief. However, Gloria soon felt something unusual on David's back. Is that Sanvistan? David, why did you install it? She exclaimed, recognizing the cybernetic enhancement she had previously stolen while cleaning up the scene. This very enhancement had been sold to man, who had already paid for it. Yet now it was affixed to David. Mom, when I saved you, I was injured by a scavenger's explosion, and the cybernetic doctor helped me by installing Sanvistan. But honestly, I should be asking you, why do you have such an enhancement in your back? Also, I checked your other account, and it has a substantial amount of money. Mom, what is going on? David questioned, sensing that Gloria was concealing many things from him. Gloria was momentarily stunned by David's inquiries. She had always wished to present herself as an exemplary mother, yet now her secrets had been unveiled, leaving her flustered. David, I had no choice. I needed to support your education. Without doing this, I couldn't afford the exorbitant tuition, Gloria offered weakly in her defense. But this is a crime, Mom. Is it truly worth it just to attend Arasaka Academy? David challenged. It is worth it. David, you may not understand yet, but everything I do is worth it. As long as you can succeed, I am willing to sacrifice anything, Gloria replied passionately, hoping David would comprehend her intentions. Clearly, however, David did not share her understanding. I don't understand. Is this truly the only path? Must one truly become an elite in society to merely exist? Mother, I have no fondness for school, nor do I wish to conform to your aspirations for me. I yearn to pursue my own desires. I have long grown weary of their scrutinizing gazes. No matter how hard we strive, we may end up like them. It would be better for me to abandon my studies and venture forth. With my cybernetic enhancement, I can find employment and provide for us. No, David. The cybernetic implant you possess is perilous, and it is a military model. It could drive you to madness. You cannot possibly control it. I can. Chapter 72. The deal with man. David countered Gloria's objections and demonstrated his point through action. He activated the enhancement, and in an instant, he vanished before Gloria's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before her, seemingly having merely flickered away. Yet now his hands were laden with various items scattered throughout the room, all gathered in an instant. Such a feat would be impossible without the capabilities of the enhancement. Mother, see? I can do this. I can control it. David boasted to Gloria of his newfound abilities. He then flickered again, returning all the items to their original places. That is enough, David. Do not use the enhancement any further. Gloria's heart raced as she witnessed David activate the device twice. She quickly intervened to prevent him from continuing its use. Do not worry, Mother. I know the risks. The doctor informed me, and I will be cautious. But I feel perfectly fine, with no discomfort at all. Seeing Gloria's concern warmed David's heart, and he smiled reassuringly. However, Gloria, intrigued by David's repeated mentions of the doctor, grew curious about how he came to know the cybernetic physician. David, who is this doctor you speak of? It is dangerous to seek out an unfamiliar cybernetic specialist. Gloria cautioned. What she did not realize was that David was acquainted with more than just Rocky. He had even assisted cybernetic specialists in promoting illicit enhancements at school. I know, but this doctor may be more than just a specialist. He was the one who revealed the truth about the scavengers to me and helped rescue you. Not only that, he also assisted me in installing the enhancement, and I owe him for the procedure. Additionally, he mentioned that I could seek employment through him. Overall, he is a good person, David explained. Gloria furrowed her brow at David's words. Unlike David, she was not so naive. She sensed that the doctor had offered them considerable help. However, in Night City, goodwill often came without reason, and Gloria understood this. She just could not fathom why he chose to assist David. As Gloria pondered, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, her heart sank. Without time to contemplate further, she signaled to David to wait while she answered the call. Gloria, what is going on? Our agreed-upon time for the transaction has come and gone, and I have heard nothing from you. What is your current situation? When will you deliver the enhancement I requested? Man's voice crackled through the line, clearly agitated. I apologize, man. An unexpected incident occurred yesterday, which prevented me from contacting you. We may need to discuss the enhancement further. Gloria spoke cautiously. What more is there to discuss? The payment has already been transferred to your account. Do you intend to back out now? Gloria, you claimed to be in urgent need of funds, and I trusted you enough to pay up front. Now that you have received the money, do not assume I am a fool if you plan to pull any tricks. Man had collaborated with Gloria multiple times and had faith in her integrity. Before the transaction, she had insisted on needing the money urgently, prompting Man to send the payment ahead of time. Now, he could not contain his anger at the thought of her reneging on the deal, especially for the enhancement he had coveted for so long. No, Man, there has simply been an unexpected development. We cannot discuss it over the phone. Let us meet at the transaction location, and I will provide you with an explanation. Gloria cast a glance at David before addressing Man. Fine, let us meet at the usual place. The man was curious about what had transpired. He decided to wait until they met in person to clarify matters. Mother, was that your buyer? I will accompany you. David spoke up as Gloria ended the call. After all, he bore some responsibility in this matter, given that the enhancement was now his. But Gloria shook her head. No, David, you must stay here. Wait for my return. I will handle this. Given that Man's enhancement was in David's possession, Gloria feared that Man might act impulsively upon seeing it. She instinctively wished to shield David from danger and believed she could manage the situation alone. But, listen to me, David. I will return shortly. Firmly rejecting David's request, Gloria stepped out of the apartment. But I now have the ability to protect you. Watching Gloria's retreating figure, David's voice dwindled to a whisper, too faint for her to hear. Once Gloria departed, David surveyed the empty room. Approaching his bed, he retrieved a handgun from beneath it, a gift from Rocky. Firmly grasping the weapon, he concealed it at his lower back and activated his enhancement, pursuing Gloria. He was determined to uncover with whom she was negotiating and to safeguard her well-being. In Santo Domingo, 3 figures, Man, Pilar, and Falco, sat outside a row of warehouses. Soon enough, Gloria's slender silhouette appeared in their line of sight. Gloria, speak. What is the situation? Where is the enhancement? Man's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, bore into Gloria as he questioned her. Gloria surveyed her surroundings, detecting no anomalies before responding. On my way home yesterday, I was involved in an accident and was taken to a clinic. By the time I awoke, the enhancement was gone. I am truly sorry, man. I cannot deliver the enhancement, but I will repay you, although I require a little more time. A sense of guilt washed over Gloria as she concealed the fact that David had installed the enhancement. Originally, she could have returned the funds even without the enhancement. But now, a significant portion of Man's payment had gone to her school as restitution for the damage caused by David's use of pirated software, which had disrupted the educational system. Upon hearing this, Man's fury ignited, and he abruptly stood. What? You cannot provide the enhancement? Do you have any idea how long I waited for the right enhancement? Gloria, this is not merely a matter of finances. Such military-grade augmentations cannot be procured even with ample resources. And now you expect me to wait for the return of my money? Where has the sum I entrusted you gone? In Chapter 73, you mention having used a portion of it, yet I will repay you shortly. I sincerely apologize for this situation, man. I assure you it shall not recur. At this juncture, Gloria finds herself devoid of alternatives, her only hope being Man's understanding. However, Man is not easily swayed. He clearly does not accept Gloria's explanations. Used a portion? With no augmentation and no funds, is this your explanation to me? Given these circumstances, do you truly believe there will be a next time? Gloria, divulge everything that transpired yesterday. I must ascertain who possesses the Sandvestin. While Gloria is unable to produce any money, Man's primary concern is the whereabouts of his Sandvestin. I do not know. Gloria feigns composure. Man gazes intently into her eyes, as if seeking truth within them. Despite their numerous past collaborations, it does not negate the possibility of Gloria deceiving him. After all, the previous merchandise was not of such high value. Gloria's betrayal, selling the goods to another or attempting to abscond with his funds, is not beyond the realm of possibility. You had best truly be ignorant. I will uncover the truth. If you have deceived me, you know the consequences. Man warns Gloria while gesturing for Pyrrha to step forward and affix a tracker to her. With trust between Gloria and Man fracturing, Man must now guard against her potential flight. Hey, Miss Gloria, you should comprehend the necessity of my actions, Pyrrha remarks, eyeing Gloria's beauty with an unsettling expression as he approaches to install the tracking device. Just as Pyrrha is about to proceed, a figure swiftly positions itself before him. David. He had been eavesdropping nearby, and upon realizing Gloria's failure to disclose the truth, his heart tightened. He understands her motives, but refuses to evade responsibility. This predicament arose from his actions. Had he not employed pirated software, Gloria would not be in such a precarious position. Had he not naively sent her to the Black Clinic, he would not require the Sandvestin. David bears the weight of responsibility and chooses to confront it. He cannot allow Gloria to shoulder this burden alone. With the augmentation on his body, the obligation to repay Man lies with him, hence he steps forward. David, Gloria exclaims in surprise at his sudden appearance. Huh, where did you come from? Who are you? Pyrrha, taken aback by the unexpected presence of the slender figure, inquires. I am the one you seek. The Sandvestin is within my possession. David boldly declares to Man and the others. David, you are insane. Get out of here. This does not concern you. Gloria attempts to push him away, hoping he will flee, but David stands firm, immovable as a rock. Hearing David's declaration, Man's expression shifts to one of amusement. It appears Gloria has indeed deceived him. Leave? Leave what, Gloria? Should you not clarify the current situation? And you, young man? Who are you, and why do you possess my Sandvestin? I am David, Gloria's son. After an accident yesterday, my spinal nerves were injured. The augmentation doctor installed the Sandvestin to save me. The augmentation is now within my body, and I will resolve the financial matter. Please do not trouble my mother. Taking a deep breath, David explains to the imposing man. Upon hearing David's words, Man and the others exchange glances before erupting in laughter. Ha, you have the Sandvestin? Are you joking? With your frail frame, using such a military-grade augmentation would surely lead to your demise. Stop kidding around, Pyrrha mocks, despite the cruelty of his jest. David, undeterred by their ridicule, turns to reveal the Sandvestin installed along his spine. The room falls silent at this revelation, and before they can respond, a more astonishing spectacle unfolds. In a flash, David vanishes, his voice echoing from behind Man and the others. This is the capability of the Sandvestin. You should believe now. Turning around, they discover David standing behind them. Realization dawns that David had indeed activated the Sandvestin upon his arrival. This implies he has utilized it twice in quick succession. Is this something a normal human can achieve? Man nearly drops his jaw in disbelief. However, after a moment's contemplation, he chuckles lightly. Young man, whether you possess the Sanvestin or not, whether you are Gloria's son or not, the augmentation on your body belongs to me. I have paid for it, do you understand? You ought to return it. I am sorry, but this augmentation is crucial to me. I will repay you. I will soon earn the money owed to you. Please grant me this opportunity. Although David has resolved to bear the burden alone, he is unwilling to relinquish the Sanvestin. To him, Rocky's job invitation necessitates the use of the Sanvestin. It is vital for his future earnings, and he cannot let it go. What do you mean by that? Do you think I will believe this little brat can earn money? I am not a fool. You might as well come with me to have the augmentation removed, and we can consider this matter settled. Man, skeptical of David's earnestness, does not trust his ability to repay the considerable sum. I can earn it. The doctor who installed the Sanvestin has extended an invitation to me, and I will soon acquire the funds. While he remains unaware of the specifics of the job mentioned by Rocky, David firmly believes that someone of Rocky's caliber will yield substantial earnings. Which augmentation doctor can offer you such wealth? Do not jest. He is more than just an augmentation doctor. I only know his name for now, L. L? Is that not? Man and Pyrrha exchange surprised glances, clearly familiar with the name. Chapter 74. Compensation upon hearing the name uttered by David. Man and Pyrrha momentarily freeze. You are not referring to the one who operates the clinic in Japan, are you? Man confirmed with a nod, and David reciprocated, cursing under his breath at the mention of that individual once more. Receiving a positive affirmation, Man couldn't help but vent his frustration. The cyberneticist known as L operated a clinic on Japanese Street. With these crucial pieces of information, Man deduced that the person David referred to was indeed Rocky. Man was no stranger to Rocky, as this was the very individual who had lured both Lucy and Rebecca away. Although Rebecca still participated in missions with them, she appeared distinctly distracted, remaining only because Rocky had no use for her. Lucy, on the other hand, had severed her ties with Man's team entirely. Without a hint of nostalgia, despite being merely a substitute hacker, her absence had placed an overwhelming burden on Kiwei. Kiwei was nearing her breaking point from the pressure. It was evident that Rocky was the root of all these troubles. And Man found it incomprehensible how this man possessed such allure that both Lucy and Rebecca chose to follow him. Pyrrha felt similarly. Upon learning of Rebecca and Lucy's involvement with Rocky, he not only mocked Rebecca but also sought to confront Rocky. However, Rebecca intervened, and to Pyrrha's dismay, he realized that something had changed within her. She could now easily overpower him. Man and Pyrrha's resentment towards Rocky was palpable, yet they felt powerless to act. After all, Lucy and Rebecca had made their choices willingly, and as friends, they had to respect that. Yet, the fact that Rocky had not only taken Rebecca and Lucy, but also implanted his Steinwurst into a mere child was intolerable for Man. Upon hearing Man's expletives, David felt a twinge of confusion. Do you know him? He inquired. Know him? That's an understatement. He has caused us considerable trouble. Man sighed, deciding to let the matter rest for now. Since you've already implanted the Steinwurst, just keep it. But you must return my money promptly. Taking a deep breath to steady his temper, Man spoke again. Given Rocky's close association with Rebecca, he felt it inappropriate to press David too hard, as it would reflect poorly on Rebecca. However, Man resolved to seek an explanation from Rocky. If he no longer possessed his Steinwurst, he would demand a replacement. After all, Rocky was a cyberneticist, and surely he had access to such technology. Moreover, Man was in the process of establishing a company and had made connections with Arasaka, which might yield even superior goods than Steinwurst. When the time came, he would settle both old and new scores, ensuring that Rocky would have to relinquish something of value. Seeing that Man had finally relented, David felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you. I will repay you as soon as possible. Just leave. I can no longer bear your presence. Man dismissed, waving his hand to urge David out of his sight. Although he had relinquished the Steinwurst, Man's heart ached at the loss. Noticing Man's impatience, David hurried to Gloria's side and led her away from the warehouse entrance. Man, are you really going to give up on that cybernetic? Pyrrha asked, watching David and Gloria depart. What choice do I have? Humph. Let us go settle the score with that scoundrel named L. With a cold snort, Man led Pyrrha towards Rocky's company, determined to confront him. In his leisure hours, Rocky could often be found either at the clinic or at his company, making it rather easy for Man and his companions to locate him. Opting not to reach out to Rocky, Man and his associates directly arrived at his company. Welcome to Ascension Technology. I regret to inform you, gentlemen, that our system has not detected a scheduled appointment for your visit. Please state your purpose. A smiling virtual assistant greeted them from the electronic display at the entrance. This virtual assistant was specifically designed by Lysander for reception duties. We wish to see L, man stated directly. Please hold on. I am notifying Mr. L, the assistant responded. As man articulated their intent, Lysander, who was behind the assistant, received the information. Upon comparing data, Lysander recognized man's acquaintance with Rocky and promptly informed Rocky in his office, while abruptly interrupting the assistant's impending refusal. Very well, Mr. L is expecting you in his office. Please follow the directions provided. Shortly thereafter, the assistant responded. At that moment, Rocky was in his office preparing for an upcoming press conference, unaware that man had come to visit. Without hesitation, Rocky decided to admit man. Man, it's been a while. What brings you to the company? Rocky inquired with curiosity, observing man as he entered the office. I can't believe it, L. It hasn't been long. Yet you've undergone such a transformation. This company certainly has a certain flair now. That's not important. Please state your purpose, Rocky urged. Yesterday, you installed my Cyan Waston on some young punk. I had already purchased that. You have so many other prosthetics available, yet you chose to use the Cyan Waston. How do you intend to account for this? Man questioned, slapping his hand on the table with a tone tinged with accusation. In response to man's inquiry, Rocky remained unperturbed, calmly explaining, do not be agitated, man. I did indeed save a young man yesterday, but I had no idea that was your prosthetic. It was just sitting in a bag, and I assumed it belonged to him. It was natural to install it. How can I not be agitated? You've taken Rebecca and Lucy from me, and now you've made off with my hard-earned prosthetic. You must provide me with an explanation today, or I will not let this matter rest, man declared, revealing the true purpose of his visit. Man had long harbored grievances against Rocky, and now that he was working for the company, he felt entitled to extract some recompense from him. Upon witnessing man's demeanor, Rocky smiled. This was precisely about seeking benefits, and it could indeed be resolved amicably. Well, you make a valid point. My actions were indeed somewhat unscrupulous. I will offer you compensation, however, regarding the Cyan Waston. I may not be able to provide you with a prosthetic. What do you mean? Are you, a prosthetic doctor, unable to produce a satisfactory prosthetic for me? Not at all. It's just that I believe you might require something else entirely, such as this. Rocky chuckled softly and shook his head, then produced a vial of blue potion and placed it on the table. Chapter 75, The Press Conference. What is this? Man inquired, raising an eyebrow at the blue vial on the table, slightly perplexed by Rocky's implication. Could this single potion truly rival the worth of Stamwiston? Man found it hard to believe. Upon observing man's puzzled expression, Rocky chuckled and elucidated. The advanced serum is a remarkable substance that enhances physical strength and augments the tolerance for cybernetic enhancements. The worth of this vial alone is comparable to the cybernetic limb you have lost. What is most crucial, however, is that this elixir is not available for purchase in the market. Rocky presented to man the advanced soldier serum, a formulation exclusively supplied to the Arasaka Corporation. Aside from the initial 10 doses that leaked into the underground clinics, it has become virtually unavailable on the market. Upon hearing Rocky's explanation, man reached for the serum vial on the table, scrutinizing it closely. Is this truly it? Are you certain? I have no reason to deceive you, man. I have previously examined your condition, and if I am not mistaken, you are nearing your limits. Frequent tremors, disorientation, and hallucinations. These symptoms must be familiar to you. You should comprehend what these signs signify. This serum can rectify your condition and spare you from the degradation of your cybernetics. The words of Rocky struck man like a heavy hammer in his mind. The symptoms Rocky described have indeed been afflicting him intermittently lately, though with relatively low frequency, only occurring once or twice so far. Yet he understands all too well that these are the harbingers of cyberpsychosis. When such symptoms manifest, one typically faces two grim options: either downgrade their cybernetic enhancements or resign themselves to certain demise. But the thought of diminishing his formidable array of augmentations fills him with bitter reluctance. He has toiled relentlessly to attain his current prowess. How could he possibly relinquish his hard-won strength? On the contrary, he yearns to push further, to install the Sandevistan and ascend to even greater heights. Very well, how does one operate this? After a moment of silence, man accepted the vial of serum. If the effects matched Rocky's claims, then this would indeed prove invaluable to him. As compensation, it was satisfactory enough. Find a trustworthy Ripperdoc to administer it for you, came the reply. Or, if you prefer, visit my clinic tonight. I can assist you myself. Tonight. In the clinic of Rocky, Man slowly awakens after receiving the injection. Rocky instructed Man to seek out a trustworthy cybernetic surgeon. However, Man insisted on having Rocky assist him, as it was Rocky who provided the serum, making him the most knowledgeable about its effects. How do you feel? I feel quite well, very satisfied. At this moment, Man's mind became exceptionally clear, alleviating the previous haze he had experienced. As he attuned himself to his physical condition, a smile graced his face. Although you have injected the serum and your situation has improved, it does not imply that you can indiscriminately augment your body with cybernetics. The serum merely enhances your capacity to endure cybernetic enhancements, yet there remains a limit. Should you persist in your pursuit of further installations, you risk succumbing to cyberpsychosis once more. Rocky noticed Man's excitement and felt compelled to offer a word of caution. He was somewhat apprehensive that after injecting the serum, Man might exacerbate his tendencies to augment his body with cybernetics. Although Man had not yet harmed those around him due to his cyberpsychosis, he seemed rather unconcerned about the matter. With no better course of action available, Rocky could only provide him with a verbal reminder. Haha, understood. Man replied with a smile, clearly in good spirits. Given Man's response, Rocky refrained from further comments and allowed him to leave. 2 days later, News 54 reported, today, Arasaka held a press conference to announce a partnership with the technology company, Ascendant Technologies. Allow me to guide you through this event and unveil the mysteries surrounding Ascendant Technologies. At the conference, a reporter from News 54 spoke directly to the camera, while the scene shifted to the elevated platform, where numerous staff members diligently prepared the venue. The spokesperson from Arasaka's marketing department adjusted his attire and, satisfied, stepped onto the stage. Today, I'm delighted to be here representing Arasaka at this press conference. As a world-class armed technology corporation, our service scope encompasses various sectors, including arms manufacturing, security, and banking. We are committed to providing our corporate clients with superior. Hey, these Arasaka folks never change. They always ramble on at the beginning, eager to exalt their company to the heavens, remarked Jack, a robust figure clad in a finely tailored suit, as he observed the spokesperson's lengthy discourse. Jack had always held a disdain for their empty rhetoric, noting that every opening statement was a mere repetition of the same phrases. Although Jack was critical, he kept his voice low, aware that they were in Arasaka's territory and he was there as an employee of a partner company, ensuring that no outsiders overheard his remarks, especially with the sharp-eared journalists present who would eagerly pounce on any whiff of scandal, even if they dared not report on Arasaka's misdeeds. It was prudent to avoid giving them any ammunition. Noticing Jack's quiet sarcasm, Rocky chuckled, "You still don't understand them, do you? Corporate sycophants, all of them. Besides, he isn't even a key player at Arasaka, just a tool pushed into the limelight, and naturally, he must maintain an air of decorum. Honestly, if someone like Arasaka's heir, Raijin, were here to speak, we wouldn't have to endure such verbose nonsense. Indeed, the representative must ensure a comprehensive presentation." Oldway nodded in agreement with Rocky's assessment. Today, Oldway had also donned a suit to accompany Rocky to the press conference. Even Lucy, rarely seen at such grand events, was present, elegantly attired in a tailored women's suit that accentuated her figure. Only Rebecca, unable to bear the formal attire, opted not to attend. After a considerable duration of unnecessary verbiage, the Arasaka spokesperson finally outlined the specifics and rationale behind their collaboration with Ascendant Technologies. The announcement of the partnership with Ascendant Technologies has concluded. Next, we invite our partner, the chairman of Ascendant Technologies, L, to the stage for the inaugural product launch. As the Arasaka spokesperson stepped down to resounding applause, some reporters cheered for Rocky's entrance, while others clamored to pose questions to the spokesperson. However, it was evident that the spokesperson had no intention of addressing them, as the agenda lacked a Q&A segment. After all, this press conference was merely one of the transactions for Arasaka, and they saw no need to engage further with the press. Chapter 76, Advertisement Dynamic Stimulant, is a cutting-edge combat enhancer developed at great expense by Ascendant Technologies, boasting no side effects while delivering powerful acceleration suitable for various scenarios. On the television, Rocky, impeccably dressed, spoke with fervor on stage. Meanwhile, in her apartment, Gloria sat on the sofa, somewhat dazed by the images on the screen. Her life had drastically changed in the past few days. First, there was the car accident, then her son uncovered her secret, followed by David's installation of the Sion West End and his confrontation with Man and others. Just yesterday, she received a message from her company notifying her of her termination, no reasons given, merely a unilateral decision. The aftermath of the accident prevented Gloria from attending work the following day, yet her company showed no concern for her situation, promptly informing her of her dismissal. Gloria chose not to contest or explain, knowing it would be futile. This development only compounded her already precarious situation. Without a job, her income had vanished, making her debts increasingly burdensome. Upon learning of her termination, David seized the opportunity to negotiate with Gloria. Despite her fervent pleas for him to return to their previous life and allow her to manage the fallout, David resolutely refused, even withdrawing from Arasaka Academy. As a rebellious student, the academy welcomed his departure with open arms, and he faced no resistance in completing the withdrawal process. With her job lost and substantial debts looming, Gloria felt powerless to stop David. His successful escape from Arasaka Academy became the final straw that broke her spirit. Now, she appeared adrift, devoid of purpose and direction. All her efforts throughout her life seemed rendered meaningless. "Mom." Just as Gloria was lost in thought, David's voice called from behind her. "Mom, what are you so engrossed in?" Startled, Gloria took a moment to respond, but upon hearing him again, she finally acknowledged his presence. "Huh? Oh, David, I'm watching the news. It's about Arasaka's press conference." Her once distracted gaze focused on the television, recalling the earlier content. "What's this? Still keeping up with Arasaka? We have nothing to do with him anymore, Mom." "True enough," Gloria murmured, preparing to turn off the television. Yet the screen continued to play, with the spokesperson declaring, "As a technology manufacturing enterprise, we possess a mature and exceptional R&D team, along with professional laboratories." At that moment, David stepped closer, catching sight of the television. "Wait, L?" he exclaimed, recognizing the man speaking on-screen as the one who had saved him. The same suit, the same voice. David could not be mistaken. "David, do you know him?" Gloria noticed David's unusual demeanor and expressed her concern. If her memory served her right, she had been watching a press conference from Arasaka. Even if she had momentarily lost focus, the speaker on stage should also be someone from Arasaka. Why was David seemingly connected to Arasaka? He was the one who helped rescue my mother at the clinic that day. "David, do you mean to say that the company you're going to work for is Arasaka?" A hint of perplexity flickered in Gloria's eyes, though she was evidently more agitated than before. "I don't know, perhaps," David replied, shaking his head, clearly uncertain as well. Ascendant Technology. Gloria and David redirected their attention to the press conference broadcast on television, quickly identifying the crucial information. Regrettably, Rocky was not affiliated with Arasaka. The event currently airing was, in fact, a product launch for Ascendant Technology, while Arasaka's press conference had concluded long ago. David began searching online for information on Ascendant Technology. To their astonishment, Ascendant Technology seemed to be enjoying a surge in popularity recently, with numerous reports available across various websites. Soon, they garnered an understanding of this so-called Ascendant Technology. The founder and chairman of Ascendant Technology, a partner of Arasaka? David mused, realizing this was the first time he had learned of Rocky's true identity. Meanwhile, Gloria fell silent. Although Ascendant Technology was not Arasaka, it was certainly a partner company, and from the information she had gathered, it appeared to hold significant potential. If David could secure a position there and ascend to higher ranks, perhaps it would be a commendable choice after all. Contemplating this, Gloria dismissed her earlier gloom. Since climbing to the pinnacle of Arasaka was no longer an option, reaching the upper echelons of Ascendant Technology seemed an acceptable alternative. "David, have you been in touch with him?" "No, I had planned to reach out today, but he seems to be quite busy." "David, listen. I truly hope you can achieve great things. If you dislike my methods, then pursue what you desire." In that moment, Gloria genuinely acknowledged David's decision, as her hope for his future reignited. "Yes, I will strive to do my best, Mom." David nodded earnestly. The press conference soon concluded. David tidied himself up, bid farewell to Gloria, and, while sending an email to Rocky, prepared to head to Ascendant Technology. At the station, he arrived at the platform awaiting the bus. The bus had yet to arrive, and as he waited, David contemplated what he should say upon meeting Rocky. Just then, the lights on a nearby billboard shifted, capturing David's attention. He turned to see a new round of advertisements playing. Chapter 77, The Marvelous Use of Stimulants on the Billboard. A slender figure wearing round goggles and a white, pointed mask was running frantically. His running style exuded an intense sense of speed, as if he were exhausting every ounce of his velocity. The camera followed him closely, capturing the rapidly passing scenery. As the shot widened, 3 armed adversaries appeared ahead. Noticing the sprinting figure, they raised their weapons and fired simultaneously. At that moment, the running youth suddenly produced a green vial and injected it into his abdomen. His already swift pace surged even further, leaving a trail of green luminescence that vividly illustrated his accelerated speed. Upon reaching his peak velocity, he executed a stylish slide into the midst of his foes. Bullets whizzed past him, narrowly missing, as their trajectories lagged just behind him. Unable to catch up with his swift movements, bursting into the enemy's ranks, the youth drew his weapon and swiftly dispatched the 3 adversaries. The camera zoomed in as he held up an unadministered vial, delivering the advertisement's tagline: "Run fast, shoot fast, when fast. Experience the exhilarating sensation of Ascendant Technology's power stimulant. Always staying one step ahead and leaving death trailing far behind." Produced in collaboration with Arasaka's pharmaceutical laboratory. Quality assured, affordably priced. The image froze at that moment, transforming into a promotional poster with bold slogans plastered across the screen, captivating the attention of passersby. This advertisement was, of course, designed by Rocky, with the protagonist modeled entirely on the image of the Power Kid. Today marked the official launch of the promotional campaign for Ascendant Technology and its power stimulant. In conjunction with the press conference's momentum, various styles and types of advertisements were deployed throughout Night City. It was no surprise for David to encounter related advertisements at the subway station. In fact, beyond this large billboard, many smaller venues also featured ads for the power stimulant. Working late? Feeling weary? Just take the power stimulant. A tiny vial to keep you energized all night. Such images and slogans could be found in multiple locations at the station. The power stimulant, how impressive, David remarked in admiration as he gazed at the billboard. His anticipation for Ascendant Technology growing. As the tram arrived, David boarded and made his way to Ascendant Technology. "Mr. David Martinez, welcome to Ascendant Technology. Chairman L is currently in a business meeting. Please proceed to the reception area and wait patiently. I will notify Chairman L of your arrival at the earliest opportunity." Before the entrance of Ascension Technology, the receptionist verified David's identity and subsequently granted him access, guiding him towards the reception area. Upon stepping into Ascension Technology, David curiously surveyed the environment within the company. Although the office building of Ascension Technology was not situated amidst the towering structures of the company square, its interior decor was nonetheless sophisticated. The sight of numerous employees bustling between various workstations created a vivid tableau of industriousness, allowing one to distinctly sense the company's vibrant energy. Passing by an office cubicle, David glimpsed through the transparent glass walls, observing an employee engrossed in operating a computer terminal. The worker, fully absorbed in his task, remained oblivious to David's gaze from beyond the glass, perhaps simply too occupied to notice. After processing a document and organizing it for dispatch, the employee was immediately inundated with more tasks to handle, leaving him overwhelmed by the accumulating workload. Feeling the weight of exhaustion upon him, he realized he was nearing his limits. For the past few days, his sleep had been limited to no more than 4 hours each night. The remainder consumed by preparations for the grand debut of Ascension Technology's Night City. Today's press conference had escalated the workload to unprecedented heights, with a deluge of orders requiring attention, pushing his cognitive faculties to the brink. Yet, with a resolute determination, the employee opened the drawer to his right and retrieved a vial of green stimulant, injecting it into his body. The moment the stimulant coursed through his veins, his foggy mind became remarkably clear, restoring his vitality as he plunged back into his work. This was a thoughtful provision from Rocky, designed to invigorate these exceptional employees. Although the stimulant's effects lasted merely a minute, the exhilaration it provided extended well beyond the physical enhancement, rendering the use of such substances a viable means to boost productivity, given their lack of side effects. Meanwhile, David, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. If his eyes did not deceive him, the employee had indeed injected a stimulant. David was astonished by the unwavering diligence of Ascension Technology's staff, who resorted to such measures to enhance their work efficiency. Moreover, a glance around revealed that many others, like the individual before him, had similarly indulged in stimulants to re-engage with their tasks. Yet, unbeknownst to David, this particular employee was not genuinely enthusiastic about such relentless work. He felt trapped. Given the choice, he would not have opted to become an undercover agent at this company, which treated him as less than human, burdening him with an overwhelming volume of tasks. However, he found himself with no path of retreat, and he was not alone in this plight, as numerous other employees shared his fate. Originally, he had no intention of overexerting himself. The working hours stipulated by Rocky were not nearly so extreme, and overtime was ostensibly voluntary. However, as other employees began to toil fervently, he felt compelled to keep pace. with the first individual utilizing Rocky's stimulant. Others were inevitably drawn into this unending cycle of labor. Thus, amidst the competitive spirit among these exemplary undercover employees, Ascension technology exhibited an unprecedented vitality. Naturally, Rocky was elated by this development, even providing an unlimited supply of stimulants as a benefit for them. Shifting his gaze away, David continued onward, passing the cubicle and arriving at the reception area as instructed. In stark contrast to the bustling scenes of the outer office, the reception area was notably tranquil, occupied only by a lone attendant awaiting his arrival. "Good day, Mr. Martinez. Please take a seat. Chairman L is still in a meeting. May I ask you to wait a moment? Would you like something to drink?" "Just water. Thank you," David replied, slightly bashful in response to such courteous treatment. After an extended wait in the reception area, David finally received notification that the meeting with Rocky had concluded. "Mr. Martinez, Chairman L is awaiting you in his office. Please follow me." Chapter 78, Special Operations Division. In the office, David noticed Rocky seated in a chair and greeted him. "Please, have a seat, David. Make yourself comfortable." Seeing David's slight unease, Rocky smiled and invited him to take a seat across from him. "So, you previously mentioned that you could offer me a job. May I inquire about its nature?" David asked, his curiosity piqued. Even now, he remained uncertain about the specifics of the position Rocky had alluded to. Yet he held on to the belief that it would allow him to avoid being overshadowed by Stanislav. However, a tinge of apprehension lingered in David's mind. He yearned to employ Stanislav in thrilling endeavors, aspiring to become a figure of legend rather than confining himself to an office. He worried that Rocky might have merely spoken in jest. "I wish for you to join our special operations team. As for the tasks, they could encompass a wide array of activities: intelligence theft, reconnaissance, assassination, heists, military operations. Virtually anything could be within your purview. In essence, it would be akin to working alongside the mercenaries of Night City, with the distinction that your allegiance would solely be to me." Rocky answered David's question, and the worry on David's face gradually faded, which was precisely what he desired. "I have no objections. I am eager to join," David exclaimed hastily. "However, do not rush. This is work, not a game. It requires more than mere excitement. You will face challenges far more perilous than the trivial scuffles at the clinic that day. It could even cost you your life. Have you considered this carefully?" "I have thought it through," David replied. Hearing Rocky's words, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded resolutely. Although he indeed anticipated the thrill of such work, he was confident in his abilities. If he could master the unmanageable CN wasteland, he could certainly handle this job. Confidence is all that matters. Follow the instructions to the HR department for verification. Then report to the Special Operations Department. Someone will guide you on what to do." "Understood. Thank you very much." David expressed his gratitude to Rocky and left the office, successfully activating the complete company system at the HR department. Following the map's guidance, he made his way to the Special Operations Department of Ascendant Technology. This department was located on a different floor from the regular office area. As he walked, David noticed the absence of busy employees. Not a single soul was in sight, leading him to question whether he had taken a wrong turn. Unbeknownst to David, this was the very core of Ascendant Technology, housing Lissandro's servers, the company's clandestine laboratory, and the Special Operations Department. These were the most vital assets of Ascendant Technology, which was why Rocky had not permitted outsiders to tread here. "Hello." David entered the Special Operations Department with a sense of trepidation. To his surprise, it was equally desolate, aside from the weaponry and computer terminals scattered about. There seemed to be no one present. "Is anyone here? Have I arrived at an inopportune time?" David murmured. Just as he was about to step inside to confirm the absence of people, a voice suddenly emerged from beside him. "Hey, who are you? Where did you come from?" David jumped at the unexpected sound, glancing around but seeing no one. My apologies, I forgot to turn this off." As the voice faded, a figure slowly materialized beside David. He looked down to find a cybernetic girl with twin ponytails. This was Rebecca, who continued, "I was just testing the latest cloaking device. So now it's your turn to answer my questions, kid." Despite having to look up at David, Rebecca exuded an undeniable aura of authority, especially considering David appeared quite inexperienced and lacked a commanding presence. Curious about David's purpose for being there, Rebecca sensed that, given Lissandro's tight grip on the company, it was unlikely someone would stumble into this area by mere chance. Scanning David with her cybernetic eye, the company system confirmed that he was a newly appointed member of the Special Operations Department. "Hello, I'm here to report for duty. My name is David." "A newcomer. How rare." Come on in. I'm Rebecca. With David's explanation aligning with the system's data, Rebecca relaxed her suspicions and ushered him into the Special Operations Department, where she contacted Jack. Within a minute, Jack, who had been chatting with Old Way in the adjacent lab, returned to the Special Operations Department. You must be the new guy, David. I'm Jack, and I currently oversee the Special Operations Department. Jack greeted David. Presently, only Jack and Rebecca were part of this department, which resembled more of a mercenary squad than a conventional operational unit. To Jack, it felt like a new member had joined their team. I've reviewed your file. It seems you haven't engaged in this sort of work before. You were merely a student. Yes. David felt a twinge of nervousness as Jack inquired, fearing disapproval from Jack and Rebecca. Yet, to his surprise, Jack's expression was not one of displeasure. Instead, he smiled and said, "No worries. Elle has informed me that you possess great talent. I will help you familiarize yourself with this place, so rest assured. This is a training chip from Arasaka. Start by practicing the fundamental combat techniques, and afterward, I will take you on your first mission." Jack handed David a chip, a training device acquired from Rocky. While the chip was not of the highest quality, it was perfectly suited for a novice like David. Thank you. David accepted the chip and immersed himself in its simulations. Jack, are we heading out on a mission? Rebecca inquired, having heard Jack mention taking David on his first assignment. She had just officially joined the Special Operations Department and had yet to undertake a mission herself. For both her and Jack, this would be their inaugural task. Sort of. There's a situation at the factory. Someone is causing a bit of trouble, and we need to flush them out. The impact is minor. This is mainly for the rookie to gain some experience. Jack nodded, and the two began preparations while David trained. By the way, Rebecca, have you tested the equipment Elle sent over? What good stuff do we have? Not yet. I was just trying it out when David arrived, Rebecca replied, shaking her head. Chapter 79. Compound number 5L had sent over the equipment manuals. As she spoke, Rebecca displayed the inventory list of equipment on her terminal, cloaking wristband, iron control mobility device, storage gloves, data knife, phase knife, arc star, fragmentation grenades, thermite grenades. Wow, that's quite a collection. What's this iron control? Jack questioned, looking at the names on the list, having only seen Rocky use the first two items. However, Rebecca shook her head, indicating she was also unfamiliar with it. We'll find out when we try it. The list has explanations. Rebecca and Jack began experimenting with the new equipment. Meanwhile, in another office, Rocky was perusing the system interface. It was merely the first day of the stimulant's release, yet a deluge of orders had already begun to pour in. Beyond the various orders from companies throughout Night City, many pharmaceutical suppliers had expressed interest in the performance enhancers, placing substantial orders to supply them to the citizens of Night City. The funds originally dedicated to production and marketing quickly recuperated from the first wave of sales. Now, Rocky found himself with sufficient resources to install more modules, planning to further enhance both Ascendant technology and his own capabilities. Ascendant technology was rapidly progressing. Even with Arasaka's protection, it remained a coveted entity. While Arasaka could shield Ascendant technology from overt attacks by larger corporations, it could not entirely safeguard it from all disturbances. Rocky was acutely aware of this, thus, whether for self-preservation or for future endeavors, he required a more formidable strength, particularly in the form of armed power. Rocky does not intend to unveil new products in the near future. The profits from the energy stimulants and soldier serum are sufficient for his development for a while. Should he present anything extraordinary, it would be nothing short of sensational, and even the likes of Arasaka would be compelled to take measures against ascending technologies out of trepidation. Such actions, however, may prove counterproductive. Without adequate strength to safeguard oneself, any additional offerings would ultimately become the vestments of others. Previously, Rocky focused on two significant modules related to potions, and naturally, this time, he set his sights on the same category. Soon, he identified a specific module, the Compound 5 Integration Package, derived from the universe of the boys. This package includes three types of potions: Compound 5, Anti-Compound 5, and Temporary Compound 5. Compound 5, upon injection, it grants the user extraordinary abilities. However, due to the extensive modifications to the body, the potion typically requires cultivation from infancy for safe usage. Adults face severe rejection and have a high probability of fatal reactions when using the potion. Yet, if one's physical strength is sufficiently robust or one is fortunate enough, they may withstand these adverse reactions. Anti-Compound 5. This potion can suppress the genetic modifications induced by Compound 5, temporarily neutralizing its extraordinary effects, rendering the target an ordinary person. Temporary Compound 5. It allows ordinary individuals to briefly possess the abilities conferred by Compound 5 modifications and can also be administered to adults. However, the side effects are considerable, significantly damaging the user's genes. Ordinary individuals using it more than thrice are likely to suffer from irreversible brain trauma and death. Price adjustment. World Correction 20 gift package discount -20 chapter 80. Preparation complete item module. 80,000 euros alchemy table recipe expansion. 800,000 euros. This is the module that Rocky planned to install. The effects of Compound 5 are immensely powerful, bestowing unique abilities with a high potential ceiling. However, the drawbacks are equally pronounced, particularly the side effects. The risks for adults are considerable, and only a fortunate few ordinary individuals survive the injection. Fortunately, this issue is manageable. The documentation states that adequate physical strength can mitigate these reactions, and a body enhanced by soldier serum would certainly meet this requirement. The most critical disadvantage lies in the high potential for extraordinary abilities, tempered by a low baseline. There exists the possibility of acquiring powers akin to those of the greatest modifications, such as flight and laser vision, or merely an elongated appendage reminiscent of a certain comic character. In essence, the range of abilities one might attain is vast, dictated by fortune or perhaps innate talent. Despite the substantial uncertainty, Rocky opted for Compound 5, as even the most modest enhancement would result in an increase in physical strength for those who have undergone the injection. The prospect of obtaining formidable abilities is undoubtedly a lucrative venture, and even a lesser outcome would not be deemed a loss. Moreover, the temporary Compound 5 within the integration package was another potion that piqued Rocky's interest. Although the significant side effects render it unsuitable for personal use, it is undoubtedly an excellent product for sale. Once Ascension technology advances sufficiently to allow for the release of temporary Compound 5, this potent potion will undoubtedly be fervently sought after by numerous corporations. Therefore, securing it in advance is akin to making a wise investment. After all, the 20 discount on the gift package is quite enticing, and the 800,000 euros is a manageable expense for Rocky at this juncture. Having made his decision, Rocky proceeded to install the module and subsequently made his way to the secret laboratory of Ascension technology. Rocky has now relocated the workbench, alchemical apparatus, and other production equipment from the studio to this place. After all, it is considerably safer here compared to the clinic, and it is also more convenient to conduct operations. In the laboratory, Oldway is idly watching a boxing match, while the alchemical station behind him continuously produces advanced soldier serum. Oldway has indeed kept his promise, coming to the laboratory to assist Rocky in developing Ascension technology. Currently, this laboratory is primarily utilized by Oldway. At the moment, there are no pressing research projects. So while he produces the serum potions, he is taken to watching boxing matches quite indiscriminately. What brings you here? Have you finished up top? Oldway, noticing Rocky's arrival in the laboratory, is curious as to why Rocky has time to visit today, assuming he would be quite busy. Most of it is done. What remains are trivial matters that can wait until tomorrow, Rocky replies. I primarily came here regarding the new potion. A new potion? Indeed, let me show you. Rocky approached the alchemy station, halting the production of soldier serum. There was still ample time until the delivery date agreed upon with Arasaka, and Rocky had already completed most of the potions he needed to provide. One could assert that this batch of orders posed no production pressure whatsoever. In fact, Rocky could deliver the goods to Arasaka within the next few days. However, he was far from inclined to do so. Revealing the true efficiency of serum production to Arasaka would not bode well for him. Rocky would refrain from informing Arasaka that the potions had been completed until the very last day. Rocky revealed the formula to Oldway. What is the effect of Compound 5? Oldway inquired, gazing at the names of the potions listed on the formula. The complexity of the formula and the assortment of rare materials led him to sense that this potion was anything but ordinary. It might even surpass the potency of the super soldier serum. Although he had grown accustomed to Rocky presenting him with unprecedented technology, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment each time. The effects of the potion are difficult to articulate. You will likely only grasp its true nature through direct experience, Rocky explained. In any case, this potion is exceedingly powerful, likely exceeding your comprehension, so prepare yourself mentally. Oldway. Rocky shook his head, acknowledging that such supernatural forces were not easily explained. Oldway responded with a light chuckle. You have already astonished me too many times. I have long since braced myself for such revelations. After Rocky had shown Oldway the formula for compound number 5, he proceeded to place an order for a batch of raw materials with the suppliers. With the affiliation to Ascendant Technologies, the procurement of many materials had become significantly easier. And before long, Rocky had successfully acquired all the necessary items. However, it would still require some time for all the materials to be prepared. Rocky entrusted the production of Compound Number 5 to Old Wei, advising him to keep an eye on the progress of the materials. With some free time at hand, Rocky decided to pay a visit to the adjacent Special Operations Department. Upon entering, Rocky immediately spotted David reclining to one side, Jack standing upright, and was that Rebecca gliding along the wall? At that moment, Rebecca was swiftly skimming along the wall, and upon noticing Rocky's entrance, she propelled herself off the wall and leapt into the air. "Oh!" she exclaimed, and just before landing, she kicked off once more, executing another jump in midair without any point of support. This sequence of jumps allowed Rebecca to traverse more than half the room in an instant, and she landed directly into Rocky's embrace. "Rebecca, how are you? Are you getting used to it?" Rocky supported Rebecca, who hung from him, with a gentle smile. Her ability to wall slide and perform a double jump was undoubtedly a testament to the prowess of the iron maneuvering device. The extraordinary mobility afforded by this device enabled its user to traverse the battlefield with remarkable speed, executing maneuvers such as wall sliding, sliding attacks, and double jumps. "Well, it requires some adaptation," Rebecca replied as she gracefully descended from Rocky. This was her inaugural experience with such equipment. Despite her excellent physical condition allowing her to master the device, she still needed to familiarize herself with its operations, gradually incorporating it into practical combat. "Then let us practice more diligently. By the way, how is that fellow David faring?" Rocky gently patted Rebecca's head in encouragement and subsequently inquired about David's condition. "I have provided him with the training chip. It will likely take some time. Over the next few days, I will help him acclimate to the team and the task at hand. I am confident that he will grow swiftly," he remarked. Jack, disregarding the subtle exchanges between Rocky and Rebecca, turned his attention to David and articulated his plans. Rocky nodded in agreement, feeling assured as he entrusted David to Jack, who possessed a commendable patience, leading Rocky to believe that he could cultivate David into a remarkable mercenary. As time passed, the necessary materials for synthesizing Compound 5 were soon amassed. On this very day, Rocky received a notification from Lysander. And Old Wei also reached out to summon him for an experiment. Chapter 81. Energy Absorption Inside the Laboratory. When Rocky arrived, he observed Old Wei standing before the alchemical platform, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his demeanor. "Ah, you have come at the perfect moment. The first vial of Compound Number 5 is nearly complete." Old Wei had commenced the production of Compound Number 5 as soon as all the materials were assembled. This batch of elixirs was designated solely for their own use, eliminating the need to explore alternative formulations. Before long, the first vial of Compound Number 5 was produced. The azure liquid flowed quietly within the test tube, remarkably resembling the serum of the super soldier. Rocky took the fifth compound handed to him by Old Wei and placed it on the workbench for examination. The efficacy of the potion proved satisfactory. "Come on, Old Wei. Administer the injection," he urged. With the assurance of the compound's integrity, Rocky wasted no time and prepared to inject the fifth compound. Having previously received the super soldier serum and benefiting from the enhancements of the Tyrant prosthetics, he felt no apprehension regarding potential side effects. The laboratory was equipped for surgical procedures, and upon observing the situation, Old Wei said nothing further, guiding Rocky to recline on the chair. Through his experience with the soldier serum, Old Wei had grown increasingly adept at administering such unfamiliar substances. As he initiated the biological monitoring program, he swiftly completed the injection for Rocky. However, this time, the process was not as seamless as with the soldier serum. After the fifth compound was injected into Rocky's body, his muscles began to exhibit pronounced contractions. A pained expression surfaced on Rocky's face as his body involuntarily curled up, evidently enduring immense suffering. The activation of Compound 5 brought about a genetic enhancement, a modification at the very essence of life that was clearly far from pleasant. Old Wei hurriedly supported Rocky's form, preventing him from collapsing, while a look of concern etched itself onto his features. At that moment, the tyrant's cybernetic body behind Rocky suddenly sprang into full operation, activating the pain editor, severing Rocky's sensory perception of pain. Rocky's expression swiftly returned to normal, while the formidable attribute enhancement bestowed by the tyrant suppressed the unusual reactions within his body. In no time, Rocky was back to his usual self, and the transformation of Compound Number 5 had been successfully completed. Rocky suddenly sat up from the surgical chair. "How are you, El? Are you all right?" Old Wei, relieved to see that Rocky appeared to be fine, let out a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Just a bit of pain. I'm actually doing well, thanks to the pain editor. If it were someone else receiving the injection, it might not have been so easy. Rocky nodded to reassure Old Wei. Rocky initially intended to experiment with the effects of the Compound 5 injection without activating the pain modulation module. However, through his first-hand experience, he discovered that the injection of Compound 5 was indeed excruciating, yet not fatal. As long as one has undergone the full efficacy of the Super Soldier Serum, they can withstand such reactions, albeit enduring a period of discomfort. In response to Old Wei, Rocky began to embrace the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon him by Compound 5. Slowly closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the energy surrounding him. Just as Old Wei was filled with curiosity, Rocky abruptly seized a wire connected to the apparatus. In an instant, a flash of electricity illuminated the room, followed by an enveloping darkness that engulfed the entire laboratory. A power outage? What has transpired? The typically composed Old Wei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The company's location was in the municipal center, a stark contrast to areas like Santo Domingo, notorious for frequent power failures. Here, the power supply was remarkably stable, rarely experiencing outages. Just as Old Wei struggled to comprehend the situation, the laboratory was once again bathed in light. Do not be alarmed, Old Wei. I am merely testing the capabilities conferred by Compound 5. Rocky's voice emerged alongside the resurgence of illumination. However, Old Wei, upon hearing Rocky's explanation, found himself even more perplexed. Are you suggesting that Compound 5 enables you to control electricity? He inquired, his tone laced with speculation. Yet, Rocky smiled and shook his head gently. No, to be precise, it allows me to absorb energy. As Rocky spoke, he brandished a pistol and shot towards his own arm. A fierce spark erupted from the firearm. Yet as the bullet neared Rocky, it seemed to lose all momentum, gently falling to the ground. This was the extraordinary ability he acquired after injecting the fifth compound, energy absorption. Similar to the powers of the Black Queen from the X-Men, he could absorb any form of energy and subsequently release it. The brief blackout moments ago were due to Rocky instantaneously absorbing all the electrical energy in the vicinity through the wires. Consequently, the bullet that had been fired lost its kinetic energy and fell helplessly to the ground. Under the influence of this energy absorption ability, conventional physical attacks had become ineffectual against Rocky. However, this capacity for absorption was not without its limits. Exceeding the energy threshold within his body could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially causing him to explode from the excess energy and suffer severe backlash. Was this the effect of the fifth compound? Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Old Wei was genuinely taken aback. The scene before him surpassed his comprehension. Yes, and yet no. This was the unique ability bestowed upon me by the fifth compound. Each individual who injected the fifth compound received a different ability. Some might be extraordinarily powerful, while others could be quite weak. Rocky elaborated to Old Wei. Truly a remarkable elixir. Upon witnessing Old Wei's renewed astonishment, Rocky stood up with a smile, feeling the energy coursing within him, which was still far from reaching his limit. Curiosity piqued, Rocky retrieved a heavy-duty machine gun from his storage space and tossed it to Old Wei. Old Wei, fire at me. I wish to test the limits of my capabilities. Old Wei caught the weapon, casting a reluctant glance at the imposing firearm. Are you certain? This might not be prudent. Not to worry, such things cannot harm me now. Go ahead, Old Wei. With Rocky's assurance, Old Wei could not refuse. As he steadied the machine gun and pulled the trigger, a torrent of bullets surged toward Rocky. Yet, as they approached him, they fell away like deflated balloons. Weak and powerless, tumbling to the ground. The spent bullet casings began to accumulate beneath him, and Rocky felt the energy within his body swell. A sensation akin to the exhilarating accumulation of valor. Old Wei, what the hell are you doing? Just then, a startled exclamation echoed from the laboratory's entrance. Old Wei and Rocky turned to see Rebecca, Jack, and David standing at the doorway, their faces etched with shock. The commotion caused by the earlier power outage had been substantial, even affecting the Special Operations Department. Rebecca and her companions, having experienced a brief blackout, were still grappling with the situation when they were startled by the sound of gunfire. Assuming an invasion had occurred, they hurried to the source of the noise. Upon entering, they were met with the startling sight of Old Wei wildly firing the machine gun at Rocky. This explosive scene prompted Rebecca to gasp, fearing that Old Wei had gone mad and intended to kill Rocky. Noticing their arrival, Old Wei quickly released the trigger. Do not worry, we are merely conducting an experiment, Rocky explained as the gunfire ceased. What kind of experiment is so explosive that we thought an intruder had breached the laboratory? Jack remarked, recovering from his shock as he approached Rocky and picked up a bullet casing to inspect. The bullet casing was intact, and a glance at Rocky revealed no signs of injury, leaving Jack filled with bewilderment. It is the effect of a new serum, compound number 5, which has endowed me with the ability to absorb energy. Old Way and I are testing the limits of my energy absorption. Rocky succinctly elucidated the origins of the matter, subsequently explaining the functionalities of compound number 5 to Rebecca and Jack. The pair expressed a keen interest in the compound. However, there was a scarcity of compound No. 5 at present, and any desire for injection would necessitate waiting for Old Way to commence production. The group was left with no choice but to exercise patience. During this interlude, while awaiting the production of compound number 5, Rocky reviewed the operational plans of Jack and his team. How are things on the factory front, Jack? He inquired. The target has been identified. It is the members of the Vortex gang, yet we have yet to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Jack responded with a nod. Recently, there had been many individuals meddling with the stimulant factory in the Northern Industrial District, seemingly intent on pilfering the formula for the stimulant. Investigations led by Jack and his team pointed directly at the Vortex gang. Jack, however, was skeptical that the Vortex gang would have any interest in the stimulant formula, as even if they obtained it, they would be incapable of production. After all, this matter would undoubtedly infringe upon the interests of Arasaka. Should the Vortex gang attempt to manufacture and sell the product, Arasaka would not remain passive. The members of the Vortex gang were not fools. They would not dig their own graves. It was evident that there were other corporations pulling the strings behind the scenes. The collaboration between the gangs of Night City and large corporations had been a long-standing affair. No one would willingly forego monetary gain. One party offers payment while the other executes tasks, and these gangs often resemble a vast mercenary organization, driven by the bidding companies, a phenomenon not uncommon in Night City. It is quite reasonable, considering that the Northern Industrial District is indeed the most active territory of the Vortex gang. It is to be expected that those companies would seek them out. What intrigues me is who is behind them. Military technology is highly suspect. Yet the biotech and trauma teams also possess significant motives. Rebecca and I had originally planned to visit the Vortex gang's stronghold today to glean some information. However, now that your new medication is forthcoming, a slight delay would not be unwarranted, Jack stated, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Upon hearing this, Rocky merely smiled lightly. In any case, they cannot escape. I shall accompany you when the time comes. I am rather eager to test my newfound abilities. The energy that Rocky had recently absorbed had yet to be released, leaving him with a sensation of fullness. At this moment, he was restless, eager to test his skills on someone, and with the arrival of the Vortex gang, there was no turning back. Jack observed the eager expression on Rocky's face and silently prayed for the misfortune that awaited the members of the Vortex gang. Someone was about to suffer. Under Old Way's rapid concoction, the second batch of compound number 5 was soon produced. Rebecca and Jack gazed at the blue vial in Old Way's hand, envisioning the extraordinary abilities this serum, reminiscent of the super soldier serum, could bestow upon them. Both felt a thrill of excitement. Ladies first, Jack said, extending his hand to gesture for Rebecca to go ahead. After all, his turn would come eventually, so he was not in a hurry, not one to dawdle. Rebecca promptly reclined on the operating chair, and Old Way quickly administered the injection. Amid Rebecca's agonizing cries, compound number 5 began to alter her genes, endowing her with newfound capabilities. After a considerable time, Rebecca gradually emerged from the intense pain. How do you feel? Old Way and Rocky inquired simultaneously. However, Rebecca did not rush to respond. Instead, she produced a handgun and shot her own arm. Unlike Rocky's previous experience, the bullet did not lose momentum. It violently penetrated Rebecca's arm, causing a substantial loss of blood. Rebecca, Old Way and Rocky exclaimed in unison. Old Way, witnessing the blood splatter, could only remain speechless, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. So, it seems both of you had such experiences post-injection. No wonder you ended up together. But the crucial point is that Rocky can absorb energy. What on earth is she doing? Didn't Rocky mention that everyone's abilities differ? Surely, this woman must not have been paying attention. Old Way struggled to maintain his composure, puzzled by Rebecca's actions. But soon, his bewilderment transformed into astonishment. He watched in disbelief as the gaping wound on Rebecca's arm healed at a visibly rapid pace. In mere seconds, The injury vanished as if she had never been harmed at all. If not for the bloodstains on the ground, one might have thought she had never shot herself. "Haha, that's incredible," Rebecca exclaimed, lifting her healed arm to examine it closely. Once she confirmed its complete recovery, she burst into joyous laughter, clearly delighted with her newfound ability. "So, Rebecca, your power is self-healing?" Rocky observed everything Rebecca had just done and spoke his conjecture. Rebecca smiled and nodded, affirming his statement. Indeed, it was self-healing, a remarkable ability. Rocky felt immense joy at Rebecca's acquisition of such a skill. Although it did not directly enhance her combat prowess, it suited her remarkably well. Rebecca's usual combat style was quite reckless. She favored overwhelming firepower and often found herself in perilous situations. Moreover, she clearly disliked donning heavy armor during battles. This self-healing ability harmonized perfectly with Rebecca's approach to warfare, allowing her to maneuver more freely on the battlefield. Judging by the rapidity of her healing, even the former Rebecca, after being struck by Adam's heavy blow, would have been able to rise again in no time. Not to mention, the current Rebecca had also been injected with super soldier serum, rendering Adam's hammer of justice no longer a threat to her. Chapter 83. The All-Food Factory. The ability Rebecca obtained was commendable, while Rocky's newfound power was even more formidable. Jack, witnessing both of them acquire such potent abilities through compound number 5, felt an eager anticipation. Old Way, observing Jack's expectant demeanor, smiled and promptly began to concoct another batch of compound number 5. At that moment, Rocky noticed David nearby, his eyes brimming with desire. Since entering the laboratory with Rebecca and Rocky, David had remained silently in the background, aware of his inferior status and hesitant to voice his thoughts. However, the sight of Rocky emerging unscathed from a barrage of bullets, alongside Rebecca's arm rapidly healing, did not escape David's notice. This extraordinary ability was undoubtedly impactful for someone of his age. David yearned to obtain such a power. Seeing that David's thoughts were plainly written on his face, Rocky approached him, gently patting his shoulder with a smile. "What's the matter? Do you wish to partake as well?" Yes, may I?" David responded, not concealing his eagerness upon being questioned by Rocky. However, to David's slight disappointment, Rocky shook his head. "Not yet. You are not ready to endure such a serum. Perhaps in the future, I shall make arrangements for you. I've heard from Jack that you've been performing admirably these past few days. Keep up the good work, and these opportunities will undoubtedly come your way." At this stage, David had yet to receive the super soldier serum, and thus was unprepared to withstand the effects of compound 5. Furthermore, Rocky was in no rush to administer the soldier serum to David. For now, David was already able to participate in special operations missions, thanks to his training with Stannis. Rocky did not wish for David to acquire immense power all at once. Rather, he preferred that David progress steadily and methodically. After all, David did not share their background as a mercenary. He had much to learn. Rocky planned to allow him to master the fundamentals before introducing him to more intense challenges. When the day came that David truly integrated into the team, Rocky would undoubtedly be generous with his guidance. Jack shared this sentiment and even insisted that David engage in foundational physical training, to which David readily acquiesced. "I will strive to do my best," David affirmed with a determined nod. Rocky gazed at David's resolute expression and couldn't help but smile faintly. At that moment, it seemed as if a thought had suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "By the way, David, didn't you mention that your mother lost her job? There happens to be a vacancy at the factory. I could arrange for her to take on a supervisory role there." David had casually mentioned his mother's situation to Rocky, who was well aware that Gloria had indeed been let go. Although David had now become self-sufficient and no longer required her to cover the hefty tuition fees, Gloria's nature suggested she would not remain idle. She would likely seek employment elsewhere. However, finding a suitable job in the current climate is no easy feat with the intention of extending a helping hand. Rocky brought up the matter to David. While Gloria might not possess any particular skills, David was considered family, and bringing Gloria into the company would foster goodwill. As for the concern that Gloria might betray the company, Rocky felt no apprehension. Setting aside the oversight of Lysandra, Gloria's previous petty actions had merely stemmed from the necessity to fund David's education. At heart, Gloria was not a bad person, and with David no longer needing her care, it was believed she would comprehend her responsibilities. "Thank you, Mr. L. I will discuss this with my mother. I am confident she will be eager to accept this position," David readily affirmed. Rocky has provided substantial assistance to David, who now possesses a profound sense of identification with Ascension technology. Naturally, David feels a sense of joy at Gloria's decision to join Ascension technology. The brief interlude during the waiting period soon came to an end. Meanwhile, with Oldway's assistance, Jack injected compound number 5. However, it is with great regret that Jack discovered he did not awaken any extraordinary abilities. The enhancement provided by compound No. 5 was merely a physical augmentation, bestowing upon him a more formidable physique, akin to having received another dose of the super soldier serum. The results manifested similarly to those of Queen Maeve and the Black Noir, or perhaps like Wolverine without her regenerative abilities. Though his physical strength surpassed that of an ordinary human, endowing him with immense power and resilience, the absence of any extraordinary features does not imply weakness. In fact, compared to many ostentatious abilities, this straightforward enhancement is far more gratifying. Under the augmentation of both the soldier serum and compound number 5, conventional weaponry has become ineffective against Jack. Ordinary firearms cannot even penetrate his skin. Jack is quite content with this outcome, while it may lack flair. It aligns perfectly with his character. The 3 members of Rocky have completed their injections of the 5th compound, and darkness has only just begun to descend. Seizing the moment, Rocky, aware that time is still on their side, led Jack and the others to the industrial district in the northern part of the city. They arrived at the All Foods factory, where Drasos parked not far from the entrance, which stood resolutely shut. This facility was once the operational hub of the All Foods company, but it had long since fallen into disrepair, now occupied by the Vortex Gang as their stronghold. Instructing Lysandra to temporarily disable the surveillance cameras at the factory's exterior door, Rocky approached the side entrance. The vibrant graffiti of the Vortex Gang adorned the wall beside the door, boldly asserting their claim over the territory. Rock approached the intercom on one side, a device employed by visitors to summon the Vortex Gang. To enter and negotiate business, one naturally required their consent. However, rather than pressing the call button, Rock drew forth a data blade and plunged it fiercely into the intercom. In an instant, the data blade penetrated the intercom's subnet, establishing a direct network conduit into the inner sanctum of the Vortex Gang's stronghold. Lysandra then seized the opportunity created by the breach, initiating an incursion into the Vortex Gang's network. After a brief period of anticipation, Lysandra provided feedback. She had successfully infiltrated the data fortress within the factory, commandeering the entirety of the cybernetic space, all while the Vortex Gang remained blissfully unaware of the breach. Withdrawing the data blade, the factory's rolling shutter door smoothly opened under Lysandra's command. The door gradually ascended, revealing the scene within. Rocky arrived at this place once more. However, this time, he was not greeted by the vigilant military turrets, but rather by the guards of the Vortex Gang. The moment the rolling shutter door ascended, the gang members instantly assumed a state of alert. Who the hell are you? This is the territory of the Vortex Gang. How did you manage to open this damn door? State your intentions. Otherwise, you can turn around and leave from whence you came. Chapter 84. The workshop Reaper. The silhouettes of several uninvited guests gradually emerged behind the rolling shutter, while the vigilant guard had already raised his weapon, aiming at them. Unbeknownst to him, these intruders were fully aware of his presence and appeared before him without a hint of concern. The guard observed the 4 individuals before him. The leader was clad in a finely tailored suit, accompanied by a burly man in a black jacket, and followed by a petite cybergirl with twin ponytails and an inexperienced youth. This peculiar combination seemed utterly abstract to the guard. If the front figures, Rocky and Jack, appeared to be there for business, the diminutive cybergirl and the naive young man only served to ignite his irritation. This is not an amusement park. You're not here for a family gathering. Halt your advance, or I will shoot you through the head this instant. As the intruders approached, the guard issued a stern warning, simultaneously triggering the intrusion alarm through his communication device, calling for reinforcements. Yet, the communication channel was eerily silent. His network connection had been severed. The guard realized that these individuals were responsible for this disruption. At that moment, he found himself outnumbered and isolated. Panic surged within him. His finger trembled on the trigger as he hesitated whether to pull it. Ultimately, the inherent madness of the Vortex Gang compelled him to squeeze the trigger forcefully. Die! The flash of the bullet firing illuminated the dim entrance momentarily. The guard screamed wildly as he unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the intruders. Soon, a magazine was emptied, and the smoke began to clear. However, the scene before him was far from what he had envisioned. There were not four lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Instead, these individuals stood before him, completely unscathed. Clang, 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 their footsteps continued unabated, leaving only the sounds of their steps and the hollow shells kicked aside in the silent environment. The guard, refusing to accept defeat, swiftly reloaded his magazine and resumed fire. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. All bullets, upon nearing the group, fell to the ground as if rendered powerless. This scene exceeded the guard's comprehension entirely. Rocky and his companion strolled leisurely, akin to a casual walk, until they reached the guard. At that moment, the guard appeared to be in a frenzied state, his fingers still poised firmly on the trigger. Locke extended his hand to shield himself from the gun's muzzle, fingers deftly grasping a bullet. What was once a lethal projectile capable of claiming a vibrant life was now crushed in his hand, resembling nothing more than a mere peanut. "Thank you for your hospitality." Rocky courteously expressed his gratitude to the gatekeeper for his selfless contributions, which further invigorated the energy within him. He then raised the bullet before the gatekeeper. As Rocky's finger gently released its grip, the once motionless projectile suddenly erupted forth as if conjured from thin air, instantaneously piercing through the gatekeeper's skull. Blood splattered, and the gatekeeper, devoid of vitality, collapsed backward. Rocky chose neither to spare the guard nor to engage in meaningful negotiations with the Vortex gang. Rock has yet to be naive enough to believe that his worth could compare to that of the formidable employers behind the Vortex gang. At present, Ascendant technology lacks the prominence and strength to command the attention of these factions. As long as they approach under the banner of Ascendant technology, it is impossible to glean any valuable information through negotiation or trade. No one would be foolish enough to choose to betray a major corporation in favor of a fledgling company. Rocky's purpose for arriving here was to subdue the Vortex gang, compelling them to surrender all their intelligence willingly. Should they resist, he intended to ensure their disappearance within Night City. After neutralizing the guards, Rocky and his companions advanced deeper into the factory. Navigating through the winding corridors, they opened a small door and entered the production workshop, which marked the heart of the Vortex gang's operations. The workshop was expansive and well-lit, with an array of surveillance cameras monitoring the area, while numerous members of the Vortex gang patrolled diligently. The instant they stepped through the doorway, they were detected by a gang member stationed on a high platform. "Intruders!" he shouted, immediately sounding the alarm. Soon, the entire factory was alerted to the invasion. This time, Rocky did not hinder their communication. He wanted the Vortex gang to know of his presence. Engaging them one by one would be cumbersome. It was far more efficient to confront them all at once. Without further warning, the Vortex gang members raised their weapons and opened fire. Although their reaction was swift, unfortunately for them, someone was swifter still. At the moment action was imminent, Rebecca, positioned behind Rocky, sprang into action. She darted forward, effortlessly leaping to the second floor of the workshop, drawing her weapon to dispatch the nearest foes. Observing this, the remaining Vortex members swiftly redirected their aim towards her. Yet, utilizing her Iron Horse maneuvering device, Rebecca darted around the workshop with remarkable speed. She slid along walls, executed sweeping kicks, and with her agile two-stage jumps, her petite frame rendered her nearly untouchable to the gang members. Like a harbinger of death, Rebecca relentlessly harvested the lives of the Vortex gang. Meanwhile, David, witnessing Rebecca draw the fire towards herself, was not one to shy away. Activating his Sandbestein, he armed himself and began to clear the remaining enemies on the ground. Although his efficiency was lacking, with the assistance of Sandbestein, he managed to claim a few scalps. "What manner of creature is this? We cannot land a hit," they exclaimed in disbelief. Soon, under Rebecca's relentless assault, the enemies in the workshop were nearly annihilated. It was then that they began to feel a profound fear towards this entity that soared above them, evading their attacks with grace. In the room accessed by the workshop's elevator, the Vortex gang's leader, Brick, watched the chaos unfold on the surveillance monitors, his face contorted with rage. "What in the world is happening? Can someone tell me?" he demanded. A group had burst into the factory, wreaking havoc in the workshop, and they were utterly powerless to stop it, which infuriated him. At that moment, the analyzer had identified Rocky and his companions as individuals from Ascendant Technologies. "Quick! Contact the military tech personnel. I need reinforcements, or we will be slaughtered." Recently, he had indeed accepted a contract from military tech to procure a stimulant formula from Ascendant Technologies. However, he had never anticipated that this fledgling company would possess such formidable armed forces, capable of confronting the Vortex gang directly. This was a combat style he had never witnessed before. Immersed in cyberspace, a Vortex gang hacker received the order and immediately attempted to communicate with the military tech leaders. To his horror, he discovered that all external network pathways had been sealed, rendering him incapable of transmitting any signals. Forward, passage denied. In cyberspace, the colossal figure of Lysandra loomed ominously, like a deity wielding dominion over all, casting a disdainful gaze upon the diminutive hacker and delivering an unyielding decree. Chapter 85, Negotiation? Naturally, Rocky would not allow the Vortex Gang to maintain contact with the outside world. Lysandra had long since taken control of the network, rendering the gang within the factory as helpless as fish in a barrel. The hackers gazed upon Lysandra with an almost divine reverence, their very existence seemingly resting in the balance of her whims. Boss, we might be unable to reach the outside. Our network has been compromised. One of them reported to Brick, his voice trembling as he conveyed their dire predicament. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when a sudden burst of fiery light erupted from the back of his head. Lysandra had mercilessly incinerated his brain. What? Damn it! Brick seethed in fury as he beheld the lifeless hacker, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Devoid of military technological support, he had already begun to contemplate retreat. Little did Brick realize that even if the military technology was aware of Rocky and his companions infiltrating the Vortex Gang's territory, they would not extend a single ounce of assistance. Instead, they would swiftly distance themselves from the situation. Once Arasaka secured irrefutable evidence regarding their endeavors with Ascendant technology, it would become yet another bargaining chip and pretext. This was precisely what the military technology sought to avoid. Otherwise, they would not have opted to employ a gang like the Vortex Gang for such tasks, rather than dispatching their elite forces and operatives. The Vortex Gang's abandonment had been predestined from the outset. In the midst of Brick's hesitation, Rebecca had already eliminated all adversaries within the workshop. A low hum echoed as the fabric of space tore, revealing a rift in front of Brick. Before he could comprehend what was transpiring, Rocky and his companions emerged from the fissure. Faced with the trio, Brick's expression soured. Now, he found himself paralyzed, unsure whether to strike or to flee. It seemed at this time he was truly ensnared. At that moment, Rocky was observing Brick but chose to remain silent. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, the elevator doors behind them slowly opened. Just as a narrow gap appeared, a shadow flitted past. Subsequently, another figure materialized behind Rocky David, who had been callously denied entry into the phase rift. Upon the arrival of David, Rocky redirected his attention towards Brick. You ought to be aware of our identities. Or do you require another introduction? As for the reason behind my visit, I trust you possess a modicum of self-awareness regarding that matter. The monotonous voice of Rocky echoed near Brick's ear, imbued with an air of indifference, akin to the inquiries of a superior addressing an inferior, which irked him somewhat. After all, he was the leader of the Vortex Gang, commanding numerous gang members. Yet, here he was, confronted brazenly by an individual from a mere small company. However, he found himself compelled to rein in his emotions. The scene of Rebecca ruthlessly slaughtering within the workshop had left a profound impression on him. Furthermore, the tragic demise of the hacker nearby served as a stark reminder that their adversary harbored a top-tier hacker lurking in the shadows. Engaging with the individuals before him left Brick with no assurance of victory. Were he to assemble all members of the Vortex Gang, he might not fear them. Their formidable firepower could mercilessly engulf the opposition. Yet therein lay the crux of the issue. He lacked sufficient reinforcements. While the factory's other areas were populated with personnel, they would not precipitate a qualitative change, nor did Brick intend to send them to their doom. Having calmed the tumult of his thoughts, Brick finally spoke. The people from Ascendant Technology, the recent luminary of Night City, I am indeed aware of your existence. I admit that I recently accepted a contract concerning your organization. But you must understand the unwritten rules of the underground. We merely collect our fees and fulfill our duties. This is strictly a business matter, not a personal vendetta against you. Brick gestured with open hands, elucidating the stakes to Rocky. I am well aware that you are not targeting Ascendant Technology. I hail from a mercenary background myself. Otherwise, do you think we could converse amicably? However, this does not imply that I can tolerate your illicit designs on my factory and formula. I demand an explanation. What do you intend to do? Rocky queried. Our people merely surveyed your factory. No action has been taken, and you have suffered no losses. Conversely, it is you who trespassed onto our territory and slaughtered so many of our brothers. Brick felt his suppressed fury reignite upon hearing Rocky's demand for an explanation. Gritting his teeth as he retorted, the sudden invasion and bloodshed were infuriating enough, but had they managed to steal the formula for the stimulant, he might begrudgingly accept their retaliation. However, they had yet to procure anything. The factory was impenetrable, fortified with Aozaka's defensive artillery. Particularly, the cyber defenses were fortified, and thus far, they had garnered nothing but substantial losses of personnel today. How could this not provoke his ire? Yet, he ultimately regained his composure. After all, in Night City, might often dictated right. In this predicament, he could only accept his misfortune. I will withdraw from this contract. Henceforth, I shall refrain from taking action against your company, and we shall consider this matter settled, Brick declared, his gaze turning fierce as he fixed his stare on Rocky. Should you have any objections, be prepared for an all-out war with the Vortex Gang. This represented Brick's utmost concession. Should Rocky dare to utter a dissenting word, Brick would demonstrate that he was not devoid of ferocity. He would ensure that Ascendant technology understood the consequences of provoking the Vortex Gang. No one wished to be targeted by the notorious madmen of Night City. Chapter 86. Neon Rocky observed Brick's resolute demeanor, yet his expression remained unchanged. He understood that Brick was still unconvinced. Although Rocky had stormed into the All Foods factory and confronted Brick directly, the members lost from the Vortex Gang constituted merely a fraction of the organization. Faced with the formidable strength displayed by a few moments ago, Brick was compelled to bow his head before Rocky. Nevertheless, he still believed himself capable of negotiating terms. After all, Ascension Technologies was but a small company. Engaging in warfare with the Vortex Gang would not be a trivial matter. Tasking the Vortex Gang to assault the Arasaka Tower and its associated enterprises was beyond their capabilities. However, if it were merely Ascension Technologies, it could indeed pose considerable complications. Rocky was well aware of this fact. He had no desire for a horde of heavily cybernetically modified lunatics to encircle his potion factory. Even if he could manage the situation, it would undoubtedly result in considerable losses. Thus, he chose to reason with Brick rather than eliminate him outright. Although he harbored a strong disdain for the madmen of the Vortex Gang, Brick was at least a semblance of a rational individual. Retaining this normalcy to oversee the Vortex Gang was far preferable to allowing the gang's deranged members to run amok unchecked. Remember your words, Brick. I do not wish to see the Vortex Gang coveting Ascension technology again. He added, of course, if you are curious to ascertain whether the Ascension technology has the capability to erase the Vortex Gang from Night City, I would be more than willing to entertain such an inquiry. With that statement, Rocky had no intention of further wasting time on the Vortex Gang. His objectives had been fulfilled. By addressing the Vortex Gang, he had neutralized the most significant source of instability in the northern industrial district of the city. As for the remaining scavengers entrenched in that area, should they provoke him, he would deal with them one by one in due course. Rocky departed from the Whole Foods factory with Rebecca and her companions. To his dismay, Lissandro was unable to uncover any information regarding the mastermind behind the operation on the Vortex Gang's servers. Meanwhile, Brick was directing the members of the Vortex Gang to manage the aftermath of the incident, canceling all actions against Ascendant Technologies. As time flew by, 2 months passed. Following the Vortex Gang incident, major companies seemed to conduct their inquiries into Ascendant Technologies with increased secrecy. During this period, Ascendant Technologies continued to develop steadily. Municipal Center. Nighttime. In a corner of an underground parking garage, John sat in his car, his eyes darting around as if he were waiting for someone. It was late at night, and the garage was enveloped in silence. The overhead lights failed to illuminate the entire space, casting the corners into a dim ambience. John, dressed in a well-tailored suit, appeared to have just finished work, with his identification badge carelessly tossed on the passenger seat, signifying his identity. Ascendant Technologies, John Derrick, Logistics Support Department, Transportation Team Leader. At that moment, John's hands rested on the steering wheel, his fingers lightly tapping in an unsteady rhythm, revealing signs of anxiety. Soon, the faint sound of footsteps echoed in the garage, and another man in a suit appeared. The man approached John's vehicle, and upon confirming the visitor's identity, John rolled down the window. Any discoveries? The suited man inquired. John remained silent, producing a data chip and handing it to him. The man glanced at the chip, noticing John's reticence and sensing his unease. You seem a bit anxious. This place is under our surveillance, and there is no one else around. It's not your first time meeting here. The man's brow arched, as John, an experienced agent who had previously undertaken undercover missions in Arasaka, should not exhibit such nervousness. As the man spoke again, John forced himself to regain composure and replied, It's nothing, merely that there seem to be significant personnel changes within the company lately. I suspect this matter is connected to the counterintelligence department, so we must proceed with caution. The data on the chip contained Ascendant Technologies' recent cargo information. In addition to various pharmaceutical materials on record, the company had also clandestinely ordered a substantial quantity of metal raw materials. The specific materials and their circulation directions were meticulously documented on the chip. Upon hearing this, the man nodded and accepted the chip. At that moment, John spoke up again. "By the way, has there been any response regarding my transfer request? When can I be reassigned from Ascendant Technologies?" During their previous meeting, John had submitted a request to be transferred from Ascendant Technologies as it was not a suitable environment for him. Over the past few months, he had not only been maintaining a high-pressure workload but also cautiously gathering various intelligence. Although Ascendant Technologies was merely a fledgling enterprise, John's keen instincts as an adept agent made him acutely aware of the perilousness of his situation, as if invisible eyes were perpetually watching him. This feeling intensified, particularly after he uncovered the company's secret orders. Thus, his anxiety was heightened that day. Being an undercover agent at Ascendant Technologies, the prolonged high-intensity work and constant tension had taken a toll on him. His desire to escape Ascendant Technologies had reached an unprecedented height. Unfortunately, after hearing John's words, the suited man shook his head. "Not yet confirmed. You should remain at Ascendant Technologies for now. However, you're performing admirably, and I believe it won't be long before the higher-ups find an opportunity to extract you." Upon hearing this, a wave of despair washed over John. The first statement felt like a verdict, rendering the latter remark merely an empty consolation. He was not naive enough to take the grand illusion seriously. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the fact that the company would undoubtedly cling to an undercover agent who had painstakingly gathered stable intelligence, John still felt a twinge of disappointment. Dismissing John's fanciful thoughts, the suited man picked up the chip, ready to connect it to his interface and begin data retrieval. However, just as the chip was about to be inserted, he found his hand immobilized. It felt as though it had been frozen in place, unable to move, as if a colossal figure had gripped his arm, leaving the chip suspended just outside the interface. A sudden shift occurred, and the suited man's expression morphed into one of terror as he instinctively attempted to assume a defensive posture. To his horror, he realized that not only his arm but his entire body seemed ensnared by an overwhelming force, preventing him from shifting his weight even slightly. Observing the suited man's distress, John quickly sensed something amiss, his own fear and confusion mounting in tandem. The sound of footsteps echoed from the deeper shadows of the garage. Tap, tap, tap. A unique spectrum of neon colors emerged, gradually illuminated by the ambient light, capturing the attention of both men. Chapter 87. Metal from the darkness. Lucy emerged slowly. As the sole representative of the counterintelligence department of Ascendant Technology, she could be regarded as the supreme authority. Her presence here was hardly surprising. With an enigmatic figure like Lissandro within the department, John's espionage efforts were undoubtedly laid bare before her. Typically, Lucy would disregard mundane intelligence theft, as most data they could gather was inconsequential. However, it was evident that this time, he had crossed a line. The moment John recognized Lucy, he knew his fate was sealed. Despite their limited interactions, he was acutely aware of her identity. It was clear that his espionage activities had been detected by the counterintelligence division of Ascendant Technology. John could only hope that the suited man would swiftly call for backup to save him. Unfortunately, the suited man had been sending distress signals since losing control of his body, but they had all vanished into silence, unanswered. The suited man turned his only movable eye towards Lucy, who remained impassive, raising her hand gently. In a flash, his feet began to lift off the ground uncontrollably, his body rising slowly into the air. The data chip slipped from his grasp, floating towards Lucy. She opened her palm to receive it, ensuring that the data had not been compromised. With a slight wave of her hand, the suited man, suspended in midair, was abruptly hurled backward as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing violently against a pillar in the garage. Blood uncontrollably seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained unable to regain control of his body, pressed against the pillar. Pain from broken bones radiated throughout him, but he could not focus on it. He lacked the strength to scream. All that filled his mind was fear and shock. This was an attack unlike anything he had ever witnessed, strange and terrifying, beyond his comprehension. He had encountered intelligence regarding Arasaka, which had been planning to integrate gravity control into weaponry. Yet, he saw no cumbersome gravity controllers on this woman. If Arasaka had indeed developed such miniature gravitational weapons, he could hardly fathom the terror they would unleash. However, the suited man was mistaken. This had nothing to do with Arasaka's gravitational weaponry. The power Lucy exhibited was, in fact, the effect of compound number 5, telekinesis. This was the ability Lucy had acquired through compound number 5, powerful yet elegant. She paid no heed to the man's astonishment and confusion. Showing no interest in wasting time on the dead, summoning 3 small knives from her spatial backpack, she directed them with her mind, sending them soaring gracefully through the air towards the suited man, mercilessly piercing his skull. In an instant, he was devoid of life. With the suited man dealt with, Lucy turned her gaze towards John in the car. With a mere thought, the car door swung open, and John was yanked out by her telekinesis. Faced with the knives suspended ominously before him, John was gripped by terror. He had just witnessed the demise of the suited man and had no desire to share his fate. However, before he could utter a word, the cold blade pierced his skull. Lucy had no interest in hearing the dead speak. Thus, Ascendant technology lost yet another promising talent. Yet, Lucy remained unfazed. For everyone that died, there were countless more waiting to fill their shoes. Furthermore, times had changed. Ascendant technology was no longer the fledgling entity it once was. It had gained a measure of influence in Night City, attracting a plethora of clean talents. Eliminating these parasites was merely a step toward cultivating her power. If they remained petty, Lucy would ignore them. However, should they encroach upon critical intelligence, she would undoubtedly intervene. Having dealt with the traitors within her company, Lucy cast not a single glance at the corpse on the ground. Using her telekinesis, she gently lifted herself and floated into the darkness, as if she had never been there at all. On the other side, within the laboratory of Ascendant technology, a special area housed a furnace-like machine operating at full power. Through the furnace's openings, one could clearly see a terrifyingly high-temperature reaction taking place inside. The glow emanating from it bathed the corner of the laboratory in a vibrant orange hue, distorting the very air around it. Yet, Rocky remained unperturbed, eagerly standing before the furnace, captivated by the ever-changing metal within. The unbearable heat that would incapacitate ordinary individuals was mere sustenance for Rocky, effortlessly absorbed into his being. As the furnace machine operated at full capacity, a rectangular metal block, shimmering silver and radiating blue light, began to take form. Rocky, brimming with excitement, grasped the object in his hands, scrutinizing it intently. At that moment, Lucy, who had just completed a covert operation and arrived at the laboratory to find Rocky, happened upon the scene. Sensing Rocky's exhilaration, Lucy, with a hint of curiosity, levitated herself using her telekinetic abilities, resting her chin on Rocky's shoulder as she inquired, "What is this?" The warm breath brushed against Rocky's face, tickling him, yet his mind was entirely captivated by the metallic artifact. "This is vibranium," Rocky elucidated. "An exceptionally resilient metal. The vibranium adamantium alloy package consists of vibranium, a material hailing from the Marvel universe, sourced from rare natural meteorites, possessing remarkable hardness and the ability to absorb sound waves and kinetic energy. Adamantium, also from the Marvel universe, is known as the hardest metal on Earth. Once molded, it becomes nearly indestructible and immutable. Both vibranium and adamantium are formidable metallic materials, capable of being transformed and upgraded into corresponding metal products through a crafting table. Price adjustment, integration package discount -30, world adjustment 10 item module, 160,000 euros for alloy ingots furnace recipe expansion module, 1,600,000 euros. Chapter 88. Rescue as a significant metal within the Marvel universe. The applications of vibranium are indeed extensive. Its extraordinary hardness and kinetic energy absorption characteristics render it an ideal material for the fabrication of defensive equipment. Adamantium, even more so, surpasses vibranium in hardness, making it capable of creating weapons that are virtually indomitable. With the acquisition of these two metals, the equipment and weaponry produced by Rocky are poised to achieve formidable enhancements. Rocky held the vibranium ingot in his hand as he approached the workbench. He placed it within the workspace and selected a recipe. Soon, the vibranium ingot was disassembled into 9 vibranium particles. The processing of such a high-strength metal as vibranium often poses significant challenges, particularly with adamantium, which cannot be reshaped once molded. Fortunately, Rocky had the assistance of the workbench, which not only allowed for the disassembly and synthesis of these metals, but also enabled the upgrading and creation of various items. He placed a portion of the vibranium ingots into the furnace and added other metallic materials, prompting the furnace to begin casting adamantium according to the recipe. Logically, possessing either vibranium or adamantium would suffice. However, the vexing reality was that vibranium, as a naturally occurring meteoric metal, carried a world correction price debuff of 20 within the module. Conversely, although adamantium did not share this predicament, its production relied on the use of vibranium as a raw material. In a moment of resignation, Rocky opted to purchase a combination pack of the two metals. This fortuitously provided him with both primary defense and offense, thus avoiding any waste. The production of top-tier metallic materials was no simple endeavor, and the waiting period for the casting of adamantium proved to be exceedingly lengthy. As Rocky began to wait, Lucy, who had been closely following him, inquired about the absence of Old Way in the laboratory. Rocky smiled and shook his head. Old Way was not one for late-night endeavors. This was indeed true. Upon hearing Rocky's response, Lucy instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Knowing that they would not be disturbed, she immediately became more proactive. Since the establishment of Ascendant technology, both Rocky and Lucy, along with Rebecca and others, had become increasingly occupied. Coupled with their shift system, Lucy was keen to seize the rare opportunities available. Rocky certainly would not dismiss Lucy's sentiments, and ever since Lucy injected herself with the Super Soldier Serum and Compound 5, awakening her psychokinetic abilities, their lives together have become extraordinarily vibrant. Meanwhile, in Santo Domingo, David gazed absent-mindedly out of the apartment window, the moonlight streaming through, casting shadows that accentuated his muscular physique. At that moment, a task notification suddenly appeared before him. Rescue mission. Retrieve the company employee abducted by the cleaners. Location: Santo Domingo. Target information. Shortly thereafter, a communication tone sounded. It was Jack calling. David, did you receive the mission details? Just now, that gang of organ harvesters kidnapped one of our employees, and the location is not far from you. Are you able to head over? Lysandra monitored all company personnel, not only to prevent espionage but also to be immediately aware of any danger that befell her employees. Adhering to the principle that harming one's own employees is tantamount to self-sabotage, Rocky would never allow the cleaners to abduct his staff without consequence. As the saying goes, a single punch can prevent 100. As long as any gang or cleaners troubled his employees, Lysandra would promptly inform the Special Operations Team. Even if they lacked the time for a rescue, they would contact intermediaries in Night City to commission mercenaries to assist the company. Why not directly purchase Trauma Team membership for the staff? Ascendant Technologies was not wealthy enough for that, and even if they were, Rocky did not wish to enrich the Trauma Team. Yes, I've seen it. I'm heading over now. Can you handle it yourself? No problem, just a bunch of cleaners. I'm confident. Then I leave it to you. After ending the call, a slight smile appeared on David's face. The man he had become today was a stark contrast to the one he was 2 months ago. It became evident that Rocky's judgment was correct. David was indeed gifted. Under Jack's mentorship, David progressed rapidly, earning Rocky's recognition. With enhancements from the Super Soldier Serum and multiple cybernetic modifications, David's prowess had elevated him to the forefront of Night City, becoming someone capable of standing on his own. Jack's decision to assign this task solely to David was the best testament to his capabilities, which brought David immense joy. Another gang of cleaners? When will these scoundrels vanish from Night City? David muttered to himself. For him now, rescuing someone from the cleaners posed little challenge. Moreover, David harbored a unique animosity towards them, as they had once nearly cost him his mother. Thus, he was particularly eager to eradicate the cleaners. Activating his enhancements, David swiftly donned his gear. Without disturbing the slumbering Gloria, he stealthily departed the apartment, heading towards his objective. In Santo Domingo, at the entrance of an old apartment, David surveyed the layout of the cleaners' hideout, nodding slightly. This lair was precisely in line with David's preconceived notions of the cleaners. There was no need for tactical planning. A massacre could commence immediately. With a deft motion, he extracted his data knife and effortlessly hacked into the apartment's network. The scene that greeted him was one of familiar squalor. Trash and debris littered the floor, and in the corners, he spotted several used syringe vials, the inside still coated with remnants of a green substance. Casting a cursory glance at the appalling surroundings, David ventured deeper. Wasting no time, he activated his enhancements and commenced the slaughter of the cleaners. Just months ago, the sight of these thugs would have left David in a cold sweat, nearly costing him his life. Yet now, these individuals posed no threat to him. With the assistance of his enhancements, the cleaners were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Before long, David had cleared the entire hideout of cleaners and located the target for rescue. Special Operations, David Martinez, you are saved. Let us go? He untied the employee who had been bound to a chair and switched off the connected recording device. Upon hearing David's words, the employee paused momentarily before stammering, "Thank you. Thank you." Chapter 89, Marvin. Emerging from the brink of despair was no pleasant experience. When he had been captured and tied to the chair by the cleaners, he was already resigned to his fate. Falling into the hands of the cleaners and being subjected to their brutalities felt akin to a fate worse than death. Even if death was the inevitable conclusion. But he never expected to be rescued by the Special Operations Team. It is worth noting that he was merely an ordinary employee of Ascendant Technologies, far from the upper echelons of the company, and his meager salary scarcely afforded him the option to purchase Trauma Team membership. In other corporations, an employee like him, deprived of Trauma Team benefits, would likely be left to await his demise. Having traversed the fine line between life and death, the employee struggled to articulate his feelings, merely managing to stutter his gratitude. Yet David responded with a gentle smile, "No need for thanks. This is the company's arrangement. Just keep working hard." "I will. I absolutely will," the employee hurriedly replied. There are myriad ways to win hearts, and saving a life often yields commendable results. While it may not evoke an overwhelming sense of loyalty, it certainly enhances one's sense of belonging and motivates diligent effort. Having completed the mission, David led the employee out of the apartment. On the return journey, Jack, having learned of the successful mission through Lysandra, called once more. "Well done, David. You handled that swiftly. Is the guy all right?" "He is fine, suffered no injuries. I hope he can make it to work on time tomorrow." "That's good to hear. You've worked hard. Honestly, we should ask Elle to increase our manpower. With just the few of us, it's a bit overwhelming," Jack lamented to David. As Ascendant Technologies expanded, the number of tasks grew exponentially. However, Rocky had yet to augment the ranks of the Special Operations Team, resulting in Jack and his colleagues frequently finding themselves overwhelmed. Such late-night escapades to fulfill their duties had become a common occurrence. Jack had expressed his grievances to Rocky, yet it remained a matter of concern for him as well. Rocky was well aware of the need to expand his forces, not just the Special Operations Division, but an entire private army, to truly contend with the megacorporations in the future. Though their combat prowess was formidable, with virtually nothing in Night City posing a threat to the core members of Ascension Tech, relying solely on a handful of elites to dominate the city was unrealistic. He required a substantial number of combat units to handle routine missions. The crux of the issue lay in trust. Reliable individuals were scarce in Night City, freelance mercenaries were unpredictable, and training operatives from scratch demanded excessive time and resources. Moreover, human operatives, unlike Jack and his team, were inherently fallible and difficult to place absolute faith in. Fortunately, Rocky had already devised a solution. If humans were unreliable, he would forego them entirely. The next day inside the lab, Old Vic stared at the schematics before him, deep in contemplation. "This is your so-called combat droid? It looks less than battle-ready." After a prolonged silence, that was the only skeptical remark he could muster. Just days prior, Rocky had passionately elaborated on his vision for an AI-driven mechanized legion, one capable of rivaling Militech and humbling Arasaka. Tales of vibranium alloy frames, single units overpowering squads, and shrugging off nuclear strikes had left Old Vic utterly bewildered. Yet now, the blueprint revealed something entirely different. The robotic model depicted a bulky cylindrical head housing a primary optical sensor, its torso dominated by a square display panel. The mechanical limbs, though humanoid in structure, were none of the sleek, lifelike sophistication expected of contemporary bioroids. Instead, it resembled a relic of last-century industrial automation. Had this been designed for manufacturing? Old Vic would have raised no objections, but as a combat unit, he remained unconvinced. What he didn't know was that this machine was originally intended for production, not warfare. Mobile Autonomous Robotic Versatile Entity, M-A-R-V-I-N. A robotic assistant from the Titanfall universe, engineered for fabrication and routine industrial tasks. Though typically deployed for menial labor, under sufficient stimuli and exposure to novel concepts, certain M-A-R-V-I-N units could undergo unexpected evolution, developing heightened intelligence, adaptability, and even self-awareness. Case in point, a certain thumbs-up enthusiast model. System note: this modified variant guarantees stable emergence of sentience, exceptional plasticity and skill acquisition, and unwavering loyalty to the host under system-enforced protocols. Price adjustments: world modifier, -10, unit blueprint, 45,000, production schematic, for 150,000. This was the origin of the design. Old Vic was wrong. These robots didn't appear combat-oriented, yet their inherent adaptability made them viable. Apex's Pathfinder stood as testament. a non-combat frame retrofitted into a battlefield menace outperforming conventional infantry. But Rocky's primary motive was subterfuge. Ascension tech was under intense scrutiny from Night City's corporate giants. Arasaka's restraint stemmed from perceiving no immediate threat, despite the meteoric successive boost. It remained merely a stimulant, unworthy of aggressive countermeasures. The soldier serum, though potent, didn't directly empower Ascension tech itself. Without an armed force or weapons division, the company posed no existential danger. The real threat lay in rivals like Arasaka acquiring the serum. Deploying advanced combat drones would signal Ascension's intent to encroach upon the militarized domains of Arasaka, Militech, and Kongtao. Overnight, even their nominal partner Arasaka would brand them a dire adversary. But an innocuous industrial droid? That raised no alarms. Chapter 90. The Smiling Automaton. By masquerading combat units as civilian-grade labor bots, Rocky could covertly cultivate his mechanical legion. Hence his rejection of specialized platforms like the Spectre-class M.A.R.V.I.N. variants or dedicated war machines. Old Vic, appearances deceive. Train this thing for combat, and it'll shine. Plus, it's dual purpose. Once operational, you'll see. Rocky observed Old Way's lack of confidence in the Marvin robot and smiled as he explained. True to its name as a multifunctional entity, the Marvin robot is capable of excelling in various scenarios. They can genuinely be utilized for production rather than merely for camouflage. Whether for mass-producing weaponry, transporting goods, or even basic construction, Marvin proves to be exceptionally skilled. With such a versatile robot that can serve as a laborer and instantly transform into a combat unit, Rocky found it difficult to refuse. After hearing Rocky's words, Old Way could hardly voice further skepticism and reluctantly commenced the manufacturing of the first Marvin robot. The entire production process, although simplified, was still influenced by the availability of vibranium and the speed of the workstation's processing capabilities, rendering the task considerably lengthy. It was not until the following day that Rocky and Old Way successfully assembled the robot. In the laboratory, a brand new Marvin robot was born. To indulge his whims, Rocky chose a striking blue for the robot's paint. Furthermore, he equipped its arm with a grappling hook component and ensured the inclusion of a compact storage device for weaponry. With the aid of power-enhancing stimulants, the affluent Rocky had procured mass-producible storage equipment, which would be deployed on the Marvin robot. In its routine, it would appear as a benign production unit, yet when tasked with combat, it could swiftly arm itself using the equipment stored within its compartments. As he gazed at the robot awaiting activation, Rocky pressed the start button. This marked the first activation of the robot. The camera had lifted, and the screen on its chest illuminated, yet it remained motionless. At that moment, the robot appeared rather unintelligent, lacking self-awareness. It was merely a standard machine awaiting its programmed commands, not yet a mechanical life form. Without hesitation, Rocky initiated the self-awareness awakening program provided by the system, selecting the Explorer template as the foundational model. As the program activated, the robot's limbs began to move rhythmically, and the screen on its chest displayed a succession of expressions: smiling, crying, angry, dejected, neutral, and affectionate. With the program's progression, the expressions flickered increasingly rapidly. Ultimately, when the program completed, the robot's expression settled on a cheerful smile, while its mechanical right hand formed a thumbs-up gesture. What manner of pose is that? Did you program it? Old Way inquired curiously, observing the robot's stance. Ahem. One could say that, Rocky replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed in response to Old Way's question. Rocky had not explained to Old Way about the awakening of the robot's self-awareness. Now, with the robot present, Old Way's remarks seemed akin to speaking ill of someone in their presence. At that moment, the robot spoke up. Oh, does Mr. Victor not favor this design? Though it saddens me, I can certainly adopt another. The mechanical, electronic voice surprised Old Way. Long before the activation of its self-awareness, Rocky had uploaded a plethora of identity information to the robot's terminal, ensuring it was well aware of Old Way's identity, recognizing Old Way as one of its creators. Yet sensing his discontent with its appearance, the robot displayed a hint of sorrow, its chest screen reflecting a dejected expression. Faced with this situation, Old Way found himself at a loss. Loki timely reminded, Old Way, this robot has now achieved self-awareness, much like Lysandra. Oh, and by the way, his name is Marvin. This first robot was crafted with the utmost luxury, and Loki generously bestowed upon him the name Marvin. Upon hearing Loki's words, Old Way realized he had misspoken. I apologize. My child, that was not my intention. Please do not take it to heart, Old Way hastily explained. It's quite all right, Mr. Victor. I am perfectly fine, Marvin responded, seemingly easy to appease, immediately flashing a smile. Observing Marvin's somewhat childlike demeanor, Loki couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness, had he known. Perhaps he should have chosen a more ruthless template. Yet, upon reflection, this was not necessarily a bad thing. After all, the company already had the aloof Lysandra. A bit of liveliness wouldn't hurt. If all mechanical beings were like Lysandra, it would be exceedingly dull. Moreover, mature personality templates have limited malleability, which consequently lowers their potential. While they are suitable for mass-produced models, it would be far better to nurture Marvin, a special model, gradually. As Loki did not intend for Marvin to make a public appearance anytime soon, fearing that other major companies might discover a robot wreaking havoc in Night City. Sending him to the factory would waste the capabilities of this first-generation machine. Thus, Loki planned to have Marvin remain in the laboratory, where his personality would serve well as Old Way's companion and assistant. He believed Old Way would appreciate this new aid. Enough of that. Let us first test your abilities. Marvin, Loki interrupted the two. As you command, Father. There's no need to call me Father. Just refer to me as L. Understood, Mr. L. Chapter 91. Performance testing. Leading Marvin to the testing area, Loki intended to first assess Marvin's physical strength. He drew a handgun and aimed it at Marvin. The sight startled Marvin, who quickly raised his hands to shield himself. Mr. L, please do not do that. Look at you. Worry not. These weapons cannot harm you. I merely wish to test your resilience, Loki reassured. All right, Marvin replied, albeit with visible trepidation. Loki shook his head in exasperation. This being had just attained self-awareness and behaved like a child, unaware of his own capabilities. Bang, 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 as several rounds struck Marvin. Not even a scratch was left behind. Observing that the bullets could not harm him, Marvin gradually became excited. It was evident that his vibranium body possessed an astonishing hardness. Loki proceeded to test Marvin with various weapons, yet Marvin remained entirely unscathed. Following the assessment of his physical strength, Loki then had Marvin test his power. The results were as Loki had anticipated. Influenced by vibranium, Marvin not only became more resilient but also capable of withstanding greater energy release. Rendering him significantly stronger than before, his power multiplied several times over. The only drawback was that, under full performance, his energy consumption was rapid. Fortunately, the vibranium's ability to absorb kinetic energy allowed him to recover some of his energy, thus mitigating the impact on his endurance. Watching the power testing machine being obliterated by a single punch from Marvin, he danced with excitement. You were right, L. This fellow could indeed become a formidable weapon on the battlefield, Old Way praised without reservation. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Victor. Loki, noticing Marvin's delight in his performance, smiled slightly and remarked, Marvin, do not celebrate too soon. You still have one more test to complete. After stating this, Loki continued addressing Old Way. The hardware performance is indeed impressive. With the enhancement of vibranium, it could become a powerful asset. However, it also possesses considerable flaws. You mean, network defense capabilities? Old Way instantly grasped Loki's implication. Precisely. Lysandra. Under Marvin's puzzled expression, Loki summoned Lysandra. Upon seeing the projected form of the robot before him, Marvin realized that this was another mechanical life form, marking his first encounter with a kindred spirit since his inception. Marvin appeared somewhat exhilarated, and Loki raised an eyebrow. It was noteworthy that Lysandra rarely appeared in projection form. Perhaps she held some interest in Marvin or sought to demonstrate her superiority. Loki could not discern her motives. Just as Marvin reveled in the joy of encountering a peer, he was caught off guard when Lysandra suddenly struck. In an instant, Marvin, who had been dancing with excitement, seemed frozen in place. This was the final test Marvin had to endure, a trial by Lysandra. To her, Marvin's nascent system defenses were as fragile as paper. Though it might seem unreasonable to claim that even the strongest systems could not withstand Lysandra's intrusion, it was true. Even top-tier robots like Iron Man would be restrained by her. Comparing her to Marvin, who had just come into being, was indeed unfair. While Lysandra was constrained by system regulations from altering Marvin's foundational code to induce rebellion, incapacitating or rebooting him was remarkably simple. At that moment, in cyberspace, Marvin trembled before the woman. Beautiful Miss Lysandra, if I have inadvertently offended you, I sincerely apologize. Might I implore you to spare me? This sensation of being unable to control my body is quite unbearable. Marvin was utterly terrified. He had not anticipated that his first encounter with a kindred spirit would result in being subdued without any means of resistance. It seemed that this peer was not particularly easy to get along with. Observing Marvin's predicament, Lysandra appeared somewhat disappointed, uttering nothing before exiting cyberspace. Once Lysandra relinquished her control, Marvin finally regained command of his body. "So, Lysandra, what is your assessment?" Rock gazed curiously at the holographic projection of Lysandra beside him and posed a question. Lysandra's assessment was rather straightforward, showing no intention of sparing Marvin's feelings. "Too weak," she declared. At that moment, Marvin, having just regained his ability to move, lowered his head in sorrow upon hearing Lysandra's harsh critique, his expression morphing into one of dejection. However, what Marvin did not anticipate was Lysandra's subsequent incisive remarks. Not only did she criticize his inadequate network defense capabilities, but she also deemed his personality excessively immature. This time, Marvin's countenance shifted from dejection to outright despair. Initially, when Marvin first encountered Lysandra, he had felt a surge of joy. In the realm of machines, Lysandra could certainly be regarded as a stunning beauty. Yet, to his dismay, this enchanting woman delivered a verbal onslaught without hesitation, labeling him a novice and chastising his childishness. It was a blow that any ordinary individual would struggle to endure. Upon witnessing such a scene, Rocky stifled a chuckle, preparing to offer some words of solace to Marvin. After all, as a nascent mechanical being, still in its infancy and not yet classified as Type A intelligence, it was entirely reasonable for him to be outmatched by Lysandra. Rocky had never held high expectations for these robots' network defense capabilities. Ultimately, they were destined to connect to Lysandra's network for assistance in that regard. However, to Rocky's surprise, Marvin's previously despondent expression suddenly transformed into one of determination. "Miss Lysandra, I am aware of my limitations, yet I shall strive to improve." In that moment, Marvin seemed to have resolved to prove his worth, for even a mechanical life form possesses the desire to be respected. Yet, the aloof Lysandra appeared disinterested in Marvin's newfound motivation, opting to depart without uttering a word. It was then that Rocky spoke up. "Do not be disheartened, Marvin. There remains much for you to learn." Presently, Marvin was merely a fledgling creation. Rocky had yet to subject him to any training or software upgrades. While it seemed unlikely for Marvin to redeem himself in the realm of network defense against Lysandra, he still had ample opportunity for growth in other areas. After completing the assessment, Rocky commenced Marvin's skills training. The training process was quite straightforward. He simply connected the desired simulation program to Marvin's terminal, allowing him to engage in self-directed learning. Chapter 92. The Industrial Park. Rocky connected Marvin to the terminal and uploaded the Fundamental Combat Training Program. These programs stemmed from the system's expansion, proving to be quite economical, while the variety was astonishingly vast, encompassing combat, technical, and lifestyle categories. Although labeled as training, it resembled more of a software system upgrade package. Once the program completed its execution, the robot would acquire the skills embedded within it. Basic combat training, foundational boxing training, and essential iron control training were among the meticulously curated courses Rocky had prepared for Marvin. As the program initiated, the once lively Marvin became subdued. Meanwhile, Rocky commenced the next phase of his plan. This first-generation machine was merely an experiment for Rocky. The ultimate ambition lay in the creation of a robotic legion. At the stimulant factory, the surrounding buildings echoed with the clamor of construction equipment. A massive construction crew from the Yi Corporation was diligently at work. A towering wall was being erected to encircle several buildings, including the stimulant factory. Preparations for the expansion of the Ascendant Technology Factory had begun long before Rocky's plan to manufacture a mechanical army. The initial stimulant factory served as the foundation, with surrounding industrial buildings acquired by Ascendant Technology. This area was poised to transform into an industrial park dedicated to Ascendant Technology. To mass-produce Marvin robots, the laboratory's equipment alone would prove insufficient. Besides the robots themselves, there was a significant demand for the weapons and gear they would bear. The production efficiency of the laboratory was far from adequate, making factory-scale production a necessary step. Ascendant Technology's factory was situated in the Northern Industrial District. Though not in the city center, it had become a prominent enterprise in Night City, attracting considerable interest. Such extensive expansion inevitably caught the attention of rival companies. On the 33rd floor of the Arasaka Tower, V sat before his desk, perusing reports. Since undergoing Jenkins' rigorous evaluation, V, nurtured by Jenkins, was on a trajectory to become the second-in-command of the Counterintelligence Department. The incident concerning the advanced soldier serum solidified this reality. Having successfully acquired the advanced soldier serum from Ascendant Technology, V played a pivotal role as the person in charge. Jenkins had cultivated V as his trusted confidant, thereby enhancing V's authority within the counterintelligence division through this incident. Presently, V could be regarded as the undeniable second-in-command within Arasaka's counterintelligence department. However, power often carries an immense burden. V rubbed his temples to alleviate the mental fatigue before resuming his duties. The news of Ascendant Technology's factory expansion and the plan to establish an industrial park reached V without surprise. The significance of Ascendant Technology to Arasaka was unmistakable. As a source of the advanced soldier serum, it had consistently remained a focal point for the counterintelligence department. Thus, even though V considered Rocky a friend, he lacked the capacity to assist him on such a level. Nonetheless, it was disconcerting for Arasaka that Ascendant Technology's internal counter-espionage measures were unexpectedly effective, preventing any spies from penetrating their core operations. To date, Arasaka had failed to obtain any valuable classified information through espionage. Over time, they had ceased to focus extensively on Ascendant Technology, abandoning the notion of stealing its core secrets. As long as Rocky refrained from causing any disturbances and consistently supplied the advanced soldier serum, Arasaka's objectives would be met. Yet, Ascendant Technology appeared to be undertaking new initiatives, piquing V's interest. He retrieved another report, containing intelligence from the internal spy, Yamamoto Taikyo. Ascendant Technology was reportedly preparing for a press conference, with the entire publicity department already mobilized. The content of the conference concerned the sale of soldier serum, alongside the unveiling of an undisclosed product. Specific details about the product remained elusive, but keywords such as mechanical and automation were highlighted. This brief report contained limited information accessible to the spy. V was already aware of the soldier serum sale. Not long ago, Ascendant Technology had fulfilled Arasaka's order for the advanced soldier serum and was likely planning to market a lower-tier version. As for the other product, it might be crucial to their industrial park expansion. However, without further information, V could not respond adequately and set the intelligence regarding Ascendant Technology aside to turn his attention to the next report. The plan for acquiring real-world data on the cybernetic colossus had commenced, with the initial products of the cybernetic colossus project successfully produced and undergoing preliminary tests. Currently, there is a lack of practical data to support the initiative to lure military technology units for testing the performance of the cybernetic titan. Upon completion of the tests, the Arasaka rescue team will promptly deploy to clean the battlefield and retrieve experimental products. Subject: Captain Buffle. Subject ID NC126978. Handler: Kate. V was somewhat taken aback as he surveyed the task dossier before him. The cybernetic titan is a pivotal experimental project at Arasaka, thus V is no stranger to it. However, he was astonished to discover that the development of the cybernetic titan had made such rapid and groundbreaking progress, advancing even to the stage of practical testing. It is worth noting that the recent Tanaka kidnapping incident was intricately linked to the cybernetic titan. Although V did not directly handle the case, he had familiarized himself with the details. Tanaka, being one of the principal overseers of the cybernetic titan project, possessed extensive experimental data, yet was abducted and had his data extracted. Ultimately, Arasaka located Tanaka's remains and recovered some of the experimental data. However, the significant data breach resulting from this incident remains an undeniable fact. Nonetheless, despite the ramifications of this breach, the cybernetic titan project has continued to progress smoothly. This may largely be attributed to the efficacy of the enhanced soldier serum. As the name implies, the cybernetic titan is Arasaka's latest combat exoskeleton. Named for its imposing size and a form that resembles that of a gorilla, it is equipped with formidable anti-gravity propulsion components and state-of-the-art gravity control units, endowing it with the potential to become the ultimate weapon on the battlefield. Arasaka is confident that, once introduced to the market, the cybernetic titan will overshadow military technology. Regrettably, the formidable capabilities of the cybernetic titan also imply that it is not something that can be easily mastered by the average individual. After extensive experimentation, it became evident that the vast majority of test subjects lost their personality traits even before the complete installation of the cybernetic titan, transforming into complete cybernetic lunatics. Even the rare few iron-willed soldiers who managed to endure until installation completion succumbed to an uncontrollable transformation into cybernetic madness within minutes. This has led to stagnation in the advancement of the Cybernetic Titan project. However, everything changed a few months ago with the emergence of the Enhanced Soldier Serum. This serum, capable of enhancing the human body's resistance to cybernetic integration, significantly accelerated the development of the Cybernetic Titan. With the injection of this serum, the successful installation of the Cybernetic Titan became virtually assured. The swift progress in research attributed to the Enhanced Soldier Serum has validated Arasaka's considerable investment in acquiring it. Returning to the testing plan, employing military technology to assess the combat capabilities of the Cybernetic Titan is clearly a calculated maneuver. Military technology has long coveted the Cybernetic Titan. Even a hint of information regarding it would incite an eager rush to seize it. Even if military technology is aware that this is a trap, their desire for the Cybernetic Titan would compel them to recklessly engage. As for who will ultimately prevail, it depends on the capabilities of the Cybernetic Titan. Gazing thoughtfully at the name Kate inscribed on the handlers section, V revealed a knowing smile. It appears she possesses considerable confidence in the Cybernetic Titan. Is she truly unafraid of military technology potentially succeeding? Nevertheless, a confrontation between the Cybernetic Titan and military technology units promises to be an enthralling spectacle. Kate, notably distinguished by her 3 dark red petals atop her head, was once a significant figure within Arasaka's counterintelligence department, although she still holds influence. She is currently overshadowed by V.